Chapter 1. Takaya Kimura. In the 62nd year of Konoha, on the morning of June 20th, just as dawn began to break, within a modest dwelling in the civilian district of Konoha, a young boy was swiftly executing the transformation technique in rapid succession, first transforming, then creating shadow clones, followed by the body replacement technique, seamlessly swapping places with his clones. The boy donned a white training outfit with black hair and dark eyes. Merely 12 years of age, he was named Takaya Kimura. Lacking even a ninja headband, it was evident he had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Yet, when it came to utilizing the three-body technique, he displayed an astonishing proficiency, performing it without hand seals. His skill surpassed that of many elite genin. For over 2 hours, he continued to unleash the three-body technique. Remarkably, he still had energy to spare, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. That's enough for now. Today is the graduation day from the Ninja Academy. I must conserve some chakra and not overdo it. Takaya Kimura prepared a simple meal, ate, and then stepped outside. With one person well fed, the family need not suffer. The parents of this body had perished during the chaos of the Nine Tails incident long ago. Originally, this house had been destroyed by the Nine Tails. However, it was later rebuilt, and a unit was allocated to Takaya Kimura, the surviving orphan. This illustrates that the lives of the ordinary citizens in Konoha were relatively stable. After all, Konoha is the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, and its citizens benefit from that status. Upon exiting the civilian district, the shops along the streets were just opening for business. Pedestrians bustled about, and itinerant merchants occasionally passed by, hawking their wares. Takaya Kimura couldn't help but marvel. The vibrancy here rivaled that of some modern cities. Could this truly be classified as a village? Was it Huashi village? Konoha had grown exponentially compared to what he had seen in anime. With a population exceeding 100,000, there were over 500 students in his graduating class alone at the Ninja Academy. Each grade was divided into 10 classes. Such a distribution seemed reasonable. Without this population base, where would the 8,000 ninja alliance from the 4th Great Ninja War come from? Takiyakin, wait for me. It's that little girl again. Women only slow me down when forming hand seals. Although I hardly use hand seals, they still cannot interfere with me. Moreover, as an adult soul, I have little interest in a young girl. Perhaps she may be intriguing when she grows up, but for now it's quite dull. I must run. Takaya Kimura took off at a sprint, but the girl chased after him. The girl wore a purple outfit, with golden hair and blue eyes tied in a high ponytail. As she ran, her ponytail swayed, radiating the vigor of youth. Takiyakin, you have your graduation exam today. I've prepared a special bento for you. Eat it, and you'll surely pass. You go ahead, I'll bring it to you at noon. Seeing she couldn't catch up, Ino Yamanaka did not press the matter. After all, today was the 6th grade graduation exam, and those in the lower grades had the day off. You can run for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Takiyakin is truly diligent. Hurrying to school must be for his exam review. The girl reassured herself. At the Ninja Academy, inside the classroom, today we will have exams in the subjects of ninja knowledge and the will of fire in the morning, followed by a physical skills assessment in the afternoon. You must pass all 3 subjects to graduate smoothly. Is that clear to everyone? Yes, understood. The teacher wasted no time and handed out the test papers. The questions range from basic information about various ninja villages and their specialized techniques to the use, maintenance, and crafting of ninja tools. Then there were questions on battlefield strategies and overarching perspectives that offered extra points. Over 6 years at the Ninja Academy, the curriculum was indeed extensive. However, most of it consisted of fundamental knowledge, primarily leaning towards common since the techniques taught were merely the basics. The three-body technique, fundamental physical skills, and basic ninja tool usage. Even so, the teaching load over these 6 years was considerable. In reality, elementary school teaches only basic arithmetic, phonetics, and memorization. But in the ninja world, in addition to basic cultural subjects, one must also learn an array of combat-related topics. The academic pressure was genuinely intense. Fortunately, Takaya Kimura possessed the soul of an adult, rendering all these subjects trivial for him. In the first subject, Ninja knowledge. Takaya Kimura answered the questions with remarkable speed. He scored above 80 points, completing the examination with ease, opting not to submit his paper early. However, when it came to the second subject, the Will of Fire, a special examination, he approached it with utmost caution. This subject, known as the graduation exam, was essentially a loyalty test. It was filled with various leading questions. What you might think were righteous answers did not actually meet the requirements. To align with the expectations, one must grasp a fundamental principle. The interests of Konoha supersede all else. If your answers do not conform to the expectations of Konoha's higher-ups, failure is merely the lightest consequence. It could very well result in a blemish on your record. From that point onward, promotions would be impeded, and ascending to the village's upper echelons would become impossible. Yet, one must also avoid performing excessively well. Overachievement could lead to being recruited into the Umbu or even being absorbed into the root. A precise score of 85 was ideal. Not too high, not too low, just right. After the morning exams, the students enjoyed their bento lunches. Kimura-san, have you really made your decision? Are you sure you don't want to join me in embracing youth? A boy clad in a cream-colored training outfit approached Takaya Kimura. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and as he spoke, his teeth gleamed with a captivating light. Wow, how dazzling! Takaya Kimura squinted slightly and shook his head in response. I was recommended to the Ninja Academy by the hospital upon graduation. I will become a medical ninja with a position secured as an assistant physician in the emergency department. The boy with thick eyebrows and large eyes appeared regretful, muttering something about medical ninjas lacking in youthful exuberance. This boy was none other than Lee, who had yet to apprentice under Guy. He was still without that signature green jumpsuit. Yet, his potential was already beginning to shine. Mike Guy had already expressed interest in taking him on as a disciple. In the original story, Lee possessed zero talent for ninjutsu and, during his time at the academy, was even outperformed in physical skills. He was truly a jack of no trades, a genuine underachiever across ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. However, his willpower was exceptional. While others played, he dedicated all his time to honing his physical skills. Eventually, he caught the eye of Mike Guy. Graduating as a specialist in physical skills, he became the disciple of Mike Guy, the king of taijutsu, in Konoha. Yet, during his time at the academy, Lee faced considerable bullying and ridicule, which instilled a deep-rooted sense of inferiority within him. Even after defeating a genius like Sasuke in the Chunin exams, he felt no pride, focused solely on earning the approval of his master, Mike Guy. However, now, with Takaya Kimura's presence, circumstances began to shift. Though he still faced ridicule and exclusion, Lee now had Takaya Kimura by his side. To conceal his own strength, Takaya Kimura depleted his chakra before school every day, preventing others from discerning his true capabilities. Thus, he appeared perpetually exhausted and frail. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Ino was drawn to him. As for why he concealed his strength, wouldn't it be delightful to showcase his abilities and enjoy the privileges of a genius? Indeed, it would be quite delightful. Had it not been for that incident during his childhood, Takaya Kimura might not have felt the need to hide his strength. Additionally, there are certain unique abilities that must remain undiscovered by specific individuals. At least until his strength was sufficiently formidable, they must not be revealed. Chapter 2. Immortality. During the Nine Tails incident, Obito, masquerading as Uchiha Madara, took advantage of Kushina's labor to unleash the Nine Tails upon Konoha. Although ultimately thwarted by the fourth Hokage and his wife at the cost of their lives, the devastation was considerable. Irik, his parents, Kurenai Yu, his father, and numerous elite ninjas perished that night. Moreover, countless homes were destroyed, resulting in civilian casualties. Among them was the Kimura family of 3. At that moment, the soul of a modern individual crossed over into the infant's body. The body, which had seemingly lost all vitality, slowly began to regain life. The soul from another world distinctly felt the new body reviving and realized it had arrived in the ninja world, named Takaya Kimura. Only 1 year old, Takaya Kimura was rescued from the ruins and taken to the Konoha orphanage. Konoha, having endured the attack, lost 2 significant combat powers, the 4th Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Additionally, a vast number of elite ninjas were lost, drastically weakening the village. Consequently, life in the orphanage was far from pleasant. Struggles for survival were secondary. The pressing issue was the rampant growth of dark forces within Konoha during this period. As the Hokage's faction weakened, Danzo from the root took the opportunity to expand his influence. He gathered children of suitable age into Root for covert training, thereby augmenting Root's power. The primary source of these children was Konoha's orphanage. These unclaimed civilian orphans were selected and taken to Root under the pretense of becoming the village's foundation, secretly safeguarding Konoha. In reality, it was merely a means to cultivate killing machines loyal to Danzo through a form of emotional manipulation. First, they extinguished their emotions, then obliterated their individual will, ultimately employing sealing techniques for complete control. Especially concerning the final sealing technique, Takaya Kimura certainly would not naively believe that it merely restricted Root ninjas from speaking ill of Danzo, that a seal that can be triggered passively, is it truly that difficult to activate it intentionally? In an effort to evade the Root organization, Takunobu Kimura deliberately feigned an exceedingly low aptitude for ninjutsu upon reaching maturity. While others mastered the art of chakra extraction within a day or two, he took several days to extract even a minuscule amount. Consequently, he was deemed to possess an extraordinarily low talent for ninjutsu, allowing Root to overlook this useless individual and permit him to return to a life of peace as a commoner. In truth, Takunobu Kimura grasped the chakra extraction technique with a mere glance, as he could perceive the life and death of every cell within his body. It was akin to when he first traversed into this world, experiencing the rebirth of each cell within that small, lifeless body. Thus, controlling his learning pace to deceive the sensory ninjas of Root was a task he accomplished with ease. And so, he was dismissed from Root, yet he found himself unable to return to the orphanage. To think he could remain in the Konoha orphanage until the age of 18 was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Even the protagonist, Naruto, was not afforded such privileges. At the tender age of 5, Takunobu Kimura was compelled to seek a means of survival. Fortunately, the ninja's construction efforts had proven fruitful, and the destroyed houses had long since been restored. Although his inheritance had vanished, he was at least allocated a modest dwelling of his own. This empty, desolate little house marked the beginning of Takunobu Kimura's new life in this world. And let us not forget the chakra extraction technique he had acquired from Root without compensation. While it may have been a common skill, without a proper ninja to instruct him, a commoner would be utterly bewildered even upon obtaining it. Lastly, there was the ability he gained from his transmigration. Takunobu Kimura referred to this ability as immortality, though he had yet to test it against true death. He had only experimented with ordinary cuts and scrapes, which would take a typical person a week or so to heal completely. Yet, he could return to his former state in less than a single night. This regenerative ability, while not exceedingly powerful, was still many times faster than that of an ordinary person. Should such a capability be discovered by Root and reach the ears of Orochimaru, it would spell disaster for him. Although Orochimaru had long since betrayed the village, Root maintained a connection with him. Fearing the prospect of being dissected for research, Takunobu Kimura hurried to the Konoha hospital. There, he took on menial work, cleaning and tidying beds, occasionally assisting in the care of patients. Thus, he managed to survive. Within the span of a year, with his meager talent for ninjutsu, he learned the foundational medical ninjutsu. The acting director of the hospital noted that although he was slow in chakra extraction, his ability to learn medical ninjutsu indicated strong chakra control. Medical ninjas do not require an abundance of chakra, rather, they need superior control over it. Consequently, he recommended Takunobu Kimura for enrollment in the Ninja Academy, with the promise of recruitment into the Konoha Hospital as a medical ninja upon graduation. Takunobu Kimura had no objections, for his pursuit of medical ninjutsu was ultimately a means to conceal his true abilities. Moreover, regardless of his past life or this one, being a doctor was an admirable profession. After all, he had enrolled in medical school in his previous life, albeit being abruptly transported to the ninja world right after graduation. His medical knowledge far surpassed anything this world could offer. Thus, he transitioned from a medical student to a medical ninja, a seamless fit indeed. However, Takunobu Kimura was not one to be easily satisfied. Sickly and useless. Sickly and useless. Ha ha, what a perfect pair. Indeed, like attracts like trash will always congregate together. Hey, sickly one, there's a physical skills exam this afternoon. Can you team up with me? I want to ensure I pass. Ha ha. And you, useless one, how fortunate you are. This time we are not testing ninjutsu, but physical skills. You might actually have a chance to graduate. You and the sickly one are so close you're not trying to secure a pass. Are you? Huh. I've caught you, you're quite cunning. What an irritating little brat. In Class 10 of the 6th grade at the Ninja Academy, a group of the most talentless civilian ninjas gathered. Takunobu Kimura surveyed the room, realizing that aside from Rock Lee, the rest were mere fodder. As for Niji and Tenten, one was a prodigy from a prominent clan, and the other a wealthy girl naturally. They were all in the same class. Just as the protagonists Naruto and Sasuke, along with their peers, were all in class 1 of the 5th grade. Interestingly, it was Lee who had been invited to join his team by Guy. As a member of Class 10, which was typically bereft of even a regular Chunin as an instructor, they would likely only have a Chunin supervising them. In a ninja academy, to even have an elite Chunin like Guy teaching Class 10 was nothing short of a pipe dream. Faced with these mere minions, Takunobu Kimura had no desire to engage, even finding it somewhat amusing. He held back the eager Lee, continuing to enjoy his meal. However, while Takunobu Kimura wished to ignore the riffraff, one among them was incensed, determined to confront them. How outrageous! You all should be quiet. Takunobu-kun could easily handle 10 of you. Ino, clutching her lunchbox, stood at the classroom door, intent on charging in to confront the riffraff, only to be restrained by Shikamaru and Choji. Ino, don't act impulsively. Though they are merely from Class 10, they are a year ahead of us. We are outnumbered, you must remain calm. Snap, snap. Yes, don't be rash, snap. Shikamaru wore an expression of profound frustration as he grasped the furious Ino firmly by the arms. CHG joined in, clutching Ino as well, but with one hand still indulging in a handful of chips. Hey, you little brats. Do you dare to underestimate the mighty Team 10? Are you courting death? Chapter 3. The doctor and the patient. These nameless fish, self-proclaimed as the 5 tigers, had encircled the current generation of Inoshikacho. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of their existence. The chasm between commoner ninjas and those from prestigious clans extends far beyond mere mastery of ninjutsu. The chakra refining techniques of the prominent ninja families invariably surpass what is taught in the academy. The subtle skills in the utilization and cultivation of various jutsu represent significant legacies of these esteemed clans, not to mention the myriad of esoteric family secrets that remain undisclosed. In this world, governed by bloodline supremacy, the offspring of ninjas inherently possess greater aptitude for ninjutsu than their civilian counterparts. As the 5 tigers closed in, Shikamaru, though unafraid, felt a twinge of anxiety due to their numerical advantage. He glanced over at Takeya Mukamura, who was still seated and enjoying his meal, even restraining another would-be helper. How infuriating. He seems entirely disinterested in the unfolding situation. Ino, of all people, would find interest in such a character. This is quite bothersome. With a clever twist of his mind, Shikamaru called out, "What do you intend to do?" "With a single hand, my brother Takeya can handle all 10 of you." Indeed, Ino wholeheartedly agreed with Shikamaru's assertion. CHG nodded along, as long as they didn't interfere with his chips. The 5 insignificant foes. Oh no. The 5 tigers turned their gaze toward Takeya Mukamura. They noted that he continued to eat, holding back Lee from intervening. Ha ha ha, this useless fool. Doesn't he dare to step up and even drags others down with him? It's utterly hilarious. They jeered. Yes, truly pathetic. An orphan waste of space. Seeing that Mukamura remained unfazed and continued devouring his meal, Shikamaru seized the opportunity to provoke them further. Humph. You are simply too incompetent to even pique Takeya's interest. My brother can annihilate you in a heartbeat. It wouldn't take even a finger to dispose of you. That sickly weakling? I'll give him a beating first. So you can witness just how inept your brother really is. The plan was set, and they had taken the bait. A slight smirk flickered across Shikamaru's lips before he quickly suppressed it, fanning the flames of their agitation. You mustn't. Don't go over there. Takeya has been silent. He must be furious. If you approach now, you'll meet your demise. Come back. You little brats dare to look down on us. Ah, Mukamura, come forth and battle us. Burp. Sated. He mused that his homemade Chinese cuisine was far superior. What worth is a little girl's heart-shaped bento filled with sushi rice balls? Is that truly suitable for consumption? Takuya Kimura raised his gaze to the approaching throng of miscreants, silently lamenting his defeat. The facade of failure was evident. He should never have revealed his true capabilities that day in a futile attempt to rescue a young girl. A soon-to-be graduate ninja, paralyzed by the fear of needles, had soiled his trousers. Among the motley crew of 5, one individual appeared particularly flustered, prompting the rest of the class to perk up their ears. Another, alone in the hospital, trembled at the sound of thunder, nearly suffocating under his covers in terror. Yet another, gluttonous in nature, found himself afflicted with a dire stomachache, resulting in an unfortunate accident. Additionally, there was one who, while swimming, had his delicate parts nipped by a turtle, leading him to seek medical assistance. Lastly, there was an individual burdened with the question of whether bedwetting at the age of 12 constituted a medical condition. Takuya Kimura remarked that amidst the chaotic crowd, one individual appeared particularly flustered. Noting the curious and mocking gazes of their classmates, he sensed an impending desperation, prompting him to withhold further revelations. Alas, he could not recall their names. Perhaps a light tap on his head could jog his memory. He had heard of amnesia being treated in such a manner. "Could you assist me and give my head a gentle knock?" he suggested. "How could we do such a thing? We are classmates," came the protests. "Indeed. It's not of paramount importance. If forgotten, let it be forgotten." Observing the frantic attempts of his peers to console him, he silently chuckled at their youthful naivety, though he maintained a facade of seriousness, furrowing his brow. "No, I cannot endure this forgetfulness. If you want to do it, I shall." With that declaration, he seized a pair of chopsticks, poised to strike his own head. Alarmed, his friends quickly restrained his hands. "No, Takuya-kun, you must not harm yourself. If forgotten, let it be forgotten. We have an exam this afternoon. After the exam, we shall graduate, and a bright future awaits us." They echoed in agreement. "Yes, a promising future lies ahead." Takano Kimura nodded and set down his chopsticks. "Indeed, that makes sense. However, I suddenly feel as though I could recall it without needing to knock my head. When others scold me, my anger allows me to remember as well. Why not go ahead and berate me then? How could one resort to insults? I have always detested those who speak harshly. It was you two who were rude just now, wasn't it? Apologize to Takano-kun at once." "Oh, we're really sorry, Takano-kun. We were just joking with you." It's all right. I forgive you." Kimura Takuya found a certain amusement in the sight of the individuals before him being forced to bow their heads. Although he had yet to officially become a medical ninja, Takuya had spent the past few years working odd jobs at the hospital to make ends meet. After all, who among us has not experienced the occasional headache or fever? He was well acquainted with these individuals, having encountered them at the hospital. While Takuya engaged in lighthearted banter, he managed to coax submission from the 5. Meanwhile, Shikamaru squinted his eyes, recognizing the impressive ease with which Takuya had dispatched his adversaries. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable individual was truly a force to be reckoned with? Was Ino's assertion correct, that within this underperforming class, there existed a master capable of taking on 10 foes? Surely, her infatuation with Takuya had not led her to conjure such fantasies. "Takuya-kun, you're amazing. You resolved the issue without lifting a finger," Ino exclaimed, her infatuation evident as she rushed towards him, placing her homemade bento box before him. With great care, she opened it to reveal heart-shaped sushi and rice balls. "Look, this is my love bento, and I've even added some ketchup." "Ah, thank you. However, you arrived a bit late. I'm already full. I'm sorry, but I can't eat anymore," Takuya replied, a hint of regret in his voice. "That's all right. Takuya-kun, you can take it home for dinner. Here, have some water," Ino insisted, handing him a water bottle. Takuya accepted it with gratitude, declining the bento but taking the packet of ketchup. "Thank you, but this one tea be fresh by evening, will it? It might spoil. That classmate over there, the one munching on chips, doesn't he seem full yet? Why not give it to him? They are your friends too, right?" "Ah, yes, they're just ordinary friends," Ino clarified quickly. "It's just because our parents know each other that I've become friends with them. Don't misunderstand, okay?" "Understood. Hello, everyone. I'm Kimura Takuya, and this is my good friend, Rock Lee." Upon hearing the term good friend, Lee was visibly energized, moved to the point of tears. "Indeed. I am Takuya-kun's good friend. Takuya-kun's friends are also my friends. Hello, everyone." After a round of introductions, Shikamaru observed the 5 return to their seats and spoke quietly to Takuya. "Takuya-senpai, while you managed to intimidate those individuals with your words, they do not strike me as the type to let this go easily. It seems we might have a bit of trouble on our hands. Don't worry. Leave it to Lee. He'll take care of it." "Hey, leave it to me, Takuya," Lee replied with enthusiasm. Takuya Kimura gently patted Xiaoli's shoulder, conveying his faith in him, which greatly encouraged Xiaoli. Meanwhile, Ano, observing the beloved bento being devoured by Ding Ci, suppressed a frown of discontent. Yet, when Takuya glanced over, she instantly greeted him with a warm smile. Shikamaru, on the other hand, regarded the earnest and wide-eyed Xiaoli, failing to discern any remarkable prowess in him. Nevertheless, he noted Takuya's unwavering trust in Xiaoli. Is he truly capable? Are those fellows planning to retaliate against you this afternoon? Not to worry. After the afternoon's physical examination and foundational fitness tests, it will be time for student battles. Challenges can be freely issued, and as long as Xiaoli confronts the 5 of them, they will surely be subdued. After all, once graduation arrives, opportunities for such encounters will be scarce. After Takeo Kimura finished speaking, he yawned, appearing as though he had not rested well and desired an afternoon nap. Takeo-kun, you should take a break. We'll come back this afternoon to support you during your exam. In order to avoid disturbing Takuyo's rest, Inoue pulled Ruko along. And the two departed. Shikamaru muttered about how it was a hassle to be called back in the afternoon after finally getting a holiday. Yet, he was genuinely curious about the true strength of Takuyo and Lee, though he would not admit it openly, seeking an excuse to conveniently return in the afternoon. Dingxi tipped his bento box to empty it out. He had finished eating but was still hungry, planning to bring more delicious food in the afternoon. Once the 3 had left, Takuyo, who had initially seemed ready to doze off, sat up, revealing no hint of drowsiness. Graduation was approaching, and certain matters needed to be planned meticulously. He and Lee would graduate a year earlier than the main characters, Naruto and Sasuke. This meant there was still a year until the plot commenced. With over a year remaining until Orochimaru's attack during the Chunin exams and only 5 years until the 4th Great Ninja War, to surpass the formidable individuals before this timeline would prove challenging, yet not impossible. At present, Takuyo's chakra reserves were already comparable to that of a jonin. In terms of ninjutsu, aside from the basic transformation technique, he had mastered medical ninjutsu and several self-developed auxiliary techniques. Furthermore, there was the Rasengan, a technique whose principle was simple enough that, with adequate chakra control and understanding, one could easily learn it. For Takuyo, it was as simple as breathing. However, he found the original Rasengan somewhat lacking. If one could strike at close range, what was the distinction between using a knife and a sphere? The understanding of the sphere by Konohamaru was intriguing. After all, a sphere was best utilized when thrown. Holding it in hand could lead to self-inflicted harm as easily as it could harm the enemy. Currently, Takuyo had developed various forms of the Rasengan, including but not limited to standard spheres, large spheres, long-range spheres, single-handed rapid-fire long-range spheres, double-handed rapid-fire long-range spheres, and a protective sphere that enveloped him, developed from the Bagua Palm technique. However, all of these were based on the Rasengan, and using them recklessly without proper explanation would be unwise. Thus, he needed to wait for an opportunity to observe the protective technique in action to comprehend the single-handed Rasengan, gradually mastering the larger spheres, long-range spheres, and rapid-fire long-range spheres. A perfect line of technological advancement in ninjutsu could be established. Yet, Naruto's ability to create a Rasengan from start to finish stemmed from his unique advantages, allowing the power of the sphere to be infinitely enhanced. The potency of Naruto's Rasengan was directly proportional to his chakra input. He could even produce a tailed beast bomb. And the tailed beast bomb Rasengan was far more outrageous than a mere tailed beast bomb. However, Takuyo did not possess a tailed beast, nor did he wish to become a Jinchuriki. Having a tailed beast as a pet might be acceptable, but using it as a battery by housing it within oneself was rather peculiar, to say the least. Engaging in such clandestine activities would feel as though it were broadcast live. What kind of person could calmly engage in such acts before others? It was too bizarre to contemplate. If he could not accept such things yet aspired to surpass these formidable individuals, there was only one path left, the 8 Gates formation. This forbidden technique, the pinnacle of taijutsu, created a legend of mortals rivaling the divine. Might Guy, through this secret technique, opened all 8 gates and nearly delivered a climactic conclusion. Kagaya referred to it as the strongest, and thus the era of the Taijutsu Emperor was born, from which the title of Kai Huang emerged. Now, that was truly remarkable. Many viewers in his previous life believed that had it not been for Kishimoto's restrictions, even Kagaya would not have survived. Takuya Kimura solidified his choice, and then a thought began to germinate in his mind. Considering his current circumstances, this idea grew increasingly lucid, and the more he contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. What notion was this? The 8 gates. During the climactic battle against Uchiha Obito, the opening of all 8 gates would have undoubtedly led to his demise. Decades of effort, reduced to a fleeting moment, akin to a flower blooming briefly in the night. Everyone believed he was beyond salvation, yet Naruto, through the power of Yang release chakra, preserved the life of the esteemed Guy. It is worth noting that at that moment, Guy's body had been rendered to cinders by the overwhelming chakra unleashed from the full opening of the 8 gates, yet he survived. If he were to elevate his medical ninjutsu proficiency and combine it with his own immortality, wouldn't opening the 8 gates become a mere game? Once the gates open, anyone who approaches would meet their demise. Uchiha Madara, you know how Obito perished, don't you? Just the thought sends a thrill through him. He resolved that after graduation, he would first work at a hospital, then seek opportunities to engage with Might Guy, aiming to acquire the training methods for the 8 gates. His interactions with Lee were also part of this preparation. Working at the hospital was another strategy, as the likelihood of injury was higher for taijutsu practitioners. As for aspiring to earn Guy's recognition and become his apprentice through sheer diligence like Lee, that was rather far-fetched. His own talent for ninjutsu was not lacking. In fact, it was quite remarkable. In such circumstances, dedicating an excessive amount of time to taijutsu training would be akin to forsaking the essence for the trivial. Takuno Kimura is contemplating the future as time swiftly passes. Before long, it approaches around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone gathers to head towards the playground, for the physical examination is about to commence. With enthusiasm, they proceed to the field. The preliminary assessment of physical fitness quickly concludes, with all participants deemed competent. Aside from the fact that the average time for the 100-meter dash is effortlessly under 10 seconds, and that the girls can effortlessly shatter dozens of bricks with a single punch, there is nothing particularly remarkable compared to the physical examinations of the past. One can only attribute the remarkable enhancement of their physical capabilities to the influence of chakra, which has elevated these 11 and 12-year-old children far beyond the abilities of ordinary adults. The combat segment is about to begin. The 5 tigers, a group of eager contenders, are ready to step forth and issue their challenges. Takumi Kimura patted Xiaoli on the shoulder, murmuring with a frown, striving to present himself as somewhat more robust. Don't sleep. Wake up. It's time for the graduation exam. When you go in, make sure they don't leave unscathed. Huh? I'm not sleeping. It's just an exam. I sent it a bit excessive to wish for their demise. Sighing, he lamented, alas, no one comprehends the world I inhabit. Perhaps it would be better if it were to be obliterated. As Takoyaki Kimura lifted his foot, he sent Xiaoli sprawling. Chapter 5. The Challenge Report to the Teacher. Xiaoli intends to challenge the 5 of them. Huh? Is it true, Lilac? Indeed, it is, teacher. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the supervising teacher, Lilac radiated confidence and determination. Thanks to Takoyaki Kimura, Xiaoli no longer felt the inferiority that plagued him during his school days in the original narrative. In fact, his strength surpassed that of his counterpart at graduation by a considerable margin. Other classes were engrossed in their respective examinations when they were drawn to the unexpected spectacle of one individual daring to take on 5. Curiosity swept through the crowd, prompting many to gather and witness the unfolding drama, including the supervising teachers who were equally intrigued. While the graduating students were undergoing their tests, the lower grades enjoyed a day off, yet a multitude of younger students flocked to witness the commotion, including Ino and her companions. Go, Lilac! Ino cheered, noticing Takoyaki pushing Xiaoli aside. Amidst the crowd, a derisive laugh echoed. How laughable! Does the lowest-ranking class truly believe it can alter its fate? Fate is immutable. This is merely a spectacle, devoid of significance. As Takaya Kimura glanced over, he beheld a youth with raven-black hair, a strikingly handsome visage, and those distinctive white eyes. This was not Takaya's first encounter with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, yet each meeting filled him with a sense of wonder. Could they truly not be afflicted by cataracts? How does one distinguish between a cataract patient and a member of the Hyuga clan? Should a member of the Hyuga family develop cataracts, what diagnostic measures would apply? This presents a serious medical quandary, and as one poised to formally become a medical ninja, Takaya felt compelled to delve into this subject. To conduct such research, he first needed to familiarize himself with the Hyuga. Hey, prodigy of the Hyuga clan. How about a wager? Niji Hyuga turned to face Takaya Kimura, delivering his judgment on Lee with the same detachment he applied to his own fate. He cannot win. I know who he is. He cannot even master ninjutsu. Huh, no. I'm in a bet on who will emerge victorious between you and me. What? You wish to challenge me? Indeed, if Lee triumphs, grant me the opportunity to challenge someone you deem a genius. Niji furrowed his brow, his Byakugan activating in an instant. He discerned the amount of chakra within Takaya, shaking his head in disappointment. You are not my equal. Ha ha ha, here it comes again. You are about to receive your first dose of reality. Takino Kimura laughed heartily, raising a single finger as he turned to the center of the arena and called out to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, one move. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli nodded in acknowledgement. The duel commenced, Xiaoli versus the 5 Tiger Gang. From the outset, the 5 opponents sought to leverage their numerical advantage, swiftly encircling Xiaoli. Under normal circumstances, with Xiaoli's speed, such a trap would be impossible. However, constrained to a single move, Xiaoli adopted a low stance, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he patiently awaited their convergence. As they drew near, Xiaoli executed a flawless 360-degree spiral kick. Canola Hurricane. With no unnecessary movements, he delivered a series of whirlwind kicks that struck all 5 adversaries squarely on the head. The 5 Tiger Gang fell to the ground, defeated. Such an astonishingly clean and decisive victory. Was it truly accomplished with just one move? Remarkable. Could this really be one of the students from Class 10? Indeed. Takino's companions are extraordinarily skilled. Seeing Xiaoli's effortless triumph, Ino gleefully tugged at the sleeves of Shikamaru and CHG, hopping with excitement. Applause and gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The proctor, incredulous, was prompted by Takino Kimura to announce the outcome. Rock Lee victory. Hinata Niji's Byakugan widened in disbelief, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he regarded Xiaoli, his expression shifting between contemplation and surprise. What do you think? Shall we place a bet? With a smile gracing his lips, Takuno Kimura approached the examination venue for Class 1, making his way to Niji Hyuga's side. Allow me to showcase the disparity between a mere mortal and a genius, he remarked. Niji remained silent, yet the individuals around him buzzed with chatter. What? A mere fish from Class 10 dares to challenge a prodigy from Class 1? Have you lost your senses? One scoffed. If it were that thick-browed giant, it would be more understandable. Indeed, who do you think you are? What right do you have to confront the Hyuga clan? Takano Kimura paid no heed to the doubts of others, quietly awaiting Niji's response. At last, Hyuga Niji shifted his gaze from Lee and turned towards Kimura. I shall let you know the lamentable nature of your fate. Huh. Takuya Kimura chuckled softly and turned to glance at the proctor beside him. Class 10's Takuya Kimura challenges Class 1's Niji Hyuga. Have you made up your mind, Kimura? This is the graduation exam, after all, while inter-class challenges aren't prohibited. And the scoring isn't solely based on victory or defeat. A contest with such a significant disparity might leave you with nothing if you lose too swiftly. I am absolutely certain. Let us begin, teacher. The Hokage is eagerly awaiting the outcome. Once the physical examination concluded in the afternoon, the forehead protectors would be distributed. As per tradition, the Hokage would visit the school to impart the will of fire to the freshly graduated genin. Thus, the Hokage was present, alongside Might Guy. Takuya's challenge to Niji was merely an opportunity for him to showcase his skills. Guy. Is that the boy with the thick eyebrows and large eyes whom you were considering taking under your wing? He has already benefited from your teachings, hasn't he? His prowess in taijutsu is commendable. Indeed, you flatter me. That boy is rather unique. His chakra possesses no elemental affinity, making it difficult for him to learn ninjutsu. However, his talent in taijutsu is remarkable, and I wish to teach him that particular technique. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nodded, having anticipated such details and not taken aback by them. Upon witnessing Takuya's challenge to Niji, the third raised an eyebrow. Who is this child? His courage is commendable. Takuya Kimura, the orphan from the incident 11 years prior, had spent years working in a hospital. Although his ninja aptitude was not particularly high, he had self-taught medical ninjutsu. The hospital recommended him for schooling, and upon graduation, he would directly enter the hospital as an assistant medical ninja. The headmaster of the ninja academy, bowing slightly, proceeded to relay Takuya's background to the third Hokage. Hiruzen fell into a brief silence, signaling to the headmaster with a nod that he understood and that further elaboration was unnecessary. The ninja world was not a peaceful one. Even in this so-called era of peace, the casualty rate for missions was exceedingly high, classifying it as a perilous profession. Orphans were plentiful in the village, among 10 ninjas. 3 were orphans, 2 came from single-parent households, and the remaining 5, whose parents were alive, were a rarity in these times of relative peace. Being an orphan with a talent for medical ninjutsu and a disposition that was not grim was already commendable. The third did not harbor excessive expectations for Takuya Kimura. He merely observed the unfolding confrontation with quiet anticipation. The duel between Takuya Kimura and Niji Hyuga commences. Niji stands resolutely to one side, choosing not to make the first move. He does not even intend to activate his Byakugan, despite the fact that this ocular ability, while not classified as a ninjutsu, is indeed a facet of his physical prowess. Niji refrains from employing it, not out of fear of overwhelming his opponent, but rather because he deems this confrontation unworthy of such an esteemed technique. Yet, he will soon come to regret this decision. Whoosh! Takuya Kimura has vanished. Has he employed ninjutsu? No, it's behind him. Niji abruptly turned around, yet still saw no figure. All he could hear was a faint sound. Was it from behind again? Niji turned once more, but the shadow remained elusive. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, while those around him were equally stunned. For in Niji's perspective, the elusive Takuya Kimura had always been right behind him. With each of Niji's turns, Kimura adeptly slipped behind him, and the sound dwindled to almost nothing. The initial soft sound seemed almost a deliberate reminder. Chapter 6. The silence technique when a ninja moves swiftly. It can create an illusion of teleportation for the untrained eyes. This rapid movement technique is known as the body flicker technique. Essentially, it is simply running at a speed that ordinary people cannot track. However, when this technique reaches a certain mastery, even a ninja's vision may falter. Of course, in the presence of ocular jutsu, it might be somewhat inadequate. But who can blame Niji for flaunting his abilities? With those vast wide eyes, he chose not to activate them. Though the ordinary vision of his unactivated Byakugan is still superior to that of an average person, his opponent is Takuya Kimura. In recent years, aside from a plethora of orb techniques, Kimura has also developed various chakra applications and supplementary ninjutsu. What he is employing now is one of those minor techniques, designed to be used in conjunction with the body flicker technique. Takuya Kimura refers to this technique as the art of silence. Although termed as an art, it cannot truly be classified as a ninjutsu, akin to the chakra-based water walking. It is merely a trivial trick. Essentially, it involves controlling one's chakra to remain at the surface of the body and clothing, forming a specialized chakra membrane. This membrane can vibrate at remarkable speeds, effortlessly displacing the air around it. When combined with the body flicker technique, it significantly reduces air resistance during high-speed movement, thereby greatly enhancing velocity while minimizing the sound of displacement. This skill bears resemblance to Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode. In that mode, the chakra of the Nine Tails envelopes Naruto's own chakra, creating a golden skin-like exterior that amplifies his speed to a level that rivals the fourth Raikage. It also bestows additional abilities, such as increased strength, heightened perception, and the capacity to discern good from evil, as well as the manifestation of chakra arms. One could assert that the art of silence is a simplified version of the Nine-Tails chakra mode, lacking the myriad formidable abilities of the original, yet still significantly enhancing the speed of the body flicker technique and diminishing the sound of air displacement. Such a feat is nothing short of astonishing. A faint layer of chakra clung to Takuya Kimura's body, presenting no visible abnormalities. Onlookers could only observe Kimura's eerie, silent emergence behind Niji. The Ino Shikucho trio was equally astonished. Is he using ninjutsu? It must be ninjutsu, right? His speed is incredible. He wouldn't dare steal my chips, would he? No way. Takuya-kun would never do such a thing. Takuya-kun was merely exerting a fraction of his true power. Bang. Ouch, that hurt. Ino, visibly frustrated, delivered a punch to Choji, who crouched down, cradling his head with one hand while the other continued to shovel chips into his mouth. Did you not notice? Takuya-senpai not only moves with astonishing speed but does so without making a sound. Whether his feet touch the ground or during rapid movement, the sound of displacement is absent. If we weren't standing outside the arena, I would doubt the presence of anyone else here. Shikamaru disregarded Ino and Choji's playful bickering, focusing intently on analyzing the situation. It's time to activate the Byakugan. Indeed, Niji, for the first time, relinquished his pride and could no longer resist activating his Byakugan. Byakugan, activate. Niji's eyes widened, veins protruding at the corners. Yet, he stood frozen in place. Was he truly behind me? Through the Byakugan's perspective, a humanoid chakra figure lingered just behind him. Despite being so close that a mere gesture could initiate an attack, it showed no inclination to move. Ah, I've been discovered. Is the game of hide and seek already over? Takuno Kimura let out an exaggerated scream, reminiscent of a child playing hide and seek, reluctantly conceding as he seemed to be the first one caught by the seeker. An opportunity. In that fleeting moment of Kimura's speech, Niji seized upon the opening, swiftly pivoting to execute a soft punch aimed at a vital point. In the blink of an eye, his hand struck 7 precise times. Alas, they merely met with empty air. Upon turning around, he found himself alone, as the person he sought remained elusive behind him. It appeared that the chase was far from over. Ah, how amusing. Unable to land a hit, he found himself in circles of exasperation, akin to a certain talented individual. A certain troublesome commoner ninja was still evading capture. Niji could no longer endure the frustration. Gasping for breath, his Byakugan fixed upon the elusive Takuno Kimura. He relinquished his pride for the second time. 8 trigrams, palms of heaven. This technique, though rooted in physical prowess, also belonged to the realm of ninjutsu. Niji had originally wished to refrain from its use, perhaps never even contemplating that he would resort to it. Phew, what a remarkable feat, evading for so long. Yet you ultimately fell to my strike. Takuno Kimura spat out blood, as if he had been struck, collapsing to the ground. Takuno-kun, are you alright? Ino dashed past the examination hall's boundary, rushing to embrace Takuno. The proctor examined Takuno's injuries and, finding him unharmed, announced the result. Hinata Niji wins. Niji, gazing at the incapacitated Takuno, was engulfed in existential doubt. What just happened? I didn't even touch him, yet he bled. Could it be that he was harmed by chakra? Just as Niji pondered this, the unconscious Takuno suddenly awoke. Lying in Ino's arms, he slowly extended his right hand toward Niji, his index and middle fingers pressed together. Niji approached, mirroring the gesture to form a reconciliation sign with Takuno. You are truly impressive. Is this the essence of genius? I thought our skills were comparable, yet I find myself merely evading, utterly outmatched in close combat. Niji refrained from elaborating, unable to admit that he had panicked when being pursued moments ago. I lost our wager. You may now request something from me. What was that technique? Oh, it was merely a trivial skill. If you wish to learn it, I can teach you. Niji nodded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and extended his palm once more. I am Hinata Niji. I am Kimura Takuno. The two formally introduced themselves, marking what could be the beginning of a friendship. Nearby, Guy and Lee were moved to tears. This is youth. A common ninja had devised a teleportation technique to challenge a prodigy. Although ultimately defeated, he earned the recognition of genius. This scenario was indeed compelling and quite touching. If only Takuno's act of stuffing his mouth with ketchup had been a tad more discreet, perhaps it would have moved me as well. Shikamaru stared with his deadpan expression, perplexed by the figure lying in Ino's embrace. I really don't understand. What is he trying to accomplish? And that technique of following, was it ninjutsu or taijutsu? Shikamaru admitted his complete confusion, yet others comprehended. The third Hokage and Guy both asserted that they understood. That was a commendable teleportation technique, utilizing precise chakra control to keep chakra at the body's surface, displacing air to reduce the resistance of high-speed movement, thereby enhancing speed and minimizing sound. Indeed, but regrettably, his chakra was insufficient. Ultimately, he exhausted his chakra and succumbed to Niji's counterattack. They unanimously agreed that Takuno possessed a talent for ninjutsu development and commendable chakra control. Alas, his chakra capacity was below average, making the role of a medical ninja the most suitable choice for him. Takuya Kimura expressed that this is precisely the effect he desired. Furthermore, resting in someone else's embrace is rather comfortable. However, one must not be excessively shameless. A brief repose is sufficient, and one should refrain from overstaying their welcome. Just a brief moment of indulgence is acceptable, but not a repetitive intrusion. Takaya-kun, are you in discomfort? Shall I take you to the hospital? The kind-hearted maiden, visibly anxious, assumed that the youth in her arms was writhing in pain. She even contemplated taking him to the hospital. Alas, what a lecher! Shikamaru spat disdainfully, muttering under his breath. Chapter 7. The concept of utilizing sage techniques to open the 8 gates. Takano Kimura ultimately went to the hospital, not accompanied by Ino, but rather after completing his exam. He ventured there on his own with his protective charm in hand. After agreeing with Niji on a time to study together, Ino had intended to invite Takano for a meal. However, due to work commitments at the hospital this evening, she had to forego the plan. The spirit of the working individual remained steadfast, even when transcending into the realm of shinobi. Thus, the diligent worker found himself at the Konoha hospital. Sister Damiko, what shall we have for dinner today? Ah, Takano, tonight we shall indulge in ramen. I have already reserved your portion. Takuya Kimura took his seat with a cheerful demeanor, ready to indulge in his meal. Observing the headband atop his brow, Chimiko playfully teased him. Ah, who would have thought that this little rascal has grown up? You've already become a capable genin, yet you'll be heading to work in a hospital right after graduation. Don't you find that rather dull? Clad in her nurse's uniform, Chimiko's radiant smile was a sight to behold. However, Takuya paid little heed, focusing intently on his ramen. How could I forget? I'm also a long-standing employee, having joined the hospital on the same day as you. Haha, I did come to the hospital immediately after graduating. Which is why I asked if you might find it tedious. Not at all, I genuinely enjoy medical ninjutsu, she replied. Speaking of which, with your innate talent for medical ninjutsu, it would be no surprise if the director personally took you on as a disciple. It's a pity the director has been away for years. Who knows when he will return? Tsunade, the founder of Konoha Hospital and the bedrock of Konoha's medical ninjutsu. The most formidable medical ninja, one of the legendary Sannin, Takuya mused. At this moment, Tsunade is likely evading her debts worldwide. If one wishes to learn medical ninjutsu from her, it is not an easy feat. Whether she is willing to teach is another matter altogether. Just locating her would be a challenge in itself. It would be wiser to practice on your own. Besides, Takuya's aspirations do not lie in becoming a medical ninja. Mastering medical ninjutsu is merely a guise to conceal his immortality. After finishing dinner, Takuya made his way to the wards for his night rounds. Medical ninjutsu, while not omnipotent, is effective for treating external injuries. However, it falls short when confronted with various pathological conditions. In a sense, the invention of medical ninjutsu was primarily for warfare, rather than for healing ailments. In battles, ninja injuries are predominantly external. This is why medical ninjutsu focuses on accelerating metabolism and promoting cellular division to expedite the healing of wounds. The medical knowledge available in this world is rather sparse, primarily reflective of the medical standards of Japan's warring states period. The technology depicted in Naruto is perplexing. While there are radios, electric lights, televisions, and refrigerators, battles are fought with cold weapons wielded by sorcerers, with no presence of firearms. Yet, it is curious that Iron Man exists, and laser weaponry has been developed. The mechanical Naruto and mechanical Ninetales are indeed absurd. Over the years, Takano Kimura has significantly expanded his foundational knowledge of medical science. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to have been recommended to the Shinobi Academy. Graduating with guaranteed placement in a hospital, merely mastering medical ninjutsu would only qualify him for a position as a male nurse. Currently, Takano Kimura has officially joined the Konoha Hospital, starting his career as a medical assistant. Typically, after a few years, once his chakra reserves are deemed sufficient, he can advance to the rank of a licensed physician. Although his chakra levels are already adequate, he remains steadfast in his ambition. His aspirations extend beyond becoming merely a medical ninja. After concluding his night patrol, Takano Kimura arrived at the hospital laboratory, with no one else present at this hour. He frequented this space for his research, having received special authorization from the acting director to possess a key. Tonight's endeavors were about to commence. He intended to dissect a frog, though not one from Myaboka Mountain. Rather, it was a simple creature he had caught while wandering through the grass. Over the years, he had already dissected numerous small animals in Konoha out of sheer curiosity, eager to discern the differences between the creatures of the ninja world and those from his previous life. To his astonishment, the results of his dissections revealed that the beings of the ninja realm possessed significantly greater strength than those of his former existence. This revelation led him to understand that the influence of chakra might be omnipresent, though it is more likely due to the impact of natural energy. Natural energy, a wondrous force that permeates the entire ninja world, when mixed with chakra in specific ratios, manifests as Senjutsu chakra. Mastery of Senjutsu chakra enables one to enter sage mode, transforming all released ninjutsu into sage arts. The potency of sage techniques surpasses that of ordinary ninjutsu, resulting in greater lethality. This concept is quite understandable. After all, the energy utilized is more formidable, thus the techniques unleashed would inherently be more powerful. However, Conventional methods lack the capability to detect natural energy. Even the Byakugan fails to perceive it. Yet, through comparative dissection experiments, Takano Kimura has developed certain hypotheses. It appears that natural energy subtly influences the physiology of these animals. The longer they live, the more pronounced this influence becomes. Furthermore, after conducting countless dissections across various species, he stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. Takuya Kimura observed that frogs, loaches, and slugs are particularly influenced by natural energy. This observation is intriguing, especially for those familiar with Naruto, as it resonates with the existence of the three sacred places, Mayaboka Mountain, Lonely Cave, and Surebone Forest. Could it be that the inhabitants of Lonely Cave are actually loaches rather than snakes? Or perhaps the white snake sage possesses loach lineage? Setting aside the lineage of the white snake sage for now, it is worth contemplating why these specific creatures. Upon deeper investigation into the commonalities of these animals, Takuya discovered that they all possess the ability to breathe through their skin. Indeed, the capability for cutaneous respiration implies that every cell in their bodies can directly interact with the air, facilitating the exchange of oxygen and energy. Consequently, the natural energy present in the atmosphere could accumulate within their cells. Chakra, the essence of ninjutsu, is a fusion of spiritual energy, cellular energy, and natural energy. The three sages may have refined chakra by simultaneously harnessing the natural energy stored within their cells. This synthesis could explain why the techniques from different sacred places yield diverse effects, as each sage's mode is inherently tailored to their unique nature. This leads Takuya to recall that humans, too, possess a limited capacity for cutaneous respiration, albeit far less efficient than these three species. If one could enhance their skin's respiratory capabilities and increase the natural energy within their cellular structures, could they not also develop a unique form of ninjutsu? Imagine activating sage mode in an instant and then unleashing chakra to open the 8 gates. Would that not be akin to transcending the very fabric of reality? Consider the formidable Senju Hashirama, who, despite his ability to enter sage mode indefinitely, met an untimely demise following his confrontation with Uchiha Madara. It is essential to recognize that the three sages have each lived for millennia, a testament to their mastery of self-sage techniques. Ironically, Orochimaru's futile quest for the secret of immortality lies hidden within these seemingly insignificant creatures, such as the capriciousness of fate. After Orochimaru first employed the reanimation jutsu, he forfeited the right to learn sage techniques. In the realm of cultivation, it is said that one must possess a complete spirit and abundant vitality. However, each use of his jutsu harms the soul, rendering it incomplete and incapable of mastering sage arts. Chapter 8. The possibility of self-realization in sage techniques in contrast to Orochimaru. Takuya Kimura finds himself in a far more advantageous position. He perceives that his soul emerged from his journey unscathed and, in fact, invigorated. Thus, Takuya believes that mastering sage techniques should not pose a significant challenge. The true difficulty lies in self-realization, developing a sage mode that is distinctly his own. This endeavor necessitates the accumulation of a sufficient amount of natural energy within his cellular structure, followed by a harmonious balance. In the original text, sage chakra is described as a harmonious equilibrium among spiritual energy, cellular vitality, and natural energy in a ratio of 1:1:1. However, the balance points of the three sacred places differ, each possessing its unique calibration. These subtle adjustments are the most challenging aspect. A moment's inattention could lead to an uncontrollable assimilation by natural energy, resulting in monstrous transformations. On the dissection table, the frog has been meticulously examined. Sample 172 exhibits a diminished influence from natural energy compared to previous specimens, and it is notably smaller. This aligns with earlier conclusions, and with an ample quantity of samples. Takuya is ready to embark on the first step of sage cultivation. The first step entails modifying the skin to significantly enhance its respiratory capacity. The second step involves a limited attempt to synthesize sage chakra, allowing for the selective and temporary activation of sage mode. The third step aims to convert all chakra into sage chakra, enabling a permanent activation of sage mode. Reaching the second step signifies successful cultivation of sage mode. While the third step represents its most ideal form, akin to the states of the three sages and later, Kabuto Yakushi, the first step is relatively simple. Akin to the transformation technique, a basic ninjutsu familiar to all students at the Ninja Academy. Its principle remains enigmatic, yet its transformative capability is astonishing. Altering physical appearance and attire is merely the foundational application. The ability to change material properties is where its true potential lies. Naruto once transformed into a shuriken, only to be thrown by Sasuke, an absurd yet remarkable feat in this world. There exists a clan that has mastered this technique, the Akimichi clan, whose expansion technique is a sophisticated evolution of the transformation technique. Their collective goal of gaining weight serves a strategic purpose, allowing them to utilize this secret art. The conservation of energy holds true in the ninja world as well. Chakra is the amalgamation of energy derived from approximately 130 trillion cells combined with spiritual energy. Thus, The upper limit of chakra in ordinary individuals is constrained by the number of their cells. To augment their energy reserves, the Akimichi clan has adopted an unconventional approach. They intentionally gain weight, as fat cells are also cells. From an energetic perspective, fat itself constitutes energy. This strategy permits them to accumulate chakra quantities several times greater than that of ordinary individuals, enabling them to perform techniques that would be impossible for others. However, Takuya's aim is to alter his skin structure so that all his cells can swiftly amass natural energy. Having dissected the skin structures of various animals, Takuya, with his proficiency in the transformation technique, finds this task exceedingly simple. In fact, he is not merely employing the transformation technique, he is executing a true method of transformation. With a soft pop, the smoke dissipates. Aside from the subtle refinement of his skin, Takuya Kimura appears to have undergone no significant transformations. The atmosphere feels somewhat stifling, as his skin seems to have greatly enhanced its ability to breathe. Concealed beneath his clothing, the sensation of constriction is rather unexpected. Takuno Kimura shook his head in resignation. Feeling somewhat thwarted, the initial step, which he had envisioned as the simplest, had unexpectedly yielded such side effects. Fortunately, it was now June, allowing for lighter attire. Tomorrow, he planned to don shorts and a tank top, complemented by flip-flops. Why did this ensemble seem so formidable? After tidying up the laboratory, Kimura resumed his duties as a substitute nurse. The night passed uneventfully. While engaging in mundane conversation with Tomiko, he conceived a brilliant new ninjutsu. If the technique of real transformation could alter one's skin, might it also be capable of healing injuries and ailments? Applied to the afflicted, it should directly mend their wounds. Could this not be the panacea for all injuries, an all-encompassing medical ninjutsu? However, with no time to experiment today, Kimura resolved to revisit the idea tomorrow. Early the next morning, the doctors and nurses arrived, and after exchanging information with the day shift nurses, Takuya Kimura arrived at the dean's office, awaiting the acting dean's decision regarding his formal appointment. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the emergency department. You useless fools! How could you fail to save the captain? The captain is a hero, a person who has rendered great service to the village. She cannot simply perish like this. Following the sound, Takuya Kimura arrived at the emergency room. There, on the hospital bed, lay a purple-haired female ninja, her face somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall her identity. Beneath her chest, there was a gaping wound the size of a volleyball. The fact that she had survived thus far indicated the presence of a medical ninja within their ranks. It was likely the very medical ninja who was diligently employing healing techniques at her bedside. Meanwhile, a male ninja, who was desperately shouting for the doctors to save his captain, was in a dire state himself, one arm mangled and blood dripping profusely. Despite the doctor's repeated assertions that the injured could not be saved and that they needed to staunch the bleeding, he refused to relent, insisting that they prioritize his captain's rescue. Such a severe injury, even if treated immediately upon arrival at the hospital, would offer little hope. The wound was too extensive. Healing it was beyond their capabilities. Unless the technique of regeneration was employed, which required a medical ninja of Tsunade's caliber, leading a team of elite medical ninjas in shifts, it was futile. However, Tsunade had departed from Konoha over 20 years ago, leaving no one in the entire Konoha hospital capable of performing such a feat. Only Lady Tsunade can heal? The one-armed ninja lamented, weeping. Why has she been gone for so long, damn it? He despaired, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his severed arm, seemingly unable to match the flow of his tears. The female medical ninja by the bed also appeared on the verge of collapse, her chakra nearly depleted. Leave it to me. You must receive treatment first. Takuya Kimura approached and passed by the dismembered ninja. Young man, do not jest. Even the acting director cannot wield the art of regenerative healing. What can you possibly achieve? A person enters this world cradled in the warm embrace of another's hands. To perish alone on a frigid hospital bed is a profound solitude. Allow me to attempt it. If I fail, then I shall personally guide her to her final rest. Moreover, I shall not employ that technique. Rather, I will utilize my newly developed method. No, the newly devised technique is even less permissible. The remains of a ninja cannot serve as mere tools for your practice of ninjutsu. I cannot acquiesce, and furthermore, you are not yet employed, young man. You are not even a medical ninja, and you possess no authority to employ medical ninjutsu within my ward. Takuno Kimura glared at the medical ninja who had spoken. Masato Watanabe, the chief physician of the emergency department. Takuno was about to assist him as an assistant physician. This position was originally intended for his son. However, due to a mishap that nearly resulted in a medical accident, it was Takuno who timely identified and resolved the issue. Consequently, his son faced disciplinary action, and the role of assistant physician fell to Takuno. Chapter 9. The Art of Flesh and Blood Replacement. Senior Watanabe, I have yet to officially join the hospital, correct? Yes, that is indeed the case. Hence, I assert that you have no authority to treat the injured here. Oh, then why don't you step aside? Since I'm not yet employed, what gives you the right to dictate my actions? I am a legitimate graduate of a ninja academy and a lower-ranked ninja. Your medical ninja status does not apply to me. No matter how high your rank, you cannot command me. You fool. Takuno Kimura, is this how you address your senior? Masato Watanabe was incensed, raising his hand to point at Takuno and berating him, yet the latter paid him no mind and proceeded to assist the injured. This is my territory. You cannot treat anyone here. Damn it, you old fool. Do you have to obstruct him from saving my captain? The one-armed ninja regarded Takuno as a lifeline. Frustrated by Masato Watanabe's repeated interferences, he shouted and drew a kunai, lunging it towards him. Slap. Takuya Kimura grasped his wrist firmly. Let's carry your captain out. There's no time to waste on idle chatter. Attacking a medical ninja is a grave offense. Even a distinguished Umbu ninja will not escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, the one-armed ninja immediately relented, and together with a few others, they lifted the injured person out. Outside the emergency building, they placed him by the roadside. I need chakra. First, I will staunch your bleeding, then you shall provide me with your chakra. Without engaging in further conversation, Takuno Kimura swiftly employed a high-temperature chakra scalpel, applying it directly to the severed arm of the ninja. A cry of pain erupted as the wound emitted a wisp of smoke, accompanied by the unmistakable aroma of roasting meat. Takuya Kimura trembled in pain yet gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the discomfort. He inwardly acknowledged the true grit of a man. Raising his hand, he pressed it against the abdomen of the severed arm ninja, reversing the release method of the spiraling sphere. A surge of chakra emanated from his palm, drawing in the chakra of the incapacitated ninja. The severed arm ninja offered no resistance, succumbing to Kimura's manipulation and promptly losing consciousness. We will need a basin of hot water shortly. Please prepare it, he instructed. The female medical ninja nodded and hurried towards the hospital's hot water room. The two had moved aside, yet a considerable crowd remained, observing intently. Among them was a figure with black hair and eyes, curiously clutching a small pig. Nurses from the emergency department, eager to assist, were dissuaded by Masato Watanabe and reluctantly withdrew. Little Takuya, though I am uncertain of your intentions, should you require assistance, the sisters will lend their support, said Tomiko, who had just changed out of her work attire after finishing her shift, accompanied by her fellow night shift nurses. Indeed, Takuya, if you require chakra or anything else, do not hesitate to express your needs. Thank you, sisters. Chakra is sufficient for now. I must entrust you with the care of this severed arm ninja. I am about to commence the surgery, and a sterile environment is imperative. I hope everyone can maintain a distance. The crowd remained silent, escorting the severed arm ninja to a nearby area for care. Curiosity piqued, they turned to witness how Takuya would administer treatment, only to find themselves gazing at a vast hemispherical chakra barrier. This chakra shield was, of course, Kimura's protective spiraling sphere. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the return to life, and today he had developed a monkey-like defensive skill. Quite a reasonable progression, one might say. Within the protective barrier, Takuya contemplated a pressing issue, not how to save the individual, for that was not a concern. The jutsu he intended to employ, known as the flesh and blood replacement technique, was designed to effectuate universal healing by applying the real transformation technique onto another. This technique, capable of curing any ailment and injury, was classified as an SSS-ranked forbidden jutsu. Even Kakashi, upon utilizing the transformation technique, needed to constantly adjust his vocal cords to emulate the voice of his transformed self. For the average individual, performing the transformation technique typically resulted in mere superficial alterations. Even members of the Akimichi clan could only transform into the version of themselves they were most familiar with. Their multiplication technique merely allowed for the replication of oneself, not the transformation into another to multiply. Otherwise, why not simply transform into a tailed beast and unleash a tailed beast bomb? When it came to unfamiliar entities, transformation was virtually impossible. The challenges posed by the flesh and blood replacement technique exceeded those of ordinary transformation, as it necessitated a genuine alteration of the body, ensuring that the transformed parts would remain intact even under attack. The difficulty lay not only in the superficial changes but in achieving profound, authentic modifications that would mend injuries and ailments. More daunting still was the requirement to perform this technique on another, necessitating the manipulation of their body to enact the real transformation technique according to one's will. For the vast majority of medical ninjas, this notion was nothing short of fantastical. However, Takuya viewed these complexities as trivial. None possessed a greater understanding of human anatomy than he. Utilizing transformation techniques on another's body was well within his capabilities, but the challenge arose with the aspect of genuine conversion. Filling a pit could be achieved by scraping some earth into it, yet the current dilemma was that this female ninja lacked any such substance. Her body fat percentage likely rivaled that of Bruce Lee, leaving no surplus fat to fill the void. Moreover, the pit itself was rather substantial. Suddenly, Takuya's gaze fell below her collarbone, and he gestured with his hands. There is no alternative, these two will have to suffice. Losing this is certainly better than losing one's life. Ninjutsu, flesh and blood replacement technique. Takumi Kimura skillfully completed the seal with a single hand, while his other hand remained pressed against the wound. As he channeled his chakra, the female ninja's ferocity diminished, and the injury gradually shrank in size. The internal organs began to mend, and the accumulated blood within the abdominal cavity transformed into vascular tissue. Like a masterful 3D printing process, the volleyball-sized wound healed flawlessly. leaving no trace of a scar. He then dispelled the spiral protective barrier. Takuno Kimura addressed the female ninja and then stood up to stretch lazily. The entire process was remarkably swift. So swift, in fact, that the medical ninja, who had hurriedly brought a basin of hot water, did not even catch a glimpse of the spiraling protective shield. May I inquire if we can commence now? Oh, it's over. Please assist her in cleansing her body. Upon hearing this, the medical ninja immediately broke down in tears, rushing to her captain's side to arrange her appearance, resembling someone meticulously tidying their attire. Kimura Takano was momentarily at a loss for words. How could such a significant wound be overlooked? Mustn't we tidy it up a bit? She urgently needed to enter and administer a blood transfusion. Can you not shed tears over the injury first? The female doctor paused upon hearing this, then, in disbelief, lifted the fabric covering the wound. It's healed, truly healed. Unbelievable. Incredible, Takano. You have indeed lived up to the expectations of your sisters. Takano, you are truly remarkable. I always said, as long as it is a task undertaken by Takano, it will be executed flawlessly. He has been this way since childhood. Haha. Thank you, dear sisters, for your praise and for your assistance. However, at present, both of them still require blood transfusions. Takuya Akamura gestured for the crowd to carry the severed arm ninja and the female ninja to the hospital for a blood transfusion. Among the onlookers, a black-haired girl stood in shock, her grip on the pig she was holding having distorted it beyond recognition. No one understood the gravity of such injuries better than she did. Even she, Kato Shizen, the most formidable medical ninja in the ninja world and the prized disciple of Tsunade Senju, was astounded by the medical ninjutsu demonstrated by the young man before her. A miracle. This was how the black-haired girl assessed the medical prowess of the black-haired youth. Chapter 10. Akama Yakumo. The gathered crowd, while perplexed, could not help but marvel at the scene before them. They had witnessed a ninja with a gaping wound that no one else could heal, being turned away by the hospital. Yet, this boy managed to save the individual in the blink of an eye, eliciting gasps of wonder from the onlookers. Watanabe Mako, observing yet another injured person being brought in, initially thought to suggest sending the deceased to the morgue. However, he was taken aback to see the wound had miraculously healed, the skin even appearing healthier than before. His expression shifted, a mixture of disbelief and confusion washing over him as he struggled to comprehend how Takuya Kimura had accomplished such a feat. The commotion at the hospital had not gone unnoticed by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was listening to reports from the village's Umbu operatives. Shortly thereafter, another Umbu arrived with news. A newly graduated Jinin utilized another's chakra to perform instant healing on a massive wound. Kimura Takuya, was it? I recall, he remarked, promptly ordering the Umbu to monitor and protect Takuya. He then addressed the reporting Umbu. Your captain has been rescued, and I am aware of the intelligence you brought back. You may leave now and check on her at the hospital. However, upon exiting the Hokage's office, the Umbu ninja made their way toward the hospital, but circled around several times before heading to the root base instead. At the root base, Danzo spoke, an unidentified force from the Rain Village? Insignificant. However, the ability to instantly heal severe injuries is quite valuable. Such a technique must be under Root's control. Approach him and find a way to earn his trust to bring him in. As Danzo conspired with his Umbu subordinates, they remained unaware that within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was keenly observing their every move. Utilizing the telescope technique, a ninjutsu designed for long-distance surveillance, Hiruzen was fully aware of their actions. Danzo believed he had placed a spy near the Hokage, but in truth, it was merely a deliberate oversight by Hiruzen. Some orders were not suitable for him to issue directly. Instead, he allowed Danzo to unwittingly take on the dirty work himself through the informant he had intentionally left in place. In the realm of Konoha, the enigmatic figure known as Danzo wields his influence with remarkable efficacy. He possesses the ability to manipulate even the most formidable adversaries, rendering them utterly powerless. During the era of the third Hokage, Danzo's machinations failed to stir any significant tumult. Many of Danzo's actions were tacitly approved by the third Hokage. Otherwise, how could he, as the shadow of Konoha, have been granted the authority to establish Root? What justified such an allowance? Was it merely the Sharingan embedded in his arm? The third Hokage was undoubtedly aware of the secrets concealed within Danzo's arm, as his longtime associate had it sealed for years. It is inconceivable that the Hokage would remain oblivious to such matters. Perhaps he was unaware that the eye concealed beneath the bandages belonged to Shursui. However, there is no doubt that the third Hokage was cognizant of Danzo's extensive transplantation of Sharingan. On the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, it would be implausible for the third Hokage to remain indifferent. A modicum of attention would have revealed a plethora of Sharingan mysteriously vanishing. Could Danzo conceive of such transplantation without the third Hokage's awareness? Yet, as Hokage, he could not afford to act overtly or even broach the subject, thus leaving Danzo to operate in the shadows, ensuring that the power of the Sharingan ultimately served Konoha. Furthermore, the other clans within the village would not perceive the Hokage's actions as an attempt to usurp their bloodline powers, thereby staving off any feelings of panic or betrayal. The Konoha clan of bloodline abilities is indeed extensive, with the most renowned being would release Sharingan and Byakugan. However, There are lesser-known abilities such as the Moonlight Clan's Transparent Jutsu, the Setting Sun Clan's eye techniques that amplify Genjutsu, and the Kuruma Clan's ability to bring illusions to life. In summary, Konoha, as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages, boasts tens of thousands of ninjas and a resident population exceeding 100,000. It is home to a multitude of extraordinary individuals. In the ongoing Boruto series, merely a decade has passed since the Fourth Shinobi World War, and Konoha has achieved remarkable modernization. Such a transformation cannot be attributed to a solitary individual. Rather, it is the result of the collective efforts of a group of talented individuals. Given the timeline, those gifted individuals are likely now in their teenage to early 20s, making the world truly theirs in Boruto. Returning to the third Hokage, upon observing Danzo's intentions towards Takeya Mukamura, he rose and approached the window, his pipe flickering in the dim light. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he mused that with Mukamura's capabilities, he should be able to assist the ailing child, summon Yuhi Kurenai, and ensure she brings her student. Shortly thereafter, Kurenai arrived at the Hokage's office accompanied by a brown-haired little girl. "Third Hokage," she greeted. "This child's health issues should be resolvable," he stated, "though treating bloodline diseases is no simple task and may require prolonged care." "Is that true, Third Hokage?" "Regardless, it's wonderful news for Yakumo. There is hope for her condition." The frail Kuruma Yakumo was enveloped in Kurenai's excited embrace, unaware of the implications of bloodline diseases. She merely felt her own frailty. Could it be that she was ill? If medical ninjas could not cure her, who could? Then, the third Hokage spoke the name Mukamura Takeya, a prodigious medical ninja capable of instantly healing near-fatal injuries. How could such a genius be merely her peer? It felt insurmountable. The disparity was staggering. Ultimately, Mukamura's significance was equal to Yakumo's, and thus, the Hokage expressed his desire for her to train him as well. What? Integrate Mukamura into Kurenai-sensei's team? That means he'll be my classmate. I can finally have a peer, Yakumo thought, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the documents handed from the third Hokage to Kurenai. However, she did not see him. A sigh escaped her lips, revealing a hint of disappointment. Kurenai accepted the documents, assuring the third Hokage that she would not let him down. The mentor and her student exited the Hokage's office. "Are you curious about your teammate?" he asked quite the handsome fellow. Kurenai suddenly paused, turning to Yakumo with a gentle smile, revealing the documents before her. Yakumo peered at the photograph, a boy with black hair and deep black eyes, his short hair neatly styled, yet his complexion was pallid like her own. Could this boy truly heal her? He appeared weak as well. Would he be able to help her? Expressing her concerns, Yakumo turned to Kurenai. Kurenai chuckled softly, taking Yakumo's hand as they made their way outside the Hokage building. "There's nothing to worry about. Anyone whom the third Hokage holds in such high regard will surely be capable of helping you. Let us go meet him." Kurenai, too, was eager and hopeful about the individual whom the third Hokage deemed worthy to stand alongside Yakumo. With that, the two made their way towards Konoha Hospital. Within the confines of Konoha Hospital, the wounded Kunoichi has regained consciousness, gazing at her comrades by the bedside. She finds it somewhat hard to believe that she is still alive. Meanwhile, on the adjacent bed, Takino Kimura occupied a windowside hospital bed, blissfully asleep. Upon learning that it was Kimura who had saved her, she felt a surge of gratitude and wished to rise and express her thanks. Chapter 11. Joining the Red Team. Takuya Kimura was roused from his slumber. It was not the injured female ninjas who disturbed him. They, noticing his repose, refrained from interrupting. Rather, it was the head nurse who awakened him. "What? I have been assigned to the team of Tsunade-senpai?" Still in a daze from sleep, Kimura accepted the order handed to him by Tsunade. He scrutinized it intently for quite some time before finally coming to his senses. Indeed, it was true. He should not have intervened. The moment he saved someone, the voyeuristic third Hokage became aware of it. Kimura was acutely aware of the happenings within the Konoha Hospital, knowing full well that the Umbu would report to the Hokage. Yet what could he do? He could hardly stand idly by while lives were at stake. Although he did not consider himself a selfless savior, there were indeed those worth rescuing, and he could not help but act in their defense. That was simply his nature. His plans of languishing in the hospital had been dashed. Nevertheless, having a mentor to lead the team was a fortunate turn of events, especially one as formidable in Genjutsu as Tsunade. Although the role of illusionist had diminished in the later stages of the Hokage era, and the renowned Tsunade herself had suffered at the hands of Itachi Uchiha Sharingan, enhancing the latter's divine status, the potential of Genjutsu remained boundless, not to be confused with the infinite Tsukuyami, but rather, akin to the prowess of Ayakashi Kurama. Takuya Kimura finally recalled the identity of the little girl behind the sunset, Akane. She is the princess of the Arima clan, Arima Yakumo, heralded as the beacon of hope for the revival of her lineage. Possessing the most formidable Genjutsu bloodline limit, the illusionary reality technique. It embodies the power to transform illusions into reality. Both the Arima and the Akane clans are esteemed shinobi families of Konoha, sharing the distinction of being bloodline clans. However, the Arima clan's bloodline is notoriously unstable, with few awakening its potential across generations. Yet, once awakened, its power is unrivaled. The Arima clan once stood as a formidable counterpart to the Uchiha clan, but in recent generations, it has experienced a decline, to the point of being unable to nurture even a chunin. The primary reason lies in the arduous nature of awakening their bloodline, with generations passing without a single awakening. Moreover, while the ailment associated with the bloodline remains dormant in many, it still afflicts a significant number, leading to the clan's current inability to produce even a chunin. Thus, they have fallen into obscurity, and the present Arima Yakumo stands as the sole bearer of her clan's hopes for a resurgence. Yet, has that incident transpired? Are you well? A voice, clear and melodious, pulled Takuya Kimura back to the present. He shook his head and patted his cheeks with his hands. My apologies. I worked the night shift last night, and am feeling a bit fatigued. Do you still go to work, even when you are unwell? No, I'm not unwell. I merely took a brief nap. Takuya Kimura rose from his sickbed, asserting that he was not merely a patient, but rather a visitor seeking a place to rest. He turned his gaze towards Akane, declaring, I have already received the orders from Lord Hokage. Therefore, from this day forth, I shall be your subordinate, Red Sensei. I look forward to your guidance. After Takuya Kimura finished speaking, he bowed respectfully to Yuhi Kurenai, feeling somewhat reserved, even after all these years. He still was entirely comfortable with such a humble demeanor. Haha, there's no need to be so formal. I am not a rigid old teacher, she reassured him. There will be many matters I shall entrust to you in the future. She then introduced the young man beside her. This is your teammate, Akira Onma. Hello. I am Takuya Kimura, proficient in medical ninjutsu, and I should also possess some skill in taijutsu, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am Akira Onma. I excel in jinjutsu, or at least, I should be skilled in it. A shared laugh erupted between the two youth, and Kurenai felt relieved to see them getting along harmoniously. However, unbeknownst to them, Takuya was preoccupied with another thought. Their joyful laughter suggested that the ominous events had yet to unfold. In the original narrative, Akira Onma had awakened a bloodline limit, bearing the weight of his clan's expectations. Yet, the young Onma could not withstand such pressure, leading to the emergence of a monstrous persona within his subconscious, one that yearned for destruction. This alter ego, known as Ido, became a true monster due to his ability to manifest illusions into reality. His power was formidable, even the Hokage feared him. Ultimately, however, he was vanquished by Akira himself, proving that he was indeed the strongest. Tragically, prior to this, she had lost her parents due to this very monster. The bloodline illness rendered her physically unfit to become a ninja. With the weight of her clan's hopes resting upon her, Akira could not accept such a fate, leading to the monster's uncontrolled rage that resulted in her parents' demise. Yet, she retained no memory of this incident and later overheard a conversation between the third Hokage and Kurenai, discussing plans to eliminate her or, if that failed, to seal her. Misinterpreting their intentions, she believed they conspired to murder her, when in truth, they aimed to eradicate the monster within her. As a consequence of this turmoil, she unleashed a storm of lightning that nearly obliterated the Hokage building. Her abilities were undeniably extraordinary. For instance, the S-rank lightning technique, Kirin, required extensive preparation and favorable conditions to execute. Conversely, Akira could conjure a similarly powerful lightning strike merely by drawing a picture, expending minimal effort in the process. One can only imagine the absurdity of such a talent. It was utterly preposterous. The Onma clan's bloodline limitations were exceedingly exaggerated, and even Kishimoto recognized this imbalance. After Naruto helped her confront the monster within, Akira Onma vanished from the narrative altogether, not appearing even during the Fourth Great Ninja War or Naruto and Hinata's wedding. It has been speculated that her early demise was due to the bloodline illness. After all, even Orochimaru, the most renowned scientist in the ninja world, could do nothing to prevent the death of his loyal subordinate, Kimimaro, who succumbed to the same affliction. Bloodline diseases are hereditary ailments linked to one's lineage. While the bloodline limits grant immense power, they also often come with genetic ailments. For example, the Uchiha clan suffers from paranoia and extreme tendencies, compounded by excessive use of their ocular abilities leading to blindness. The Hyuga clan's bloodline illness is simpler, manifesting as cataracts that render their eyes entirely white when not activated. The Onma clan's bloodline disease, at present, merely results in frailty. It seems manageable. Strengthening muscles, organs, and bones should suffice. However, this remains merely Takuya's conjecture, and a thorough examination would be necessary to ascertain the true nature of the condition. Takuya Kimura and Teacher Hong have arranged to meet again tomorrow, and today they will return home to rest, departing together. Just as Takuya is about to leave, he hears, "Excuse me, please wait." Alas, he has been intercepted once more. He had deliberately left with Teacher Hong to avoid being stopped by this female ninja. After all, well, the outcome is that I merely borrowed some fat from that area. Ah, thank you, Kimura-san. I thought I would not survive. I am Yuzuki Yuin, and I shall repay this life-saving grace. Ah, no need for such formality. You were injured for the village and as a member of Konoha. It is my duty to assist you. Takuya Kimura was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder that the violet-haired figure seemed so familiar. She was, after all, the beloved of the elusive ninja, Moonlight Gale. Yet, what could have caused her to sustain such injuries at this hour? Had he not intervened today, she would surely have perished. Was it possible that someone else had come to her aid? However, within the Hidden Leaf Village, the only individuals capable of treating such wounds were Tsunade and Shizune. Could it be that Tsunade had returned today? Chapter 12. The Umbu's Pursuit. Konoha, though designated as a village, is, in essence, a small city. Surrounding any city, one often finds numerous quaint villages that supply the necessities for urban life, while relying on the city for their own survival. In a small village outside Konoha, Tsunade declared, "I have returned." "Ah, you've returned, Shizune. Have you brought back the funds from home?" Tsunade inquired. "Yes, Lady Tsunade. However, there is something that may pique your interest." Shizune relayed the events she encountered at Konoha Hospital to Tsunade. Upon hearing the news, Tsunade was astonished by the youth of the prodigious medical ninja from Konoha. To achieve such a level of medical ninjutsu at such a tender age, what a genius. Are you not intrigued? Such a gifted medical ninja, under your guidance, could potentially achieve immeasurable success. Shizune expressed her heartfelt sentiments, subtly hoping to convince Tsunade to return to Konoha, as Tsunade had been evading her responsibilities for far too long. As Shizune observed Tsunade, the signs of inebriation swiftly dissolved, replaced by a clarity of mind. Her once dreamy gaze transformed into one filled with intent. Yet, after a moment's pause, Tsunade shook her head. "No, Shizune. If that genius has indeed healed such grievous wounds in such a short span, then their medical ninjutsu has surpassed my own. I am unworthy to be their mentor." Shizune felt a surge of indignation at Tsunade's self-deprecating words and opened her mouth to retort, only to be silenced by Tsunade's raised hand. "Shizune, I understand your desire for me to return to Konoha. If, in the past, Konoha still required my presence, now, with the emergence of that prodigy, the village no longer needs me. Thus, I have even less reason to return. But, Lady Tsunade, Konoha is your home. Enough, Shizune." There is no need for further discussion. With a dismissive wave, Tsunade ushered Shizune out of the room and closed the door behind her. She poured herself another drink, gazing through the window towards the direction of Konoha. Is a home still a home when one is bereft of family? In the Konoha hospital, Takuya Kimura engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Yuzuki-yu, only to discover that she was currently without a boyfriend. It is no wonder that Tsukikage did not arrive at the hospital promptly. It appears that these two have yet to embark on a romantic relationship. How peculiar. I am merely 12 years old, yet I find myself concerned about their affections. Kimura-san, you has one more favor to ask of you. Please, I implore you to oblige. Yuzuki-yu bowed respectfully, beseeching Takuya Kimura to assist in the treatment of her teammate, who had suffered a severed arm. Kimura Takuno immediately expressed that there was no issue. It was merely a matter of reattaching an arm. Although he had lost his own, he could certainly affix another's. In this world, even an eyeball can be casually plucked and replaced. Reattaching a hand is a trivial endeavor. What kind of arm do you desire? One that fully restores like Sister Yuen? Or perhaps a formidable Karen arm for a bit of fun? Huh? What is a Karen arm? Or perhaps you could assist me in restoring it. I beg of you. Kimura-san. Oh, I see. Then you might have to endure some imperfections for a while. Takuya Kimura expressed his disappointment, stating that there is currently no remedy. The one-armed ninja, possessing a robust physique, was entirely muscular, devoid of any fat reserves. The arm of an average adult weighs approximately 10 kilograms. Yet his arms were thicker than most people's thighs. To restore his severed limb, he would need to gain at least 20 to 30 kilograms. This is akin to fattening a pig by the same amount, which would take at least a month, and he was, after all, a human. Otaro. You should take a month off, suggested Kimura. I cannot afford to rest, Captain. I have 3 children at home to support. Taking a month off from missions is simply not feasible, Otaro replied. Kimura-san, what exactly is this Kirin arm you just mentioned? Inquired the one-armed ninja, as he touched his head. He sought alternative solutions from Kimura, who responded with a faint smile. Ah, this is quite remarkable. You wouldn't comprehend it even if I explained. Just know that if you desire the Kirin arm, I can assist you with it by tomorrow. Moreover, it will not only preserve your combat capability but enhance it as well. Is that true? Thank you, Kimura-san. Otaro exclaimed, bowing in gratitude. The two then agreed to reconvene the following day. Meanwhile, both Yuzuki Uyaka and Otaro had sufficiently recovered from their injuries and could be discharged after losing a small amount of blood. Thus, Kimura and the others departed the hospital. However, as they passed through the hospital lobby towards the pharmacy, Kimura encountered a figure known as Moonlight Gale. It appeared he was there to collect medication. But just after receiving it, Moonlight Gale coughed a couple of times and fainted. He was taken to a hospital room. Coincidentally the same one from which Yuzuki Uyaka had just emerged. Could it be? Is this how they became acquainted? How unfortunate. A mere background character has lost his girlfriend due to my meddling. Perhaps I should intervene. Utilizing my intangibility could be quite amusing. Saving your life in exchange for a bit of fun with your ability doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? Takuya Kimura stood amidst a throng of medical ninjas. And no one dared to underestimate this freshly graduated lower ninja. Over the years, within the confines of the hospital, there had been no one who could belittle his medical ninjutsu. People had always been astonished by his innate talent. This morning's events, however, further engendered a sense of respect for Kimura Takuya. After all, in the realm of ninjas, strength reigns supreme. Upon his arrival at the bedside, the crowd parted. granting him passage. Takuya was pleased by this, observing that the other medical ninjas had little more to offer for Tsukikid Shippu's ailment than mere alleviation. It was at that moment he discerned that Tsukikid Shippu was also afflicted by a bloodline disease. Placing his palm gently upon Shippu's body, he cautiously extended his chakra. In a brief moment, the state of Shippu's health became clear to him. His body was deteriorating, and his lungs were severely damaged. Even without the impending attack over a year later, his fate was already grim. Encountering me could be considered fortunate. Ninjutsu, art of flesh and blood replacement. Takuno Kimura directly unleashed the universal healing technique, unabashedly in front of the gathered crowd. Those present were eager to learn. Yet all they witnessed was Kimura calling out with a single shout, completing the technique without forming the necessary hand seals. Such a level of ninjutsu raises the question, is it truly appropriate to forego the seals? Kimura expressed his bewilderment, questioning why one would need to form seals for a technique already utilized once. Is it not a bother? He pondered why the act of no seal casting, which seems so straightforward, is met with reluctance. Is it a matter of aesthetics, or perhaps a desire to prolong the release? To him, forming seals was akin to elementary school students laying out their calculations in a structured manner, while university students simply write down the answers. After all, isn't mental calculation sufficient? One day, in a state of confusion, he glanced around at the ordinary people surrounding him. After collecting a bit of cellular tissue from the Moonlight Gale, he departed. His earlier endeavor merely refreshed the physical state of the Moonlight Gale. The essence of the bloodline illness remained unchanged. If neglected, within a few years, the physical form of the Moonlight Gale would inevitably deteriorate. A deeper investigation was warranted, serving as a potential sample for treating bloodline diseases. After all, the immediate priority was to heal his teammate, Akira Yagumo. Being still young, Yagumo could not withstand experimental treatments. With the Moonlight Gale available, he felt hopeful on his way home. Takuya Kimura pondered the treatment methods for the bloodline disease. As he traversed a narrow alley, he was suddenly startled by the sounds of a skirmish. One of the individuals involved was likely a member of the Umbu. After rescuing someone that morning, he had sensed that he was being surveilled. It was indeed the Umbu. Another figure had recently begun to tail him, and it appeared this person intended to engage him in the alley. It seemed he had been discovered by the Umbu. During the confrontation, the newcomer proved no match for the Umbu and fled. It seems the Umbu are here to protect me, but who is this newcomer? Could it be from the Root? Chapter 13. Root. Oh, is the Umbu truly safeguarding Takuya Kimura? I see. You may leave now. Danzo waved his hand, dismissing the ninja who had been assigned to approach Kimura. The abilities of both Akamaru Yakumo and Takuya Kimura must be closely monitored, firmly held in the grasp of Konoha. Danzo then turned and departed for the Hokage building. While Danzo engaged in discussions with the third Hokage, Takuya Kimura was at home, indulging in a peaceful slumber and delightful dreams. He slept from the morning until late evening, only to be awakened by hunger. Speaking of which, I wonder if Lee and the others have succeeded? Takuya Kimura prepared to venture out for a meal, while also intending to explore the village to assess the ongoing developments regarding the Kirin arm. He reminisced about the graduation tradition among the Konoha genin, where after completing their studies, they were assigned to teams led by a supervising teacher who would subsequently evaluate their capabilities. Only upon passing this assessment could they truly embark on their careers as ninjas. Failure to do so would result in elimination from the ranks of official shinobi. While the process often seemed merely procedural, certain genin were notoriously stringent. For instance, Kakashi had once dismissed all the genin assigned to him. It was not until Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura graduated that Kakashi genuinely commenced his role as a team leader. One couldn't discern whether he was simply slacking off or biding time for the prodigious heirs. After tidying up his home, Takuya stepped outside and made his way to Ichiraku Ramen. It had been quite a while since he last indulged in their fare, which he found quite satisfactory. From a distance, he spotted the sign for Ichiraku Ramen and, as he approached, parted the warm curtains to find Team Guy assembled within. Takuya, are you here to challenge me to a spirited duel of youth? Wait a moment, I'm almost finished, Lee exclaimed, fervently devouring his noodles. Kimura Takuya wore an expression of bemusement and, noticing the gaze of the crowd upon him, introduced himself. Hello, everyone, I am Kimura Takuya, merely here to enjoy some noodles. Takuya-kun, one of the onlookers remarked, we have heard about the events at the hospital during the day. Truly remarkable. At such a young age, you have mastered such astonishing medical ninjutsu. No wonder Lee speaks highly of your physical prowess, although you seem disinterested in it. Teacher Kai has mentioned that I am indeed quite interested in physical techniques, and I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you in the future, Takuya replied. Moreover, since you are Lee's teammates, do not hesitate to seek my assistance whenever you require a medical ninja. We shall certainly rely on you, Takuya-kun. And if you wish to learn physical techniques, you are always welcome to approach me, Kai responded, delightedly engaging in conversation with Takuya. For physical-type ninjas, injuries are their greatest fear. Other ninjas might suffer from blindness or broken limbs, yet as long as they can still utilize ninjutsu, their combat effectiveness remains largely intact. However, physical ninjas rely solely on their bodies. A severe injury could lead to an immediate retirement from their profession. Now, having the privilege to meet such a gifted medical ninja, Kai found himself conversing with Takuya as an equal, disregarding the customary seniority. He did not regard Takuya as merely a child. During their discussion, Takuya learned that Kai's class had just completed an assessment and had taken on a D-rank mission to capture a ninja pig. This particular ninja pig had been wreaking havoc in the farmlands outside of Konoha and had even injured some villagers. Reports reached Konoha, leading to the initiation of this capture mission. Ninja pigs are a type of ninja beast. In the world of Hokage, all animals have the potential to unconsciously extract chakra. Ninja beasts are not limited to the 3 great sacred lands. There are other locations where ninja beasts gather, albeit without the presence of sages. The occasional appearance of a ninja beast is not particularly rare. The Hidden Leaf Village frequently undertakes such missions, where the majority of wild ninja beasts merely extract chakra to enhance their physical strength, lacking the ability to perform ninjutsu and possessing limited intelligence. However, a select few of higher intellect, who have even developed a lineage of ninjutsu, enter into contracts with human ninjas. In doing so, they become summonable creatures for the ninjas while also receiving their protection, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. Some less formidable wild ninja beasts with potential are domesticated, while those lacking both potential and strength are unfortunately relegated to the dinner table. The flesh of ninja beasts is a delicacy reserved for elite ninjas and affluent merchants, reputed to be highly nourishing. Are you all set for tonight's operation? Indeed, Takuya-kun, that ninja boar is exceedingly cunning, never showing itself during daylight. Thus, we plan to feast before setting out this evening. May I join? I yearn to taste wild boar meat. Certainly. The mission only requires its elimination, and the boar itself represents our customary additional income. After the hunt, we can host a barbecue party. Kai elucidated the mission's requirements, and upon hearing of the barbecue gatherings, Xiao Li and the others expressed their delight. The wealthy lady promptly declared her intention to fetch a grill and seasonings from home. Takuya Mukamura smiled faintly, indicating his culinary skills, and contemplated the matter of Oda's severed arm. Surely the gap between the ninja boar and the Kirin isn't insurmountable? The Kirin's arm could easily suffice. Thus, the group set out in high spirits, though they regrettably forgot to bring a grill. At that moment, Tian had just joined Kai's team and had yet to determine her preferred tool-based ninjutsu, thus lacking the ability to perform sealing techniques or summonings. Upon exiting the Hidden Leaf Village, they approached the mission site, preparing to adopt a strategy of patient ambush. Niji, with his Byakugan activated, scanned for their target when his attention inadvertently fell upon Takuya Mukamura, astonished to find that the latter's chakra had significantly increased since the previous day. Just as he pondered this, Takuya smiled at him. It's merely a secret technique. Do not be surprised, and keep it to yourself. Niji nodded, understanding. So, Takuya Mukamura possesses such a fondness for wild boar meat that he resorts to using secret techniques. They must expedite their search for the elusive ninja boar. Spotted it. There it is. On the hillside, the ninja boar was descending. Everyone prepare. However, something felt amiss. It was fleeing at an alarming speed, not foraging for food, but escaping, with another ninja beast hot on its heels. Niji, can you discern what it is? A leopard, a colossal one, with chakra levels surpassing that of the ninja boar. Kai rubbed his nose, initially intending to allow his students to hone their skills by confronting the boar alone while he observed from a distance. Yet, the emergence of a more formidable opponent clearly exceeded the capabilities of several genin. It appeared he would have to intervene personally, thereby forfeiting the opportunity for his students' training. Takuya Kimura discerned the intentions of Might Guy and proposed, Teacher Kai, let us entrust the wild boar to Niji and the others. We shall first subdue the leopards before returning to assist them. It was the only course of action available. Niji, Li, and you 3 must remember not to engage the boar head-on. That creature is colossal, possessing chakra and strength comparable to an average jonin. However, it lacks ninjutsu. Remember to exploit your advantages against it. I shall resolve matters on my end swiftly and then come to your aid. With that, he and Takuya Kimura charged towards the 2 ninja beasts. He initiated the confrontation with a decisive kick to the wild boar, sending it sprawling aside. He paid it no further heed, leaving it to Li and the others. Instead, he directly opened the 3rd gate, surging towards the rear where the ninja leopards awaited. A tremendous chakra erupting from Might Guy's being. Takuya Kimura followed closely behind, his mouth watering at the sight. This was the true essence of human power, the 8 Gates formation. Chapter 14. The true power of humanity. Might Guy had only opened 3 gates, yet his chakra was already on par with that of an average genin. Coupled with his exceptional taijutsu, defeating a wild ninja leopard posed no challenge whatsoever. The leopard was sent soaring into the air by a series of relentless kicks. Had it not been for Takuya's insistence to spare its life, Guy would have undoubtedly delivered a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals behind were engaged in combat with a ninja boar, completely oblivious to the fact that Guy had already concluded his battle. Teacher Guy, that was indeed the 8 Gates formation, wasn't it? Oh, Takuya-kun, you are aware of it? Indeed, that was the 8 Gates formation. It is said to be the ultimate technique of taijutsu in the ninja world, and it certainly lives up to its reputation. Haha, the 8 Gates formation is indeed formidable. But its use comes at a significant cost. It liberates the body's limitations, unleashing tremendous chakra. Each activation places a considerable strain on the body. Noticing Kimura's keen interest, Guy elaborated further, while Takuya climbed higher, eager to learn. Does it always inflict damage on the body? Allow me to examine you, teacher Guy. It's nothing serious. As long as I don't open the gate of injury or beyond, I'll be fine. Lee and the others are still fighting. I must ensure their safety. And now is not the right moment for a physical examination. Might Guy shook his head, declining Takuya's offer, and turned his attention back to the battle involving Lee and the others. Takano Kimura lamented that he had initially wished to observe Might Guy's condition after the 8 gates of opening, but soon the data might become unreliable. The physical resilience of a taijutsu ninja, honed through years of rigorous training, surpassed that of an ordinary individual, rendering the results variable as time progressed. However, Might Guy was unwilling to consent to an examination, leaving Kimura with no choice but to abandon the idea. He then turned his attention to a magnificent black leopard, whose massive frame dwarfed that of a bull, likely weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Its limbs were robust, resembling those of an elephant, with each leg weighing nearly 100 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of an adult human. Teacher Guy, I would like to procure a leg from this leopard, Kimura stated. What are you saying, Takano-kun? We were already planning a barbecue party tonight. If you wish to eat, feel free to indulge, Might Guy replied. Not at all, teacher Guy. I intend to use it for saving lives. Kimura then elaborated on his idea of utilizing the leopard's leg for medical purposes. Nanny, is that truly feasible? Takano-kun, a leopard's leg is vastly different from a human arm, and given this leopard's size, one leg is thicker than a person's waist. It is indeed possible. It merely requires some modification, Kimura reassured him. Despite his astonishment, Might Guy placed his faith in Kimura's words, recognizing his expertise in medical ninjutsu. Takuno Kimura declared that if it is to be, then so be it. If success truly awaits, wouldn't it mean salvation for many ninjas from the Leaf Village who had retired due to the loss of their limbs? Contemplating this, Might Guy gazed at Takuno Kimura with a sudden surge of emotion. In the next moment, he burst into tears. Medical ninjutsu has the power to rejuvenate others. Observing the unexpected wave of self-commotion as Might Guy wept uncontrollably, Takuya Kimura's lips twitched slightly. He recalled how Might Guy exhibited similar behavior while watching anime. At the time, he found it merely amusing. However, now that the scene unfolded before him, he suddenly pondered whether Might Guy's mental state might be somewhat questionable. A person of sound mind, one would assume, could hardly endure the excruciating pain of the 8 gates release. Indeed, such suffering could be circumvented by severing the pain receptors. With this realization, he noted that when invoking the 8 gates, one must remember to cut off the pain sensation. Meanwhile, the skirmish involving Lee and his companions had concluded. Despite the considerable chakra of the ninja boar, it was merely a mindless beast, lacking in intelligence. Initially, it had been struck by a kick from Might Guy. As Lee and his comrades faced it, they exerted considerable effort but ultimately triumphed without significant peril. Such is the essence of youth. Lee and Niji collaborated in utilizing their taijutsu to vanquish the boar, while Tintin could only stand by, occasionally launching a shuriken. After the battle, Lee and Niji reveled in their victory, while Tintin felt like a superfluous ornament, sensing her lack of contribution to the team. She turned her gaze towards Lee and Niji, celebrating, her spirits dampened as she lowered her head. Everyone possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Moments of inactivity need not lead to despondency. Discovering one's role is of paramount importance. Thank you, she stammered. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she inquired of Takuya Kimura, who had suddenly appeared beside her. Each member of the team should strive to showcase their unique abilities while compensating for one another's shortcomings. A team structured in such a manner would evade glaring deficiencies, allowing each individual to harness their strengths, resulting in a synergistic effect. Showcasing one's strengths? Indeed, it appeared that they had not contemplated this aspect. They focused solely on their trio of taijutsu specialized genin, believing that they could learn more under the tutelage of their similarly specialized teacher, Guy, without considering the practicality of their future team composition. The practicality of the team? Observing Tintin's bewilderment, Takuya Kimura sighed inwardly. This world operates in such a manner that individuals are thrust into the workforce upon completing elementary school. The average person graduates from a substandard institution, leading to a widespread lack of comprehension. Takuya Kimura expressed his desire to establish a 9-year compulsory education system in the ninja world and to construct high schools and universities for the children of the ninja realm. He lamented that it is unacceptable for the young ones to be deprived of education at such a tender age. Within their ranks, there are Byakugan scouts and the formidable duo of Gai-sensei and Lee, skilled in pure taijutsu, making them an elite assault team adept at swiftly advancing to strike critical enemy targets, with Byakugan locking onto foes and the duo charging forward. There arises a necessity for supply lines and auxiliary medical support, as well as the need for long-range assistance. Realizing that he lacks medical ninjutsu skills, he concluded that he must carry supplies and throw a few shuriken into the fray. Thus, he resolved to learn medical ninjutsu. As he pondered where to acquire such knowledge, an epiphany struck him. Standing before him was none other than a genius medical ninja. Takuya-kun, I humbly request you to teach me medical ninjutsu, he exclaimed. Ah, medical ninjutsu is quite challenging, and not everyone can master it. However, if you truly wish to learn, I can instruct you, but do not harbor overly high hopes. Out of 10 ninjas, perhaps only one may succeed. Even if you do not grasp it, there are alternative paths to pursue. Thank you, Takuya-kun, she replied. Observing her eager expression, Kimura felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. In the original story, she had attempted to learn medical ninjutsu yet lacked the innate talent for it. He decided to temper her expectations to prevent disappointment, knowing that there were other, more effective means to enhance her combat prowess. He was determined not to repeat the original narrative's folly of utilizing sophisticated space-time ninjutsu for trivial tasks. Chapter 15. The barbecue attracts Tun-Tun. The moonlight was enchanting, and the evening breeze pleasant, making it a perfect time for a barbecue. The group dragged 2 ninja beasts to the riverbank, where they assembled a makeshift grill with logs and stones. Kimura joyfully brushed oil and seasonings onto skewered pieces of meat. This marked his first barbecue with friends since arriving in this world. Although the ninja realm lacked a variety of spices, they had managed to find several substitutes. After grilling 10 large skewers, he handed them over to Tenten. After tasting Kimura's grilled skewers, Tenten insisted on trying her hand at it. Perhaps his earlier comments inspired her to acquire some auxiliary skills? The poor girl, born into a life of luxury, now found herself relegated to a logistical role within the team, her combat capabilities seemingly diminished, although she was undoubtedly the strongest among the trio. Possessing a rare talent for space-time ninjutsu, the complexity of weapon summoning and beast summoning techniques could not be compared. Regrettably, the original narrative failed to fully develop her potential, wasting her talents on menial tasks. Sealing techniques and the Flying Thunder God technique would be far more suitable for Tenten. Moreover, her talents extended beyond that. Her proficiency with hidden weapons was impressive, yet limited by the power of her tools. If only she could enhance her weapon's potency. Imagine an ADC capable of displacing across the battlefield, controlling foes with pinpoint accuracy, and landing headshots with every strike. Such prowess would undoubtedly qualify her to become Hokage. Coupled with sealing techniques, she could wreak havoc unchallenged beneath the 6 paths. As Kimura observed Tenten enthusiastically grilling skewers, he found her increasingly endearing. The sight appealed to him for reasons he could not articulate. Upon arriving in this world, he often felt out of place. Even after 11 years, he realized he had not truly adapted. He still craved Chinese cuisine and remained disenchanted with the craftsmanship ethos. A few squeals from a small pig brought Kimura back to the present. A little pig appeared by the campfire, adorned in red and sporting a pearl necklace. Wasn't this Tsunade's pet? What was its name again? Ah, yes, Tun-Tun. If Tun-Tun was here, did that mean Tsunade was nearby as well? That explained why he felt that Ino's injury was beyond the capabilities of anyone else. It seemed Tsunade had indeed returned. But why did she choose to remain hidden? As he watched Tun-Tun drooling over the grilled meat, Kimura found himself bemused. After all, this was pork. Would a pig really consume pork? The answer was a surprising yes. While Kimura was uncertain about other pigs, this little one was certainly enjoying its meal. Takuya Kimura was in the midst of feeding. Ah, Takuya. Where did this little pig come from? Ah, it must be a lost pet pig. Let us take it back with us. Just look at that pearl necklace on it. Its owner must be quite affluent. Perhaps they will come to Konoha to post a mission for the lost pet. That makes sense. After feasting, Takuya Kimura used a high-temperature surgical knife to dismember the ninja pig, and several of them carried the pieces. Guy, on the other hand, carried a still-breathing ninja leopard on his back, and thus, they journeyed back to Konoha. Meanwhile, Takuya looked at the piglet bound in his arms, a sly grin appearing on his face. Tsunade, oh Tsunade, you better shed some blood if you wish to reclaim this little pig. The following morning, Porky, Tsunade and Shizun searched high and low for the pet pig. The day before, Shizun had returned to Konoha to retrieve some money, and they had initially planned to leave today. However, Porky had gone missing again. This little creature often sneaked out to play. It had narrowly escaped becoming roasted piglet on several occasions. Where could it have scampered off to this time? What a headache. Lady Tsunade. There are footprints leading toward the river. The two discovered Porky's tiny footprints and followed them to the riverbank. There, they found the remnants of a long-extinguished campfire, with scattered spices nearby. Bloodstains from cleaned meat were evident along the riverbank. The two were incredulous as they continued their search, eventually realizing that Porky's footprints vanished beside the campfire. In the nearby bushes, they spotted thin branches used for skewering meat, still bearing the aroma of spices and roasted meat. Bakayuru. Bam. Tsunade unleashed a devastating kick, shattering the earth beside the campfire. Shizun, with tears brimming in her eyes, refused to give up her search. Finally, her gaze sharpened, and she spotted a cluster of footprints. Lady Tsunade, over here. There are 5 footprints heading toward Konoha. Baka. Those scoundrels, are they ninjas from Konoha? They shouldn't be. These heavy footsteps indicate they are merchants carrying goods to Konoha. Unforgivable. Shizun, let us return. With fury in their hearts, the two made their way back to Konoha, completely unaware that they had fallen into a trap. Konoha Village. Last night, as they departed from Konoha Village, the group contacted the owner of the butcher shop. The proprietor had waited until midnight, eagerly anticipating this exquisite batch of meat. After processing the ninja boar, They turned their attention to the ninja leopard. Due to the necessity of a live transplant, Takuya Mukamura took the extra step to provide some treatment to the ninja leopard, ensuring it would not succumb before the appointed time. The butcher shop owner had no objections. A single ninja boar of such size was more than sufficient for sale, and he was more than pleased to have the ninja leopard alive for a while longer before selling it. Thus, he specifically requested Takuya Mukamura to ensure the wound healed when taking the leopard's leg, allowing the ninja leopard to thrive for a few more days before its eventual slaughter. Takuno Kimura readily agreed, as it was merely a matter of a high-temperature scalpel. Early in the morning, Takuya Kimura sought out Odaro, informing him that the Kirin arm had arrived. He instructed him to accompany him to the butcher's shop to collect the item. Odaro appeared utterly bewildered. Why was the Kirin arm located at a butcher's shop? What? The arm of a leopard is the Kirin arm? Indeed, that leopard is no ordinary creature. It is a stealthy leopard, and the chakra it unconsciously extracts surpasses yours by a significant margin. In terms of chakra volume, it rivals that of a high-ranking ninja. The transplantation of such an arm would undeniably enhance your capabilities immensely. But, the leopard only has legs, right? Seeing Odaro's expression darken, it was evident that he harbored doubts about the feasibility of this situation. Kimura Takuya, upon witnessing this, waved his hand decisively, his expression grave and his demeanor resolute. There are no ifs, Odar. If you do not believe my words, feel free to seek another. It is you who does not wish to wait a month. And it is you who desires the Kirin arm. Yet now you begin to hesitate. Very well. If it can indeed be utilized properly, I can accept that, Takuya-kun. Of course, it will be no trouble. I will ensure that this leopard leg functions just as efficiently as your arm. Rest assured, your seal formation speed will undoubtedly improve in the future. Just as Oda had acquiesced, a voice interjected. Hold on, Hyas. Are you, a mere child, also a medical ninja? Do you not understand the fundamental incompatibility between animal bodies and human anatomy? You could endanger lives. Chapter 16. Tsunade's astonishment. Takuya Kimura turned to gaze outside, his eyes falling upon the familiar silhouette and peak, unmistakably that of Tsunade Senju. Outside the shop, Tsunade raised her voice to halt the two, yet she did not step inside. Instead, she lingered at the threshold. Earlier, she had dispatched Shizen to announce a quest for the 5-man merchant team. Averse to encountering the third Hokage, she had come to the streets to look for clues. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon this scene. Adhering to her professional ethics, she suppressed her discomfort regarding the butcher shop and admonished Takuya. Who are you, young lady? Do not presume that your stature grants you the liberty to speak so brazenly. No one in Konoha possesses a greater understanding of medical ninjutsu than I. Even with Lady Tsunade's arrival, my words remain unchanged. How dare you? You, a mere freshly graduated ninja with a pristine forehead protector, clearly inexperienced, dare to utter such words? Do you even know who I am? Tsunade was incensed by Takuya's retort, unfazed by the blood of the butcher shop. She seized Takuya by the collar. At that moment, Takuya, an ordinary 12-year-old standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, found himself hoisted before Tsunade, who stood at 1.63 meters. Their eye level was strikingly high, as if standing at the pinnacle of a mountain, surveying the lesser peaks below. Please refrain from treating Takuya-kun in such a manner, otherwise, I shall not hold back. Oda R, with one arm, drew a kunai, vigilantly watching Tsunade. The latter observed the neat wound at the site of Oda's severed arm, evidently caused by a tool subjected to high temperatures. Strangely, there were no typical burn scars. It appeared as though the injury had been sealed, akin to a binding. If the edge of the high-temperature cut were to be removed, immediate reattachment surgery could commence. It was simply astonishing, akin to a miracle. Indeed, a miracle. Yesterday, Shizen had spoken of a prodigious medical ninja who, before tending to a female ninja, utilized some form of high-temperature ninjutsu to save a severed-arm ninja. Could this brazen young man be that very medical prodigy? As Tsunade pondered this, she finally released her grip, fixing her gaze upon Takuya. Are you Takuya Kimura? Oh, you know me? Indeed, I am the most talented medical ninja in the history of Konoha, without exception. Even Tsunade herself would bow to me as her master. Kimura Takuya's demeanor was audaciously arrogant, his expression dismissive and condescending, a stark departure from his usual composed self. His deliberate display before Tsunade was undoubtedly intentional. While it is true that Kimura's medical ninjutsu has, to some extent, surpassed Tsunade's, it is merely limited to individual healing. Tsunade possesses much more than just medical ninjutsu. Her extraordinary strength, the Yin Seal, and the summoning scrolls of the Slug Sage are all formidable assets. Tsunade has always been a tough exterior with a tender heart. If asked to teach medical ninjutsu face-to-face, she would surely decline. Thus, she could only feign indifference. Here was a prodigious medical ninja from Konoha, yet a mischievous rascal who sought to tread a dubious path. As a senior of Konoha and a foundational figure in its medical ninjutsu, how could she remain indifferent? Indeed, Tsunade was incensed by his audacious claim that she should take him as a disciple. You little imp, you clearly have no awareness of your own limitations. What are you even doing here without a ninja headband? Who on earth are you? Surely, you are not merely an admirer of Lady Tsunade. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Who is she, indeed? What right did she have to lecture him? After years of wandering, she had shed her headband. as it would reveal her identity. She had no desire to don it again. The brutal reality of the ninja world had drained her physically and emotionally. She had long grown weary of the life of a ninja. Thus, she rarely returned to Konoha. Even when she did, it was merely to collect money, sending Shizen into the village while she herself never set foot inside. Her return this time was only due to the incident involving Tuntun. Otherwise, she might have never come back. With a hint of melancholy in her gaze, Tsunade heard the last remark, and her eyes flickered. Young man, are you also an admirer of Lady Tsunade? Huh? No, how could I admire such a person? Indeed. She had been away from Konoha for so long that she might as well have been a traitor. Nice one, thought Kimura Takuya, silently commending Odar for his assistance. Yet he maintained his composure and continued speaking. You possess responsibilities, along with the corresponding abilities and talents, yet you chose to abandon them all. Even when the fourth Hokage passed away, you did not return. Had you been in Konoha at that time, many lives could have been spared. Yet, you were conspicuously absent. My parents' Takano Kimura spoke with a hesitant tone, suppressing his tears, which barely formed at the corners of his eyes before he managed to rein them in. After taking a deep breath, as if he had momentarily bypassed an unpleasant memory, he continued. In the end, she never returned. Had she been able to come back, the village would not have allowed the elderly Sandaime to venture out again. Tsunade gazed at the young man before her, fully aware of the matters he was alluding to. The demise of the fourth Hokage and his spouse is an event of such magnitude that it cannot possibly remain concealed, even if she were to wander afar. Detached from the currents of news, she would inevitably catch wind of the occurrence, aware that two of Konoha's elite warriors have fallen. At such a juncture, it is certain that Master Yuan Fei would dispatch someone to summon her back. Yet during that period, she deliberately transformed into a child, persistently evading the ninja sent to retrieve her. Each time the third Hokage managed to locate her, she skillfully eluded those who sought her. Like a child reluctant to return home, she shunned all that surrounded her. Consequently, the third Hokage relinquished his pursuit of her return. The gravity of that incident must have been profound. After all, even the Hokage perished, and ordinary citizens likely suffered great losses as well. Given the child's age, it is reasonable to conclude that he is an orphan of that tragic event. It is no wonder he looks down upon me. Perhaps she has her own burdens to bear. The merciless cruelty of the ninja world is not something everyone can endure. Tsunade offered herself a fleeting justification, her expression tinged with melancholy, unable to meet Takaya Kimura's gaze. Perhaps so, yet it bears no relevance to me. My sole aspiration is to become the strongest ninja, to lead Konoha to conquer other ninja villages, making all feel my anguish, thus ensuring that war would cease to exist. Takino Kimura portrayed a belligerent visage, embodying the philosophy of ceasing violence through violence and halting conflict through conflict. His youthful face radiated an intense aura of aggression, appearing even more dramatic than Nagato. How foolish. War only begets greater conflict. Your thoughts are exceedingly perilous. Tsunade gazed in astonishment at the youth before her. He harbored intentions of instigating a new ninja world war. Did he truly comprehend the essence of war? As someone who had personally endured 2 ninja world wars, she had lost both her beloved and her brother to the ravages of battle. Tsunade's heart was filled with profound loathing for war. Takuya Kimura's words elicited a piercing gaze from her, transforming her expression from softness to intensity. No, it is imperative to change his mindset. Chapter 17. Is it a master-disciple relationship with Tsunade, or is it Tsunade who becomes the disciple? This cannot continue. The youth's perspective must be altered. Your thoughts are misguided. War brings only endless suffering. All right, dear sister. My thoughts are of no concern to you, for you are not my mentor. My perspective is my own. And I must attend to the wounded now. Do not impede me further. Mentor, you say? Tsunade's forlorn demeanor shifted, as if she had made a resolute decision. I shall not hinder your efforts to heal the injured. I merely seek to prevent you from inflicting harm. Recklessly transplanting animal limbs onto individuals may lead to unforeseen complications, and in severe cases, could even result in the death of the patient. Oh, how tiresome. You prattle on like an old woman. You seem to possess some knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Why not wager? The loser shall become the other's disciple. Let us bet on whether I can successfully reattach his arm. After all, you will be present, and should anything go awry, you can still assist him. After a prolonged performance, Takumi Kimura finally revealed his true intentions. It is quite unbecoming to seek mentorship from others. Having Tsunade acknowledge me as her master would indeed be delightful. Very well, I shall observe your prowess. But my assistant must serve as the judge. Agreed, there is no issue. What a judge. I suspect it is more about fearing an unexpected bout of hemophilia. Takuya Kimura readily agreed. After a brief wait, Tsunade stepped out to fetch Shizen. Upon seeing Takuya, Shizen was taken aback. She could hardly believe that the humble youth she had met the day before could be so audacious as to request that the esteemed Tsunade become his mentor. While she was unaware of Tsunade's true stature, it was still exceedingly disrespectful to suggest that a senior should take on a disciple. Humph. I shall relish the moment when he faces defeat, and as his senior sister, I will ensure he receives his due. The group traversed the butcher's shop, entering a secluded courtyard designated for slaughtering. Tsunade appeared visibly uncomfortable, yet she gritted her teeth and endured. In the courtyard, a ninja leopard lay tethered in the corner. its skeletal structure mostly shattered. Takuya Kimura instructed Oda Ryo to wait at the side as he summoned a high-temperature chakra scalpel and proceeded to sever the front leg of the ninja leopard. Remarkably, throughout the entire procedure, not a single drop of blood was shed by the creature. He then utilized a ninjutsu technique to drain the blood from the severed leg. Approaching Oda Ryo, he was poised to reattach it to his arm. Good heavens, are you not even going to administer anesthetics? And do you intend to perform surgery right here? Is there a problem? The medical ninja ought to remain unaffected even in adverse conditions. Such reasoning seemed irrefutable, leaving Tsunade and Shizen speechless. Oda Ryo wore an expression of nonchalance, as if it were entirely reasonable. Just yesterday, I performed surgery right on the roadside. Faced with the situation, Oda Ryo allowed Takuya Kimura to proceed without further argument. With a technique of flesh replacement, Kimura first severed the pain nerves at the side of the amputation. He then sealed the blood vessels and eliminated the layer of high-temperature cuts. Once completed, the remaining portion of the severed arm measured less than 10 centimeters. Takuya Kimura grasped the leopard's leg and forcefully pressed it against the severed arm, with one hand stabilizing the dismembered limb and the other gripping the leopard's leg. He meticulously aligned the two jagged ends. The leopard's leg was significantly thicker than the severed arm, yet Kimura paid no heed to this discrepancy. With unwavering determination, he continued to apply pressure while employing his flesh rejuvenation technique. Gradually, the severed arm and the leopard's leg began to merge. Nevertheless, Kimura did not relent in his efforts, persistently thrusting the leopard's leg against the dismembered arm. Slowly, the robust leopard's leg completely enveloped the severed limb, fusing Oda Ryo's arm with the leopard's leg. Yet, the resulting amalgamation appeared somewhat incongruous. Takuya Kimura released his hands and began the rare gesture of forming seals with both hands simultaneously. Ninjutsu, technique of flesh and blood replacement. With a resounding boom, a cloud of white smoke erupted. As it dissipated, the peculiar and disjointed leopard legs that had adorned Oda had vanished without a trace. In their place emerged a human arm that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, even matching the same skin tone, as if it had never been severed. All right, let's give it a try. Oda exclaimed with excitement, raising his hand. However, the speed was so great that it resulted in a fracture and dislocation. Kimura Takano wore a look of exasperation as he reattached the arm for him, encouraging him to give it another try. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Takano-kun, this resembles my original arm. Yet it is far sturdier and possesses greater speed and strength. Oda was astounded by the power contained within the new arm. The chakra hidden within it even surpassed his own. Once he fully acclimatized, his chakra would undoubtedly double. This would elevate his chakra level beyond that of an ordinary J-nin, reaching the echelon of an elite J-nin. If measured in cards, it could potentially reach a chakra volume of 1.5 cards. How could this not elate him? It is worth noting that he was merely a special J-nin, previously having less chakra than an average J-nin, yet now he had effortlessly ascended to the realm of elite J-nin. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Kimura Takano repeatedly. Do not rush. There is more surprise in store. Feel this new arm, and then attempt to use the transformation technique based on this arm. Wait, wants he that just transform into a hand? Not a hand. Concentrate on this arm alone. Execute the transformation technique without thinking about hands or anything else. Oda grasped the concept and complied. With a puff of smoke, he transformed into the form of a ninja leopard, albeit somewhat smaller, yet larger than an ordinary leopard. Incredible! I have truly transformed into a leopard. Not merely a superficial transformation. He joyfully raced and leaped around the small courtyard, his speed and strength enhanced compared to his previous human form. He had succeeded. Oda's current state did not stem from mastering the true art of transformation. Rather, he now possessed two bodily forms, animal and human, both of which could be considered part of him. Thus, he could now switch seamlessly between these two forms using the transformation technique. While this may seem of little utility, for the leopard form could not perform hand seals or release ninjutsu. Once he became adept at both forms, he could merge them, resulting in a hybrid akin to a beastman. In this beastman form, he would enjoy the combined power and speed of the animal form while still being able to unleash ninjutsu. Takuya Kimura tentatively estimates that by that time, Oda Nobunaga will attain the prowess of an ordinary film-level actor. Takuno Kimura shared his vision, and upon hearing it, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Was it truly so simple to attach the limbs of an animal onto a special elite shinobi? Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, with Tsunade's discerning perspective, it was evident that this concept held substantial potential. No, this technique must remain a closely guarded secret from the higher echelons of Konoha, especially Danzo. Tsunade resolutely vowed to safeguard this secret. Oda Takuno Kimura, this matter must not reach the ears of anyone else. Chapter 18, Tsunade's scheming. Oda Takuno Kimura, this matter must not reach the ears of anyone else. Setting that aside, what about the promised mentorship from that older sister? Kimura Takuya, with one hand digging into his nose, pointed at Tsunade, demanding her to accept him as her disciple, exuding an air of arrogance. This provoked the usually calm Shizun, who was on the verge of losing her temper. However, Tsunade, with a hearty laugh, intervened to restrain Shizun. Haha, splendid. You may indeed become my disciple. What? Kimura exclaimed, bewildered. I wagered that you could grasp the arm properly, and now I have emerged victorious. You shall be my apprentice, haha, Tsunade declared, her hands on her hips, laughing heartily as she observed Kimura's perplexed expression. Internally, she was elated. Ha ha ha, you dare to challenge me? When I first played tricks, your father had yet to be born. How cunning, exceedingly cunning of you. What transpired was merely the commencement of our wager. Neither of us has placed a bet yet. The terms of our wager, whether grand or humble, are not fixed. Thus, I bet you could grasp the arm correctly, and I have one. Is there an issue? You wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Tsunade fixed her gaze on Kimura, her eyes narrowing slightly, her expression darkening as an overwhelming aura of her strength enveloped him. It seemed that today, she was determined to accept him as her apprentice. Ahaha. At last, I have awaited your arrival. How fortunate that I did not give up. Under the formidable aura of Tsunade, Takuno Kimura appeared somewhat feeble, yet internally, he could hardly restrain himself from bursting into song, nearly vocalizing his elation. Do you know how I have endured these years? Each day, I could only train for a mere 2 hours, daring to consume only 3 meals. And I refrained from late-night snacks. I feared that if I grew too powerful, others would discover my strength. Now, at last, I can be openly invincible. It is only with the support of a powerful patron that one can embark on the path to invincibility. A genius without such backing is merely a vessel for others. Though Takuno Kimura's heart brimmed with joy, his exterior remained composed. You are not a Konoha ninja. You cannot take me as your disciple, can you? Just wait. With that, Tsunade departed, accompanied by Shizune. Upon returning to her own residence, she discovered her forehead protector, preserved in pristine condition despite the passage of years. After retrieving it, Tsunade examined it closely before finally adorning it upon her brow, reminiscent of her younger days. Gazing into the mirror, she felt a moment of disorientation. As if she were gazing upon her former self. A fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she took a deep breath and set out towards the Hokage building. Takuya Kimura is an exceptionally rare genius among medical ninjas, and I wish to take him on as my disciple, potentially leading him away for training. This matter must be communicated to Lord Sarutobi. Within the Hokage building, the Umbu are well aware of the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the Princess Tsunade of Konoha. Tsunade advanced effortlessly to the entrance of the Hokage's office. While contemplating how to broach the subject with Lord Sarutobi, she overheard Danzo's voice from within. Hizashi. You can no longer deliberate. Kimura Takuya's ninjutsu is far too perilous. It must be contained within the confines of Konoha. If his techniques fall into the hands of other villages, would our enemies not be instantly healed as well? We must classify his abilities as forbidden techniques, to be held in secrecy by the Umbu alone. Furthermore, we must erase Kimura Takuya's memories related to his ninjutsu. Such power in the hands of a child is exceedingly unsafe, and it could be seized by rival villages at any moment. Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo spoke with a calm demeanor, discussing the removal of others' ninjutsu. With a mere whisper, he determined the fates of others. The advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mito Gaidon, remained silent, tacitly accepting Danzo's resolution. Suddenly, the door to the office burst open with a resounding kick. The hidden Umbu swiftly positioned themselves to shield the Hokage and the advisors. I object, old man. I will never allow you to treat my disciple in such a manner. Tsunade's formidable presence overwhelmed those present, causing the Umbu to break into a cold sweat. Sarutobi Hizashi regarded Tsunade's forehead protector with renewed focus, gesturing for the Umbu to withdraw. He stepped forward to face Tsunade. Kimura Takuya has already been assigned to Yuhi Kurenai. He cannot be your disciple. That is merely a team leader role. I intend to take him as my direct disciple. No, that child's ninjutsu is too vital for the village. He cannot leave with you. I will not permit you to take him as your apprentice. Unless. Sarutobi's gaze lingered on Tsunade's forehead protector, and he seemed lost in thought. Reminiscent of the days when Tsunade and her peers were still youthful. Back then, Tsunade boldly reformed the medical ninja system. Jiraiya was still in the village, and Orochimaru had not yet defected. How spirited were the legendary 3 of Konoha during that era. Old man, speak your mind. Unless what? Unless you inherit the position of Hokage. Tsunade, become the 5th Hokage. What? No, I do not wish to be Hokage. Tsunade faltered, stepping back, her voice trembling with rejection. Sarutobi recognized her hesitation, understanding her fears, not only of bloodshed but also of the ninja world itself. If you do not become Hokage, you will be unable to influence Konoha's decisions. I have resolved that Kimura Takuya's ninjutsu must be handed over to the Umbu and classified as forbidden. Additionally, I will arrange for the Yamenka clan to erase Kimura Takuya's ninjutsu memories immediately. Step aside, Tsunade. Why must it be this way? The memory-erasing techniques of the Yamenka clan will leave him a fool. In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Sarutobi showed no mercy. For the sake of the village, this decision has been made, and you cannot alter it. I understand. Then I accept the position of Hokage. What? I am too old. Your voice is too soft to hear. I said, I will be Hokage. Are you satisfied now, old man? Tsunade bellowed, as if being Hokage were an unjust burden thrust upon her. Sarutobi, witnessing her agreement, chuckled heartily. taking several puffs from his pipe. Tomorrow, the Hokage succession ceremony will take place. Is there anyone who opposes? After uttering these words, Sarutobi appeared rejuvenated, his presence commanding respect as he gazed at the elders. For a moment, no one dared to meet his eyes. Indeed, this is the legendary Sarutobi Hizashi, the third Hokage, master of the legendary three, regardless of his past. He remains Hokage, and it is indisputable that the Hokage is the strongest of Konoha's contemporaries. I support Tsunade's appointment as the fifth Hokage. Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate exchanged glances and voiced their agreement in unison. Danzo, observing Sarutobi's imposing aura, turned his gaze to Tsunade, his expression rife with resentment. Elder Danzo, do you have any objections to my ascension as Hokage? Tsunade was undaunted by Danzo, looking down at him with disdain. Her words, seemingly a question, were imbued with a menacing undertone. Should Danzo dare to voice dissent, she would not hesitate to confront this old man threatening her disciple. I have no objections, I concur. The circumstances favored her. With 4 votes in support, Danzo's opposition bore no weight. Resolute and unashamed, he had endured many years under the third Hokage. Tsunade's ascendance, while seemingly reckless, presented an opportunity for him. At the very least, Tsunade's initial grasp on Konoha would pale in comparison to Sarutobi's, allowing the roots to develop further. Having grasped the nuances of the situation, Danzo calmed himself and expressed his agreement, adding, both Kuruma Yakumo and Kimura Dakuya are equally crucial. They are currently together and require protective oversight. I will withdraw excellent personnel from the roots to join Yuhi Kurenai's team to safeguard them both. Agreed. Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate, clearly intent on balancing the Hokage's influence, supported Danzo's proposal. 3 in favor, 2 against. Thus, the matter was settled. Chapter 19. Ignition. As Tsunade and the Konoha elite engaged in their verbal sparring. Certainly, Takumi Kimura would not idly wait in the butcher's shop. Today marks his formal induction into the ranks of the Sunset Red. An appointment was made yesterday for their meeting today. After conveying certain matters to Oda R, he proceeded to the residence of the Kurama clan. Due to Yakumo's frail health, their first official gathering was arranged to take place at the Yakumo household. At this moment, he has arrived at the location. It must be remarked that the Kurama clan, once comparable to the Uchiha, is indeed a grand lineage. Their estate likely encompasses several neighborhoods. Although each household consists of independent villas, the population is quite substantial, with each family housing at least one ninja. It is estimated that there are hundreds of ninjas within this illustrious clan. Here, deep within this street, the abundance of clan members is striking. Takuya Kimura, following the address, arrived at the street where the Yakumo family resided. A fire has erupted. Quick, extinguish the flames. Where are the water ninjas? Hurry, come and douse the fire. From the depths of the street, thick smoke suddenly billowed forth, and the flames were exceedingly peculiar. It bore no resemblance to a natural fire. It was as though the inferno had manifested itself spontaneously. Goodness, could it be mere coincidence? Takuno Kimura activated his silence technique, greatly enhancing his mobility. In an instant, he traversed several hundred meters of street and arrived at the scene of the fire. There, he beheld Ayakumo Onma, standing outside the burning house. Her expression vacant as if ensnared in a hallucination, unresponsive to her surroundings. Meanwhile, within the inferno, a monstrous figure flickered in and out of visibility. Ito, this creature, had now manifested. Takuya Kimura made a swift decision, raising his hand to touch the forehead of Ayumu Kurama. With the technique of blood-flesh replacement, he severed Ayumu's 5 senses directly. Deprived of his senses, Ayumu collapsed to the ground. The monster, engulfed in flames, due to Ayumu's injuries, retreated back into his body. However, the inferno continued to rage, prompting Takuya Kimura to don a fireproof suit and charge into the blaze. Inside the room, Ayumu's parents sat in a daze amidst the conflagration. They remained unresponsive as the flames scorched their bodies, seemingly entrapped in Ayumu's illusion. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Ayumu's parents, despite being elite shinobi, could not escape the flames. They were ultimately ensnared by the monstrous entity lurking in Ayumu's subconscious. Takuno Kimura did not attempt to unravel the illusion ensnaring the 2 individuals. For the Kurama clan is renowned for its mastery of genjutsu, and both of Yakumo's parents are esteemed genin illusionists akin to the illustrious Kurenai Yuhi. Yet, the 2 were firmly trapped, indicating that Yakumo's genjutsu was not easily dispelled. Employing the technique of true transformation, he transformed their garments into fireproof attire before unceremoniously casting them out of the window. After swiftly scouring the entire building to ensure no one else was present, Takuno Kimura emerged from the inferno. At that moment, the water-style ninja finally arrived, initiating a water jutsu to douse the flames. Kurama Unkai, the head of the branch family, also made his timely entrance. Observing the peculiar appearance of the clan's head couple, the equally odd Takuno Kimura and the unconscious Yakumo Kurama sprawled on the ground, he inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come to the Kurama clan's territory?" "I am a student of Kurenai Yuhi and a teammate of Yakumo Kurama. My teacher will arrive shortly. These 2 were ensnared in an illusion during the fire, and I must tend to their burns. Please fetch some curtains." I trust you would not wish for your clan leader and his wife to receive treatment in broad daylight, would you? As he spoke, Takuno Kimura dispelled part of the transformation jutsu affecting the two on the ground, revealing the burns on their limbs. Without hesitation, Kurama Unkai procured bed linens from a nearby residence and had the individuals encircled. Takuno, not one for idle chatter, immediately employed the technique of flesh replacement, rapidly healing both individuals. He then severed all sensory connections to them. This action was taken because those ensnared in Yakumo's genjutsu experience real harm. The brain perceives the injuries within the illusion as genuine, relaying them through the senses to the physical body. In simpler terms, being wounded in the illusion translates to actual wounds on the body. However, by preemptively severing the senses, the brain cannot relay the injuries from the illusion to the corporeal form. Nevertheless, this approach harbors a flaw. If the brain itself sustains catastrophic damage within the illusion, the real brain may suffer irreversible harm, potentially leading to death. This predicament underscores the formidable nature of Yakumo's genjutsu. In the original anime, Naruto and others trapped in Yakumo's illusion devised a method to close their senses, escaping the illusion, but they were merely released by Yakumo's own volition. Their escape was not of their own accord. Much like the present situation, Takuno Kimura had severed the sensory connections of Yakumo's parents. Under normal circumstances, this would have rendered the genjutsu ineffective. However, a high-level illusionist can directly interfere with the brain, rendering the severance of senses futile. Despite this, after employing the flesh replacement technique, Takuno had rejuvenated the entirety of their bodies. Logically, Kurenai's genjutsu, or even that of the Sharingan, should have been dispelled. Yet, Yakumo's genjutsu showed no signs of unraveling. This suggests that her genjutsu likely operates directly upon the soul, complicating matters further, unless she herself dispels it. There seems to be no one capable of doing so, including Takuno Kimura, whose research into the soul is limited to his own immortality. He is reluctant to delve deeper for fear of endangering his own existence. He gazed at the Kurama family, lying in perfect alignment on the ground. Shaking his head in resignation, it appeared he could only await the arrival of teacher Kurenai. As the others arranged for the Kurama family, Kurenai Yuhi arrived just in time. Takano Kimura informed Yuhi Kurenai about the recent events. I feared that if Yakumo awakened, she might lose control and incinerate the entire village, which is why I refrained from restoring her senses. You are correct, Takano. That creature has failed to achieve its objective and is now undoubtedly in a state of great agitation. By sealing Yakumo's senses, you have effectively confined it within her mind. Should we hastily restore her senses, that monstrosity may re-emerge. Kurenai-sensei, do you possess any means to address this? Yuhi Kurenai shook her head, indicating that the only way to break the illusion was to enter it. External measures would prove futile. In such a scenario, we would have no choice but to restore Yakumo's senses and thereby release the creature. We must relocate Yakumo to a secure location outside the village, gather the elite shinobi, and prepare to seal that creature together. After deep contemplation, Kurenai proposed utilizing a sealing technique. She gazed at the frail form of Yakumo Kurama, feeling a pang of sympathy. For while the sealing technique was indeed prudent, it would pose a significant risk to Yakumo herself during the process. That creature would certainly not passively await its sealing. It was likely that Yakumo would endure further suffering. Furthermore, maintaining the sealing technique over an extended period would continuously deplete Yakumo's chakra. Given her already fragile state, her condition could deteriorate even further. There is no need for such drastic measures. Chapter 20. The Secret Techniques of the Mountain Clan. There is no need for such drastic measures. Takuya Kimura stroked his chin, suddenly struck by an idea. He turned to Akane and said, "The greatest challenge we face is entering Yakumo's illusory realm, which seemingly affects the very essence of the soul. We simply need to locate a master adept in the arts of the soul, who can guide us directly into Yakumo's spiritual illusion." A master of the soul? The Yamamoto clan, he exclaimed. Indeed, the Yamamoto clan possesses profound soul techniques, particularly the heart transmutation technique. It should enable us to penetrate Yakumo's illusions. If we can vanquish that monstrosity within the illusion, we will be able to rescue Yakumo's parents. Takuya Kimura and Akane Yuhi exchanged a glance, both perceiving the feasibility of their plan. Consequently, the duo made their way to the tribal territory nestled within the mountains. The Inazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, collectively known as the Inoshikacho, had joined Konoha at its inception, establishing themselves as venerable clans of the shinobi world. As secretive clans, they belong to the lineage of the Hokage, serving as a crucial balance against the bloodline clans throughout the ages. In this generation, the Inoshikacho will be led by Asuma Saratobi, the son of the third Hokage, underscoring the esteemed status of these three clans within the Hokage faction. Naturally, their tribal territory is situated in a prime location, conveniently adjacent to one another, effectively placing them in the heart of the city. Takano Kimura and Yuhi Kurenai finally arrived at the residence of the Yamashiro clan, specifically at the home of Yamashiro Ino. However, they were informed that Ino's father was out practicing secret techniques with her. Reluctantly, the two made their way to the training location. To avoid being mistaken for thieves of these techniques, Kimura called out loudly, "Yamashiro-senpai, I seek an audience regarding the safety of the village." Before long, A father and daughter emerged from the hidden depths of the Yamashiro clan. Both were strikingly blonde-haired and blue-eyed, their hair tied back in high ponytails. Ino exuded a charming allure, while her father emanated an air of dignity mixed with a touch of gallantry. Yui Kurenai? What brings you here? Ino's father inquired. Ah, Takano-kun. Did you come looking for me? Father, this is Takano-kun, your future son-in-law. You needn't wear such a stern expression. Ino's words struck her father like a thunderbolt, deeply wounding his heart. She pressed her father to greet Kimura with a smile. However, Yamashiro Hai's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with an inexplicable aura of menace. So it is you, the scoundrel who has made my Ino lose her appetite and sleep? He thought, determined to discern what merits this young man possessed. This was a classic case of a father-in-law scrutinizing a potential son-in-law, growing increasingly inclined to deliver a beating. Sensing the tension in the air, Kimura immediately bowed deeply. Yamashiro-senpai, I implore you to save Konoha. What? Has something happened to Konoha? Yamashiro Hai exclaimed, startled, as he quickly glanced toward the village. Yet, in the distance, Konoha appeared tranquil and undisturbed. Ino, however, wore an expression of delight. Could it be? Takano-kun, are you planning to propose to my father? If he disapproves, would you destroy Konoha for me? If Kimura were to grasp the thoughts of this youthful girl, he would undoubtedly consider Ino to possess the most formidable imagination in the ninja world. Such a leap of thought was truly remarkable. Takano Kimura paid no heed to the musings of the young girl. Instead, he directly conveyed the sequence of events to Yamamoto Kazuchi. While placing particular emphasis on Yakumo's prodigious talent and the formidable nature of the creature at hand, he asserted that, apart from the Yamamoto clan, no one could rescue Yakumo at this juncture. Sunset Red also highlighted the significance of Kurama Yakumo to Konoha. Thus, under Takano Kimura's embellishments, the Yamamoto clan emerged as the beacon of hope for the entire village. Even with Yamamoto Kazuchi's seasoned demeanor, he found himself somewhat elated. Fear not. The responsibility rests upon my Yamamoto clan. However, for the sake of the village's safety, we must first relocate Kurama Yakumo beyond the village's borders. He further proposed to mobilize the sealing team to act in conjunction with them, believing that a dual approach would ensure their success. Indeed, Yamamoto-senpai, your foresight is commendable. I trust you have acquaintances within the sealing team? Yamamoto Kazuchi smiled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the sealing team boasts several talented members from my Yamamoto clan. Ah, the Yamamoto clan truly is a wellspring of talent, worthy of being one of Konoha's elder ninja clans. Remarkable indeed, and your daughter, Ino, is exceptionally outstanding and charming as well. Haha, you flatter me. Kimura Takuya seized the opportune moment to shower compliments with exuberance. Yamamoto Hachi, however, managed to maintain a semblance of composure, refraining from excessive flattery. Yet, the pride he felt was undeniable, prompting him to erupt in laughter. Meanwhile, Inoue, who had initially been somewhat disheartened, was nearly overwhelmed by the praise. She found herself in a daze, her thoughts consumed with declarations of Takuya's admiration for her excellence and charm. She was unable to think clearly. Had she not been clutching her father's clothing, she might have fainted from sheer joy. Takuya Kimura gazed at Ino's performance, rendered speechless. What romantic fantasies is this love-struck daydreamer indulging in now? Takuya Kimura wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued to address Kaya Yamamoto. Then I shall entrust this to you, Senior Yamamoto. Shall we proceed together? Certainly. The group first gathered the sealing team and then made their way to the ancestral grounds of the Kuruma clan, where they brought Kuruma Yakumo and his parents to a secluded mountain villa, far removed from the village. This location was none other than the Ritamizuka villa, where, in the original anime, the third Hokage monitored and protected Yakumo after his rampage. Ironically, it was also here that Naruto and Kurenai aided Yakumo in vanquishing that monstrous entity. It was truly a twist of fate to find themselves back in this place. After ensuring the comfort of the Yakumo family, the 5 members of the sealing team set up the sealing techniques within the venue. Kurenai Yuhi, Takuya Kimura, and a skilled soul sealing expert from the Yamamoto clan, Yamamoto Muku, worked alongside other clan members to establish a connection between the souls of the 3 in the illusion realm of Kuruma Yakumo. The moment the connection was forged, the trio was drawn into the illusion. Those aiding their entry, including Kahiya Yamamoto and his clansmen, nearly followed suit. Fortunately, Takuya Kimura had anticipated this scenario and had warned them to sever their connection immediately after establishing it to ensure everyone has safety. Thus, with a stroke of luck, the 3 entered without incident, while those outside successfully maintained the integrity of their physical forms. It was indeed an illusion that acted upon the soul. Thanks to the assistance of the Yamamoto clan, they were not left helplessly observing the situation, as verbal persuasion was not within their capabilities. Takuya Kimura muttered softly to himself. Yet his words were overheard by Yamamoto Nagahisa, who excelled in the art of soul sealing. Haha, when it comes to matters of the soul, you have come to the right clan, my Yamamoto lineage. Let us proceed directly to seal that monstrous entity, and we shall still have time to enjoy our lunch. Chapter 21. The Illusory Realm. Haha, when it comes to matters of the soul, you have come to the right clan, my Yamamoto lineage. Let us proceed directly to seal that monstrous entity, and we shall still have time to enjoy our lunch. You must indeed be of the Akidu clan, Even in the midst of battle, you still ponder upon your meal? In the depths of his mind, Takano Kimura expressed his grievances. In this illusion, ordinary individuals are incapable of utilizing ninjutsu, relying instead on the soul-sealing technique of this entity. He then spoke up to caution. We find ourselves in the illusory realm of Akuma Yukumo, where everything is under her dominion. She is invincible within this world. The creature before us is a manifestation of Yukumo's subconscious, rendering it equally invulnerable here. Do not let your guard down. Although I have temporarily severed the connection between your senses and your brains, should you perish in this domain, your minds will likewise succumb to death in the outside world. Observing that Nakanishi Muku had abandoned his earlier nonchalance and adopted a more cautious demeanor, Kimura continued, when you encounter that creature, subdue it immediately. We will locate Akuma Yukumo and have her eliminate the monster, resolving our predicament. As for you, Red Sensei, when you meet Yukumo, simply soothe her emotions. Unbeknownst to him, Kimura had assumed control of the trio's mission. An exceptional J-Nin and an elite J-Nin unwittingly found themselves adhering to his directives. This unexpected reliability from the young boy surprised the usually reticent Yuhi Kurenai. A subtle smile graced her lips as she nodded in agreement with Kimura's plan. Thus, the three commenced their exploration of this illusory realm. The sky loomed dark and overcast. The desolate streets lay in ruins, with buildings decayed and collapsed. Yet, within the land of fire, this was the ancestral territory of the Akuma clan. Takuya Kimura surveyed the surroundings within the illusion. He pointed towards the street ahead and continued speaking to Akane and Muku Yamamoto. Yukumo should be at her home. Let us pay her a visit. Muku, are you prepared? If we encounter any monsters, restrain them immediately. Muku Yamamoto assessed her abilities and confirmed that her sealing technique was still viable, nodding in agreement to Takuya. Rest assured, should that creature dare to emerge, I shall subdue it without fail. The three approached Yukumo's residence with caution, oblivious to the scene behind them, which was gradually becoming void. At the entrance of the Yukumo residence, Yukumo stood, gazing at her home. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the moment Takuya witnessed the Yukumo house ablaze in reality. Indeed, the house suddenly ignited, flames erupting from seemingly nowhere. Yet, Yukumo remained motionless, unresponsive to the chaos around her. Akane stepped forward, reaching out to embrace Yukumo in an attempt to rouse her. It proved futile. Yukumo remained as still as ever. Takuya Kimura yearned to venture into the house to rescue individuals, for he believed that Yukumo's parents were still trapped within. However, his transformation technique proved ineffective within Yukumo's illusion. In truth, all ninjutsu was rendered powerless in this ethereal realm. Except for soul-based techniques, the rest were impotent. Presently, they existed as spiritual entities, possessing only soul energy. Devoid of physical energy, and thus incapable of extracting chakra. Without chakra, the use of ninjutsu was naturally impossible. Amidst his contemplation, Takuya felt an odd sensation. As if something was amiss. He sensed he could access certain abilities, not ninjutsu. Drawing forth a blade from his possession, he discreetly made a small incision on his fingertip. Blood flowed forth, and to his astonishment, the wound healed instantaneously. Takuya Kimura was momentarily taken aback. In reality, such an injury would require at least 6 hours to heal completely, given his own regenerative abilities. Yet now, it was merely a fleeting thought. It appeared that within this illusion, his healing prowess had been significantly augmented. But why? This was Yukumo's illusion. What connection did it have with him? No, that was not correct. It was not merely a matter of the illusion. It pertained to the soul. In reality, the body was restored, while here, it was the soul that underwent rejuvenation. His abilities stemmed from the soul. When the body was injured, the soul needed to intervene in reality to facilitate the healing of the body. This entailed greater consumption of energy and a slower recovery. However, within this illusion, the soul could directly restore itself. Thus, he was invincible here. This illusion could not harm him at all. Having comprehended his abilities, Takuya Kimura charged toward the inferno. Hey, kid, while you urge caution, why are you being so reckless yourself? There was no time for explanations. You protect Red Sensei and Yukumo. I must save lives. Damn it. I just realized. Why are we two jonin being commanded by you, a mere chunin? Nohiro Yamamoto was infuriated but ultimately complied with Takuya's directive. Meanwhile, Kurenai Yuhi watched the blaze with concern. Uncertain how Takuya could withstand the flames, she felt utterly incapable of doing so herself. Not only was her ninjutsu ineffective, but her genjutsu could not be employed here either. She could only hold on to Yukumo Arima, trying to awaken her. Yet, to her astonishment, the unconscious Yukumo suddenly produced a kunai and thrust it toward her heart. Who? Yukumo? Kurenai was utterly shocked, retreating several paces, clutching her chest, on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Nohiro Yamamoto acted swiftly, regardless of Yukumo's current state. First and foremost, he had to subdue her. In an instant, he formed hand seals, summoning black chains that erupted from his palm, racing toward Yukumo. After a few coils, she was bound. Captured. Nanny? What is happening? Just as Nohiro thought he had subdued Yukumo, he witnessed her fading away like a pencil drawing erased bit by bit. How is this possible? My soul-sealing technique is not as simple as it appears. It is a seal on the soul. How can she escape? As Nohiro marveled in disbelief. He noticed Kurenai had collapsed to the ground and hurried over to assist her. Kurenai-senpai, are you alright? I'm fine. The kunai was blocked by my ribs. It did not penetrate my heart. Suddenly, the window of a burning house shattered with a resounding crash. Takuno Kimura leaped through the window, accompanied by Ayumu, Onma's parents. An odd sensation washed over him, as if his soul perception abilities had been abruptly obscured. For a brief moment, darkness enveloped him before clarity returned. Before him lay the injured Hong, resting on the ground, while Ayumu Onma was nowhere to be found. Teacher Hong. What has happened? Where is Ayumu? Takuno Kimura gasped, astonished by the scene before his eyes. He then listened intently as Yujin Yamamoto recounted Ayumu Onma's peculiar behavior. It is my fault. I never anticipated that monster would impersonate Ayumu. Indeed, it was a grave oversight on Kimura's part. He had not considered that the creature would stage such a ruse, manipulating his cognitive biases. The monster had recreated a familiar scene, leading him to mistakenly believe that the individual before him was Ayumu Onma. In his desire to avoid raising suspicion, he had refrained from mentioning that the monster could assume Ayumu's form, although he had severed the group's sensory connections to reality. As long as no one suffered a head injury, they would be safe upon returning to the real world. However, should anyone perish within this illusion, the consequences would be fatal in reality. A momentary lapse in judgment nearly led to catastrophic repercussions. He raised his hand, hovering above Hong's wound, and channeled his soul energy from a distance. The injury began to heal at an astonishing pace. Is this a medical ninjutsu? Takuno, can you use ninjutsu? No, this is merely a soul healing technique. I am incapable of employing other forms of ninjutsu. Takuno Kimura fabricated a name and then turned to treat Yakumo's parents. Before long, they regained consciousness. Chapter 22. Thank you, your world. As the two awakened, they cried out loudly for their daughter's name. Yakumo, Yakumo, what is happening? Where is Yakumo? Red, why are you here? How did you get hurt? Red approached them, explaining the situation and urging them to recall where Arima Yakumo might appear. To their surprise, they realized that they were indeed within Yakumo's illusion. We understand now, follow us. Yakumo always enjoys painting in a certain spot. The group ventured deeper into the street. Soon, they noticed that the path they had entered had vanished. They could only proceed further. Yakumo's parents led the way, guiding the others around the Arima clan's territory until they reached a small hillside. There, Arima Yakumo was absorbed in her artwork, diligently making alterations on her canvas. Upon closer inspection, the scene depicted on the canvas was the very place they had just been, now completely erased. Turning back, they saw that the path they had taken had entirely disappeared. The world had been reduced to that solitary hillside. Yakumo, Yakumo. Arima Yakumo's parents cried out desperately. Yet she remained unresponsive. The group edged closer, but remembering their previous lesson, Takuno Kimura and the others refrained from rushing forward. You all have come to kill me. I'll slay you. It was a monster, not Arima Yakumo. Takuya Kimura drew Yakumo's parents behind him, sensing an unusual aura emanating from the creature, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Before he could ponder this perplexity further, the creature raised a hand and swept it across the canvas, causing the legs of the onlookers to vanish without a trace. My legs. I can feel them disappearing. What is happening? A startled cry echoed through the mountains. It was not merely their legs that had vanished. Their spiritual powers had been significantly diminished as well. Meanwhile, the creature grew increasingly formidable. With another stroke on the canvas, the bodies of the crowd faded away entirely. The creature's aura intensified once more, its presence more akin to Takuya Kimura than ever before. Takuya Kimura's eyes flickered with curiosity. He pondered silently, finding the situation peculiar. Tentatively, he attempted to restore his own body. The creature once more erased his form, yet its aura did not intensify in the slightest. He then directed his efforts towards restoring the body of his companion, Sunset Red. However, the monster again obliterated her physical presence, and the similarity of its aura grew ever stronger. Seeing this situation, Takaya Kimura let out a cold laugh. You certainly have calculated well, haven't you? Takaya. What are you talking about? Please save us. Yes, Takaya, hurry and rescue us. We are on the brink of vanishing. Takuya Kimura remained unfazed, internally cursing himself for his own folly, realizing it only now. He closed his eyes tightly, attuning himself to the essence of his soul. The soul remained unscathed, showing no signs of erasure. Although his current state appeared as if his body had vanished, in truth, nothing had changed. It was merely that he could not be seen in this realm. His soul had not been truly obliterated. Takuya, save us. Please, heal us with your soulful magic. He heard the please echo, to which he scoffed. How absurd. Takuya Kimura erupted in a furious outburst, instantly revealing his presence, with each hand wielding a kunai. He unleashed a flurry of stabs at the headless figures surrounding him, akin to a mischievous child puncturing balloons. The severed heads belonged to Yuhi, Moku, and the parents of Yakumo. In a blink, Kimura dispatched each of the 4 heads with precise strikes, leaving them lifeless. Yet, a piercing scream emanated from the creature. This is impossible. This is my domain. How dare you inflict harm upon me? Is your world truly so formidable? Your essence cannot even graze me. You rely solely on those imposters to siphon a modicum of power from me. Did you genuinely believe yourself to be so formidable? The creature, trembling with fear, turned to face Kimura. When did you uncover my intentions? You can only blame your own greed. I healed the counterfeit Yuhi's energy, and you prematurely absorbed it. Right before my eyes, you drew power from those false beings, all while deceitfully erasing their forms, leading me to believe you were consuming their obliterated souls. Yet, your own aura remained unchanged. Instead, only my essence has grown stronger within you. You have underestimated my sensitivity to soul energy. Although you abruptly cloaked my perception abilities, you cannot conceal my awareness of my own soul energy. It was when I emerged from the inferno to rescue others that you expelled Yuhi and Muku from the illusion. Wasn't he it? So what if you guessed correctly? This is my realm. I am invincible. Suddenly, the creature's expression froze. As if it were suffering from a decade-long bout of constipation, struggling to articulate a response while its face reddened with strain. Takuya Kimura approached the creature, observing its panicked demeanor, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, do you feel as if escape is no longer an option? Your world? Invincible, are you? Why do you flee at the sight of me? You cannot evade me any longer, can you? Have you overindulged? Is my energy so easily obtained? Takuya Kimura thrust his blade into the monster with relentless precision, delivering 7 or 8 lethal strikes that ultimately extinguished its life. Gazing into the monster's defiant eyes, Kimura sneered in disdain. Is it truly so perplexing? You wonder why you succumb to death? How could a mere soul entity fall victim to my blade? Even those capable of saving can sometimes bring about destruction. I have warned you before. Your insatiable greed has led you to this fate. With a decisive stroke, he severed the monster's head. In an instant, its corporeal form dissipated into a swirling mass of energy. Kimura inhaled deeply, absorbing the essence of the monster's demise into his being. At that very moment, he felt his soul fortifying, growing in strength. It was as if the very fabric of this world had come under his dominion. He sensed that his control over this realm far surpassed that of the defeated creature. With a mere wave of his hand, the ominous clouds parted, revealing the radiant sun as it illuminated the earth beneath him. As he extended his arms outward, the concentrated sunlight spread in tandem with his gestures. This was accompanied by the boundless expansion of the land, as mountains and rivers emerged from the void. The once desolate surroundings transformed into a vibrant panorama, bathed in sunlight, where flora and fauna danced in harmony. Life flourished abundantly, embodying the essence of spring's rejuvenation. Takano Kimura spread his arms wide, gazing towards the heavens, basking in the warmth of the morning sun. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant essence of the flowers and grass in the air. This, indeed, is the essence of the world. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, lying in bed was Akira Yagumo, a faint smile gracing his lips, his nostrils twitching as if he could also perceive something. And tears of emotion began to cascade down his cheeks. Beside him, his parents, along with Yuhi and Mikuji, had long since awakened but remained ensnared in a state of disconnection, unable to truly awaken. In the real world, Takano Kimura opened his eyes, and at that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. The realm of illusion represented the true essence of Akira Yagumo, who, overwhelmed by tremendous pressure, had retreated to the deepest recesses of her own mind. Much like a child seeking refuge under the covers during a thunderstorm, the so-called monster was merely a manifestation of her fear, a fleeting inclination towards destruction, a mere thought. Thus, in the original narrative, when Yagumo confronted her fears, this monster was something she could effortlessly vanquish. What Takano Kimura had done was simply draw back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to pour in, revealing to her that the storm had passed outside. Indeed, in the end, Yagumo's true self materialized beside him, and her parents had always been there with her. It is no wonder that in the original story, she held no recollection of the events of that day. Takuya Kimura guided them back into reality. He rose to awaken their senses and elucidated everything. Observing the parents of Yakumo, he communicated his vow to alleviate the pressure he had imposed on her. Yakumo smiled and embraced her parents. Subsequently, she approached him and held him tightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Takuya-kun, for your world. The others, witnessing the perfect resolution, were filled with immense joy. Only Kurama Yunkai quietly withdrew from the crowd, planning to leave discreetly. In Chapter 23, Sai, Kurama Yukai, the branch family leader of the Kurama clan, in the original anime, after the demise of Yakumo's parents, arrived at the Rishinji Hill Manor, intending to abduct Kurama Yakumo. After being thwarted by Naruto and others, he feigned a righteous demeanor, pretending to threaten Yakumo's life, claiming that the monster within her was too perilous, and that the third Hokage and Kurenai merely sought to seal it, which would undoubtedly lead to calamity. Thus, he brought his men to eliminate Kurama Yakumo, to prevent the monster from harming Konoha. Ironically, in the original narrative, Naruto and Kurenai were easily deceived by this act. In reality, they had initially aimed to capture Yakumo, and after failing and being obstructed by Naruto, they fabricated their noble intentions. What a farcical performance. They even deliberately inflicted wounds upon themselves, leading Naruto into an illusion to garner sympathy and trust. Takuya Kimura had long been observant of him, secretly on guard as he witnessed his clandestine departure, aware that he was up to something. With a swift and silent movement, Takuno Kimura appeared behind him. He placed a hand on his shoulder, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Senior on my Yuhai, have you come to prepare lunch for everyone? I crave roast chicken. Oh, ha. Indeed, it seems everyone is quite fatigued, and mealtime has arrived. My dear friends, you have graciously aided in the recovery of our clan leader, who embodies the hopes of our lineage. I am profoundly grateful. The clan leader and his spouse have only just awakened and are unable to entertain guests, so as the head of the branch family, I must take on this duty. I shall prepare the banquet now. Please, my friends, wait a moment as I attend to this. With that, he turned to gaze at the parents of Yakumo, nodding in a manner that suggested he sought their approval. Upon receiving their response, he exited, demonstrating a deep respect for the clan leader and his spouse. Takuya Kimura couldn't help but exclaim, life is indeed like a play. It all depends on one's performance. Since he finds himself cast as the villain, he wishes to enhance his role. Takumi Kimura believes that his performance surpasses that of the younger stars, and he has decided to grant him another opportunity. He will allow him to continue acting, to observe what creative flair he wishes to explore. Takuya Kimura turned and seated himself on the bed. Feigning fatigue and expressing a desire to rest, he reclined on the mattress. In truth, he was channeling the soul energy he had just absorbed from the monster into Yuhai Onma, surveilling his every movement, following the absorption of the creature. His soul had grown stronger, with his recovery capabilities enhanced by approximately 1/3. Furthermore, he had acquired a modicum of skill in utilizing soul energy. Given time, he might even achieve a form of immortality akin to the Sage of Six Paths, manifesting as chakra. Outside the Rosetsu Hill Villa, Yuhai Onma first returned to his clan's territory to arrange for personnel to prepare for the upcoming banquet. He then made his way to the Hokage Tower. Just as he was about to enter, an Umbu operative emerged and intercepted him. Yuhai Onma, the third Hokage has given orders. A ceremony for the appointment of the fifth Hokage will take place tomorrow morning. Please inform your clan leader. I must visit other shinobi clans as well. I appreciate your cooperation. What? The appointment of the fifth Hokage? Yuhai Onma grasped the Umbu's arm, imploring him for clarification. The operative recognized him, and, far from being irate, took the time to explain the situation. After hearing the details, Yuhai Onma began to pace anxiously. During such a sensitive transition in leadership, the third Hokage would be reluctant to meet anyone, and he was unfamiliar with the newly appointed fifth Hokage, Tsunade, leaving him without a means to seek an audience. His hopes of leveraging the Hokage to eliminate the main family seemed to be dashed. Indeed, to Yuhai Onma, Haken, the hope of the main family, was merely a pawn in his grander scheme. Without her, the main family would surely perish. Only then would the Onma clan truly belong to Yuhai Onma. Once a clan that rivaled the Uchiha, the Onma family still possessed significant assets within the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Every shinobi clan maintained its private military forces. Surely, they could engage in profitable ventures. Despite their current decline, having failed to produce any J-nin or even CH-nin in over 2 decades, the legacy of past generations remained. Yuhai Onma's own parents were both J-nin. Therefore, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The financial power of the Onma clan should not be underestimated. Let us not speak of the limitations placed on ordinary ninjas. If the clan issues a designated mission to its own members, they can venture beyond the village. The remuneration for completing these tasks could be considered a salary from the clan, while the village receives mission commission fees as a form of tax. Everyone benefits. What a splendid arrangement. However, the common ninja is perpetually constrained, bearing the brunt of perilous missions. Should one refuse? Unfortunately, shinobi must obey orders, leaving no choice but to comply. Moreover, compulsory missions lack commissions. Not only are there no rewards, but the ninja must also provide their own tools and consumables. If injured, they may receive treatment from medical ninjas in their squad, but if none are available, they must bear their own medical expenses. There are no healthcare benefits, no workers' compensation. Even capitalists would shed tears at such exploitation. Thus, Yuhai Onma was resolutely determined to eliminate the main family and seize the Onma clan's wealth. He paced back and forth at the entrance of the Hokage Tower, yearning to meet the Hokage yet repeatedly thwarted by the gatekeeping Umbu. An impulse to leave surged within him, yet he felt a twinge of reluctance. Suddenly, he spotted an individual exiting the Hokage Tower. Upon recognizing this person, his eyes brightened with elation. Danzo-sama, I have matters to discuss. Oh, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us move to a more secure location. The two then proceeded to the headquarters of Root. Yuhai Onma disclosed the situation regarding the monster within Haken to Danzo. Within the shadows of Root, a foreboding atmosphere enveloped them, as if countless figures lurked in the darkness. Yuhai Onma stood before Danzo, sensing the overwhelming aura of darkness emanating from him. After a long pause, Danzo finally resolved to act. Is it truly possible for a mere thought to conjure a being capable of annihilating the Hidden Leaf? Such a perilous individual, if allowed to grow unchecked, could become the next QB. A figure emerged from the shadows behind Danzo, a young man with black hair. Clad in a midriff-bearing attire and carrying a short blade, his face obscured by a root mask, his skin pale and devoid of discernible features. However, if Takuya Kimura were present, he would instantly recognize this youth as Sai, who had made his first appearance by greeting Naruto. I have arranged for you to join the team of Yuhi Kurenai. Your mission is to assassinate Yuhai Haken. Execute it discreetly, with the 5th Hokage newly appointed. It will be harder for the Anbu to detect you. From this moment on, your name will be Sai. Remove your mask. Understood. The black-haired youth removed his mask, revealing a youthful yet delicate visage. A smile graced his face, yet his eyes bore no warmth, cold as a frigid pond. Do not exhibit such insincere smiles in my presence. My sincerest apologies. The textbooks indicate that to gain the trust of others, one must first learn to smile. Though I have practiced, I still struggle to control my expressions. The boy bowed his head in apology, noting that Danzo offered no further comment and merely gestured for him to depart. He turned and left. Chapter 24. Farewell within the Rosetsa Hill Villa. The Onma clan hosted a banquet to entertain their guests. Having learned of Yuhai Onma's conspiracy with Danzo, Takuya Kimura remained unperturbed. He merely provided a gentle reminder to Haken's parents, who were already on guard. Thus he refrained from meddling in their family affairs. However, the 3rd Hokage's direct succession to Tsunade surprised Kimura. Yet, this arrangement seemed reasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been overwhelmed after the 3rd Great Ninja War, which had compelled him to pass the mantle to the 4th Hokage. With the 4th's demise, the 3rd was once again required to assume leadership. Initially, he intended to summon Tsunade and Jiraiya, but the former had been evasive, while the latter appeared in the guise of a representative from my Bokuzen, with the Leaf Village headbands now bearing the oil symbol. Had anyone else acted in such a manner, it would have undoubtedly been deemed treason. With Tsunade's return and the 3rd's direct succession, it fell within the realm of reason. Following the banquet, Yuhi Kurenai, Yuhai Haken, and Takuya Kimura sought a tranquil corner within the villa. Takuya Kimura first inquired about Yakumo's physical condition and then advised her against recklessly utilizing her abilities. The exertion of any power comes at a cost. To ignite a flame, one must first consume fuel. Every force has its origin. At this juncture, Takuya paused momentarily, pondering the source of his own spiritual strength. Dismissing his inner doubts, he continued, I will frequently assist in your recovery, so do remember to nourish yourself adequately. Even if you refrain from employing your abilities entirely, they will incessantly deplete your body. As long as you possess consciousness, you will have an inner world. Within that inner realm, your powers will perpetually expend themselves, impervious to any seal. This explains why, in the original narrative, Yakumo's abilities could still manifest despite being sealed by red. Her powers transcended the confinement directly from her inner world. Yakumo, if you aspire to become a ninja, refrain from overthinking and focus solely on honing your fundamental physical skills. Understood. Thank you, Takuya-kun. Yakumo nodded with a smile, her gaze lingering on Takuya, reluctant to look away. The latter, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, turned his gaze towards the horizon. Asaka Yuhi observed the two with a warm smile, reflecting on their compatibility. Yakumo and Takuya appeared quite well matched. Both were of similar age, adorned with dark hair and eyes, and bore a faintly delicate demeanor. Remarkably, they did seem rather suited for one another. Upon hearing this, Yakumo shyly cast her eyes downward, unable to meet Takuya's gaze. Meanwhile, Takuya sighed, bemused by the openness of this world. Is it truly appropriate for a teacher to casually pair up their 11 or 12-year-old students? In reality, such actions would likely provoke the ire of parents. Takuya Kimura silently grumbles within. He is acutely aware that his soul embodies that of a typical adult. He feels no attraction towards young girls, but rather towards mature women, such as Yuzuki Yuka and adult Ino. His mindset remains remarkably healthy. Today, he wonders who is present. Takumi Kimura initially intended to take his leave when he suddenly sensed an approaching chakra. His perceptive abilities had sharpened significantly. He detected a presence that even the seasoned Jonin, Kurenai Yuhi, had overlooked. From the dense forest of the mountain villa emerged the silhouette of a young man. Greetings, Kurenai Yuhi. I am Sai, recommended by the root as your subordinate. Here is the transfer order. Lord Third has resolved to appoint Tsunade as the 5th Hokage, and the succession ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow. The Hokage building is currently bustling with activity, hence I have taken it upon myself to inform you. I learned of the 5th Hokage's succession through the Akimichi clan, but I must verify your transfer order. Kurenai, being of Umbu origin, was well aware of the Root S operations and understood that it was a faction aligned with Danzo. As a member of the Hokage lineage, she was naturally cautious about placing her trust in the Root. Sai offered no response, merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning to depart. Takumi Kimura, however, cast a glance at Sai laden with significance. Kurenai-sensei, is Tsunade the same Tsunade I am familiar with? I hesitated to inquire while dining earlier. Indeed, she is the esteemed Tsunade, a disciple of Lord Third and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Takuya Kimura exchanged a light-hearted jest with Kurenai, feigning surprise as he inquired about Tsunade. It was all part of the performance. After expressing his astonishment, he proceeded to utter a few complimentary remarks about the formidable Tsunade. After bidding farewell to Kurenai, he reflected on the current composition of their team. where Yakumo had yet to attain the status of a full-fledged ninja. And now another member from the root organization had joined. Consequently, they were not engaged in any missions. Moreover, during peacetime, ninjas enjoyed a significant degree of freedom in choosing their tasks. As long as one was not in dire need of funds, one could opt to decline all assignments. However, it must be noted that without a sufficient record of missions, one would encounter limitations in various pursuits. For instance, participation in the Chunin exams required a minimum of 8 completed missions for eligibility. Similarly, even if one possessed the requisite strength for promotion to Jonin, an inadequate task record would necessitate the completion of missions to advance. Consider the tale of a certain protagonist who, at the age of 16, saved the ninja world, subsequently married a wealthy heiress, ascended to the position of the 7th Hokage, and reached the pinnacle of his life. Yet, in terms of rank, he remained a mere genin. Within the team, both Kurenai and Yakumo, being from esteemed ninja clans, were assuredly not in need of financial resources. Takuno Kimura is certainly not lacking in wealth. Although he worked in a hospital for several years, that was merely a facade. With his mastery of the art of transformation, how could he possibly adhere to the mundane routine of a regular job? Working is simply out of the question. It will never be a part of his life. Takano Kimura quickened his pace, catching up with Sai. Hey, kid, what is root? Is it formidable? I shall test your mettle. Sai was slightly taken aback. But then his eyes shifted. He deftly parried the kick delivered by Takano and stepped back to draw the short blade concealed behind him. Hey, it's merely a spar. No need to draw your weapon, right? I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm leaving. As Takano turned to depart, Sai sheathed his short blade. Yet, at that very moment, a shuriken surged from his blind spot. Realizing it was too late to draw his weapon in defense, Sai instinctively grasped the incoming shuriken with his hand, blood streaming from his palm. Upon recognizing the assailant, he found it was an experienced member from Root responsible for training new recruits. You let your guard down. You must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, I might very well kill you. Do not let nostalgia for childhood friends cloud your judgment. It could be fatal. I truly apologize. I should not have acted so recklessly. You've already apologized twice today. Be more cautious, for if you falter again, I will not extend my apologies to you. Hey, Sai nodded in acknowledgement, his expression unreadable. At that moment, the Root member suddenly unleashed a chilling aura, an oppressive killing intent directed at Sai as he continued to chastise him. Root has no name, no emotions. There is no past, no future, only the mission remains. Sai instinctively recited the tenets of Root in response. Seeing his compliance, the member of Root nodded in satisfaction. What supports the great tree of Konoha is the will of Usarot, buried and unnoticed underground. Never forget this. After delivering his indoctrination, the Root member vanished using ninjutsu. Sai lingered for a moment, feeling a tinge of disappointment before heading home. SHI. A voice resonated, and Sai glanced around, yet found no one in sight. Just return home normally. Do not look around. I'm in your mind. Chapter 25, The Starfire Society. Obediently, Sai ran home, eagerly inquiring within his mind, Takano. Are you there? I am here. What is going on? Consider it a form of ninjutsu. We can now communicate through our minds, ensuring we will never lose contact again. I will teach you a technique, and from now on, you will be able to reach out to me directly. In Takuyo Kimura's mind, he imparted a technique to Sai, enabling him to actively commune with the soul energy residing within him. How is Shin? How many of the original members remain? My brother is remarkable. He possesses great talent, surpassing my own. Over the years, a total of 182 individuals have ventured into the Roots, and including myself, only 127 remain alive. However, aside from me, there are only 63 reliable individuals left. The others have either been brainwashed or consumed by darkness, rendering them untrustworthy. 63, you say? Quality triumphs over quantity in warfare. With you included, 64 is more than sufficient. Shin is included in that count, correct? Indeed, he is your number one fan, Takuyo. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire, and life endures eternally. This slogan was the first he voted for. Yes, indeed. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire, and life endures eternally. Takuno Kimura had finally returned to his home. He lay on his bed, reminiscing about his childhood in the orphanage. Having entered the orphanage at the tender age of 1, he was naturally quite seasoned in the ways of life there. One day, he encountered a blue-haired boy who introduced himself as Shin. Shortly thereafter, a boy with black hair appeared, claiming his name was In. Initially indifferent, Takuno found himself struck by a sense of familiarity when he chanced upon the two standing together. After much contemplation, he suddenly recalled that In was none other than Sai. Thus, Shin must be Sai's brother from their time at the Root. He had assumed their acquaintance blossomed at the Root, only to discover that they had met in the orphanage itself. This revelation ignited a spark within the previously lackadaisical Takuno, who began to devise a scheme, a plan to upend the Root. He set about rallying the children in the orphanage, particularly focusing on Sai and Shin. With the wisdom of an adult mind guiding him, it was effortlessly easy for him to influence a group of young children, alongside those with slightly more mature minds. He founded a society called the Spark Society, comprised mostly of children a bit older than himself, as Takuno was already 4 at that time. Before long, the older children ventured to the root, severing their connections, with Shin among them. A year later, Takuno and his peers, including Sai, entered the root. Takumi Kimura, endowed with his unique abilities, deliberately chose to forfeit his selection, resulting in SI and others entering the root and subsequently losing contact. In the days that followed, Kimura not only worked at a hospital, but also frequently returned to the orphanage, continuing to influence the children there. Now, 6 years have passed, and it is indeed remarkable that only 64 remain. Naturally, he and these individuals did not conspire to overthrow the root. Rather, he merely disseminated certain ideologies, allowing this group of children to rally around him as their leader. Otherwise, with so many individuals, a single act of betrayal could have spelled doom for the young Kimura. Yet, it seems they harbor some opinions about their leader, Takumi. Haha, SI. Oh, I must now call you SI. Speak frankly. They have grown and perhaps believe my abilities no longer surpass theirs, correct? I shall prove my worth. Allow me to present you with a surprise. Upon concluding his words, Takuya Kimura deftly manipulated Sai's chakra from a distance, employing the technique of flesh and blood revival. In an instant, Sai's injured hand was restored. Even the lingering pains and fatigue accumulated from years of training were alleviated. Sai, taken aback, expressed his astonishment repeatedly. This is merely a prelude. Greater surprises await everyone. Consider it a gift. Anticipate eagerly, little Sai. I have matters to attend to, so we shall converse later. Takuno Kimura rose from his slumber and retrieved the petri dish containing the flesh tissue of the elusive Moonlight Gale ninja, casting a cursory glance at it. Finding no anomalies, he turned and began cultivating the flesh tissue of Yakumo as well. Once he confirmed that all was in order, he ventured out once more, first to observe Oda-R, who had undergone the transplantation of a ninja leopard's arm. After ensuring that there were no adverse reactions, he proceeded to the physical training grounds. At this juncture, his studies on the human body had reached a satisfactory point, and he could commence preparations for unlocking the 8 Gates technique. Although Takuno Kimura had not undergone arduous training, he understood well that the purpose of such exertion was twofold: to enhance physical fitness and to elevate spiritual energy. The amalgamation of these two elements would bestow upon those who practice the 8 Gates technique a formidable chakra. The 8 Gates technique merely serves as a means to unleash this potent chakra by liberating the body's constraints. Consequently, the quality of chakra varies among individuals, leading to differing levels of power when employing the 8 Gates technique. Spiritual energy equates to mental energy, and Takuno Kimura was confident that he surpassed the majority of individuals in this world without the need for strenuous training. Over the past few days, through the process of skin respiration, he had acutely sensed the augmentation of his physical energy, acknowledging the ever-increasing natural energy within him. His cells were undergoing transformation under the influence of this natural energy, growing stronger by the moment. He remained vigilant, ensuring that he would not absorb an excess of natural energy that could lead to petrification and monstrous transformation. Such an occurrence, if divulged, would surely incite ire among others. Simply by initiating skin respiration, he could enhance his strength daily, even surpassing those who toiled in rigorous training. Who could he possibly reason with about this effort? It appeared that sheer talent was indeed more advantageous. A fleeting thought from a genius could utterly undermine the significance of hard work. In this light, it seemed that the hard-working geniuses, Guy and Lee, were fated for tragic outcomes. A lifetime of effort pales in comparison to the ascendance brought forth by a mere cheat. He contemplated whether to grant Mike Guy and Lee the same advantage. However, after deliberation, he decided against it for the time being, not out of stinginess, but because natural energy was inherently perilous. When Naruto practiced sage techniques, supervision was imperative. An excessive absorption could necessitate external intervention to expel the natural energy, lest one be turned to stone. Takuno Kimura possesses the extraordinary ability to monitor his entire body cells, allowing him to halt his skin's respiration at will should it become excessive. Others, however, lack such a remarkable capability. Thus, Takuno decided to postpone sharing this gift with others until he fully comprehends the manipulation of natural energy. Lost in his thoughts, he arrived at the martial arts training ground. 1,000 leg kicks. If you can't achieve that, then complete 1,000 push-ups, he exclaimed, encouragingly. Within the training arena, young Lee was engaging in a grueling regimen of self-inflicted torture. His legs were swollen from relentless kicking, and when fatigue set in, he resorted to push-ups. Yet, the knuckles of his fist were raw and bloodied, suggesting he had already practiced punches prior to his leg exercises. Nearby, Mike Guy cheered on Lee, while Tion and Niji observed from the sidelines. Clearly not everyone was endowed with such physical prowess. It was inconceivable for an average person to endure such a taxing routine. Both Tion and Niji exchanged incredulous glances. By now, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and they had come to train only after completing their earlier tasks. The two were ready to take a break and head home when suddenly, Niji's eyes lit up. Takuno Kimura, you have arrived. Indeed, I have come, Takuno replied. Takuno, you shouldn't have come. We were all about to leave. With your arrival, it seems we must practice a while longer. Tion interjected, interrupting their somewhat juvenile exchange. Takeya Kimura laughed heartily and beckoned to the two. Haha, do you not wish to grow stronger? I have brought the secret technique from that day. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. What? Takeya, are you really going to teach those two the secret technique? Then I would stand even less of a chance against them. Xiaoli had already noticed Takeya's arrival. Initially, he merely wished to train a bit more. But upon hearing about the secret technique, he found himself unable to continue. He rushed over, pointing a finger at Takeya, looking as if he had been betrayed by a close friend. Upon hearing about the secret technique, Xiaoli felt certain that he would never be able to master it. After all, he struggled with ninjutsu. This technique could enhance speed to such an extent that it was essentially the nemesis of taijutsu ninjas. Takeya was actually willing to teach it to Ten and Niji. Since he already felt inferior to them, he feared that he would only fall further behind. Don't worry. Habi, you should be able to learn it too. As long as you can walk on water, you can master it. Remember when I taught you to walk on water? It's not much harder than that. This secret technique is merely a method of chakra control. Most ninjutsu involves chakra attributes. For instance, fire release requires fire attribute chakra, and water release requires water attribute chakra. Generally, most people possess 1 or 2 innate chakra attributes, while higher-ranking ninjas can cultivate 3 or more. The likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi possess mastery over all 7 attributes. However, Xiaoli lacked any innate attributes, making it exceedingly difficult for him to cultivate chakra. Nearly impossible. Thus, he was unable to learn nearly all ninjutsu that required a specific attribute, including the basic body flicker technique. Yet, he could still learn chakra control techniques, including tree climbing and water walking. Therefore, he should also be able to learn the soundless technique. Takeya even believed that Xiaoli could learn the Rasengan since the basic Rasengan is an attribute-less ninjutsu. Essentially, it is a technique that utilizes chakra control, which might be the only ninjutsu Xiaoli could learn. After explaining everything to the group, they all suddenly understood. Xiaoli eagerly listened as Takeya elaborated on the principles of the soundless technique, and everyone began their respective training. Naturally, the first to master it was Might Guy. After hearing about it, he immediately employed the soundless technique. As an experienced J-Nin, Guy's chakra control ability was at the J-Nin level. This technique is one that comes easily to aid J-Nin. Wow, Takeda-kun, this technique is practically tailor-made for taijutsu. With his already superior speed, Might Guy became even more formidable, surprising even himself. When using this technique, his chakra consumption was minimal, yet it significantly reduced his physical exertion. Typically, when employing the body flicker technique, ninjas must unleash immense power in a split second to counteract air resistance. Now, with the soundless technique, the wind resistance was greatly diminished, leading to a substantial reduction in physical consumption. Moreover, as a taijutsu expert, Might Guy quickly integrated the soundless technique into various forms of taijutsu. In a matter of minutes, his taijutsu prowess escalated dramatically. Just one technique elevated the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha to a whole new level. Normally, Might Guy's combat prowess was that of an elite J-Nin. When opening the 6th gate, he reached the level of a Kage. He had once defeated Kisame Hashigaki, known as the Beast Without a Tail, capable of taking on 4-tailed beasts alone. With the 7th gate, he could overpower even the strongest of Kage-level opponents. Now, with the mastery of the soundless technique, Guy's combat ability had risen a tier. The power unleashed when opening the 8th gate would be terrifying. "Sensei Guy, you are incredible," shouted several genin in awe. Takeya Kimura couldn't help but applaud as well. Although Takeya had anticipated this outcome and had attempted to integrate the soundless technique into other forms of taijutsu himself, he found it quite challenging. Given his familiarity with the soundless technique, achieving complete integration was no simple feat. Integrating the soundless technique into the body flicker technique was relatively straightforward, as running is a natural instinct for everyone, making the fusion easy. There was no need to consciously control one's body while employing the soundless technique during a run. However, integrating it into other forms of taijutsu was quite different. To do so, one must first master those techniques to the point where they become instinctual. Thus, one could utilize the soundless technique simultaneously with other forms of taijutsu. Clearly, Might Guy had already achieved this level of mastery across all taijutsu forms, allowing him to seamlessly integrate the soundless technique and dramatically increase his strength. Takeya-kun, this technique is comparable to the lightning body technique of Kimobikure. It is truly the essence of Konoha's taijutsu. You have established a new school. No, Sensei Guy, it is you who has founded a new school. The soundless technique is a chakra control skill with no prerequisites, but integrating it into taijutsu is the real challenge. Thus, it is you who has established a new school, not I. Moreover, this technique has variants, such as spikes that enhance penetration, high-speed vibrations that induce paralysis, explosive force for sudden bursts, twisting force through rotation, and heavy defensive power, among others. All these pertain to the transformation of chakra itself, unrelated to the nature of ninjutsu. As long as one possesses chakra, regardless of attributes, they can perform this taijutsu. Perfecting the school is no task for a single individual. Therefore, I propose that we collaborate to refine the system of this school together. A genius. What an ingenious idea. Might Guy was deeply impressed and praised Takaya repeatedly. Not only him, but Xiaoli, Tenten, and Niji were also captivated. Xiaoli, in particular, exclaimed that he would master the soundless technique, rushing to a corner to practice fervently. Upon hearing about the spikes enhancing penetration, Niji clenched his fists, realizing that it aligned perfectly with the principle of gentle fist acupuncture. Applying it to the steel fist style could also augment penetration. How had he not thought of this? He found himself admiring Takaya even more. Meanwhile, Tenten seemed to be in deep thought, as she wandered off to tinker with her ninja tools. Seemingly lost in her own world, Takuya Kimura observed that everyone was gleaning their own insights and chose not to intrude. Instead, he approached Methreya, bowed respectfully, and requested, "Teacher Kai, I implore you to teach me the technique known as the 8 Gates of Duinjia." Chapter 27. Open the gate. Is it not simply a matter of opening? Teacher Kai, I earnestly ask you to impart to me the art known as the 8 Gates of Duinjia. Nanny, Takuya, are you familiar with this technique as well? Indeed. I wish to learn this art. I beseech you. Takuya Kimura gazed at Might Guy, his eyes resolute as he once again bowed and implored. Upon witnessing this, the latter solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. I understood that this technique, though referred to as a technique, was essentially a method of bodily control. Just as our bodies instinctively limit muscle strength to protect ourselves from injury, our meridians also restrict the flow of chakra to safeguard the body from the potentially harmful effects of overwhelming chakra. The nodes within these meridians that regulate chakra flow are known as chakra gates. There are 8 major chakra gates within the human body. The method to unlock these 8 gates is known as the 8 Gates of Life technique. The gates are sequentially named: the opening gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the injury gate, the closing gate, the view gate, the shock gate, and the death gate. Each time a gate is opened, the chakra within the body surges dramatically. The opening of the 8th gate, the death gate, represents the culmination of the 8 Gates of Life technique. At that moment, the amount of chakra unleashed from the body would exceed tenfold of that of a Hokage. However, the cost is equally monumental. What is that cost? Xiaoli and the others could not help but approach, their curiosity piqued as they inquired of Might Guy. Taking a deep breath, he recounted a past event. Death. During the Third Great Ninja War, I encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist during a mission. Those 7 were elite jonin wielding unique ninja swords. At that time, my teammates and I were merely chunin, and just when we believed our demise was inevitable, my father, Might Guy, arrived. As a genin, he fully unleashed the 8 Gates of Life technique, erupting with power surpassing that of a Hokage, single-handedly battling against 7 foes. He obliterated the 7 ninja swordsmen in one fell swoop. Yet, he ultimately perished due to the immense chakra unleashed, which shattered all his meridians and bones. The lower-ranked ninjas were left in shock, unable to fathom that a genin could single-handedly defeat 7 elite jonin. So, Takuya, do you still wish to pursue this path? While the first 3 gates are manageable, the burden on the body increases significantly from the 4th gate onwards. The strain of the 8th gate, the death gate, is a weight that the human body cannot bear. Do you still wish to pursue this path? Absolutely. Takuya Kimura remained resolute. Observing this, Might Guy ceased his lengthy discourse and promptly began elucidating the cultivation methods of the 8 Gates of Duinjia. After listening to Kai's explanation, Kimura found it largely aligned with his previous thoughts, albeit enriched with additional considerations for opening each gate and the specific techniques associated with them. Ultimately, to unlock the 8 gates, one must engage in relentless effort, enhancing physical strength and honing mental endurance. Only then can one bear the immense burden of opening the gates. Those unaccustomed to rigorous training, even if aspiring to unlock the 8th gate of death, would falter under the agony of the preceding 7 gates. Thus, Lee, my expectations for you are profound. I hold hope that you can unlock the gate of death. Well, Teacher Kai, I shall strive with all my might, exclaimed Little Lee. As he and his mentor embraced in tears, Niji and Tenten, exasperated, placed their palms to their foreheads, murmuring that this was the 7th time today, 2 more than yesterday. Suddenly, an immense surge of chakra erupted nearby. Bang! As everyone turned to observe, they found the source to be Kimura. At that moment, a formidable chakra radiated from his being, so potent that it was visibly discernible. It is essential to note that the strength of ordinary chakra is imperceptible to the naked eye, visible only through the Byakugan. For instance, the chakra threads of a puppet master remain unseen by the average person. The ability to manifest chakra visibly signifies a level of strength that transcends the ordinary. When Kakashi faced the novice boss Zabuza Momochi, he employed the lightning nature transformation technique Raikiri, which left the elite Jainin Zabuza astounded upon witnessing chakra that could be seen. This illustrates that achieving a visible degree of chakra intensity is a rare feat, even among elite Jainin. Moreover, the chakra unleashed by the 8 Gates of Duinjia, despite lacking any elemental transformation, elevated its quality to a degree perceivable by the naked eye. The 8 Gates of Duinjia truly deserve their reputation as the ultimate technique of physical prowess. Takumi Kimura clenched his fist in exhilaration, for he had finally mastered the long-coveted 8 Gates of Duinjia formation, although he could only unlock the 4th gate, the injury gate, and found his body unable to endure further. He had anticipated this limitation. he understood that even managing to open the injury gate was somewhat of a challenge. This achievement was a testament to the enhancement his body had undergone in recent days, having absorbed natural energy through his skin's respiration. Takuya Kimura felt the immense chakra surging within him at that moment. As the quality of his chakra intensified, the challenge of controlling it increased significantly. With his current chakra manipulation skills, he found himself struggling to maintain control. Consequently, he allowed the chakra to erupt within every cell of his body, augmenting his physical strength. Both speed and power surged dramatically. However, without opening multiple gates, he feared that his abilities would not surpass those of the recently named Konoha-style ninja techniques. It is worth noting that the combat prowess exhibited by the Cloud Village's lightning body technique was already on par with the strength of the first 7 gates. The potential of Konoha's flowing ninja body techniques is arguably on par with that of the lightning body technique. Moreover, the ninja body techniques do not inflict the same kind of bodily harm as the 8 gates formation. From this perspective, it appears that the practical value of the 8 gates formation may not be as significant as one had previously imagined. Takuya Kimura felt a tinge of disappointment within. If the 8 gates formation could not be harmonized with the physical techniques of the Leaf Village, then aside from opening the 8th gate, he might as well resort to conventional ninjutsu. Utilizing ninjutsu would allow for the interweaving of techniques, while opening the gates made chakra control exceedingly challenging, rendering the use of ninjutsu almost impossible. However, upon further reflection, Takuya considered that this may be tied to proficiency. After all, he too struggled to wield ninjutsu with finesse. After all, both Guy and Lee could walk on water after opening the gates. Satisfied with this realization, Takuya nodded, hands clasped behind his back, thinking it was rather commendable. Little did he know, his words struck the 4 individuals nearby with profound discouragement. Takuya, you shouldn't keep your injury gate open while contemplating. It's detrimental to your health. Young man, you must not mistreat your body in such a manner. Takuya-kun, is it merely commendable that you open the injury gate on your first attempt? Why do I feel no sense of accomplishment whatsoever? Lee, do not despair. Even I could not sense the pulse gates at first. Opening the 8 gates is indeed a formidable task. Do not be misled by the feats of certain prodigies. You must persevere. Hey, teacher guy. The prodigious Niji Hyuga felt slightly offended and inquired how Takuya managed to open the gates. How to open the gates? It's simply a matter of opening them directly? Is it truly that difficult? Mused the young genius in contemplation. Chapter 28. Tsunade's Ascendancy. After mastering the 8 gates formation, Takuya engaged in a dialogue with Might Guy regarding the techniques of chakra control while opening the 8 gates. Takuya Kimura has just returned from the training ground, and the sky has darkened. In the residence of Takuya Kimura, he had a modest dinner before reclining on his bed, contemplating the intricacies of the 8 gates of Duinjia formation. A semblance of clarity began to emerge in his thoughts. The 8 gates present 3 formidable challenges. First, the difficulty of unlocking all 8 gates. Second, the potency of the abilities unleashed upon activation. Third, the peril associated with the opening of the death gate, which is said to be fatal. The challenge of unlocking the 8 gates is contingent upon one's physical and mental resilience. Previously, the notion of severing pain receptors was tested, revealing that it could circumvent the limitations of mental endurance. The enhancement of physical strength, meanwhile, is gradually being augmented by natural energy. Thus, for Takuya, the issue of activating the 8 gates appears to be resolved. The second challenge pertains to potency. The quality and quantity of chakra vary significantly among individuals. Therefore, the strength derived from opening the 8 gates, along with the increase in chakra, is also disparate. Should Guy encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen again, even the opening of the 6th gate would be considered a mark of respect. With the 7th gate, none would escape. As for the 8th gate, it is preposterous to suggest that such a feat would be necessary to confront a cadre of elite jonin. However, Guy's father, Might Due, managed to unlock the 8th gate, yet could only inflict a fatal blow while sustaining significant injuries himself. This illustrates that Guy possesses a chakra quality far superior to that of his father. If the potency is indeed determined by the quality of chakra, then the earlier idea of utilizing sage chakra to unlock the 8 gates holds merit. Presently, Takuya's cultivation of sage chakra remains in its initial stages, but progress has commenced. Furthermore, his own chakra quality is not to be underestimated, as his mental energy is exceptionally refined. Although his physical energy lags slightly, the interplay between the two results in a chakra quality that rivals that of Guy. While there is a discernible gap, it is not insurmountable. With further enhancement of his physical prowess, Takuya's chakra quality is destined to surpass that of Might Guy. The third issue, concerning the death gate, is often deemed a guaranteed death sentence. Yet, in the original anime, Guy did indeed open the death gate, only to be miraculously saved by Naruto's yang release chakra. It is noteworthy that Naruto does not possess medical ninjutsu. He merely unleashed his yang release chakra, thereby preserving Guy's life. Takuya Kimura is confident in his abilities to ensure his survival. Yet, is mere survival the only objective? For the average individual, it is indeed a matter of survival. However, what Takuya Kimura desires is the boundless mastery of the 8 gates technique. He seeks the capacity to wield the 8 gates formation without limitations, engaging in sustained combat rather than merely unleashing a single burst of power, only to succumb to lethargy thereafter. A true man must not only be formidable, but also enduring. Although the technique of flesh rebirth can instantaneously rejuvenate one's physical condition, it comes at a price, necessitating the sacrifice of healthy cells to replace the deceased ones. Takuya Kimura, too, cannot conjure cells from thin air. He can only perform equivalent exchanges, which is why this technique is referred to as the art of flesh and blood replacement. However, activating the 8 gates inflicts continuous damage upon the body's cells. In such circumstances, how many times can Takuya Kimura utilize his adipose cells for repair? Even if he were to embody the traits of the Akimichi clan, the ultimate outcome would likely extend his endurance by merely a few seconds beyond that of the esteemed guy. Clearly, this is not Takuya Kimura's desire. He yearns for unrestricted usage, which necessitates boundless recuperative capabilities. Fortunately, he possesses such an ability, his immortality, which serves as a means of self-preservation. Following his devouring of the creature Ito, this capacity has seen a significant enhancement, approximately elevating by 30%. Minor wounds that previously required an entire night to heal can now mend within 6 to 7 hours. Yet, this remains insufficient. The rate of recovery pales in comparison to the consumption rate of the Death Gate. Thus, the solution to the dilemma becomes evident. He must find a way to augment his immortality. Previously, this enhancement stemmed from the consumption of Ito. But where can he procure such augmentation now? It cannot be that Yagumo conjures another creature, for that beast merely embodies her negative energy. Wait, negative energy? That creature is not a soul, but rather the negative energy born from within the soul. Moreover, did the tail beasts not also harbor a wealth of negative emotions within their chakra? Furthermore, they possess immortality. So, does the immortality of my soul originate from negative energy? Is it the resentment born from my unwillingness to accept death in my past life? Am I, in fact, a specter? A vengeful spirit born of grievance? Or could I, in truth, also be a tailed beast? Takuno Kimura found the situation increasingly absurd. He shook his head and pulled the blanket up snugly. Regardless of the circumstances, he had somehow circled back to the tailed beasts, a topic he had initially wished to avoid due to its inherent oddity. However, it now seemed necessary to engage with the tailed beasts after all. Thus, a delightful decision was made. Sleep. With his mind made up, Takuno Kimura slumbered soundly until dawn. The following morning, Takuya Kimura lay sprawled on his bed, lost in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated through the air. Takuya Kimura! Takuya Kimura! Awakened by the incessant rapping, he rose to answer the door. Who is it? Takuya Kimura. The 5th Hokage wishes to summon you following the inauguration ceremony. Please, follow me. Thus, Takuya was escorted to the Hokage building. A sizable crowd had already gathered outside the edifice. In addition to the summoned ninjas, there were numerous ordinary citizens. The announcement had been made just yesterday, yet this morning, the populace flocked to the building. The swift response was attributed to television. Indeed, the world of the Hokage possessed television, along with a plethora of renowned stars. Numerous official broadcasting stations existed, and even the Ninja Academy boasted its own campus news channel, frequently ranking the most beautiful students. At such a pivotal historical juncture, it was only natural that the vicinity was teeming with reporters armed with cameras. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the village's high-ranking officials, clan leaders from various ninja families, and several elite shinobi were gathered to witness the event. Meanwhile, below, countless ordinary ninjas and civilians awaited eagerly. After the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, delivered his speech, he passed his Hokage hat to Tsunade Senju. Upon donning the esteemed headgear, Tsunade proclaimed her ascension as the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure and addressed the crowd. From this moment forth, I am the 5th Hokage. I shall strive to enhance this village, revolutionizing medical ninjutsu to not only reduce casualties among ninjas but also greatly benefit the common populace. I have returned. I am Tsunade Senju, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, and the current 5th Hokage. Cheers erupted from the crowd below as they rejoiced. Amidst the throng, Takuya Kimura found himself flanked by 2 Umbu operatives, compelled to gaze upward in reverence. These 2 Umbu were none other than Yuzuki Yugao and Oda are. My apologies, Takuya-kun. This is the arrangement of Lord Fifth. I sincerely regret it. I promise to treat you to barbecue afterward, one said. Indeed, 2 meals. One from the captain, and one from me, the other added. I, too, am quite helpless in this situation, Takuya. I never imagined that woman would be Lady Tsunade, returning to assume the mantle of Hokage. When I first received the orders, I nearly turned into a leopard from shock. Takuya Kimura gazed in utter disbelief at Tsunade atop the building, observing her haughty demeanor as she cast a glance back at him. Wasn't that expression precisely the one he had feigned before her yesterday? Her final words were evidently directed at him. Are all women creatures of such nature? How terrifying. Kimura Takuya displayed a visage of trepidation, gratifying Tsunade's mischievous inclinations. With a triumphant wave of her hand, she signaled Yuzuki Yuki and Oda are to escort Kimura Takuya to her. Subsequently, she turned and made her way to the Hokage's office. Chapter 29. Tsunade's ninjutsu. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade occupied her seat with an imposing presence. Bring him forth, she commanded, her demeanor fierce. With a wave, she summoned Kimura Takuya to be brought before her. Hey, you were quite arrogant earlier, weren't you? Haha. What has happened to that bravado now? Waha. Tsunade couldn't contain her laughter as she observed Kimura Takuya's disheveled state. The humiliation she experienced at his hands transformed instantaneously into a delightful sense of vindication. She felt as though she could indulge in an extra 2 bowls of rice at lunch. Pounding her fist on the desk, she pointed at Kimura Takuya. Hey kid, why the silence? You can't intimidate me with your tricks, nor can power compel my submission, unless… Oh, you possess some spirit, do you? Unless what? Unless you increase my payment. With a resounding thud, Tsunade nearly toppled from her chair, quickly regaining her composure. Baka, do you dare to extort the Hokage? Short on funds? If you lack money, you can offer something as collateral. Wait a moment, I almost let you ensnare me. When have I ever owed you money? You lost to me. That was not trickery, but rather a clever utilization of the rules. Now, hasten to acknowledge me as your master. Absolutely not. Kimura Takuya wore an expression of utter disdain. The members of the Umbu were collectively astonished. How could the Hokage himself take a disciple, and yet someone would dare to refuse? Surely he must be a fool. An absolute imbecile. Who in their right mind would turn down such a golden opportunity? Anyone else would surely nod in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Yet, Kimura Takuya, against all odds, declined the offer. Just as the Umbu were beginning to label him a simpleton, Tsunade stepped forward from her seat and approached Kimura, uttering words that left the Umbu even more astounded. I have no more money. Everything else, my antique treasures, has long been sold. All I have left is this necklace. Let it serve as your token of apprenticeship. What say you? Will you accept? Lady Tsunade, that is your most cherished possession. Tsunade's words were interrupted by Shizune, only to be silenced by a raised hand from Tsunade. As Kimura Takuya gazed at the necklace that Tsunade removed from her chest, a glint of desire flickered in his eyes. It appeared quite valuable, an opportunity he could not resist. Takuya Kimura reached out to grasp the necklace, but Tsunade swiftly retracted it. She raised a finger, oscillating it as she shook her head, saying, First, you must pay your respects to your master before I can bestow it upon you. Very well. Master, I humbly bow before you. It is master, you fool. Come now, do not play tricks on me, old woman. With a resounding thud, Tsunade struck Takuya on the head, only relenting once he amended his address. Hand it over. Not a chance. It will only be given upon your graduation. What? You deceiver. Did you only just realize? This treasure could purchase 3 grand mountains. Do you think I would part with it so easily? Then what must I do to graduate? Ah, therein lies the challenge. You must master all my jutsu and defeat me to truly graduate. Ahaha, you've been played, kid. Tsunade laughed triumphantly, turning back to her desk and tossing a large scroll. Takuya Kimura deftly caught the object, feeling its weight settle heavily in his hands, estimating it to be around 10 to 20 kilograms. It was thicker than an adult's thigh and approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in length. Inscribed upon it were 4 formidable characters, the Book of Seals. Sweat beaded on his brow as he pondered. Could his master truly have created this? Did she think he had never seen Naruto? Was this not the compendium of forbidden techniques from Konoha? The techniques contained within were notoriously difficult to master and exceedingly perilous. It appeared that Tsunade had no intention of allowing him to graduate. Indeed, how could one expect to easily obtain such a necklace? It was, after all, the necklace of the first Hokage, imbued with the power of the Wood Shield. Tsunade had previously gifted it to her 2 most cherished individuals, her younger brother, Sinjiroptree, and her beloved, Kato Dan. Tragically, both had met their demise shortly after receiving the necklace. One was killed by an explosion the very next day, while the other perished right before Tsunade's eyes. Consequently, the necklace became known as the Death Necklace, a token that seemingly rejected any other owner. This ordeal led Tsunade to develop a profound fear of blood. Thus, she would never part with this necklace lightly again. The mere act of presenting it was likely a temptation for herself, much like the wager she had made with Naruto, promising him the necklace if he learned the Rasengan in 3 days. However, why had it transformed into an entire book of seals in my hands? Was it because I appeared exceptionally intelligent? Surely, that must be the case. Nevertheless, this suited me perfectly. Takuya Kimura felt a surge of secret delight within, though he feigned a look of bewilderment on his face. Tsunade, noticing his fixation on the scroll of seals, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Oh, this foolish boy appears rather dim-witted, greedy and arrogant, truly believing he can master the entirety of the sealing scroll? I am well aware that you, young one, possess merely a high aptitude for medical ninjutsu. Your other skills in ninjutsu are rather lackluster. Any random forbidden technique from the scroll would take you years to comprehend. Many of the forbidden techniques contained within have eluded even the esteemed Sarutobi sensei, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Humph, foolish lad, do you covet my necklace? Perhaps in your next life. Listen, you can only gaze upon this. Copying or taking it away is strictly forbidden. These are all forbidden techniques. Oh, I mean the techniques I've mastered. Additionally, there are some ninjutsu here that you may take back to study, and for this, you will need to sign your name. Tsunade then tossed a palm-sized scroll and summoned a larger one, instructing Takuya to inscribe his name with his own blood on the larger scroll. What is this? Kimura Takuno. feigning ignorance, could easily discern that this was undoubtedly a spirit summoning scroll, the spirit summoning scroll of the Whetbone Forest. Upon signing it, once you master the art of spirit summoning, you will be able to call forth the spirit beasts dwelling within the Whetbone Forest. Oh, young man, are you not curious to inquire about what the Whetbone Forest is? I am not. How ungrateful, you little rascal. The Whetbone Forest is one of the 3 sacred lands, home to one of the 3 immortals, the Slug Sage. Within the Whetbone Forest resides but a single spirit beast, and what we can summon is merely its avatar. Tsunade imparted the information regarding the Whetbone Forest in one breath, cautioning him that even when summoning the avatar of the Slug Sage, he must always maintain a posture of respect. Takino Kimura readily agreed and opened the small scroll again. The techniques within included Ein Seal, 100 Healings Technique, Creation Rebirth, and Monster Strength Technique, alongside various medical ninjutsu. What a surprise. These must be Tsunade's techniques, right? The Ein Seal serves to seal excess chakra. A ninja's chakra is akin to their energy reserves, and the amount of chakra one can store is finite. However, the mental and physical energy restored each day can be refined into new chakra. Due to the cap on energy reserves, this portion of chakra is often wasted. With the Ein Seal, it can be preserved. The 100 Healings technique complements the Ein Seal, assisting in releasing the chakras stored within it. Notably, the 100 Healings technique also possesses the remarkable effect of preserving youth. Creation Rebirth, on the other hand, is a medical ninjutsu that consumes a substantial amount of chakra to stimulate rapid cell division, allowing one to instantaneously heal wounds. It is a more advanced form of medical ninjutsu than the healing technique. The Monster Strength technique is intriguing. While it is technically a technique, it also represents a skill in chakra control. Remarkably, it shares a striking similarity with the Leaf Village's body techniques. Perhaps, one could assert that Monster Strength is one of the body techniques of the Leaf Village as well. It utilizes the transformation of chakra itself, a form of transformation that Takino Kimura had not previously envisioned. This technique generates immense cumulative force by precisely and rapidly stacking chakra at a single point, akin to skills found in many novels that deliver devastating damage through rapid multi-strike attacks at one location. Ah, so this is Monster Strength. Snap! Takano Kimura unleashed the formidable Strength Fist, creating a sonic boom in the air. The surrounding Umbu, initially believing he could not master such an array of ninjutsu and thus would be unable to obtain the necklace, were filled with indignation and resolved to assault the Hokage to forcibly seize it. The Umbu members swiftly appeared, intent on subduing Kimura. Hold on, everyone, stand down. Takano, you just employed the Strength Fist, didn't you? Indeed. Under the astonished gaze of Tsunade, Kimura proceeded to exhibit and elucidate the Leaf Village's ninjutsu techniques. Tsunade, taken aback, rose from her seat and approached Kimura, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You must be a prodigy, right? A genius. Why did you not stand out during your time at the Ninja Academy? Hihi, I had some issues with chakra refinement, but that has been resolved. I have always possessed a certain aptitude for ninjutsu development. However, the academy did not provide numerous opportunities for me to showcase my abilities. I only revealed my talents during the graduation exam, yet unfortunately fell short against the top student of this year, Hyuga Niji. With a mischievous smile, Takuno Kimura exuded an air of triumph as he responded to Tsunade with a premeditated answer. His sudden display of talent was bound to elicit such inquiries. Thus he had long since prepared his response. Was this not the very essence of being prepared? Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients rings true. Hinata, you say? Losing to him is no disgrace. I have heard of Niji, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Indeed. Observing Takuno's lack of indignation, Tsunade felt a twinge of curiosity. This was unexpected. Was this not the same lad who loathed defeat? He had never conceded, even to my medical ninjutsu. Yet now, having lost to another, he seems to accept it so easily. Could it be that Niji Hyuga is truly that formidable, having subdued him in a single encounter? If that is the case, perhaps I should take heed of Niji Hyuga. As the newly appointed Hokage, it is imperative that I cultivate my own Umbu team. While I can trust the personnel from Sarutobi-sensei, having my own subordinates would undoubtedly be more effective. Takuno's unusual behavior sparked a myriad of thoughts in Tsunade's mind. Yet, what she failed to consider was that this was merely the result of someone's lackluster acting, having forgotten to maintain their facade in her presence. Due to this oversight, Niji's fate was irrevocably altered. Unbeknownst to Takuno, he settled beside her, perusing the Book of Seals. The more he read, the more astonished he became. The vast majority of the ninjutsu contained within were creations of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This truly is a genius at work, encompassing a multitude of techniques. It included wind release, fire release, lightning release, earth release, water release, yin release, and yang release, among others. Additionally, it contained the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, as well as the summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation. To his astonishment, he discovered that Impure World Reincarnation was indeed classified as a summoning technique, belonging to the realm of space-time ninjutsu alongside Flying Thunder God. Takuya Kimura expressed his profound astonishment, diligently committing all these ninjutsu techniques to memory. The prior enhancement of his spiritual power has significantly augmented his recollective abilities. His current memory is such that he can retain information with remarkable clarity. A grand scroll contains over 100 forbidden techniques, and regardless of their utility, he meticulously recorded every single one. As for the smaller scrolls, I shall take them with me. Is there anything else for today? If not, I shall return to my practice. No, there is nothing else. You may go. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to consult Shizune. Only if she is unable to assist should you seek my help. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. Takumi Kimura turned and walked away with the scroll in hand. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out, "Wait a moment. What is it? You are part of the team Yuhi, correct? A new member from the root has joined your ranks. Be cautious of this individual. Moreover, everything is well within your team." Isn't it? Indeed, as one special member has yet to become a ninja. Ah, I see. You mean Akamaru Yakumo. Here is what you should do. Approach that member from the root and undertake a task together. With that, Tsunade handed Takumi a document pertaining to a D-rank mission. D-rank mission, capture the merchant caravan. Mission description, track down a group of 5 merchants who entered Konohagakure the previous day. This caravan lacks livestock, as they are backpacking traders. The personnel list remains unknown, along with their appearances. It is established that there are 5 individuals, comprising 1 adult male and 4 minors. Among the minors, 3 are male and 1 is female. Mission clue, prior to entering the village, they were seen barbecuing by the riverside. Takuya Kimura gazed at the task documents, yet discerned little from them. However, upon viewing the accompanying images, a twitch flickered at the corner of his mouth. The footprints, the riverside bonfire, and the discarded wooden skewers, was this not the aftermath of his barbecue with Kaiban that fateful night by the river? How had we transformed into a merchant convoy? What purpose do we have in seeking these individuals? What crimes have they committed? Their offenses are egregious. Once found, I shall bring them forth myself and exact my vengeance. Lady Tsunade, is that truly necessary? While their actions are indeed contemptible, upon further reflection, it hardly warrants a death sentence. In a bid to temper the situation, Shizune interjected just as Kimura anticipated her plea for mercy. Perhaps we should simply seize them and condemn them to a lifetime of servitude in a dark dungeon, never to see the light of day again. What? Why resort to such cruelty? What heinous acts have they committed to deserve this? Absolutely unforgivable. They roasted my pet pig. Tsunade's face contorted with fury, vowing that she would never forgive these individuals, insisting that they must be captured and dismembered without mercy. Upon hearing these words, Takano Kimura felt a sense of bewilderment. Wasn't it true that the only pet pig raised by Tsunade was the one clad in a red garment, adorned with a pearl necklace? After a moment of contemplation, clarity washed over him. Could this possibly be a misunderstanding? The more he pondered, the more plausible this notion seemed, prompting him to cautiously probe. Master, it is merely a pet pig, is it not? I could gift you another one. Absolutely not. I desire only my beloved Tontonton. Do you comprehend the emotional bond formed while nurturing a pet from its infancy? Can you fathom the sorrow of such a cherished companion being devoured? They must be safeguarded. Indeed, it appeared that a misunderstanding had occurred. Tontonton was still residing in Kimura's home, initially intended as leverage against Tsunade. However, having successfully apprenticed himself and acquired his master's ninjutsu, along with the coveted sealing scroll, holding on to Tontonton without returning it would be rather inconsiderate. Master, my pet pig is truly adorable. I discovered it just the other day during a mission with my team. It's even dressed and wears a necklace. I have no idea which affluent family it belongs to. I've had it for 2 days now, yet there hasn't been any notice of a search party. What? Dressed and adorned with a necklace? What color is the attire, and what sort of necklace does it wear? Red clothing, pearl necklace. What? Is that not Tontonton? So it was you who found it? Tsunade exclaimed as she seized the collar of Kimura's garment, pulling him close to her. Once again, they found themselves in that elevated position where one stands atop the pinnacle, surveying the vastness below. Kimura Takuya, with his gaze unwavering, dared only to look upon Tsunade's face, avoiding any other direction lest he be branded a traitor to his master. What? Master, did you not just say that Tonton was eaten? The little piglet adorned in a crimson outfit and a pearl necklace is none other than Tonton. In a moment of excitement, Shizune promptly retrieved her backpack and began rummaging through it to present a photograph of Tonton to Kimura Takuya. After observing, Takuya Kimura feigned surprise, exclaiming about the coincidence. He then clarified the events of that fateful night to Tsunade and Shizune. The group soon realized that the 5 individuals were not a merchant caravan, but rather Takuya Kimura and the Konoha team. They had indeed indulged in barbecue, yet it was not Tonton that they roasted. In fact, they had generously fed Tonton and even brought her back to the hidden leaf village, awaiting her companion's arrival. Tsunade looked at the innocent expression on Takuya's face, feeling both amused and exasperated. It was hard to believe that her return to the village was instigated by this young man, and now, because of him, she had been compelled by the elders to assume the role of Hokage. How infuriating. Thud. Tsunade struck Takuya on the head again. Go fetch Tonton for me. Oh, Shizune. Let us go together. I still need to visit the hospital and want to be back for a while. Thus, Shizune accompanied Takuya to his home. Chapter 31. The disappearance of Tonton once more. Where is Takuya Kimura's pet pig? Why can't I find it? Did I not leave food and water for it? Is it hiding in the corner? Has it gone to the bathroom? Could it be under the bed? It's not beneath the sofa either. Takuya Kimura searched every corner of the room meticulously, yet he found nothing. As time passed, the seemingly demure girl, Shizune, began to lose her composure. Takuya Kimura turned his gaze towards the window, his eyes alight with realization. Aha, it must be hiding behind the curtains. I have found you, little piggy. He abruptly pulled aside the curtain, only to find nothing. Upon inspecting the windowsill, he noticed tiny hoof prints, and it became clear that the little one had scampered away again. Sister Shizune, please don't choke me. Release my neck. I can hardly breathe, he exclaimed. The little piggy has fled again. We must hasten to pursue it. I saw it earlier this morning, and it cannot have gone too far. Shizune, who had been fiercely gripping Takuya's neck, gradually calmed upon hearing his words. Although the little piggy's comings and goings had caused quite an emotional upheaval, even the usually mild-tempered Shizune had momentarily lost her composure. However, with her formidable strength, she possessed a level of resilience akin to that of a seasoned warrior, allowing her to regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she released Takuya and examined the hoof prints on the windowsill. The tracks led outside, following a narrow path that ventured deep into the dense forest, after which the trail abruptly vanished. The residence of Takuno Kimura is situated in a less desirable area of the commoner district, which itself is considered the least favorable location. It is in close proximity to some undeveloped regions and training grounds, rendering it rather remote. This narrow path ultimately leads to the Death Forest, the designated site for the second stage of the Chunin exams, as depicted in the original narrative. Wait, Shizune, ahead lies a forbidden zone. It is fraught with numerous traps and ferocious beasts, and entry is strictly prohibited. Despite her initial reservations, Shizune resolved to disregard the regulations after a moment's contemplation. She created a shadow clone to seek permission from Tsunade for entry before proceeding. While such forbidden areas typically go unmonitored, her status as a disciple of the Hokage meant that her actions would be scrutinized as representative of the Hokage herself. Tsunade, being newly appointed, might be vulnerable to criticism if her disciple were to create a scandal over a trivial matter. Thus, Shizune exercised caution. As the two ventured deeper into the forest, they were surrounded by towering trees, the origins of which remained a mystery, whether they had grown naturally or were a product of the first Hokage's would-release technique. They nimbly navigated the colossal trunks, scanning their surroundings in search of any clues. After an extended period of fruitless pursuit, Takuno Kimura finally spoke up. Shizune, this method of tracking is futile. Do you have anything that belongs to Taunton? Perhaps we could summon a ninja dog to assist us? Shizune paused, then rushed to Takuno's side, vigorously shaking him by the collar. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Let go. I can't breathe. After a moment of frenzied frustration, she calmed down. It's too late to turn back now. We must continue searching. If we haven't found anything before nightfall, we can apply for a ninja dog. They pressed on, eventually reaching a clearing where they discovered small footprints resembling those of a piglet, alongside a larger set of prints. It was peculiar. But they decided to follow the trail, which led them to a brook, where they encountered a pair of wild boars, one large and one small. Disappointed, Shizune shouted, startling the animals away. Hey, Shizune, this doesn't bode well. Look at the grass around us. At his words, Shizune surveyed the tall grass surrounding them in the Death Forest, where the vegetation towered ominously. The grass by the creek was nearly as tall as a person. In that moment, the seemingly still grass began to sway, despite the absence of wind. Among the dense thicket, a glaring flash of yellow accompanied by hints of black emerged. Tigers. Enormous tigers. Not just one, but a multitude of them. The duo found themselves encircled by what appeared to be at least a dozen massive tigers, prowling stealthily through the underbrush, their stature surpassing even Takuno's. The foliage could scarcely conceal them. Shizune, how will we handle so many tigers? Are you capable? If not, I can take action. How dare you underestimate me, you little brat? Watch closely, Shizune proclaimed, unleashing a flurry of kunai towards the lurking tigers. The beasts were swiftly incapacitated by the poison-laden projectiles. Well, do you still doubt my abilities? Shizune boasted, twirling a kunai between her fingers. However, Takuno remained silent, his expression betraying concern. Suddenly, a new wave of even larger tigers emerged from the distance. The previously subdued tigers, now dwarfed by their incoming kin, appeared almost trivial in comparison. These towering beasts, over 3 meters tall, were the parents of the smaller tigers that Shizune had incapacitated. With a roar, the massive tigers charged toward the pair, enraged by the sight of their offspring unable to awaken. Run. Where are the poisoned kunai? Shoot them. There's only one left. Who brings such an abundance of kunai? Takuno exclaimed. Even if we had more, the dosage would be insufficient to subdue such formidable creatures. As they fled, their dialogue continued, both moving with the agility of elite shinobi, hastily leaping among the trees in hopes of using the trunks as shields against the advancing giants. However, they were astounded to witness the titanic beasts effortlessly toppling the colossal trees, each one towering high enough to require several people to encircle. The Titan's speed matched their own, rendering their escape increasingly desperate. Although Takanori Kimura can activate the silent technique to enhance his speed, he cannot simultaneously engage silence. It would be impractical to disregard the silence entirely. Well, enough of the pretense. I shall reveal my true intentions. The ninja art, spiral multi-projectiles. With a swift turn, Takanori Kimura joined his hands before his chest and forcefully thrust them outward. His palms, pressed together, targeted the oncoming giant tigers. Chakra rapidly converged between his hands, swiftly forming a spiraled sphere the size of a street lamp. For each sphere he gathered, he promptly unleashed it. The colossal spiraled orbs were discharged like a barrage of beads. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous explosions sent dozens of giant tigers sprawling to the ground. Takuno Kimura deliberately controlled the trajectory of the great jade spiral, ensuring it did not directly strike the immense tigers. Instead, it landed in their vicinity, disorienting them with a powerful explosion. These are no ordinary tigers. They are all ninja tigers, having grown beyond the realm of the commonplace. While they may not compare to the gigantic toads of my Bokuzen, which can reach several meters in size, they are certainly larger than the ninja boars and ninja leopards that Takuno Kimura had previously encountered alongside Kaiban. Recognizing the potential utility of these tigers, Takuno Kimura chose to spare their lives. Takuno Kimura spared their lives, a truth he was acutely aware of. Yet, the Tiger King, who ambled leisurely at the rear of this formidable group, remained oblivious. Chapter 32. The Enduring Tiger King. Initially, the Tiger King discovered that the young members of his clan were merely incapacitated, rendered unconscious. Thus, he lingered at the back without haste. Consequently, he went unnoticed by Takuno Kimura. After a relentless barrage of distant projectiles unleashed by Kimura, the Tiger King's instincts kicked in. Recognizing that the explosive force could indeed harm his subordinates, with a mighty roar, he charged forward, only to find his followers sprawled on the ground, their bodies grievously wounded. Although Takuno Kimura managed to evade the giant tiger itself, the explosive force of the great jade spiral sphere still inflicted injuries upon all the ninja tigers. While their remarkable regenerative abilities rendered the damage less significant, the concern led to turmoil, and the Tiger King was evidently enraged. Stop with the antics. Move aside. Something even more formidable is approaching. Takuno Kimura abruptly pushed aside the silence, startling the latter with his recent powerful move, leaving them still in a state of shock. The Tiger King moved with astonishing speed, reaching the two in the blink of an eye and crashing into the massive tree beneath them. Fortunately, Takuno Kimura had anticipated the attack and evaded it just in time. However, the Tiger King, being a formidable creature, had surprisingly mastered some techniques akin to ninja agility. As it lunged towards the tree, realizing the two had dodged, it was unable to halt its momentum and collided forcefully, using the impact to rebound and pursue them relentlessly. What ensued was a flurry of rapid attacks. Kimura Takuyo and Shizen could only evade separately. The Tiger King, displaying his cunning, chose to pursue one of them, deliberately ignoring Kimura Takuyo, who was nearby, opting instead to chase after Shizen. It seemed his strategy was to eliminate the weaker foe first before addressing Kimura Takuyo. As Shizen was relentlessly pursued by the Tiger King, she unleashed all her tactics, her verbal jabs, her poisonous needles, and even the last of her toxic shuriken. Yet, none of these assaults managed to breach the defenses of the Tiger King. Takuno Kimura took a breath. Having just unleashed a barrage of large Rasengan techniques in rapid succession to swiftly eliminate the pack of ninja tigers, he had executed over a dozen of these formidable orbs, expertly controlling their remote detonations. Each orb possessed a power that surpassed the A rank, and though it did not reach the S rank, the sheer number of such extraordinary jutsu was indeed astonishing. The chakra consumed was undoubtedly more than a single card's worth. At this moment, he found himself utterly depleted. Having exhausted all his energy in one go, he watched as Shizen was perilously pursued by the Tiger King. In a desperate attempt to assist, he could only launch a few kunai from behind, yet they proved ineffective. With no other options, he resolved to open the 8 gates, a decision that would significantly strain his physical capabilities. Consequently, he would likely face an extended period of weakness afterward. This was an inevitable consequence of his current situation. Even Might Guy and Rock Lee experience a phase of exhaustion after fully opening the gates. In the current state of emptiness, Kimura Takanoya opened the door, which was tantamount to an extreme exertion of both physical and mental strength. Although his immortality might alleviate some of the strain, Kimura estimated that the period of weakness would last no less than an hour. Injury gate, open. A surge of chakra erupted from his body, causing every cell within him to convulse, accompanied by a sharp sense of mental fragmentation. This was the sensation of forcibly extracting chakra. A mere mortal would likely succumb at such a moment. However, Kimura had preemptively severed his pain receptors, rendering his physical discomfort negligible, and with his formidable spirit, he endured the mental anguish. Whoosh! Kimura Takanoya, having activated the injury gate, charged towards the Tiger King. The Tiger King, engrossed in pursuit of the Silent One, suddenly sensed a surge of chakra erupting behind him, rushing towards his rear. An involuntary tightening ensued. It was not Kimura Takanoya's lewdness that could be blamed. Rather, one could only fault the Tiger King for its excessively perfect posture. It would be remiss not to execute the Leaf Village's secret technique, 1,000 Years of Pain. The Tiger King stood over 5 meters tall on all fours, and when upright, it towered nearly 10 meters, almost as tall as a 5-story building. Its size was only slightly lesser than that of the giant frogs of Myaboka Mountain. Thus, Kimura employed a branch he had hastily severed from a nearby tree for his 1,000 years of pain. While referred to as a branch, it was thicker than Kimura himself. The entire branch was of considerable length, akin to that of an ordinary tree, roughly the diameter of a small bucket. It must have measured over 10 meters. With a resounding thud, the branch penetrated deeply. Oh woo! The Tiger King howled in agony from the strike, instinctively recoiling and darting away, its tail tucked between its legs. "Ha! You may have fled swiftly, but I have left a trace of soul energy upon you. I shall return to settle the score in due time." Takuya Kimura placed his hands on his hips for a moment before finding a suitable spot to sit down, subsequently deactivating the 8 Gates of Duinjia formation. Leaning against a large tree, he reclined. "Takuya, splendidly done. Your prowess is truly remarkable. I have nothing left. I feel utterly drained and need to faint for a while." Takuya, what is the matter with you?" Takuya Kimura, feeling dizzy, did not allow himself the luxury of a moment's respite. He simply collapsed. Fortunately, he had secured a suitable position beforehand, thus averting any unnecessary injuries. Shizune observed Kimura, whose chakra was depleted, and shook her head in resignation. Approaching his side, she employed medical ninjutsu to alleviate his physical burden. After a considerable time, Kimura gradually regained consciousness. He awoke slightly sooner than anticipated. Was it Shizune's soothing touch that aided him? He rose and glanced around, but Shizune was nowhere to be found. The sun had already set, and nightfall enveloped the prehistoric-like forest of colossal trees more swiftly than in other locales. Shizune, he called out. "Takuya, are you awake? Just a moment, I will be right there. Stay put and don't wander." From a short distance behind him, the sound of trickling water echoed, particularly distinct in the darkness of the night. Takuya Kimura immediately comprehended the situation and obediently waited in place for a while. Soon, Shizune emerged from the forest behind him. Her expression calm yet filled with concern. "Takuya, are you all right? Are you feeling better?" "Ah, I can move, but my chakra has yet to fully replenish. The previous activation of the 8 Gates technique forced my body beyond its limits, and while I have regained some strength, I doubt I will be able to utilize my chakra today." Takuno Kimura experienced a throbbing headache, having just released the sensory blockade against pain. The prolonged severance of the pain nerve was detrimental to his health. He rubbed his head, grimacing in response to the concern from Shizune. Unable to contain her admonishment, Shizune scolded him, unsure whether she was merely asserting her authority as a senior or motivated by something deeper. She felt her composure falter before this young man. Despite her generally amiable temperament, he had provoked her ire on numerous occasions today. It was truly exasperating. His reckless expenditure of chakra was severely damaging to his body. This was not merely a matter of being unable to utilize chakra today. As a medical ninja, did he not comprehend that such injuries could be permanent? What could I do? I can't just stand by and let you be devoured by a tiger. Well, I could manage to escape, he replied. How could you be certain? What if you failed to flee and lose someone dear to you? Shizune fell into silence. Indeed, this child had long been without any other family. Thus had she, as a senior, now become his closest confidant? Overcome with emotion, Shizune's eyes glistened as she approached Takuno, guiding him to rest his head upon her lap. Prepared to employ her medical ninjutsu to alleviate his headache, an offer he could not refuse. Takuya Kimura appeared utterly bewildered, inexplicably finding himself with his head resting on a lap. He merely lacked the inclination to engage in a debate with the silent figure and hastily concocted an excuse. Had he truly been taken seriously? Nevertheless, if taken seriously, so be it. There was no harm in it. Indeed, it felt rather delightful. As Kimura relished the comfort of the lap pillow, he found himself with little to do and refrained from making any sudden movements, instead directing his thoughts toward the majestic Tiger King. Where exactly was it? It resembled some sort of underground facility, didn't it? Chapter 33, the underground base. Within the enigmatic underground base, the colossal Tiger King was diligently licking an old, large glass cultivation tank. The tank towered over a person, filled with a nurturing liquid. After licking a significant portion of the liquid, the Tiger King's injuries had considerably improved. Takuno Kimura, through the essence of his soul, surveyed the expansive underground base. The vastness of the facility was such that even a creature as colossal as the great Tiger King did not appear cramped within its confines. The hall of the base was lined with glass cultivation tanks, one of which the great Tiger King was currently licking. It seemed to resemble a human experimentation laboratory. Could it belong to Orochimaru? It bore some resemblance to the place where Yamato was cultivated, though it was likely not the same location. After all, Yamato had been absorbed by the Foundation, and that laboratory would have been taken over as well. Whose domain was this, then? Perhaps it was an abandoned lab of Orochimaru, or possibly a secret base belonging to other scientists within the village. Speaking of which, aside from Orochimaru, another renowned scientist from Konoha was none other than the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. If this were indeed the second Hokage's laboratory, it would date back quite some time. Would the nutrient solution not have expired? Yet, upon observing the antiquated equipment within the base, Takuno Kimura found it quite plausible. However, how had the great Tiger King managed to enter? Just as Takuno Kimura pondered this, The Great Tiger King finished licking half a tank of nutrient solution and rose to leave. He then witnessed the Great Tiger King traversing an underground passage back to the surface. It turned out that due to geological collapse, this secluded base, excavated with earth release techniques, had revealed a corner of itself. It connected to an underground passage formed by a subterranean river, which had long since dried up, creating an entrance at the surface. The Great Tiger King had utilized this passage to access the base. So, it was indeed a remarkable place. Well, it shall belong to me now. Takeya Kimura discreetly noted the location. Resolving to return after his chakra had restored to vanquish the Great Tiger King and claim this underground research facility as his own. Are you feeling better, Takeya? Ah, I still feel a bit unwell. Shouldn't you be? My medical ninjutsu hasn't deteriorated, has it? After all, I've been practicing alongside Lady Tsunade for years, consistently utilizing my medical ninjutsu to earn a living. In response to his condition, Shizen tilted her head in confusion, continuing to treat the shameless individual before her. It wasn't until he felt that remaining idle would lead to his downfall that he gradually rose to his feet. Ah, Shizen, your medical ninjutsu is truly remarkable. I feel much better. Haha, that's good to hear, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Are you praising me or mocking me? Shizen stood up, brushing the dust from her clothing. Being complimented by Takeya regarding her medical skills left her questioning the sincerity of his words, especially considering it took her a considerable amount of time to heal him. Given his arrogant nature, she wondered what he might truly be thinking. Flustered, Takeya responded with a hint of panic. How could I possibly mock you? I genuinely admire your skills, Shizun. Your medical ninjutsu brings me great comfort. Wait, you seem to have the ability to absorb others' chakra, don't you? Surely you could absorb my chakra and quickly restore yourself with your own medical ninjutsu? That technique also requires chakra to perform, and I currently possess none at all, so I can't use it. Oh, that's true. You must refrain from refining chakra for the next few days, understood? Yes, Shizen. Let us return. It is dark now, and tracking is becoming difficult. We should fetch the ninja dogs and come back. Shizen did not object, leading Takeya back to the city. Throughout their journey, Takeya pretended to be weak to conceal his immortality, though he had fully recovered by the halfway point. Nevertheless, he was carried all the way back by Shizen. At the entrance of Takano Kimura's home, a member of the Umbu awaited. Upon the return of the two individuals, he exchanged a few words with them before departing, completely indifferent to their astonishment. What? Taunton's not in the Death Forest? Did she return to Lady Tsunade on her own? Ah, I recall now. Taunton's sense of smell surpasses that of a ninja hound. She must have caught the scent of Lady Tsunade and sought her out. So we chased in vain, did we? We nearly fell prey to a tiger. That pig must never fall into my hands. Otherwise, I shall certainly make a feast of 100 dishes from it. Baka. Taunton is not for consumption. Bang. Shizen, unable to restrain herself, struck Takano Kimura on the head. Takano, having been struck, leaned back, only to be caught by Shizen's swift reflexes, and began to groan. Oh dear, my head aches once more. Ah, Takano, are you all right? I apologize, it was unintentional. I forgot you were the patient. Just as Shizun fumbled, preparing to continue her treatment for Takano, a figure in a green, form-fitting training outfit appeared beside them. It was the fully realized Xiaoli. Takano, what has happened? You mustn't die. I seem to be fine now, Shizen-san. There's no need for treatment. I am all right. Really? Are you truly unscathed? Under Shizen's concerned gaze, Takano waved his hand in gratitude, and the two parted ways. Once Shizun had left, Takano, for reasons unknown, spoke to Xiaoli in a rather cold tone. It is that time again today. Are you prepared? Of course, Takano. I trained thoroughly before coming here. I apologize for my tardiness today. Xiaoli bowed in apology, but Takano waved it off nonchalantly. Not to worry, not to worry. I had matters to attend to as well. I just returned home. Oh, I see. Takano, did you not notice anything different about me today? Seeing Xiaoli puff out his chest proudly, he made a concerted effort to show off his new attire. I have unlocked the first gate. Teacher Guy rewarded me with this outfit. It's a limited edition, custom-made. You cannot buy this, my brother. Haha, congratulations then, my friend. Wearing new clothes calls for a fresh spirit. How about we double the electrical therapy today? This is what youth is all about. Indeed, it seems you understand me, Takano. I feel as though I am about to catch up to your pace. Takuya Kimura shook his head with a smile, pulling Xiaoli into the room. Subsequently, Takuya silenced Xiaoli's vocal cords. Xiaoli offered no resistance, fully aware of Takuya's intentions. After all, this was not the first time such measures had been taken. It was preferable to preemptively remove his vocal cords than to strain his throat in vain. Ever since Takuya had mastered this technique, Xiaoli had never again experienced the agony of a strained throat. However, contemplating the events to come, Xiaoli could not help but swallow hard. Gulp. Ha. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but only exhaled a breath, helplessly gesturing to Takuya, indicating that he was prepared. Prepared? Takuya Kimura reaffirmed his determination and, upon seeing Xiaoli nod, commenced immediately. A powerful current surged forth from Kimura's hands, causing Xiaoli's heart to quiver in disbelief. Could it be such an overwhelming electric charge? We agreed on a mere doubling, not a tenfold increase. In an instant, Every muscle in Xiao Li's body, even his internal organs, trembled violently. Yet, Kimura maintained his unwavering gaze. Xiao Li, tremble as you must. My chakra control has simply enhanced, allowing me to regulate the flow of electricity more effectively. This is not an act of vengeance for your interruption. I do this for your own benefit. How else can you aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies of this world? The true geniuses are deeply competitive, each one diligent and seemingly endowed with extraordinary abilities. You are merely a diligent genius. How can you hope to prevail against them without such advantages? Should a passerby stroll past Kimura's residence, they would only catch a glimpse of the flickering lights through the window, unaware of the silent screams within. As the azure beast of Konoha radiated its brilliance, it is likely that some would attribute its glory solely to innate talent. Chapter 34. The Legacy of Tobarama. Half a month later, within the clandestine underground base discovered in the wilderness, Takuya Kimura danced with excitement. Although the equipment here appeared antiquated, it could undoubtedly be regarded as the pinnacle of technological innovation within the ninja world. He became increasingly convinced that this was indeed Tobarama's clandestine laboratory, even after several decades. The sophistication of this equipment rivaled that of contemporary offerings. Its outdated appearance belied the fact that it must have once represented the cutting edge of technology. Thus, it was undoubtedly of substantial value. The establishment of such a secret laboratory, which had been so casually abandoned, could only be attributed to either Orochimaru or Tobarama himself. Moreover, to label it as abandoned would be a misnomer. It was more accurately described as forgotten. Many items here remained in operational condition, including geothermal energy devices that continued to function without interruption. This indicated that it was not in a state of deliberate abandonment. Rather, it seemed to await its master, ready for use at any moment. The death of the second Hokage occurred under unforeseen circumstances, which left this laboratory as a remnant of his legacy. The evidence suggested that this was indeed Tobarama's personal laboratory, devoid of any signs of use by others, even without examining the traces. The experimental documentation present clearly indicated that Tobarama would never permit anyone else to discover this laboratory. Not even his elder brother, the first Hokage Hashirama, would be privy to its existence, for Hashirama would certainly object to Tobarama's unrestrained research into the bloodline abilities of all the villagers. Should the research materials here be exposed, it could potentially lead to a catastrophic collapse within Konoha. During the Warring States period, Tobarama had specifically studied water release techniques to counter Uchiha's affinity for fire release and developed the Flying Thunder God technique to confront the Sharingan. Following the establishment of Konoha, Tobarama similarly researched the jutsu and bloodline limits of all ninja clans. The very materials that resided within this laboratory were a testament to that endeavor. Takuya Kimura gazed upon the documents before him, unable to suppress his admiration for the genius contained within. It appeared that nearly all secret techniques and bloodline abilities had been meticulously prepared for counteraction by Tobarama Senju. This encompassed not only the jutsu of Konoha but also those from other ninja villages, some of which had been completed while others remained mere conjectures. After all, Tobarama had met an untimely demise. Had he lived longer, his accomplishments would have undoubtedly eclipsed those of Hashirama. Alas, fate often conspires against the gifted. Thus, allow me to aid you in realizing this ultimate aspiration of yours. What precisely was Tobarama's ultimate dream? The texts provide no explicit clarification, yet the essence of his ambition permeates every ounce of research. According to Takuya's interpretation, Tobarama's ambition was to eradicate all ninja villages, thereby achieving a unified shinobi world. Takuya himself harbored simpler thoughts. His singular desire was to survive, regardless of who approached him, be they Uchiha or Otsutsuki. Do not provoke me, if you come. Prepare for your demise. Yet, he held no grand ambitions, merely understanding that he must become the strongest in the shinobi realm. Now, he sensed that his original goal was within reach, a feat that had once seemed distant. However, upon inheriting Tobarama's legacy, he felt he had taken a significant leap on his path to power. Thus, he contemplated the possibility of undertaking further actions. Amidst his reflections, a voice echoed in his mind. Takuya, where are you? Is something amiss? Danzo was hastening him to assassinate Kuruma Yakumo. Then let us prepare the brothers. It is time to initiate the eradication plan. After all, in recent days, all trustworthy individuals have been reformed, and the tongue curse has been lifted. Everyone has mastered their beastly forms, correct? Except for the two who underwent transformation yesterday, all 62, including myself, have fully grasped it. Very well. Let us promote the base of the root ninjas as the land of blood mist, emphasizing the orphans whose parents sacrificed for the village, and the arrangement for mutual assassination by the root. Step 1 shall commence thus, and as events unfold, we shall progress to the next phase. With the mental communication concluded, he set aside these matters and continued to diligently assimilate the legacy left by Tobarama. For in Takuya's eyes, Danzo was already a doomed man. The only question was when his demise would occur. As soon as Danzo issued the order for the assassination of Kuruma Yakumo, Takuya had already pronounced his death sentence. Furthermore, he had learned of the revelations following the removal of the tongue curse from his brothers and sisters. Initially, He had intended to wait until his sage mode was partially developed before acting. However, Danzo's reckless haste compelled him to act sooner than anticipated. Let us guide him to his end. After the dissolution of the root, Takuya planned to merge the Spark Society into Tsunade's newly established Umbu. He would first support Tsunade in solidifying her position, and when the time was ripe, he would assume control. It was not that he yearned for the title of Hokage. It was merely the role of a village leader. Yet, Takuya sensed that by that time, his strength would undoubtedly reach its zenith, and none would dare to claim the title in his stead. Days passed swiftly. Whispers abound in the taverns of Konoha village. Rumor has it that Shimura Danzo, the advisor to the Hokage, has orchestrated a grim spectacle wherein the orphans of heroes are compelled to engage in mutual slaughter for his amusement. Furthermore, he has deceived these orphans into undertaking tasks that serve his private interests, shrouded in secrecy. Among them are a pair of siblings, their parents having sacrificed their lives for the village. The siblings entered the Umbu with the noble intention of upholding their parents' legacy of protection, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of sordid dealings. This was bearable until the sister was forced to use her body to extract information. Despite her prowess as a formidable ninja, she was delivered into the clutches of a foreign tycoon, subjected to humiliation and torment, unable to resist, and compelled to feign congeniality. Meanwhile, the brother stood guard outside, ensuring the beast was not disturbed in his depravity. After gathering intelligence, the siblings yearned to exact vengeance on the foreign scoundrel. Yet, Danzo decreed that the man still held value for Konoha and forbade them from acting against him, urging them to prioritize the village above all. Initially, the townsfolk were perplexed at the notion of such a task, questioning why a mere female ninja was sacrificed for intelligence acquisition when the village had specialized operatives in that domain. As the narrative unfolded, it was revealed that after enduring their plight, the siblings learned that Danzo had utilized the acquired information to usurp the tycoon's wealth. Although the tycoon was a wretch, his business acumen was undeniable. Danzo spared him solely to continue reaping profits. From the outset, this affair had no bearing on the village, which reaped no rewards, while Danzo alone thrived. He invested his gains into bolstering his Umbu, intent on rivaling the Hokage's elite. Thus, while Konoha indeed possessed an interrogation unit capable of extracting intelligence directly from enemies, it was under the Hokage's direct command and not subject to Danzo's whims. Danzo's actions were driven by his clandestine ambitions, necessitating the sacrifice of the female ninja to achieve his goals. The populace was incensed upon hearing these revelations. Yet the tale was far from over. Chapter 35, The Evil Hidden Within the Shinobi World. Enraged citizens continued to listen as the story drew to its conclusion. The siblings, having uncovered the truth, sought to expose Danzo to the Hokage, but after entering the Umbu, they found themselves marked by a cursed seal etched upon their tongues by Danzo. Those bearing the seal were rendered incapable of uttering any disparaging words about him. Attempting to do so would result in excruciating penalties, leaving them paralyzed and even unconscious. Thus, the siblings were left with no choice but to remain silent, their bodies stiffened with dread. Unbeknownst to them, triggering the seal would alert Danzo to their betrayal. Upon learning of their intentions, he swiftly assigned them a mission, an assassination task, the target of which would only be revealed upon their arrival at the designated location. The consequences of failure were death. Now desperate to survive, the siblings journeyed to the assigned site, where upon their arrival, they discovered they were to kill each other. Only one could complete the mission, or else face demise. They sensed that those lurking nearby were far stronger than themselves. In a moment of despair, the sister pleaded with her brother to end her life, confessing that she had wished to perish since the incident, surviving only for his sake. If he failed the mission, he would not live. Without him, she could not bear to continue. Before she could finish, the brother decisively severed his own life force. In his dying breath, he implored her, "Sister, live on. You possess greater talent than I, and thus a better chance for vengeance." Following his words, she took the blade that had ended his life and returned to the Umbu, completing the mission and surviving. As she stood before her brother's grave, devoid of any tears, she etched the character for vengeance upon her own face with the very knife he had used. A small figure, shrouded in a veil and cloaked from head to toe, recounted this tale with an unsettling calm. After finishing, she paid no heed to the outraged crowd and walked away, unhurried and seemingly unaffected by the gravity of her narrative. The audience seethed with indignation, yearning to confront Danzo. How could he commit such atrocities? Such a scoundrel deserved death. How could someone like him serve as an advisor to the Hokage? Who was this person, and how did she possess such detailed knowledge? Was it not forbidden for Umbu members to speak ill of Danzo? Doubts began to creep into the minds of the listeners, questioning the authenticity of her tale. As she neared the exit, the small figure paused, turning her back to the crowd, and slowly lifted her veil. "Hey you haven't clarified everything. Don't think you can escape." An impatient member of the crowd rushed forward, spinning her around. The fury that had once consumed him dissipated upon witnessing her face, leaving him speechless. You are her." He staggered backward, and the crowd was finally able to see her visage. They recognized that her youthful countenance, once delicate, was now marred by scars that formed the character for vengeance. Why, they pondered, does this feel unreal? This is indisputably a recounting of true events. Her expression remained impassive, devoid of any hint of uncertainty or emotion, yet within her, A sense of turmoil brewed. She could recall emotions, but had lost the ability to feel. She could neither smile nor weep, but an unsettling sensation lingered within her. I need to find Takumi. I am unwell, and he is a physician who can heal. Thus, she made her way to the secret base. Within the confines of the secret base, after meeting each member of the Spark Society, she had proven her strength, facilitated the implantation of ninja arms, and, importantly, lifted the cursed seals from all members. The method was straightforward: sever the cursed tongue, immerse it in a nutrient solution to maintain its vitality, ensuring the seal remained dormant, undetected by Danzo. Takumi could mend the severed tongues with a mere fingertip. Once the seals were lifted, Takumi truly grasped the sinister underbelly of the shinobi world. He lamented, "True evil transcends mere slaughter of the innocent. It is the violation of humanity's moral fabric that truly rends the heart, leaving one restless and tormented. This is something that no original work would ever reveal, yet it genuinely resides within this world, hidden from the light. Is this truly acceptable, Master Te? Allowing Ichio to expose her wounds before everyone? This is her own choice. She had no options before, but now she has chosen to act this way. I concur with her. Only by confronting the fears within can she truly revive her emotions. Master Te, is the technique you mentioned real? Yes, it is indeed real. Albeit not yet perfected. I will ensure its true refinement. It requires a little patience. It won't be long now. The current method yields far from the ideal resurrection effect." Takuya Kimura busily observed the cells of the transparent ninja, alongside those of Yakumo. He also analyzed the recently acquired cells of Niji and Kurenai, among others. After a period of concentrated observation, he concluded that bloodline diseases are nearly insurmountable. The abilities of bloodline limits stem from genetics, and so do the afflictions. To cure a bloodline disease, one must alter the genes. However, modifying the genes would simultaneously eradicate the bloodline abilities, a notion unacceptable to any bloodline ninja. It is no wonder that the renowned scientist of the ninja world, Orochimaru, has struggled to resolve this issue. The truth is not that it is unresolvable, but rather that any resolution would render the matter devoid of significance to him. The challenge lies in curing the bloodline disease while preserving the inherent abilities. Takuya Kimura finds himself at an impasse. Even if he were to acquire the Hashirama cells, which are often portrayed as a panacea in countless fan works of Naruto, Takino Kimura harbors a pessimistic view regarding the matter. After all, even the first Hokage met an ambiguous demise. Kimura speculates that Hashirama may have succumbed to a bloodline disease. The more formidable the ability, the more dreadful its price often becomes. The first as formidable wood-release technique likely exacted a toll on his life force. This bears a striking resemblance to the pathology of most bloodline diseases. The more one utilizes great power, the swifter their physical decline. However, without acquiring the cells of the first Hokage, Kimura cannot reach a definitive conclusion. Once he eliminates Danzo, he will obtain the cells of the first, and that moment approaches. Takino, I am feeling unwell. Please assist me in my recovery. Chapter 36, A Grudge, Within the Underground Laboratory. Takuya Kimura gazed at the approaching Ichio. Her eyes were devoid of emotion, as if she were not the one who had just revealed her wounds. She felt unwell, a sharp pain in her heart. Come here. Let me take a look, he sighed. Ichio nodded and walked to Takuya's side, observing the slight moisture in his eyes. She questioned with a tone still devoid of inflection, why the sigh, and why the tears? You once said that was a sign of weakness. Indeed. It is a sign of weakness, and I feel I am still too weak. Initially, I only wished to become stronger, to ensure that my plans were more certain. I had believed that the roots would only arrange for the binders to fight during adulthood. I have seen the anime, and that was clearly a matter for adulthood. This damned ninja world. Takuya Kimura grew increasingly fervent as he spoke, his fist clenched tightly, and the chakra emanating from him was no longer concealed in the slightest. The overwhelming aura he exuded surpassed even that of a shadow. This is not your fault. As you have stated, being weak is never a fault. The true error lies with those powerful ones who prey upon the weak. Ahu placed his hand upon Takuya Kimura's head, mirroring the gesture the latter had once made years ago. Takuya Kimura pushed the other person's hand away, pouting in a fit of vexation. Humph. How dare you return my words to me? It felt as though his heart no longer ached. Ichio smiled faintly, an expression devoid of insincerity, before turning and departing. Takuya Kimura gazed at the slender figure of Ichio, yet he had yet to divulge to her the matter of the impure world reincarnation. It was not a flawless technique, and revealing it to her now would only serve to burden her with unnecessary worries. This, too, was not the most favorable outcome. Takuya Kimura believes there are better choices available, but not at this moment. A few days later, in the village of Konoha, public sentiment is rife with unrest, with numerous voices clamoring for the ousting of Danzo. Even the other two advisors have found themselves ensnared in this turmoil. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, along with advisors Mitokado Hamura and Kohari Udatain, are engaged in a serious discussion regarding Danzo. At the onset of the incident, Tsunade was eager to apprehend Danzo before conducting any investigations. However, she was restrained by Saratobi Hiruzen, who possessed some knowledge of the root organization, albeit limited, after all. The telescope technique merely allowed him to observe Danzo and did not extend to monitoring all members of Root. This provided Danzo with a window of opportunity. If the allegations hold any truth, the hidden forces within Root could indeed pose a formidable challenge to the Umbu. A rash move could incite resistance, leading to potentially catastrophic repercussions for Konoha. For now, Danzo's position has been temporarily suspended. Yet, in the days that followed, a series of other incidents began to surface, indicating that the malign activities of Root are far more extensive than initially perceived. Sarutobi-sensei, even if you wish to protect Danzo, it is no longer feasible. You have placed your trust in him erroneously. Tsunade exclaimed from her seat of authority, her frustration directed at her mentor. Despite his calm demeanor, Sarutobi exuded an undeniable presence. He took a draw from his pipe, arriving at his final decision. I did not foresee he would commit such vile acts. Let it be as you say, capture Danzo and conduct a public trial. Agreed. Both advisors responded in unison, having remained silent until Sarutobi made his pronouncement. Tsunade, upon hearing their acquiescence, clenched her teeth in anger, her thoughts simmering with indignation. Those old fools have thrust the mantle of Hokage upon me while clinging tightly to their own power. Throughout her tenure as Hokage these past weeks, Tsunade's temper has been tempered considerably. Taking a deep breath, she sought to compose herself. Then let us proceed with the apprehension. Shizune, Kakashi, you two lead the team to capture Danzo. Shizune and Kakashi, both of whom Tsunade had integrated into her Umbu, immediately set off with their team. However, would Danzo yield so easily? Within Root, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Have you ascertained the truth? Who is responsible? It has been confirmed. Who is it? It is I. In an instant, Danzo and his personal guards were subdued. Those who attempted to shield him were swiftly overpowered. You dare to betray me? Tongue Curse Seal. The subdued Danzo unleashed the Tongue Curse Seal indiscriminately. Yet, aside from those who had stepped forward to defend him, the others fell to the ground in agony. While not a single one of his betrayers seemed affected, Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Takuya Kimura donned a Root mask, feeling somewhat disoriented. The eye openings were merely two small holes. How did they usually perceive others? It would be nearly impossible to detect a sneak attack from the side. This habit must be corrected in the future. Approaching Danzo, he heard the latter's calm inquiry, who exactly are you? Takuya Kimura was somewhat astonished. In the face of the imminent situation, why was this old fellow so composed? Who had bestowed upon him such courage? Upon further reflection, the answer became clear. It must be the tranquility in his eyes. Thus, was his discourse merely a means to ascertain who the leader was, so that he could directly unleash the divine intervention upon him? Whoosh. Takuya Kimura activated the silent instantaneous technique, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Danzo, swiftly plucking away the concealed eye covering. Bitianshin has arrived. Danzo's heart raced in alarm, realizing that his opponent was aware of his trump card, undoubtedly having come prepared. In a moment of desperation, he resolved not to allow Bitianshin to fall into the hands of others. He quickly determined to employ the inner four symbol seal. Unfortunately, Takuya Kimura would never grant him that opportunity. After Takano Kimura acquired the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, he immediately raised both hands. Chakra absorption technique. In an instant, he drained the chakra from Danzo. The execution of any ninjutsu is inextricably linked to chakra. Without it, let us see how he intends to perform his sealing techniques. Once he had absorbed the chakra, Takano Kimura raised his hand and summoned a high-temperature chakra blade, swiftly severing Danzo's right arm. Does it hurt? Do not fret. I obtained your flesh and blood cells a fortnight ago. Do you know what I intend to do with them? Takuya Kimura produced a sealed scroll inscribed with the name Danzo. Upon invoking the spell, he released the contents within. Danzo, upon witnessing what emerged, transformed his expression from one of agony to one of sheer terror. You wish to usurp my identity? He stammered. You are mistaken. The body I have cultivated over the past fortnight is not meant to replace you, but rather to take your place in death. I shall ensure your survival. Are you pleased? Takuya Kimura, obscured by a mask that concealed his expression, spoke with a chilling tone that would lead anyone to doubt their chances of survival. Do you wish to torment me? You shall not succeed. The moment I regain even a sliver of chakra, I shall end my own life. He chuckled darkly. Death is not the ultimate conclusion. I may allow you to live, but that does not guarantee your survival. Achio, you may proceed first. Deliver the initial blow. Achio, who had been waiting with bated breath, unsheathed the blade with which his brother had taken his own life and, without hesitation, plunged it into Danzo's heart. Chapter 37. The Torment of Death with a Sputter. Danzo expelled a torrent of blood as he gazed at Achio, who had pierced his heart with unwavering resolve. The latter swiftly withdrew the knife, his body trembling for a fleeting moment, yet it quickly passed. Danzo's blood splattered, but Kimura Takuya deftly absorbed it with his ninjutsu. We mustn't let it go to waste. There is more where that came from. Observing the somewhat vacant expression on Achio's face, Kimura Takuya gently pulled her aside as the others watched Danzo's body collapse. Meanwhile, he infused his spiritual energy into Danzo's form, monitoring the essence of his soul, beginning with the limbs, then the torso, and finally, the brain. Takuya Kimura keenly observed the moment when Danzo's soul departed from his body. It was only at the point of Danzo's brain death that his spirit truly vacated its physical form. In that fleeting instant of separation, Takuya's spiritual energy surged forth, grasping Danzo's soul and drawing it back. Subsequently, Takuya extended one hand towards the corporeal form of Danzo, previously sealed within a scroll, while the other hand reached for Danzo himself, initiating a ninjutsu technique. Ninjutsu, flesh rebirth technique. The wounds on Danzo's body began to heal instantly, and the cells that had succumbed to death were reactivated, albeit the substitute flesh had become somewhat withered. I suppose a single body could be utilized approximately 10 times. Almost immediately, Danzo's soul and the revived body began to merge anew. Danzo was resurrected. Was I not dead? Did you not just kill me? Was there no awareness at the moment my soul departed? Takuya Kimura gazed at Danzo's reaction, a sense of bewilderment filling his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he began to piece together the situation. It seemed that the excruciating pain accompanying the demise of the body rendered the soul insensible. Thus, upon the death of the physical form, the soul would merely depart passively, devoid of any awareness of the external world. Having unraveled this mystery, Takuya gestured grandly. Next, one by one, those beside him took turns extinguishing Danzo's life, while Takuya repeatedly resurrected him. This is not an illusion. You're bringing me back to life? You persist in reviving me? You are a devil. Correct. As a reward, I shall grant you another resurrection. Next, with a swift motion, Danzo's realization dawned upon him after 3 or 4 iterations. He comprehended that he was not under the influence of an illusion. By the 5th or 6th time, upon his body's demise, his soul began to gain a semblance of consciousness. Devil, you are toying with my soul. You wretched fiend. Old man, is this truly your limit? You cannot withstand this? Next, with that, the body extracted from the sealing scroll was reduced to mere sinew and bone. In this moment, Danzo's soul, having departed from his lifeless body, was fully aware and even sought to resist the soul energy of Takuya. However, it was clear he was no match for Takuya and was drawn back once more. Revived yet again, Danzo beheld the utterly consumed remains of his former body and erupted into maniacal laughter. Haha, without that body, you can no longer perform the resurrection jutsu, can you? What will it matter if you kill me once more? Haha, who told you I prepared only one body? Takuya Kimura gazed at Danzo with an expression of utter disbelief. Is this it? With such a level of intellect, he dares to be referred to as the shadow of Konohagakure? Is this the extent of the esteemed leaders of Konoha? After casting disdain upon Danzo, Takuya Kimura, observing the terror in Danzo's eyes, produced a multitude of scrolls. Not an excessive number, merely over 100. He had exhausted the nutrient solutions within the laboratory of Tobarama, and within a span exceeding half a month, he had birthed these embodiments of Danzo. If he does not perish 1,000 or 1,800 times this time, then what worth is there in this world of Hokage? Bang! Takano Kimura has once again unleashed a corporeal manifestation of Danzo. The resurrected Danzo, overwhelmed with terror, is on the brink of mental collapse. Outside, Sai, who is on lookout, receives a message in his mind. Brother Takano, the Umbu have arrived and request an audience with Danzo. Understood. Instruct them to wait a moment. Danzo will be out shortly. Upon concluding his message in his mind, Takano Kimura retrieved a new corporeal form, brutally severing its right hand and pressing it forcefully against Danzo's body. What do you intend to do? Why are you healing my arm? What are your true intentions? Danzo gazed at Kimura in terror. Yet the latter had yet to remove his mask, his voice disguised, leaving Danzo utterly oblivious to his motives. Oh, this arm has no place to rest. I shall place it upon you for the time being. After Takano Kimura finished speaking, he affixed the arm imbued with the Sharingan seal onto the newly extracted body of Danzo. He then removed the right eye from the body, healing the eye socket to give it the appearance of an old injury. Satisfied, he wrapped it in bandages and dressed the body in prepared clothing. Subsequently, he infused the soul energy into this vessel. By directly utilizing the soul energy, he controlled the body and extracted some chakra. He then transferred the previously absorbed chakra of Danzo into this body. Sensing that these two sources of chakra could not merge, Kimura concluded within himself that even if the bodies were identical, chakra extracted by different spiritual entities could not coexist harmoniously. Having conducted a small experiment, Kimura no longer hesitated and manipulated the Danzo body to rise. The experience felt akin to controlling a robot, lacking in coordination. He then instructed a member of the Spark Association, familiar with Danzo, to lie down and implanted soul energy within this member. Following this, he connected the member's consciousness to the soul energy residing in the Danzo body, allowing the member to take control of the physical form. After a brief adjustment, the disjointed sensation vanished, replaced by a sense of familiarity, akin to that of a living person. Observing the body rise, Danzo watched in horror as it moved in a peculiar manner before becoming indistinguishable from himself, even mimicking some of his habitual gestures. He cried out in terror, "Demon, what do you intend to do? What do you mean? To die in your stead, of course. Do you not realize? The 5th Hokage has sent someone to capture you, and your judgment is imminent. No, that cannot be. I have contributed so much to the village. I have resolved numerous issues for Sarutobi. He would never agree to execute me. He would merely disband Root. He has always been so soft-hearted. He would never act this way. Indeed, the 3rd would not execute you, but now it is the 5th in charge. Tsunade may be Hokage, but the matters of the past are not hers to decide. She cannot be considered the true leader of Konoha. Danzo shouted passionately, fortunate that the soundproofing of Root was effective. Otherwise, the Umbu waiting outside would have surely heard him. As Takumi Kimura listened to Danzo's accusations, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lady Tsunade has yet to firmly establish herself in the position of Hokage. But I shall assist her in securing that role. This is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. You still have your own affairs to resolve. With the body controlled by the member, Danzo stepped out, masquerading as Danzo himself. Takuya Kimura maintained the connection to the soul's energy while raising his hand to once again employ the chakra absorption technique on Danzo. Draining the chakra he had just secretly refined. Damn it, the old man becomes unruly the moment he receives a new arm. Retrieving yet another body, Takuya continued. Next. Chapter 38. The Freedom of the God of Destruction, the Torment of Death from the Roots. The torment persisted throughout the day. Hundreds of deathly trials not only failed to shatter Danzo's spirit, but seemingly fortified his soul instead. This revelation filled Takuya with astonishment. He could distinctly perceive that the enhancement of Danzo's soul was a result of the accumulation of negative energy. Each death elicited a trace of negative emotion within Danzo's soul. This energy, born from negative emotions, was precisely what Takuya's soul could absorb. What kind of energy is this? Why can negative emotions directly generate such energy without any other cost or source, seemingly conjured from thin air? Takumi Kimura was engulfed in perplexity, pondering for an extended period without arriving at any clarity. It sufficed for him to absorb the situation. These queries could be addressed later. He soon relinquished his fixation on the matter. Everyone had exacted their vengeance multiple times. What lay ahead was the most exhilarating segment. Upon the conclusion of Takayuki Kimura's statement, the individual beside him produced a scroll. To their astonishment, it did not contain the corporeal form of Danzo, but rather, a sow, a female pig. Takuya Kimura swiftly resurrected the sow, subsequently removing its head. He then turned and dispatched Danzo, severing his head just as his soul lingered, still attached to his body. Following this, he affixed Danzo's head, along with its spirit, onto the body of the sow, with decades of experience in transplanting human heads onto animal bodies. Takuya expertly connected Danzo's head to the sow's form. Furthermore, he modified the neural pathways of the head, amplifying its sensory perception tenfold. Is this truly the path you wish to take? Takuya, does this not seem excessive? The vengeance for a life can indeed be repaid with a life, if necessary. He can face death multiple times. Yet, the other humiliations must be endured by him, experiencing them tenfold in a most personal manner. Takuya Kimura spoke. Adjusting the appearance of Danzo's head to make him resemble a pig, ensuring that Danzo would not frighten the amorous boars. He transformed Danzo's skin into a soft, rosy hue. In this guise, not only would the boars remain unperturbed, but they might even develop a certain fondness for Danzo. After all, which lustful boar could possibly resist the allure of a sow with such delicate skin? Take him away, Kimura instructed. I recall there being more than one pig farm in the village. Ensure that all the boars in the village are bred, should he perish before that is accomplished. Do not return to face me. Rest assured, Takuya, while our medical ninjutsu may not rival yours, we are certainly capable of reviving a sow in distress. We guarantee that every boar in the village will have their turn. Upon observing Takuno Kimura's hesitance, one might assume he still harbored sympathy for Danzo. Just as he was about to speak, this individual uttered a shocking proposition. Could one not allow him to be toyed with by a boar, only to subsequently administer an aphrodisiac, enabling him to indulge in the entirety of the village's sows? Alas, not only was Takuno Kimura taken aback, but all present were equally astonished. Each individual here was cultivated from the very roots, and although emotions may not have entirely extinguished, they were not easily taken aback by external provocations. Yet, at this moment, they collectively found themselves utterly astonished by this audacious remark. I thought I had already strayed far from humanity, yet he dares to push the boundaries even further? Takuya Kimura, taken aback, responded with a startled acknowledgement. Remarkably, the individual before him had further suggestions. It wasn't merely swine, there were canines as well. I am aware of the location of the Inuzuka clan's ninja dog breeding facility, where the ninja hounds are formidable and robust, quite enough to challenge this old rogue. Alas, the Root organization harbors such fierce characters, leaving Kimura feeling somewhat inadequate. You manage it as you see fit. Come find me when it's time for his transformation. Hee. The man chuckled in agreement, leading the transformed TZ. Now in the form of a sow, away with a peculiar laughter. After securing TZ's remains, Kimura instructed his subordinates to cleanse the scene. He then gathered those who had been brainwashed by TZ, as this group had succumbed to the indiscriminate tongue curse, rendering them unconscious. And they were effortlessly subdued by Kimura and his team. In recent days, in response to the evolving public sentiment and the covert operations, TZ had summoned most of the personnel from the Root organization back to his side, coupled with the presence of the Hashikage faction. Nearly all members of the Root organization were now assembled here. After waking all those individuals, Takuno Kimura informed them only of a rebellion within their ranks, unaware of Danzo's fate. Thus, he embarked on a campaign of persuasion. We are all operatives of Lord Fifth. The actions of the root were orchestrated by Danzo. He has now been apprehended and will soon face judgment. You have all been freed from the tongue curse. Those harboring grievances against Danzo may step forward to denounce him. For the rest, you are free. While speaking, Takino concealed Shirsue's eye in his palm, employing the Kodo Amatsukami technique. He merely imparted a suggestion to protect Konoha, without imposing undue loyalty upon them, as such fidelity would be insincere and devoid of significance. Takuya Kimura possesses a profound sense of pride, disdainful of engaging in such trivial matters. The use of the Kodo Amatsukami was merely directed at that group of individuals, without affecting the members of the Spark Society present. Kodo Amatsukami is renowned as the most formidable illusion, capable of altering a person's will and thoughts. Anyone who gazes upon the Sharingan during its manifestation will be ensnared by its influence. Should Takuya Kimura desire it, every individual present could succumb to its effects. Yet he chose not to proceed in such a manner. Observing the Sharingan in his palm gradually succumb to slumber, Takuya Kimura understood that to employ this eye once more, he would need to await at least a decade. Danzo had refrained from utilizing it, perpetually anticipating the arrival of the perfect moment he desired. Regrettably, that moment never materialized and was unlikely to ever come to pass. Takumi Kimura utilized it immediately. Such a thing is best used promptly to avoid the complications of maximizing its benefits, instead of becoming entangled in indecision. It is far wiser to employ it directly and subsequently seek solutions to the CD issue. Moreover, concerning the effects of the Bintan God, Kimura speculated that it might be related to negative energy. Given Kimura's sensitivity to negative energy, he perceptively sensed a powerful surge of negative energy emanating from the Sharingan after employing the Bintan God, which directly impacted the souls of the subjects. This reveals the essence of the Bintan God. It manipulates negative energy capable of influencing the soul, thereby altering one's very essence and profoundly modifying their thoughts and will. Thus, what precisely is this negative energy that can affect the soul? Kimura Takuya pondered for an extended period, yet was unable to arrive at a conclusion. However, he did conceive a novel ninjutsu, or perhaps a jinjutsu, the pseudo-Betsutenshin, utilizing the abilities of Shirsue's Sharingan. He could manipulate negative energy to alter the will of others at the soul level. Consequently, as Kimura Takuya possessed the capacity to absorb and control negative energy, he too should be able to wield the pseudo-Betsutenshin directly. Nevertheless, the Betsutenshin executed through the Sharingan is augmented by its inherent genjutsu prowess, and Shirsue's ocular abilities likely surpass those of an ordinary Sharingan. Therefore, the version of Betsutenshin that Kimura Takuya manifests without the Sharingan remains merely a pseudo-Betsutenshin. The potency of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu remains unparalleled, significantly exceeding that of Yuhi Kurenai's ocular techniques. Takuya Kimura harbors profound suspicions regarding the Sun Clan, believing it to be a branch of the Uchiha clan. He posits that the illusionary eye is merely a degraded version of the Sharingan. Much like how the Uchiha clan was once a splinter group from the Hyuga clan, he draws parallels in their lineage. Regardless of the circumstances, Takuya Kimura can now effortlessly wield any Sharingan to execute the divine transmission technique. Remarkably, even in the absence of the Sharingan, he has discovered a source of energy capable of rejuvenating Shirsue's eyes, thereby granting him unfettered access to the divine transmission technique. In an instant, Takuno Kimura felt an overwhelming surge of negative energy. Meanwhile, an imposter posing as Danzo, disguised as a member of the Spark Society, had arrived at the Hokage building. Surrounded by the Umbu, he offered no resistance and surrendered without a fight. Chapter 39. Judgment. Inside the Hokage office, Tsunade scrutinized Danzo, puzzled by his lack of defiance. However, she refrained from further inquiry, for the sensory ninja had already confirmed the chakra signatures, ensuring that he was not a mere replacement. While one's appearance may be concealed, chakra attributes cannot be faked. Each individual possesses unique attributes. This distinction may elude ordinary ninjas, but to a sensory ninja, it is unmistakable. Tsunade's question was merely a formality. There is nothing to say. Everything I have done has been for Konoha. Is allowing female ninjas to sacrifice their bodies also for Konoha? With a resounding crash, Tsunade hurled a file of criminal records at him, striking his face and causing blood to trickle from his forehead. Those were necessary sacrifices. The strength of the root has increased, thus providing better protection for Konoha. Her fury ignited. Tsunade stormed towards Danzo, seizing him by the collar and demanding answers. What about pitting siblings against each other? Forcing others to kill their loved ones? Encouraging the orphanage director to assassinate the children she raised? Was that all for Konoha? You wretched fool. With a swift punch, she struck Danzo, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Takuno Kimura felt a jolt, nearly severing his connection, but quickly re-established it as Danzo staggered back to his feet. Yes, of course, it was for Konoha. Only by severing ties and emotions can one become the most effective tool. Such tools harbor no selfishness. They are all dedicated to Konoha and serve as the finest instruments. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Enough, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen intervened, positioning himself between her and Danzo, grasping her fist. He cannot die at your hands. Huh, Hiruzen, you remain as weak as ever. The counterfeit Danzo continued his charade, subtly activating the seals on his right arm. The Umbu swiftly detected the ruse and knocked him unconscious. However, unbeknownst to them, Danzo feigned unconsciousness, continuing to unravel the seals while on the ground. Although they managed to disrupt his seals, he was soon discovered, leading to a fierce struggle. Ultimately, Danzo, outnumbered, perished in the final moments of unsealing his arm. Tsunade and the third Hokage exchanged glances, both realizing he had intended to use that sealed arm to eliminate everyone present and ascend to power. The third, suspecting this, aimed to conceal the truth behind the sealed arm. Yet, Tsunade, acting first, unfastened the final seal. What on earth? So many Sharingan? And this arm? Hiruzen. What is the meaning of this? Why does this arm bear my grandfather's face? Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly divulged the truth. He recounted the Uchiha massacre and the arm's use of first Hokage cells. He also revealed the clandestine dealings between Root and Orochimaru over the years. He refrained from publicly disclosing Itachi's undercover status, only stating that he had been deceived by Danzo into becoming a rogue ninja. Unbelievable. Hiruzen-sensei, how could you know all this? Why have you turned a blind eye to Root's atrocities? Why? Tsunade struggled to contain her emotions as she confronted Hiruzen. Some actions of Root were indeed permitted by me, but I never anticipated that Danzo would go so far, concealing so much from me. Hiruzen shook his head in resignation, gazing at the furious Tsunade. From this day forth, I disband my Umbu. I no longer have the right to intervene in your decisions. Tsunade, you shall make the choices moving forward. Afterward, Hiruzen summoned the captain of his Umbu and disbanded them on the spot. Tsunade immediately took charge of several members, integrating them into her own Umbu, expressing her continued trust in the third Hokage. This brought a flicker of relief to the visibly aged Hiruzen. Thus, the power core of Konoha began to shift genuinely into Tsunade's hands. The following day, Tsunade announced the verdict on Shimura Danzo, exposing his crimes to the public and declaring that he had taken his own life out of guilt. The outcry was immediate and intense. This is terrifying. The Root treats ninjas as mere tools. How horrifying. The offspring of heroes have become Danzo's instruments, slaughtered at his whim. And it goes beyond the accusations listed. Have you heard? He was behind the Uchiha massacre. He collected an entire armful of Sharingan. No wonder it was sealed for so long. He feared discovery. What? Such a thing exists? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Among them, a young boy clad in blue, with dark hair, had been observing the announcement on the Hokage building. Upon hearing the news about the Uchiha, he was struck with disbelief. How could this be? Danzo was responsible? That man, the very one I vowed to kill. What is his true intent? Why would he claim to have killed everyone? Uchiha Sasuke, the fifth Hokage wishes to see you. An Umbu escorted Sasuke to the Hokage office. Inside, Tsunade regarded the boy before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Sasuke Uchiha, you are aware of the Uchiha massacre. Are you not? Whether or not I've heard doesn't matter. The fall of the Uchiha clan is tied to the rebellion of your clan. Yet they had not truly rebelled when Danzo ensnared them. His intent was your clan's Sharingan. S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi acted to atone for his sins by protecting you. Thus, Itachi even killed your parents, creating the illusion of a rogue ninja, and infiltrated a mysterious organization. I had not intended to reveal this, but the truth has spread throughout the village overnight. Now, I share this reality with you so that you may safeguard these Sharingan. They represent your clan's power, and it is your right to determine their fate. With that, Tsunade entrusted Sasuke with all the Sharingan from Danzo's arm, submerged in nutrient solution. Liars. All of it is lies. I will confront him myself. Sasuke numbly accepted the Sharingan, suddenly shouting as he dashed for the door, eager to question Itachi personally. Hokage-sama, is it truly wise to entrust the Sharingan to this child? How else can one draw out those lurking in the shadows? It was only yesterday that I learned of the Uchiha news. This morning, word has spread that a rat has infiltrated Konoha. I shall not rest until it is caught. Dispatch personnel to follow closely. Chapter 40. Orochimaru on Tsunade's side. She has sent someone to keep an eye on Sasuke Uchiha. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's voice echoed. It seems the fifth Hokage has discovered us. Haha, and what of it? I never cared for those Sharingan. They pale in comparison to Itachi's eyes, mere trash, really. Which I personally installed in Danzo. Are you implying you desire that child? Ha ha ha, Kabuto, your perceptiveness is infuriating. That child shares the same bloodline as Itachi. He shall not disappoint. He could serve as my next vessel. First, I will observe him, then I will personally influence him, molding him into the most perfect container. Orochimaru. Alongside Kabuto, followed Sasuke Uchiha. Kabuto split off a shadow clone, using transformation techniques to deliberately appear and lure away the Umbu guarding Sasuke. Orochimaru then appeared before Sasuke with great intrigue. Who are you? What do you want? Startled, Sasuke drew a kunai, only to be paralyzed by a mere glance from Orochimaru, collapsing to the ground and gagging. Oh dear, how pitifully weak you are. Allow me to assist you. With that, Orochimaru extended his serpentine head, intending to plant a cursed seal on Sasuke. Suddenly, several kunai were shot at him, but Orochimaru deftly evaded. Tsunade? Orochimaru, how dare you return? Haha, If Tsunade can become Hokage, why can't I return? Orochimaru mocked Tsunade, evading her attack yet again. More Anbu arrived on the scene. Orochimaru, retreat. Cursed be this, retreat. Orochimaru cast a reluctant glance at Tsunade before vanishing into a smoke bomb with Kabuto. Tsunade quickly reacted, delivering a powerful kick that dissipated the smoke. But it was too late. They had already escaped. Unbelievable. How dare these scoundrels treat Konoha as they please. I want all of you to search for them with full force. Upon discovery, raise the alarm, and I shall arrive at once. In an instant. The core of Konoha was filled with the shadows of Anbu, relentlessly searching for Orochimaru and Kabuto. Meanwhile, the two fugitives found themselves on the outskirts, ready to make their escape, when they stumbled upon something peculiar. At a pig farm in the outskirts, a group of medical ninjas from the Anbu were treating a sow. Once healed, they captured the sow and confined her to a pen. Despite her desperate attempts to flee, she was injured in her limbs and had her vocal cords removed, rendering her mute. Subsequently, the medical ninjas administered aphrodisiacs to the boar in the pen, observing as it forcefully mated with the sow until she fainted. They then revived her and tossed her into another pen. Bizarre. How could these medical ninjas be so depraved? Kabuto was taken aback. Initially, he thought the Anbu were there to hunt them down, ready to launch a surprise attack, only to witness this grotesque scene. No, wait. What? That's not just a pig. It's fascinating. Ha ha ha, truly an evil genius. That's a person transformed into a sow. What? A person? Indeed. Look into the eyes of that pig. Those are human eyes. What a genius to achieve such a feat. How does he ensure that the person does not perish? As the two conversed atop a roof, Orochimaru laughed heartily at the spectacle below, unbothered by the possibility of being discovered. The members of the Starfire Society below quickly recognized Orochimaru on the roof. Who goes there? With swift motions, several kunai were launched towards him, but unbeknownst to them, Kabuto had already descended, taking advantage of Orochimaru's distraction. With a flurry of chakra surgical blades, he incapacitated everyone present. Orochimaru also entered the pig pen, using his gaze to stun the frenzied boars. He then instructed Kabuto to employ medical ninjutsu to heal the sow, restoring her vocal cords in the process. Revived by the medical ninjutsu, the sow, now with a strange glimmer in her eyes, seemed altered. Her nervous system had been tampered with, amplifying her sensations. Kabuto, at a loss for words, adjusted the SOS sensory system while expressing his disbelief to Orochimaru. Baka, this is too perverse. What kind of person did this so offend to become so sensitive? Ha ha, an evil genius. I find that person quite intriguing. At last, the sow is healed. The moment she regained her strength, she charged at the wall, intent on a fatal collision, but Orochimaru caught her. Orochimaru, release me. Let me die? Danzo? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Orochimaru froze in disbelief. Yet, he had witnessed Danzo perish in the Hokage's office. Who was this? The voice was so similar. And he could recognize him. Are you Danzo? Who then was the one who died in the Hokage's office? Under Orochimaru's pressing inquiry, Danzo humiliatedly recounted his encounters with Takuya Kimura, revealing everything he had witnessed in the roots. Reanimation technique? A jutsu that consumes flesh and blood to revive a person? A genius to perform such a technique right after graduation. Aha, such a genius is truly tempting. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. He wondered if such a genius could withstand the power of the cursed seal. Suddenly on high alert, Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings. When did they arrive? I seem to be surrounded. Looking around, he noticed Anbu had inexplicably encircled him, their physiques appearing rather peculiar, particularly robust, with skin resembling tiger stripes. The individuals Kabuto had previously dispatched were among them, now restored and remarkably strengthened. Among the crowd, one individual who had not transformed spoke up. Orochimaru, put down that pig, or I'll be having snake soup tonight. Ha ha ha, such a bold junior. I hope your capabilities can match your words. Orochimaru swiftly launched a surprise attack with a hidden shadow snake hand. However, Takuya Kimura had anticipated his move and deftly evaded the strike. With a sudden burst of speed, he moved as swiftly as the beastly forms of the members present. After dodging the ambush, Takuya retaliated with a long-range spiral bomb. Boom. Chapter 41. The secrets between Orochimaru and the pig. A tremendous explosion echoed throughout the area. As the smoke cleared, it revealed that the spot was already deserted. Damn it. He escaped. Takuya, who had initially anticipated a fierce battle, was taken aback by Orochimaru's abrupt retreat. His earlier taunts were intended to keep Orochimaru engaged. Yet he had not expected such decisive flight. Takuya, what shall we do? Danzo still possesses my soul energy. Those two cannot evade capture. I wasn't paying attention earlier, but tracking them now would be effortless. However, we must leave. The Anbu are approaching swiftly. After speaking, Takuya led everyone away, erasing all traces of their presence before departing. Shortly after Takuya and his companions left, a squad of Anbu arrived, scouring the entire pig farm. Aside from the remnants of the spiral bomb's explosion, they only discovered a few kunai. There were no other findings. Lord Shimatsuki, we have only encountered signs of a struggle, but the number of participants remains unclear. Moreover, there is something rather peculiar. Oh, what is it? The purple-haired Yuzuki Yuin inquired, noticing her subordinate's hesitation. All the male pigs here have been administered aphrodisiacs. Yet the sows have been deliberately separated and remain unaffected. So, Yuzuki Yuin nearly lost her composure behind her mask, her lips twitching as she pressed for more information. The Umbu continued with their astonishing claims. Therefore, I boldly deduce that someone has violated these male pigs. Lord Shimatsuki, those male pigs appear utterly listless. They have likely been violated more than 10 times. How absurd. Who would engage in such frivolous activities? Shimatsuki struck her subordinate on the back of the head, turning away as she fiercely instructed her team. Continue the pursuit. Our targets are Orochimaru and his subordinates, not the perpetrators of these pig violations. But, Lord Shimatsuki, could this not be the work of Orochimaru? He could have violated all the male pigs in Konoha, leaving us without piglets and depriving us of pork. Ridiculous. How did you even join the Umbu? Orochimaru would never stoop to such depravity. When we encountered Orochimaru, he transformed into a snake, didn't he? Although he managed to escape, he was still wounded by the Hokage. Snakes are chaotic creatures. It is possible he could siphon the life essence from these pigs to heal himself. The Umbu's increasingly outrageous assertions provided various justifications, seeking to prove that Orochimaru had indeed violated these male pigs. It was only later that the others realized the pig farm belonged to him, and he sought compensation from Orochimaru for his losses. While I desire compensation from Orochimaru, you cannot deny that my reasoning holds merit. Serpentine creatures can indeed absorb life essence to restore themselves. Enough. Keep pursuing. Witnessing her captain's fury, the Umbu dared not speak further, and the group continued their chase. Outside the village of Konoha, Orochimaru donned a long black robe embroidered with red clouds, accompanied by Kabuto and Danzo, as they arrived at a certain residence. Orochimaru. You're late, Scorpion remarked. There was an unexpected incident, but it also brought about unforeseen gains, Orochimaru replied. At that moment, Scorpion, still in his crimson flowing appearance, was taken aback to see that Orochimaru and Kabuto had brought back a pig. The emotionless puppet, Scorpion, displayed a flicker of surprise. You must know that I do not require sustenance, correct? Ah, but this is not a real pig. It is the shadow of Konoha, Danzo himself. What? Scorpion listened intently as Orochimaru recounted the events surrounding Danzo. Even though Scorpion had transformed himself into a puppet, erasing all traces of emotion, he remained profoundly shocked by the revelation. Incredible! This is nothing short of a masterpiece. While it may differ from my human puppets, it is still remarkably exquisite. If the head and pig's body can be seamlessly combined, perhaps my human puppets could be perfected as well. As a master puppeteer, Scorpion immediately recognized the value of the pig. His ability to create human puppets was unparalleled, and his medical ninjutsu was also exceptional. Otherwise, the human puppets would not retain their vitality. Not to mention, Scorpion's grandmother, Chiyo, was a medical ninja capable of employing resurrection techniques, implying that Scorpion's medical prowess was indeed formidable. The more he examined the pig before him, the more he grew fond of it, manipulating the puppet with great curiosity. Astounding. The head is human while the rest is entirely pig. How is it possible for the head to remain alive? The points of integration were flawless, something that ordinary medical ninjutsu could not achieve. Haha, you truly comprehend the extraordinary nature of this technique, do you not? This is a brilliant creation of Konoha's medical ninjutsu. Kabuto and I have studied it, but have yet to grasp the key to this jutsu, Orochimaru exclaimed, gesturing towards Kabuto, who subtly nodded in agreement. Scorpion, surprised that Kabuto acknowledged his inability to decipher it, was intrigued. After all, Kabuto was his spy placed beside Orochimaru. Scorpion was well aware of Kabuto's capabilities, as he had previously entrusted him with handling human puppets. The fact that Kabuto could not unravel this jutsu piqued Scorpion's interest. The reason you brought it here is to decipher this technique, isn't it? Indeed, we could collaborate to unravel this jutsu and share the results. Orochimaru sensed Kabuto's subtle movements but feigned ignorance, merely inviting Scorpion to join in the endeavor. Scorpion hesitated slightly, voicing his concerns. For the leader of their organization was overwhelmingly powerful. However, the mission assigned to them remained incomplete. The task is merely to gather intelligence on Konoha. The sudden change in the Hokage of Konoha village has given rise to scandals surrounding the Hokage advisors, as well as the truth behind Danzo's demise. Thus, our prolonged presence here becomes rather understandable, does it not? Furthermore, Danzo was undoubtedly the paramount source of intelligence. By restoring him, we can not only accomplish our tasks, but also unravel the intricacies of ninjutsu. Orochimaru shook his head, asserting that relying solely on Danzo would suffice for their mission, eliminating the need for a perilous infiltration of Konoha for information. Scorpion found merit in this argument. After all, this approach could yield dual benefits, and thus he consented. However, to ensure prudence, he also put forth a stipulation. Very well, but this place is no longer secure. We should depart and seek a new location for our research. He proposed. Not a problem. I have a laboratory not far from here, which is exceptionally convenient. With all the necessary equipment readily available, Orochimaru replied, welcoming Scorpion's suggestion. After all, their current location was merely a temporary refuge, devoid of any apparatus for research. Moreover, any investigation would necessitate Danzo's recovery first. Upon regaining consciousness, Danzo recounted his harrowing experiences, perhaps inducing a mental breakdown as he revisited his traumatic past, rendering him unable to provide further intelligence. However, this outcome might be fortuitous, as it would prevent Scorpion from discovering that the true power of this ninjutsu could indeed bring the dead back to life. Orochimaru silently resolved to collaborate with Danzo, extract the desired results, and subsequently eliminate him, thereby extricating himself from this organization. Scorpion, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, refrained from dissent. Although he harbored a degree of wariness regarding Orochimaru's laboratory, he believed he had an informant within Orochimaru's ranks. Thus, regardless of any schemes Orochimaru might devise, he felt unperturbed and nodded in agreement. And so, the three, accompanied by a pig, departed for Orochimaru's clandestine laboratory. Unbeknownst to them, all these events were meticulously monitored by Takuya Kimura. The sudden mental breakdown of Danzo was no mere coincidence. Do you wish to unravel my ninjutsu? If my master could not master it, then you too should reconsider, he chuckled. Chapter 42. Training the Hidden Leaf's secret base has now become the stronghold of the Spark Society. Takaya Mukamura has utilized Earth-style techniques to conceal the passageway, making it imperative to employ such methods for entry and exit. At this moment, Takaya Mukamura is inside the base, observing Orochimaru and Sasori. At this juncture, Orochimaru has yet to withdraw from the Akatsuki organization and remains allied with Sasori. In the early stages, the Akatsuki operated with remarkable discretion, with its members traversing various shinobi villages solely to gather intelligence. They were not engaged in widespread chaos, still in the phase of cautious development. Occasionally, they undertook war missions, yet never confronted the five great nations directly. This strategy was astute. Even if their members were all of extraordinary strength, the core personnel were scarce, with many, like Orochimaru, harboring ulterior motives. Even Itachi was an undercover agent. Upon reflection, it seems that only Nagato, Konan, and Kisame genuinely dedicated themselves to the organization's endeavors. The rest either bore hidden agendas or were simply foolish. This assembly of individuals remains a perilous variable, and Takaya Mukamura seeks to seize this opportunity to infiltrate the Akatsuki. He intends to provide them with some leverage, compelling these two to work for him, chuckling to himself. Consequently, Takaya Mukamura channels the negative energy from within Danzo's soul, releasing it and attaching it to the interface between Danzo's head and his pig-like body. This way, when these two eventually discover it, they will presume that this negative energy holds significance. At that point, not only will they be unable to decipher his healing ninjutsu, but he will also harvest the fruits of their research. Takuya Kimura possesses an unwavering confidence in his technique of flesh and blood replacement. Undeterred by the possibility of these two individuals deciphering it, he once attempted to impart this ninjutsu to Shizune, only to discover that, despite her innate talent, she was unable to grasp it. Upon hearing of this, Tsunade sought to learn as well, yet she too found herself incapable of mastering it. Both of them struggled even with the basic transformation technique, let alone the intricate art of flesh and blood replacement when applied to others. While they understood the underlying principles, comprehension did not guarantee mastery. Takuya Kimura speculated that it might be related to his own abilities. Perhaps the essence of this technique lies in its invocation of one's own soul's immortality. This would explain why neither of them could master it. Thus, it seems that Orochimaru and Sasori are destined to labor in vain for Takuya Kimura. However, it is possible that Orochimaru, with his prodigious talent, might uncover some other insights. Yet those discoveries are fated to belong solely to Takuya Kimura. The so-called Old Sixth no longer paid attention to Orochimaru's side and began to focus intently on his own endeavors. Although his current strength has surpassed that of an average Kage, he remains unable to rival the legendary three ninjas, at best achieving a stalemate. Moreover, each of the legendary three possesses their unique secret techniques, and should they engage in earnest, the outcome remains uncertain. While such prowess is commendable, it is still insufficient. In the presence of true titans, he appears merely a child. The prevailing issue lies still with the quantity of chakra. Despite having inscribed the Yin seal, it does not augment the chakra limit. It merely reserves excess chakra for later use. Tsunade once stated that this technique requires at least 3 years of storage before it can be utilized. Only then will the chakra within the Yin seal stabilize. Otherwise, premature activation will lead to a swift dissipating of efforts. A mere fortnight of accumulation is evidently inadequate. Furthermore, absorbing another's chakra does not enhance one's own chakra capacity. Such absorption is futile. It serves only to provide a temporary boost when one is running low. It was during the discovery of the reverse Rasengan that the ability to absorb another's chakra was first realized. Takumi Kimura was filled with excitement, believing he could harness chakra akin to the North Sea divine art. However, he soon realized that within the ninja world, the human body has a limit to the amount of chakra it can store. An average person's chakra bar is of a fixed length. No matter how much chakra one attempts to absorb from others, it cannot be retained beyond that limit. Furthermore, even if one wished to seal it away, the differing natures of individual chakras make fusion impossible. Although chakras may appear to share the same attributes, subtle personal differences prevent them from merging as blood of the same type does. Thus, when Takumi Kimura absorbed another's chakra, he had to distinguish it from his own. This is akin to how a Jinchuriki typically refrains from using their own chakra when employing the tailed beast chakra. Therefore, the aspiration to practice the North Sea divine art within the ninja realm was merely a fanciful notion. Not only did Takumi Kimura have such illusions, but Orochimaru too harbored similar thoughts. In the original narrative, during the Ch-Nin exams, there was a minor character who faced Sasuke. This character, wielding a chakra absorption technique, nearly drained the second pillar of power, forcing him to resort to the strength of the Cursed Seal. This minor character was affiliated with Kabuto's team, under Orochimaru, and the plump member of the Sound for almost depleted Shikamaru's team in pursuit of Sasuke. It appears that Orochimaru, too, encountered a predicament akin to the one I presently face. No wonder the original narrative relegated that character to mere background. Even if an ordinary person possesses the ability to absorb, they remain just that, ordinary. The character Jirbi, with his orange hair among the Sound Four, seems to belong to the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, he would not have been capable of draining an entire team. Thus, Orochimaru's ultimate solution appears to be the abandonment of the ordinary human form. The technique of impure resurrection serves not only as a means of achieving immortality, but also as a method to enhance one's chakra capacity. As Takuno Kimura pondered, a wave of discouragement washed over him. It seemed that the dilemmas he faced had already been encountered by Orochimaru, and none had been truly resolved. Whether it was the issue of bloodline diseases or the limitations of chakra, the problems loomed large. However, with a slight sigh, Takuno Kimura regained his confidence. Orochimaru may have failed to find a solution, but that does not mean I, Takuno Kimura, cannot prevail. This is neither boasting nor the blind confidence of a time traveler. Rather, he had discovered a path forward. Be it bloodline ailments or chakra capacity, he possessed ideas for both. The challenges were formidable, and the number of issues he wished to address was staggering, far exceeding merely these two. Time was of the essence, nonetheless. He resolved to continue employing the technique of shadow clone jutsu. Takuya Kimura raised his hand, summoning a dozen shadow clones. He had already utilized this technique twice earlier that day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Enduring such exertion twice in a single day was already quite taxing, yet he found himself compelled to employ it once more. Takuya Kimura experiences a slight discomfort in his liver, a consequence of his prolonged use of shadow clones for training and research. The afflictions extend beyond mere headaches. He also endures a substantial influx of information impacting his soul, resulting in considerable spiritual strain. Given his current soul strength, he finds himself somewhat troubled. Yet, discomfort must be tolerated, for the desires are abundant, and thus one must exert double the effort, is it not? Takuya, many individuals from our previous base have already joined the 5th generation's covert division. Should we not consider doing the same? Please convey to everyone that there is no need to inquire about my stance. Those wishing to join the covert division may do so at will, while those who prefer not to join shall transition to a neutral status. They can serve as elite shinobi leaders, just like the remaining members of our former base. Let us propagate the ideals of our Spark Society widely, aiming to fundamentally alter the perceptions within the Hidden Leaf Village. The principles of the Spark Society are not particularly extraordinary, they merely enhance the will of fire with additional notions. Concepts such as equality, the deconstruction of clan hierarchies, and the pragmatism of ninjas are integral to our philosophy. Now is the opportune moment to nurture the newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. This transformation resembles a gentle spring rain, subtle and devoid of radical upheaval. It requires no conflict, no bloodshed, only the passage of time. I believe that in several years, this world will indeed become a better place. Chapter 43. The initial consolidation of Sage Chakra. Time slips by like a fleeting galloping horse, and soon the moon hangs high in the sky. Takuya Kimura has just dispelled his shadow clones, and the collective memories of over a dozen individuals surge forth, causing him to cry out in pain. How is it that Naruto, that young lad, can endure such a multitude of clones? Is it due to his simple-mindedness? Or perhaps the unique attributes of his soul? The higher one's perceptive abilities, while advantageous, can also manifest as a disadvantage. Much like a dog's acute sense of smell, which allows it to detect the faintest of scents, the unpleasant odors can be overwhelmingly stimulating. His own soul's characteristics enhance his sensitivity to spiritual fatigue, rendering him acutely aware of such exhaustion. Indeed, every aspect of existence possesses its own merits and drawbacks. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged the completion of the experience. It was now time to engage in the cultivation of Senjutsu Chakra. Takuya Kimura let out a sigh as he entered the secluded training room within the base. The chamber was entirely enclosed, ensuring that no one would disturb his solitude. Takuno Kimura sat cross-legged in the center of the room, which was situated close to the ground. Above the ceiling lay a forest, surrounded entirely by the intricate root systems of flourishing trees. The choice of such a location stemmed from Kimura's realization that these colossal trees within the forest could indeed absorb natural energy. Their roots, being the most concentrated source of this energy, provided an ideal environment for cultivating the Sage mode, yielding remarkable results. Although Kimura had the option to employ reverse summoning technique to venture into the Wetbone Forest, he feared that mastering the sage arts from that place might distort his own understanding, thereby complicating the development of his unique sage mode. Consequently, Kimura resolved to first refine his own sage chakra before seeking the wisdom of the toad sage in the Wetbone Forest. Takuya Kimura has conducted experiments with a 3-part ratio, only to discover that the energies could not achieve equilibrium, let alone extract chakra, to attain a trifold balance. It is essential to unify and quantify the 3 energies. However, their natures are fundamentally disparate. The previous 3-part ratio resembled comparing a cubic meter of iron to a cubic meter of water. While they appear identical in volume, their densities differ immensely. Thus, any notion of a prior trifold balance is rendered moot. It is imperative to ascertain a definitive unit of spiritual energy equivalent to a specific quantity of physical energy, which in turn corresponds to a certain amount of natural energy. Only after this determination can true equilibrium among the 3 energies be realized. This necessitates the establishment of a precise, standard weight capable of quantifying all 3 energies. This standard weight must possess 4 characteristics. First, it must exhibit invariability. Ensuring its intrinsic stability allows for accurate quantification. Second, it should meet experimental requirements, being readily available in sufficient quantities. Third, it must facilitate interaction with all 3 energies, being susceptible to their influence. Fourth, it must possess a high sensitivity to energy, enabling precise quantification across various forms. In light of these criteria, Kimura identified an exceptionally suitable entity, cells. Each cell can be influenced by all 3 energy types, and upon division, it retains consistency with its predecessor, making it easily obtainable. It perfectly fulfills the demands of an energy quantifier. After selecting the energy standard, Kimura chose the interstitial cells, known for their remarkable stability and energy sensitivity, which proliferate rapidly in a laboratory setting. Initially, he extracted a minuscule sample from Danzo's right arm, and within 2 days in a petri dish, it nearly overflowed. Subsequently, Kimura utilized his various energies to stimulate the initial cell division. It was determined that 1 unit of his soul energy could induce a single initial cell to divide into 987 cells. Conversely, 1 unit of physical energy could only yield 15 cells from a single initial cell, while 1 unit of natural energy could produce 382 cells. Thus, the previously attempted 3-part ratio was not 1, 1, 1, but rather 1, 987, 15, 382. Such astonishing figures elucidate why equilibrium was unattainable. Therefore, if we designate the maximum number as the standard of 1, the authentic 3-part ratio emerges as 1, 132, 5, indicating that 1 unit of spiritual energy corresponds to 134 units of physical energy and 5 units of natural energy. Furthermore, the values of 132 and 5 are accompanied by decimal points, suggesting they cannot be divided evenly. The discrepancies following these decimal points likely account for the variances in the modes of the great sages. No one can guarantee that their energy standards across various attributes maintain identical ratios, except for the fixed natural energy standard of 382 pillars. Each individual possesses unique ratios, resulting in varying decimal points in their natural conversions, leading to differences in precision among the great sacred lands. The soul energy of Takuno Kimura is quantified at 1,987 units, while his physical energy stands at 15 units. The data of others undoubtedly varies. This explains why, even among the beings of the 3 great sacred lands, not all can master the sage mode. After determining his own energy proportions, Takuno Kimura has been conducting tests for several consecutive days, primarily focusing on the decimal values. Thus far, he has ventured into 6 decimal places, and tonight he intends to test up to 7 decimal places. Given the precision of this energy measurement, even with Takuno Kimura's control capabilities, he finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. Consequently, for the average individual attempting to cultivate the sage mode, encountering a rare opportunity is akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Even if they happen upon one, the likelihood of finding another is exceedingly slim, rendering mastery nearly impossible. Conversely, those endowed with a natural affinity for sage mode likely possess mental and physical energy levels that are exceedingly close to the ideal natural energy ratio of 382 units. Thus, they merely need to make slight adjustments to acquire the skill. Individuals such as Naruto and Kabuto exemplify this phenomenon. Jiraiya, while somewhat less capable, still surpasses the average practitioner. Hashirama Senju is likely an extraordinary anomaly, approaching the perfect ratio of 382, 382, 382, which grants him unhindered access to sage mode. This is the secret behind Hashirama's ability to wield sage mode at will. Furthermore, had Hashirama learned sage mode from the Wetbone Forest rather than discovering it through his own insights, he would have achieved the most sublime version of sage mode. Takuno Kimura ceased to indulge in further thoughts, meticulously channeling 3 distinct energies, harmonizing them at the tips of his fingers. He was entirely engrossed in regulating the proportions, ever ready to sever his fingers for self-rescue. In truth, from the moment he began until now, several digits had already transformed into stone-like fossils upon the ground. Fortunately, they had not morphed into anything else, signifying that Kimura's direction was indeed correct. This was truly the epitome of a perfect celestial being, belonging to humanity. Success. Just as he had successfully synthesized the chakra of the celestial arts, a fleeting moment of excitement caused him to lose focus, resulting in yet another failure. In the instant his fingers turned to stone, he severed them. In an instant, they were restored. Kimura murmured to himself, I was careless. But it can still be deemed a success. Achieving precision to the 7th decimal place would render success attainable. However, it remained insufficiently stable. A moment's distraction could lead to uncontrollable outcomes. Thus, to attain flawless control, a preliminary estimation suggested that precision to the 10th decimal place was necessary for stabilization. Is this the limitation of an ordinary person? Even if one comprehends the proportional method, who among them could wield such mastery? Takumi Kimura reflected for a moment before resuming his experiments. Chapter 44. Sage Mode 1. 0. After stabilizing his chakra for approximately half an hour, he reached a decimal precision of 8 places. At this juncture, Takumi's control had reached its limit. However, this was of little consequence, for he was now ready to embark on the cultivation of Sage Mode. By replacing all of his chakra with Sage Chakra within 30 minutes, he could attain this transformative state. The duration of his combat ability would depend on the speed of the replacement. If completed within a minute, he could engage in battle for 29 minutes. Admittedly, this was a challenging feat after a night of diligent practice. Takumi managed to master the replacement within 29 minutes, allowing him to activate Sage Mode for 1 full minute. Do not underestimate this achievement. It was merely the result of a single night's endeavor. At the break of dawn, Takumi eagerly ventured into the woods to put his newfound skills to the test. Sage Mode activate. The body of Takumi Kimura exhibited a remarkable manifestation of energy, distinct from the Azure Chakra associated with the 8 Gates. Instead, it radiated a natural hue, embodying the essence of life in a tender green shade, which is also the true color of Sage Chakra. Initiating his Sage Mode, Takumi Kimura wasted no time and unleashed the long-distance spiral bomb technique. The tender green spiral energy projectile shot forth at an astonishing speed, striking a distant tree with tremendous force. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, its shockwave extending even to Takumi's position. He was propelled backwards several dozen meters, and the ground where he had stood was displaced to a depth of half a meter. The lethal radius of this spiral bomb was likely around 50 meters in diameter, roughly the size of a small half of a football field. This measurement pertains to its effective destructive range, not merely the blast radius, which is considerably wider. Goodness, did he just unleash a tailed beast bomb? This is utterly outrageous. Takuya Kimura, having dispelled the Sage Mode, gazed in awe at the devastation wrought by his recent assault, unleashing a torrent of exclamations. This, indeed, was the true Sage Mode. Initially, he had presumed that the enhancement to ninjutsu would be merely a few fold, yet it astonishingly exceeded by dozens of times. It was utterly outrageous. Should he amplify his chakra output further, employing the colossal Rasengan as a projectile, its lethality would rival that of the tailed beast bomb, perhaps even surpassing it. Fortunately, he was not in proximity to the village. The area was still a considerable distance away. He resolved to restore the terrain somewhat, considering the central trees had already been reduced to mere splinters. It was merely a patch of forest that was missing, nothing of great concern. Takuya Kimura promptly took action, employing several earth-based ninjutsu techniques to restore the ground, though he was unable to tend to the surrounding flora. Once he completed his task, he discreetly departed. Although the explosion would not affect the village itself, the surrounding area was indeed impacted. A certain Umbu member, pursuing Orochimaru, could not resist sneaking near the forest of death to indulge in some dango. Shortly after Takuya's departure, a woman with purple hair dressed in a khaki trench coat arrived at the site. The recent explosion had originated here. Oddly, she sensed no other presence nearby, and there were no remnants of the explosion on the ground. How could such a vast open space exist? Yuhi Kurenai inspected the area closely and soon discovered the signs of the explosion on the surrounding trees. Every trunk near the clearing bore marks of the blast. Yet the center of the clearing remained untouched. Was it concealed? She retrieved a kunai and began to dig at the surface of the empty ground, uncovering fine wood shavings. After probing several more spots, she confirmed that indeed an explosion had occurred here, and this clearing was the result of it. The trees that once stood here had been reduced to mere dust. What tremendous explosive power was this? Could it be Orochimaru? No. His ninjutsu did not align with such a style. Who, then, could it be? This individual had deliberately employed earth techniques to cover their tracks. They must be hiding within Konoha. But if they were so adept at concealing themselves, why resort to such a grand explosion? Was it to mask something more sinister? Kurenai hurried to the Hokage Tower to report her findings to Tsunade. Inside the Hokage Tower, Tsunade had just arrived at her office. Upon entering, she noticed Kurenai waiting for her. Kurenai, have you made any discoveries? Yes, Hokage-sama. I found evidence of a large explosion in the Forest of Death. I sensed the blast this morning, but upon approaching the site, I found no one else present. I only discovered a concealed explosion site spanning over 50 meters, with astonishing destructive power. It is suspected that an unknown powerful individual is hidden within Konoha, with unknown intentions. Understood. I will address this matter immediately. You continue to search the village for Orochimaru. This man is relentless in his pursuits. Having failed to acquire the Sharingan, he is certain to infiltrate the village again. Thank you for your diligence. Kurenai respectfully bowed and withdrew. Tsunade, however, sighed deeply. In just over half a month since taking office, a series of troubling events had unfolded. The scandal involving Danzo, the disbandment of Root, Orochimaru's return to seize the Sharingan, and now an unknown powerful presence lurking in Konoha with unclear motives. Why was she burdened with so many crises? She needed someone to share the load. Shizune? Where has Shizune gone? Why didn't she return home last night? Is she out with a boyfriend? Tsunade mused aloud with a smile. Indeed. Shizune has reached the age for marriage. Who's getting married, Hokage-sama? Shizune's voice suddenly emerged from a pile of documents in the corner. As she poked her head out, stretching her arms, Tsunade was taken aback by Shizune's disheveled appearance. Well, Shizune, did you sleep here last night? I was up late processing documents and dozed off on the pile. It was surprisingly comfortable. Shizune rubbed her eyes and yawned, glancing at the disarray of papers. Oh no, they're all mixed up. I have to reorganize them. Oh dear, I thought you had matured and were looking for a boyfriend. I can't imagine how you'll manage without me. Tsunade remarked, shaking her head as she began to help Shizune sort through the mess. But Shizune, usually patient, grew indignant. What? Hokage-sama, I'm the caretaker here. You wouldn't be able to manage without me. And suggesting I should marry is simply outrageous. Ha ha ha. Every woman eventually marries. Which girl doesn't harbor romantic thoughts? I speak from experience. Speaking of which, you are of marrying age. Do you truly have no one you fancy? After roaming around, do you find the charming young men of Konoha unworthy? Tsunade opened her heart, attempting to comfort the flustered Shizune. As memories of various men flashed through Shizune's mind, aside from the unsavory characters she had encountered with Tsunade at various gambling houses, only Takuya Kimura stood out, the boy who had rested on her lap during his treatment, causing her to blush at the thought. Carrying him back had not felt tiring at all. Flushing with embarrassment, she shook her head. No. The age difference is too great. Oh, is there truly a significant age gap? Please, elaborate, Shizune. I am not being nosy. I am merely concerned for you. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the office door interrupted Tsunade and Shizune's conversation, prompting them to return to their respective tasks. Come in. Master, you summoned me. What is the matter? Takuya, please wait a moment. I have a mission for you, but there are others arriving shortly. Initially feeling a bit apprehensive, Takuya Kimura breathed a sigh of relief and headed straight to the reception area, plopping down onto the sofa. Observing Takuya's exhausted demeanor, Tsunade couldn't help but express her discontent. Young man, you must learn moderation. Youth is fleeting, and you should cherish it. Hokage-sama, what peculiar lessons are you imparting to Takuya now? Shizune interjected quickly, covering Tsunade's mouth before she could speak further. Noticing Takuya's lack of response, Shizune withdrew her hand and looked closer. Asleep? This brat must have been up to no good last night. Hey, you. I didn't summon you here to nap. Tsunade's frustration mounted as she rolled up her sleeves, preparing to reprimand him. But just as she reached out, Shizune intervened with both hands. Hokage-sama, please allow Takuya to rest. Ever since he learned the shadow clone technique, he has been sending clones to the hospital daily, where they stay all day long. Even at night. Since his clones began working there, the mortality rate of severely injured patients has dropped to zero. Even previously incurable diseases have been healed. His reputation as the immortal miracle healer is destined to surpass yours. Tsunade paused, recalling her own fear of blood that hindered her from treating bleeding patients. In stark contrast to her disciple's remarkable medical ninjutsu. That medical ninjutsu, the art of flesh and blood rebirth, was truly a brilliant technique capable of curing any bodily ailment. Regrettably, neither she nor Shizune could master it. This realization plunged Tsunade into a moment of despair. How could it be that even I am incapable of learning such a skill? What an extraordinary individual this is. Not only has he developed the universal medical ninjutsu, but over the past half-month, he has also mastered a multitude of forbidden techniques from the Sealing Scrolls, all while casually acquiring knowledge of her entire repertoire of ninjutsu. Indeed, casually acquired. I sincerely apologize, Master, for taking 3 days to learn the techniques from the small scroll. As all my time was spent on the ninjutsu from the Sealing Scrolls, I could only spare a moment to glance at that small scroll, recalling the boy's own words. Tsunade felt disheartened. Wasn't it said that only true ninjas could achieve such feats? Observing Taken Yamamura with his eyes closed in apparent enjoyment, Tsunade recognized that he was feigning sleep. Shizune's medical ninjutsu was indeed relaxing. Damn it, I have hardly had the opportunity to enjoy it myself. A voice from outside interrupted Tsunade's petty jealousy. Lord Hokage, are you seeking our Team 3 for a special mission? Lee exclaimed, noticing the diligent man would surely be rewarded. Mato Guy called out to Tsunade with enthusiasm, turning to educate his disciple, Lee. while flashing a dazzling smile that could blind anyone. Lee, instantly inspired, mirrored his mentor's expression. "Hi, teacher guy, I will work even harder." Sighing, Tintin rolled her eyes and stepped aside, indicating her desire to distance herself from the duo. Niji observed quietly, unperturbed, yet noticed Taken Yamamura on the sofa in the reception area receiving treatment from the Hokage's attendant. Alarmed, Niji activated his Byakugan to assess Taken's injuries. However, after an extensive examination, he found nothing amiss, only astonished by the considerable amount of chakra Taken possessed, which seemed to have increased since their last encounter. Tintin, also drawn by Niji's gaze, looked over and was surprised to see Taken receiving treatment. "Taken, are you all right?" "Shizen, what happened?" "Rest assured, Taken is fine. He is merely a bit fatigued." "Oh, yes, I am fine, just resting my eyes for a moment." Aware of the attention he garnered, Taken felt embarrassed to continue feigning sleep and turned to greet everyone, patiently awaiting Tsunade to announce their mission. "Now that everyone is present, I shall unveil the mission. Recently, our village has faced significant turmoil. Former Hokage advisor Danzo Shimura has perished, and the root has been disbanded. As the newly appointed Hokage, I have yet to establish the Umbu. Other nations are already eyeing Konoha, especially upon discovering that the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru has infiltrated our village to create chaos. This morning, I received a report from the Umbu stating that there are other mysterious powerful individuals hidden within the village with unclear intentions. Given these circumstances, I intend to recall many elite ninjas currently on missions to defend Konoha. While most can be easily summoned back due to the clarity of their mission locations, there are two exceptional individuals whose whereabouts are uncertain and require specific efforts to locate them and persuade them to return to Konoha." "Persuade?" Guy asked in confusion. This is a Hokage's order, and yet Tsunade-sama speaks of persuasion. Could it be that these individuals would refuse the Hokage's command? Indeed, it is persuasion. These two possess unique identities and formidable strength, each bearing significant responsibilities. However, their missions were self-imposed, not dictated by the Hokage. Whether my command can bring them back hinges on how effectively you persuade them. Tsunade then handed out the profiles of Jiraiya and Itachi Uchiha, explaining the mission to everyone. Jiraiya-sama is pursuing Orochimaru, so convincing him to return should be relatively straightforward now that Orochimaru has re-entered the village. As for Itachi, he is currently undercover in a mysterious organization, and while he wouldn't typically need to be recalled, given Orochimaru's infiltration, his identity could be at risk of exposure. Thus, we must bring him back before that occurs. "I comprehend, Lord Hokage," Guy responded, nodding in understanding of the mission's objectives. He then gave a thumbs up, declaring, "Fear not. Lord Hokage, our elite team 3 shall undoubtedly accomplish this mission." "Wait, I have not finished speaking. Taken Yamamura will accompany you. Your team lacks a medical ninja, and this mission may prove perilous." "Ah, splendid. Taken, on my journey of youthful fervor, I finally have you by my side." While the others remained indifferent, Lee eagerly dashed over and enveloped Taken in a tight embrace. Taken struggled to break free, restraining the overzealous Lee. "If there are no further issues, I entrust this mission to you. Depart promptly and return swiftly." With that, the team acknowledged the orders and dispersed to prepare, setting out in the morning. Takumi Kimura found his meticulously arranged plans disrupted by this unforeseen assignment. Orochimaru and Sasori were lurking near the Hidden Leaf Village. Ordinarily, he could have devoted his time to researching ninjutsu while keeping a vigilant eye on them. However, the sudden emergence of a task, one that required him to search the world for individuals, interrupted his training regimen and hindered his ability to monitor the progress of Orochimaru and Sasori's research. Should either of them exhibit any unusual behavior, Kimura would be unable to respond swiftly. He needed to deal with these two first. Chapter 46. The Joyful Working Life of Orochimaru and Sasori. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, in Orochimaru's clandestine lair, the group wasted no time delving into their research upon their arrival a day prior. Through their preliminary investigations, they discovered a peculiar energy emanating from the junction where Danzo's head melded with the body of a pig. They unanimously concluded that this energy was responsible for the absence of any adverse rejection reactions that would typically jeopardize Danzo's health. Orochimaru, having conducted numerous limb transplantation experiments himself, noted that aside from a few successful transplants among individuals sharing a bloodline, most attempts had failed. There was, however, one notable exception: the cells of Hashirama Senju. The arm he had grafted onto Danzo was cultivated from Hashirama cells, which uniquely possessed the ability to integrate with all other hosts. No other instances of such compatibility existed. This realization left the group in awe, reflecting on the unparalleled genius of Takumi Kimura. They mused that without his insights into this enigmatic energy, no one else could have accomplished such a feat. Were Takumi Kimura present, he would likely humbly acknowledge the contributions of his colleague, Baryu. After their moment of admiration, they resumed their research, unaware that they were unwittingly working for Takumi Kimura, who was soon to challenge their very mental fortitude. At the entrance of Konoha Village, everyone had arranged their affairs at home and gathered with their luggage. "All right, everyone is ready. Let us set forth." Teacher Kai, where are we headed?" This mission lacks any clear direction. Tintin, that's hardly a concern. When one finds themselves without a path, there are but two choices, to retreat or to forge ahead. The ninjas of Konoha never retreat lightly, thus our course is evident. We shall charge forward. Such profound reasoning. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet, why do I suddenly feel a surge of enthusiasm? Tintin remarked somewhat exasperatedly, pulling her backpack in front of her and rummaging through its contents, which primarily consisted of summoning scrolls. Ever since she had heard Takuya's words, Tintin had developed a technique from the Konoha style that allowed her to channel chakra into ranged weapons. However, for the past month and a half, she had been engrossed in studying summoning and sealing techniques. She realized that maintaining chakra on close combat weapons proved to be quite the challenge. To sustain chakra on a ranged weapon after it had been thrown, one would require chakra-infused metal. Such metal is exceedingly rare. Even the son of the Hokage possesses only a pair of chakra blades. Given Tintin's family resources, they could certainly provide her with some. But the notion of casually tossing it like an ordinary ranged weapon was rather fanciful. Initially, Tintin had contemplated crafting weapons from a special wood used to create chakra test paper. After all, this unique wood is cultivated with chakra from its inception, resulting in a conductivity for chakra that rivals even that of chakra metal. It could be fashioned into chakra test paper that is highly sensitive to chakra attributes. However, upon experimentation, she discovered that while this wood indeed exhibited excellent chakra conductivity, once chakra was infused, it ultimately remained merely wood. Its potency was even inferior to that of conventional metal weapons. Troubled, Tintin sought out Takuya for guidance. Takuno Kimura pointed out a path for Tian, addressing the troubled girl with earnest counsel. Merely affixing chakra to wood may yield limited power, yet what if one were to incorporate sealing techniques? Explosive tags. The astute girl grasped the concept immediately. Explosive tags, after all, are a means of sealing fire-release ninjutsu onto chakra paper, thereby enabling a simple sheet to manifest the potency of advanced fire techniques. Numerous adept shinobi, well-versed in both fire release and sealing arts, have collaborated with her family regarding orders for explosive tags. Standard chakra paper lacks the sensitivity to chakra attributes that chakra test paper possesses. Instead, it simply exhibits greater tolerance to chakra, making it an exceptional material for crafting sealing scrolls and explosive tags. Unrefined special wood, in fact, possesses an even greater stability than ordinary chakra paper. Typically, semi-permanent seals are inscribed directly onto special wood to achieve optimal sealing efficacy. For enhanced results, one would need to utilize chakra metal, although this is clearly cost-prohibitive. Thus, Tian ultimately opted for a ranged weapon crafted from special wood, planning to inscribe various sealing techniques upon it and enlist the aid of others to seal high-level ninjutsu. During combat, she would merely need to apply a chakra transformation akin to the silence technique to her ninja tools, allowing them to swiftly and silently strike at her foes. Moreover, she could control the explosive release of the sealed ninjutsu through chakra threads. It can be asserted that, under adequate preparation, Tian's combat prowess rivals that of a first-rate shinobi, if not exceeding it, owing to the lethality being contingent upon the number of ninja tools she can wield. After all, the activation of seals on her tools incurs negligible consumption compared to their deployment. At long last, she had discovered the sought-after item. After rummaging through her backpack, Tian held in her palm a delicate little box, which emitted a jingling sound as if it contained small stones. Alongside it, she presented a pair of half-finger gloves, offering both items to Takuno Kimura with both hands. "Takuno," she said, "I have found the gems you asked for, along with these gloves woven from special wood fibers." "Oh, have we gathered everything?" Takuno Kimura was contemplating how to lead the team to Orochimaru's laboratory. As Tintin handed him an item, he snapped back to reality and accepted the gloves and the gemstone. The gloves were nothing extraordinary, crafted from specialized wood fibers woven into tactical gear. Although somewhat costly, they exhibited excellent conductivity for chakra and effectively prevented weapons from slipping during close combat. The back of the gloves was adorned with metal plates, providing commendable protection. They were essentially indispensable for elite ninjas, akin to the ones frequently worn by Kakashi. Lightweight and breathable, Kakashi himself praised their quality. Tintin, you secretly prepared a gift for Takuno. Why have Niji and I never received anything like this? You must have feelings for Takuno, don't you?" No. This isn't a specially prepared gift. It's merely something Takuno asked me to find." Takuya Kimura gazed at the gloves in his hands, sensing that they were not the standard size typically found in stores, but rather a custom fit, seemingly tailored to the dimensions of his own hands. How curious. It appeared that the young girl had misunderstood the situation. Could it be that she had knitted them herself? She insisted that they were not made specifically for him. Yet he distinctly recalled seeing her mid-project in her backpack last time. He would have her. In an instant, he executed the renowned move from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the rear naked choke. Takuya Kimura shook his head with a smile, crouching on the ground to weave hand signs and employ a jutsu. Ninjutsu, true transformation technique. With a resounding thud, the gloves and gemstones lying on the ground merged into a singular entity, the gloves morphing into a more delicate, feminine style. The true transformation technique is seldom applied to objects, making Kimura's rare execution of the hand signs all the more remarkable. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their jaws dropping at his ability to use transformation jutsu to genuinely alter the glove's shape. Indeed, geniuses are beings that ordinary people find difficult to comprehend. Niji almost had his eyes rolled back in disbelief, beginning to question his own existence. Let us give it a try. 1010. Chapter 47. Tenten's Infinite Lift by Takuya. Ah, is this a gift for me? Tenten exclaimed, feeling a mix of joy and slight disappointment. As she had personally crafted the gloves and initially thought they were being given away, only to have them returned to her. Observing the girl's complex expression, Takuya extended his hand, personally placing the newly transformed gloves onto her hands. The gloves retained the appearance of tactical half-finger gloves, but were exquisitely adorned with various gemstones near the knuckles, each gem smoothed to fit comfortably against her hand. They resembled Iron Man's Infinity Gauntlet, albeit in a more understated fashion, lacking the gaudy flair of the original yet still possessing a striking beauty. After adorning the girl with the gloves, Takuya disregarded her flushed cheeks and turned to address the crowd. Tenten possesses a remarkably weak chakra attribute, yet her chakra strength significantly surpasses that of an average individual. This is precisely why she excels in space-time ninjutsu. Without sufficient chakra strength, one cannot pry open the doors to space-time ninjutsu. Most importantly, Tenten embodies all 5 elemental natures. She even possesses yin-yang release chakra attributes, albeit quite feebly, which renders her jutsu considerably less potent than others. As Takuno Kimura spoke, he turned to Tian, who was also sorrowfully looking down. It is a hard truth for anyone to accept that despite possessing the innate potential for the 7 great ninjutsu, she remains exceedingly weak. If one were to assume that a typical user could generate flames at a temperature of 1000 C using fire release, Tian could only muster a mere 100 C. Although she too can perform fire release, she struggles to ignite even a single flame in the wild, which is profoundly disheartening. Moreover, while it is impossible for someone like Lee, who lacks any chakra attributes, to learn elemental ninjutsu, Tian, with her all-encompassing attributes, can indeed learn these ninjutsu. Yet the endeavor is fraught with difficulty and yields pitiful results. Learning them is tantamount to not learning them at all, an utter waste of time. This is the reason why. In the original narrative, Tian scarcely employed any ninjutsu. Regarding Tian's diverse chakra attributes, Kimura had speculated during his previous life while watching anime. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Tian stumbled upon the 6 Paths Sage's treasured fan. This fan possesses the capability to unleash advanced ninjutsu attacks of 5 different attributes. With this fan, she once managed to obliterate an adversary's heart in a single strike. The mere ability to wield this fan attests to the formidable quality of her chakra. However, to utilize the 6 Paths fan, one must possess a comprehensive grasp of all 5 chakra attributes. Otherwise, it remains inaccessible. Thus, the 6 Paths fan has the potential to enhance the user's chakra attributes. Regardless of how weak one's attributes may be, as long as one possesses all 5, they can wield the fan and unleash advanced attacks of 5 different attributes, even executing them simultaneously. However, if the chakra strength is insufficient, the fan could drain the user's life force. To bolster Tian's chakra attributes, Kimura designed and crafted a pair of gloves. These gloves serve as a tool capable of augmenting chakra attributes. In the world of Naruto, aside from the wondrous 6 Paths treasures, the only other notable artifacts are the 7 legendary swords of the mist and the grass cutter sword, which is suspected to have been mass-produced by Orochimaru. Additionally, there are Itachi's 2 divine artifacts, the Uchiha clan's ancestral flame fan, Tsunade's necklace, the 2nd Hokage's Raijin sword, and the 27 death masks of the Uzumaki clan. Beyond these, the inventory consists mainly of weapons fashioned from chakra-infused metals. In this quasi-fantasy realm, the scarcity of extraordinary weapons is striking. In the neighboring realm of cultivation, practitioners are typically equipped with magical artifacts, with even novices able to acquire several. The slow development of weaponry in this world is lamentable. Years later, the arsenal may consist solely of cannons and mundane scientific ninja tools, while the somewhat promising chakra armor from the Land of Snow has yet to gain widespread recognition. This may stem from the fact that ninja training relies heavily on individual effort, drawing power solely from arduous self-discipline. The only path to external power, the Sage Mode, remains an elusive achievement reserved for a select few. The mindset of seeking enlightenment from the heavens is virtually non-existent, making substantial external advancement challenging. The strength of ninjas is largely determined by their lineage. If one's bloodline is exceptional, so too is their prowess. Conversely, even a lifetime of effort may yield only fleeting brilliance for those of lesser heritage. This reflects the cultural ideology of this realm, which lacks the audacity found in the noble aspirations of my own homeland, where the spirit of the worthy shall rise prevails. The overarching theme of Naruto encapsulates the notion of fatalism. Although characters like Guy and Lee embody the spirit of hard work, their struggles ultimately serve to highlight the superiority of those with extraordinary bloodlines. Niji, initially governed by fate, appeared to break free from its constraints due to Naruto's influence. Yet, he too was forcibly written out of the narrative, reinforcing the author's fatalistic perspective. Niji's demise was entirely without value, serving only to validate the distorted fatalism espoused by the creator. Kimura glanced at Niji. Niji possessed chakra affinities of fire, earth, and water, yet similarly suffered from the drawback of lacking potency. However, as a genius of the Hyuga clan, his deficiency was merely relative to ordinary individuals. In truth, his abilities were comparable to those of a typical ninja. The effects of his techniques were inferior to those of the gentle fist, rendering it challenging to integrate with the Byakugan. Ideally, Niji would be best suited for lightning and wind affinities, yet he possessed neither. Forcing himself to cultivate these would result in a weakened attribute, which, under normal circumstances, would be deemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, if one could enhance their attributes, employing Chidori with the Byakugan would indeed be a feasible strategy. Lightning release in tandem with the Byakugan offered a pathway. Takaya, what precisely is the purpose of the gloves you crafted for Tina? They enhance chakra attribute values, empowering her otherwise feeble ninjutsu. Additionally, I have inscribed sealing techniques onto these gems, enabling the storage of various ninja tools. So, Takaya, do you wish for me to utilize ninjutsu in the future? Tina gazed at Kimura Takaya with confusion, her gloved hands raised in a gesture reminiscent of a surrendering kitten. However, he waved his hand and shook his head. No. I hope that aside from utilizing minor auxiliary ninjutsu, you will refrain from employing other techniques. However, you must proficiently master the nature transformations of all attributes. Why is that? Nature transformation is quite challenging. If I must master them all, how long will that take? Tina and the others were already aware of the distinction between nature transformation and shape transformation, the latter being the essence of the Leaf Village's ninja body techniques, while the former was a skill reserved for elite ninjas. The notion that Takaya would have Tina master them all was simply daunting. Strengthening oneself is a continuous endeavor, and the path of the powerful is one without limits. Even the legendary sage of 6 paths was not the strongest in the ninja world. Kimura Takuya surveyed the crowd before him and articulated his understanding of the pursuit of strength. The onlookers were taken aback by his words. If even the legendary sage of the 6 paths was not the strongest, could there exist an even greater being? Moreover, it seemed that Takuya aspired to surpass such entities. My ninja way is to become the ultimate, transcending all, turning the impossible into the possible. If you wish to keep pace with my journey, then strive to grow stronger as well. Chapter 48. Tenten's decision. Suddenly confronted with her innermost thoughts, Tenten frantically searched for support. However, her teammates were all astounded by Kimura Takuya's ninja philosophy that transcended everything. Under the unwavering gaze of Takuya, Tenten gradually found her composure. I understand now, Takuya. I will endeavor to become stronger. Oh, how moving. Tenten, you too have blossomed with youth. Here, this training outfit is for you. I've prepared not just for Lee, but also for you and Niji. It's just that you both Haven Tea exuded the same youthful vigor as Lee. Now that you are determined to grow stronger, it's time to sweat and embrace your youth. Come, Tenten, this attire is lightweight, breathable, and stylish, with outstanding sweat absorption. Once you wear it, you won't want to take it off. Just look at Lee for proof. Indeed, Tenten, this training outfit will not disappoint you. Oh no, what kind of lady would wear such a thing? Exactly, Tenten, just maintain your original style. Let us leave the other looks aside. I'm not fond of them. Tenten's eyes widened as she gazed at Kimura Takuya. His implication that he didn't like other appearances must mean he favored this one. Takuya likes me. He only has eyes for me. His affection for me is so profound that words fail him. Was this his subtle confession? The girl from the Yamashiro clan. You have lost. Takuya Kimura could never have anticipated that a single utterance from him would awaken a lovesick fervor within every day. He demonstrated every day the simplicity of utilizing this pair of gloves. One merely needs to harness chakra through the gems embedded in the gloves to achieve an enhancement of attributes. These gems, akin to chakra-infused metals, possess exceptional chakra conductivity, as well as remarkable rectifying stability and amplification capabilities. However, similar to the specially cultivated wood for chakra, they are deemed inadequate as weaponry due to their lack of sturdiness. Such chakra gems are primarily employed in the construction of permanent sealing facilities, as their utility is considerably more limited than that of chakra wood, rendering them almost exclusively suited for this purpose. It remains unclear whether it is a matter of stubbornness or some other reason. But materials that cannot be directly utilized as weaponry are generally overlooked in the ninja world. The only exception to this bias is found in the first generation's eminent scientist and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, who harbored no such prejudice. Tobarama once wielded the divine artifact known as the Raijin Sword, a luminous blade that stabilized the nature of lightning attribute chakra. It could withstand the formidable Chidori, spiraling sphere. Had it not been for the constraints of the narrative, that weapon would have proven far more resilient. It is simply absurd to contemplate that a lightsaber's blade could be shattered. Takuya Kimura tends to believe that the damage incurred is a result of energy overload. Indeed, this is the case. The Thunder God Sword was merely an experimental prototype, exhibiting both poor output power and stability. Originally, the second Hokage had a plan in place for improvements. However, fate had other designs, and following a peace talk, the second Hokage was lost. Many plans and research achievements were consequently buried. Had the second Hokage survived to the present day, Konoha would likely have already ventured to the moon, no longer engaging with the nations on the ground. Fortunately, Takuya Kimura has inherited the legacy of the second Hokage. Alright, Tenten, have you learned? As Takuya donned his gloves and effortlessly demonstrated various nature transformations, Might Guy was filled with astonishment. Such techniques were typically reserved for Jonin-level shinobi. To his surprise, Takuya had already mastered a multitude of nature transformations. Observing Tenten's nodding, Might Guy felt a pang of concern for her. Was it truly possible for her to keep pace with such a genius, a veritable monster? It seemed utterly implausible. Despite his unwavering belief that nothing was impossible, Might Guy found himself momentarily shaken. Taking the amplification gloves, Tenten struggled for a while, without success. This is far too difficult, Takuya. I might need a lifetime to master this. Learning all the nature transformations seems utterly impossible, doesn't it? No, it's actually quite simple. You can do it. I believe in you. Surely you believe in my words as well? Yes, I believe in you, Takuya. You are indeed called a miracle. Yes, you must believe in miracles. Upon hearing Takuya's words, Might Guy experienced a moment of clarity. So that was it. The boy known as the Immortal Miracle aimed to enable his comrades to achieve the impossible, regularly assisting Lee with his electrical therapy, teaching Niji the Konoha-style ninjutsu, and helping Tenten unlock her potential were all manifestations of the miracles he believed in. He too was a believer in miracles, and now, with someone referred to as a miracle at his side, Might Guy felt a surge of joy as he pointed ahead. All right, everyone, let us set off. Wait, teacher guy. If we just rush forward, we want to accomplish our mission. We should first establish our target order, Niji interjected, breaking his silence. Upon hearing this, Might Guy recognized the wisdom in his words. Consequently, the group returned to their initial point of discussion. Takino Kimura seizes the opportunity to express his thoughts. Our mission objectives are twofold, Jiraiya and Itachi Uchiha. Although we are unaware of their whereabouts, I personally believe we should prioritize locating Jiraiya, especially considering the enigmatic nature of Itachi's affiliations with a mysterious organization. After all, one of our aims in finding these two individuals is to confront Orochimaru, who is also one of the legendary three ninjas. Jiraiya has been actively pursuing Orochimaru, thus increasing our chances of success. Everyone unanimously agrees with Takino's perspective. Subsequently, Takino continues to elaborate. Locating Jiraiya is, in fact, quite straightforward, despite the absence of relevant information in our ninja dossiers. My master once informed me that Jiraiya possesses an insatiable appetite for women, earning him the notorious moniker of the perverted sage. It is said that he once indulged in a night of debauchery that encompassed an entire street of brothels. Is it true? One of the legendary three, Jiraiya, is a lecherous individual? Indeed, I have heard whispers of this during my childhood. In response to the students' inquiries, Might Guy recalls the tales of the legendary three he encountered in his youth. Very well, it is settled. We shall first seek out Jiraiya at a renowned establishment. I have heard that a particular brothel he frequents is located near Konoha. We can investigate there and leave a message for him, even if we do not find him. This may alert him to the village's need for his return. What a splendid plan. Let us set forth. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, within an unknown brothel, Jiraiya inexplicably sneezes. He remains blissfully ignorant that he has unwittingly earned a new title. Achu, what on earth? A sudden sneeze. It must be the chill outside. Let us return to the room and warm up together in my cozy bed. Ha ha ha. How cheeky, Jiraiya. You truly are a lecher. Indeed, Jiraiya. We have only just risen, and you wish to retreat once more? Chapter 49, Raiding Orochimaru's Lair. Night falls. The group arrives at an inn for lodging. Prior to this, they had scoured the local brothels with little success, given the proximity to Konoha. Naturally, it would be too fortuitous to stumble upon Jiraiya. The group resolves to leave a message for him and subsequently seeks accommodation. This inn is conveniently located close to Orochimaru's laboratory, which he constructed on the outskirts of this small town for the ease of procuring supplies. Tomorrow, they shall guide everyone in that direction. Kimura Takuya had firmly resolved to confront Orochimaru decisively during this encounter, intending to leave him and Sasori in a predicament from which they could not escape. These two individuals had squandered 2 days without yielding any results. I, Kimura Takuya, refuse to tolerate such ineptitude in my subordinates. What? I haven't even paid them yet. Yet they expect me to allow them to exhaust themselves in their research? In a previous life, there were individuals who were compensated for their work. Am I not merely hoping to benefit from their research without remuneration? Is this truly a valid excuse for their lack of diligence? It is no wonder that one, who is a legendary Sannin, has resorted to clandestine tactics, achieving neither prominence nor success, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the second Hokage. Had it not been for Kabuto, he would have been lost altogether. As for the renowned puppeteer from Sunagakure, who had the audacity to turn the third Kazekage into a puppet, he too fell victim to the narrative's cruel twists. The fates of these two have diminished their prestige considerably. They are worse off than Kabuto, who, despite never receiving a salary from his employer, was sent on countless missions through tumultuous conditions, and even after his boss's death, was resurrected and entrusted with preserving his chakra. By this measure, Kabuto proves to be a valuable employee. Takuya Kimura pondered whether he might find an opportunity later to bestow upon Kabuto a dose of pseudo-deity prowess. Although they both hailed from the orphanage of Konohagakure, Kimura was not well acquainted with Kabuto. At the time Kabuto embarked on his undercover journey within the roots, Orochimaru had yet to defect from the village. Kimura was merely 3 years old then, and had never laid eyes on the young Kabuto. When Orochimaru ultimately betrayed the village, he took with him Kabuto, who had been abandoned by the roots. It was during this tumultuous period that Kabuto inadvertently took the life of the orphanage's former director, an act that was, in truth, orchestrated by the roots. The intention was for the director to eliminate Kabuto, yet it was Kabuto who turned the tables. This incident had previously been utilized in the campaign against Danzo's reputation. One wonders if Kabuto was affected by this revelation. Could the leak regarding the Uchiha clan's annihilation have been a result of Kabuto's vexation? Orochimaru likely had no motive to act in such a manner. Following the turmoil caused by Itachi's actions within the organization, Orochimaru sought to acquire Itachi's Sharingan, but upon failing in that quest, he resorted to pursuing the body of Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke. This endeavor was also a guise for gathering intelligence, as he returned to Konoha to obtain Sasuke's body. It appears that I have significantly influenced the unfolding narrative. Takuya Kimura lay in his bed, surrounded by several companions who had already succumbed to slumber. However, his mind was restless, teeming with thoughts. Many plotlines had been hastened due to his influence, and he worried that the Akatsuki organization might similarly expedite their efforts to capture the tailed beasts. He lamented that his current strength was still insufficient. Although he had emulated Naruto's technique of entering Sage Mode instantaneously through shadow clones, he had also left several clones within the base, continuously gathering Sage Chakra in a cyclical manner. Due to the unique characteristics of Kimura's soul energy, he was capable of remotely dispelling his shadow clones without the need for reverse summoning techniques, thus allowing him to activate Sage Mode in an instant. Nonetheless, this method could only serve as a temporary solution and could not be utilized regularly. Furthermore, the Sage Chakra he had gathered was still unstable, and the chakra transmitted through the clones could only sustain stability for a mere minute. Therefore, he felt an urgent need to enhance his soul energy and improve his energy control, striving for a level of precision that could manage decimal points to the 10th place, enabling a more stable Sage Mode. As he became increasingly adept at this application, he sought to achieve true instantaneous activation, along with the ability to gather Sage Chakra while simultaneously in Sage Mode, an unrestricted form of Sage Mode. The key to enhancing his soul energy lay in the negative energy he had previously discovered. Did this mean he truly had to engage with the tailed beast? The tailed beasts included Shikaku, the one tail, residing in Sunagakure, Matatabi, the two tails, and Gyuki, the 8 tails, in Kumogakure, Isabu, the 3 tails, and Rokubi, the 6 tails, controlled by Kirigakure, the 4 tails and 5 tails, Mu, located in Iwagakure, Chome, the 7 tails, in Takigakure, and Kurama, the 9 tails, of course, was in Konohagakure. Among these, the 3 tails, Isabu, had perished, but should have been revived by now. Never mind, I shall sleep. I am unaware of my current location. I shall address it later. The night passed without incident. The following morning, they could not find what they sought, prompting a suggestion to visit the next renowned establishment. All right, let us set off. With that, the group departed from the inn, following Kimura. Guided by his soul energy, they arrived before a hill. Suddenly, Niji behind him gasped, activating his Byakugan. Wait, something seems amiss. What is happening? The group quickly concealed themselves, while Kimura feigned inquiry towards Niji. The latter widened his eyes again, gazing at the hill, which was not merely a hill, but evidently a sealed passage. Niji relayed his observations to the others. Takuya Kimura displayed a look of astonishment akin to that of his companions. Could it be that there exists a concealed passage shrouded by a sealing technique? If it were a facility belonging to the village, there would be no need for such secrecy. This must undoubtedly be an enemy outpost. The others readily concurred with Kimura's assessment, for this location is still in proximity to Konoha. Their own facilities would not require such measures, leaving no doubt that it belongs to an adversarial nation. However, the team currently has a separate mission, and a ninja prioritizes their own tasks above all else. Any unrelated skirmishes encountered along the way should ideally be avoided. Yet, what they have stumbled upon is an enemy outpost established on the very outskirts of Konoha. It is a matter of tolerance. When the enemy is so brazenly present, one must act to eliminate this outpost. Lee was immediately ready to charge in with fervor, but was halted by Might Guy. Lee, the number of personnel at this base is unknown, as is their strength. To recklessly advance would be tantamount to courting death. Let us await Niji's reconnaissance before making a decision. My apologies, Guy-sensei, I acted impulsively. Soon after, they collectively awaited the results of Niji's Byakugan reconnaissance. Although the Byakugan could not penetrate the sealed entrance, it could still provide insight into the conditions within the underground base. As Niji observed the facility, Takuya Kimura gazed upon the white eye, contemplating a myriad of thoughts. The white eye possesses the extraordinary ability to disregard obstacles in light, granting its wielder the power to perceive entities directly, including even the faint chakra that eludes ordinary individuals. Its vision spans a remarkable 360 degrees, devoid of any blind spots. This capability transcends conventional sight, embodying a form of spatial perception. What the white eye discerns is not merely the reflection of light upon the retina, but a tangible awareness of existence within the spatial realm. Consequently, the visual field of the white eye lacks color. It reveals only the essence of the objects themselves. In essence, the white eye functions not as a conventional optical instrument, but rather as a sophisticated spatial detection device, explaining its unparalleled 360-degree perspective, which enables it to ignore both barriers and illumination. Indeed, the white eye is not merely an eye, but a spatial probe. While it does share some characteristics with ordinary vision, its potential undoubtedly extends far beyond that. In the original narrative, the Hyuga clan is portrayed as a bloodline capable of rivaling the Uchiha. However, in later developments, they were overshadowed by the prowess of the Sharingan, perhaps due to their status as supporting characters. The evolved form of the white eye, the reincarnation eye, remains formidable. And in the era of incombustible materials, the clean eye becomes even more potent. In the 50th chapter, a dramatic moment unfolds as Niji suddenly exclaims in disbelief. Might Guy casts a concerned glance at the visibly alarmed Niji. Niji, did you see clearly? Is it truly Orochimaru within the base? Indeed. That ominous and terrifying chakra unmistakably belongs to Orochimaru as described in the records. It is unlikely anyone else would dare impersonate that man. Niji continues. There is also a peculiar figure by his side, radiating chakra of a strength that rivals Orochimaru's. Both are clad in identical attire. Furthermore, I did not spot Orochimaru's subordinate. What a shocking revelation. To coexist within the same base as Orochimaru and don the same garments. Are they colleagues? One can surmise that their strengths are comparable. Indeed, the enigmatic individual possesses astonishing chakra. My white eye cannot penetrate his defenses. Given this, a direct confrontation is ill-advised. I might manage to contend with one of them, but not both simultaneously. We must retreat and seek assistance. Lee, your speed is unparalleled. Return at once to seek the Hokage's aid while we maintain our vigil here. Go, Lee. Hey. In response, Lee flashed a thumbs up at Takuya Kimura, a smile gracing his face. Though he uttered no words, his expression radiated a hint of pride, as if to convey, look, Teacher Guy has acknowledged me as the fastest. Takuya Kimura smiled faintly and gave a thumbs up to Lee. Under Takuya's influence, Lee's character had taken on a more mischievous edge compared to the original narrative. His abilities had also significantly strengthened, particularly his speed, which had always been one of his greatest assets. Following Takuya's electric therapy, Lee's velocity had already reached the level he exhibited during the Chunin exams in the original story. Moreover, Lee had mastered the technique of the silent technique, surpassing even Niji, who was proficient in Gentle Fist. The Gentle Fist, being a chakra-releasing taijutsu, relied on the sharp transformation of chakra, which, when fixed for an extended period, resulted in Niji developing a behavioral inertia. Although it appeared that Niji was at an advantage, this very advantage became a hindrance, rendering him less effective in mastering the silent technique compared to Lee. As Niji observed Lee activating the silent technique and swiftly vanishing from sight, a fleeting glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. However, this moment of envy quickly dissipated as he turned his attention back to the concealed base. After a while, the others began taking turns on watch. Although they lacked the Byakugan, monitoring the comings and goings at the exit did not necessitate it. Takuya, eager to charge in and deliver a decisive blow, restrained himself. Recognizing that Guy was the captain and reluctant to take unnecessary risks, especially with two of his genin present. Guy could sense that Takuya's current aura was no less powerful than his own, perhaps even exceeding it. Yet, he could not afford to gamble. Even if he and Takuya could contend with the two individuals in the laboratory, they remained unaware of the whereabouts of Orochimaru's subordinate. If a skirmish broke out, that individual could suddenly appear, and even with Lee's presence, three genin would likely not stand a chance against Orochimaru's underling, who had proven capable of infiltrating Konoha alongside Orochimaru. Suddenly, Takuya, on high alert, experienced a change in expression before regaining his composure. He sensed that Lee had unexpectedly been injured and fallen unconscious. The information relayed through their spiritual connection revealed that it was Kabuto who had harmed Lee. Kabuto, having returned to Orochimaru's base, encountered Lee on his way. Despite Lee's commendable abilities among genin, he was still merely a novice fresh out of the academy. While rushing back to seek help, he had not concealed his presence. Charging down the main road with a cloud of dust trailing behind him, easily visible to anyone not blind. Kabuto, returning to the base, spotted this anomaly from a distance. Astonished by Lee's speed while simultaneously recognizing the Leaf Village forehead protector adorning Lee's brow. Realizing that Lee was headed toward Orochimaru's secret base and away from it toward Konoha, Kabuto understood that his base had been compromised. This green-clad, watermelon-headed novice was undoubtedly on his way to report back to Konoha. Not spotting Lee's teammates, it was likely they were lying in ambush nearby. how close he had come to being ambushed himself. Fortunately, he had encountered this rookie. Thus, Kabuto swiftly intercepted Lee. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Lee managed to evade the initial strike, but was unaware that Kabuto's first blow was merely a feint, intended to force him into a preset trap. The inexperienced Lee had no knowledge of such tactics and fell right into the trap, nearly facing an abrupt end to his nascent ninja journey. Fortunately, his good friend Takuya had prepared a backup plan that saved him. "Takuya, how are you communicating with me in my mind?" Lee inquired, bewildered. "No time for explanations. I'm going to put you in a false state of unconsciousness. But you will retain your consciousness and hearing. Pay attention. When I signal you to recover, unleash your strength against this individual. Understood?" At this moment, Lee, now regarded as Kabuto's captive, was hoisted over Kabuto's shoulder. Kabuto muttered to himself with a relaxed demeanor, "This green-clad river sprite possesses remarkable recovery abilities. I never anticipated that by simply dealing with a nuisance, I would stumble upon unexpected gains. Lord Orochimaru will surely appreciate this." He summoned several snakes to communicate with Orochimaru, informing him of the base's exposure. Meanwhile, upon receiving the snake's report, Orochimaru was agitated by the lack of progress in his research over the past few days. Hearing this news incited his fury, and he dispatched snakes to scout the individuals lurking outside. "Ah, it's him, accompanied by a few genin. They dare to provoke me? How foolish." Orochimaru's infiltration into Konoha was not without purpose. He was well aware of the elite J-nin among the new generation. Might Guy, a pure taijutsu J-nin, was not to be underestimated. How amusing that the third Hokage has become so befuddled. A ninja without ninjutsu, truly a jest. Such a ninja can be promoted to J-nin? Ridiculous. The rest were merely genin, unremarkable and insignificant. Quickly, Orochimaru commanded Kabuto to return and execute a pincer attack, intending to ensnare this group of Konoha's young generation. Unbeknownst to him, Takuya had already gleaned insight into his plans. Outside the base, Guy reported, "Takuya, Orochimaru has discovered our presence. Those snakes were his summons. The backup I placed on Lee has been triggered by Kabuto, who is now approaching from behind. We should strike now." "What? How is Lee?" "He is fine. Orochimaru is about to emerge, so everyone prepare yourselves. I will face Orochimaru." "Takuya, that is one of the legendary three. Let me handle this. You protect Tenten and Niji." Upon hearing that Lee was unharmed, Guy felt relieved and resolved to confront the two adversaries within the base. However, he harbored some doubts about Takuya's strength. "Do not underestimate me," Takuya replied, feeling somewhat exasperated by the limitations imposed upon him due to his usual low-profile demeanor. Fortunately, the time for restraint had passed. "Let me unleash a powerful technique to warm up." With his eyes closed, Takuno Kimura dispelled a shadow clone of himself from his hometown. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged from his body, enveloped in a tender green glow of chakra. The brightness nearly blinded those nearby. Senjutsu, Super Giant-Tailed Beast Bomb. In Chapter 51, Senjutsu, Divine Peacock-S Morning, a chakra sphere, approximately 2 meters in diameter, was unleashed, colliding directly with the faces of Orochimaru and Sasori, who had just exited the base. This strike, larger, rounder, and wider than the ones Kimura had previously experimented with, exhibited a significantly greater energy response. Following the launch, Kimura led the others in retreat, taking cover. This explosion was powerful enough to obliterate the small hill at Orochimaru's base. It was not merely a tailed beast bomb. It surpassed it. The shockwave alone pinned the Konoha members to the ground, leaving them unable to rise for quite some time. Previously, the members of Team Guy had merely witnessed Kimura throw a large chakra ball and assumed they were under attack from Orochimaru. Little did they know what was truly unfolding. The ball thrown by Takuno Kimura, with an astonishing force, left everyone in awe. Witnessing Kimura, who was also brought low by the remnants of the ninja techniques, brought a sense of balance to the onlookers. It's perfectly fine. Even someone so formidable must succumb to his own power. Thus, being pressed down by the aftershock was not a matter of shame. Having been knocked down by his own explosive force, Kimura had since dispelled his sage mode. That last strike could be considered the culmination of his life's training. Following the impact, he felt somewhat fatigued. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the area where the blast had struck, only to be met with a thick cloud of smoke. Well, it seems that was a futile endeavor. The law of smoke but no injury is indeed the first principle of the anime world. After regaining a modicum of composure, he addressed his companions. "Everyone, be prepared. The enemy is still out there. Teacher Guy, I will confront Orochimaru while you handle the other opponent." No sooner had Kimura spoken than a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the smoke. The small hill where they stood had indeed been obliterated, revealing a colossal serpent coiled menacingly. The giant serpent, having endured such a blow, wore numerous wounds and was on the brink of collapse. Its raised head fell limply to the ground, from which two figures emerged. It was none other than Orochimaru and Sasori. At this moment, both were in tatters, and as soon as Orochimaru exited the serpent's maw, he took a deep breath, expelling a new body from within. This strike had forced Orochimaru to perform a shedding technique just to recover. Sasori, in his Hiriko form, had suffered a complete breakdown of his body. It was a tragic fate for Sasori, who had barely made an entrance before being rendered ineffective, without even a chance to escape. How dare you? Who is it? Orochimaru had yet to comprehend the source of the recent assault when Sasori made his move. Glancing at his own Hiriko with a hint of anger as he unfurled a scroll marked with the number 3, with a resounding bang, a figure materialized in the air. Nani, the third Kazekage. Not only was Might Guy taken aback, but even Orochimaru, his ally, wore a look of astonishment. The third Kazekage, renowned as the mightiest of the Wind Shadows, possessed the powerful bloodline limit of magnet release. His strength was formidable, yet he had long been missing. It turned out that this individual had been transformed into a puppet by Sasori, being a teammate. Orochimaru was well aware of Sasori's mastery of puppet techniques but had not anticipated that he could convert the third Kazekage into a puppet. How intriguing. Haha. Imagine if we could turn the third Hokage, Lord Sarutobi, into a puppet as well. That would be even more amusing. I can assist you. Just as Orochimaru agreed. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sidestepped. He narrowly avoided a crushing blow from Guy. Boom. A massive crater was left in the ground where he had stood. Teacher Guy, don't steal my kill. That puppet master over there seems to be a puppet himself, and puppet masters are adept with poison, so you must be cautious. Takuya Kimura stood still, closing his eyes once more. The Sage mode was activated again. The aura of Sage chakra emanating from Takuno Kimura startled Orochimaru. Could this chakra sensation be associated with that technique? It is truly astonishing that at such a tender age, you have already mastered Sage arts. What remarkable talent you possess. I am eager to discover the nature of your physique. Is this your only surprise? There are even more delightful revelations to come. Let us see if your serpents are sufficient. Takuya Kimura raised an eyebrow and unleashed a taunting skill against Orochimaru, drawing attention to ensure he could hold the monster at bay. He then declared, the formation of 8 gates, the gate of pain, open. The audacious little imp. Huh? Impossible. How could the 8 gates be activated in this mode? Orochimaru was clearly aware of the formation of 8 gates and had also studied Sage mode. The former could release bodily restrictions, unleashing a formidable chakra, while the latter required the cultivation of uncontrollable Sage chakra. The two were fundamentally in conflict. Once the 8 gates were opened, the chakra became overwhelmingly powerful, making it utterly impossible to revert to Sage mode. Yet, Takuya Kimura managed to achieve this feat. Is this really impossible? The gate of dismissal, open. And it is not over yet. The gate of joy, open. Takuya Kimura originally possesses a burst of chakra in the Sage mode. Upon opening the 6th gate, an even more formidable surge of Sage chakra erupts. Sage art, bright god approaches the peacock. Kimura Takaya radiated with a brilliant aura. Beside him, Kai, who was locked in a standoff with Scorpion, was momentarily taken aback. His heart racing with astonishment, rivaling even that of Orochimaru. It was simply inconceivable. Setting aside the unfamiliar chakra mode, just considering the 8 gates of death formation. How long had Takaya been training? Over half a month? Perhaps not even 20 days? What a jest. In less than 20 days, he had already opened the 6th gate? Little Lee had only managed to unlock the 1st gate. The remarkable performance of Might Guy in relation to Little Lee was already extraordinary. When Guy had initially opened the 1st gate, he had taken 3 months to do so, not counting the years of rigorous taijutsu training beforehand. Kakashi had once sought Guy's guidance on the 8 gates of death, yet even the prodigious Kakashi had yet to unlock a single gate. How could I have thought that his desire to learn the morning peacock was merely an overreach? Did I nearly hinder the rise of a genius? Unbelievable. The usually self-disciplined Might Guy could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Turning his gaze to Scorpion, who was intently observing Kimura Takaya, he noticed the latter's expression, which bore an eerie sense of longing. A perfect specimen, this young man had not even begun to decay, yet he exhibited such strength. He must become part of my collection to preserve this perfection eternally, before he begins to wither. Scorpion's artistic heart ignited with fervor. Intent on transforming Kimura Takaya into one of his prized possessions, dismissing the unremarkable Might Guy entirely, he launched a surprise attack aimed at the formidable Takaya. Magnet release, iron sand giant needles. Several massive spears formed from condensed iron sand hurtled towards the airborne Kimura Takaya. Oblivious to the impending danger as he unleashed his powerful technique, Takaya was immersed in his own display. Tenten and Niji, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, shouted in alarm. Takaya. Danger. Chapter 52, The Blossoming of the 8 Gates Amidst Crisis. A series of resounding kicks echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Several iron sand spears were all sent flying by a single individual. Hey, your opponent is me, you puppet brat. It was none other than Might Guy. Having opened the 5th gate, upon landing, he discovered that Takaya's grand technique showed no sign of abating. Countless fiery punches erupted like a peacock fanning its tail, all directed at Orochimaru. The flames were not the typical crimson hue, but rather a stunning blue. Ordinary red-orange flames reached temperatures of about 3000 C. At 4000 C, they appeared yellow-white, and only at 5000 to 6000 C did they take on a bluish tint. Had the temperature truly soared to an astonishing 6000 C? The youth was indeed formidable. However, the 8 gates of death encompassed more than just this single technique. I cannot allow myself to be outshone by a junior. That would be too humiliating. As Might Guy continued to deflect Scorpion's magnetic attacks, his eyes flared with determination as he shouted, Sixth gate, the gate of view, open. Seventh gate, the gate of shock, open. Blue steam erupted from Guy's body, and an overwhelming chakra surged forth in an explosive display. The force was akin to a tidal wave, an unrestrained energy that swept over the assembled crowd. Tintin and Niji, both low-ranking ninjas, found themselves pinned to the ground beneath this overwhelming presence. Despite being positioned just behind Guy, unaffected by his intent. Is this real? Teacher Guy, have you lost your mind? You only need to deal with a puppet master. Is it necessary to open the gate of shock? I didn't even open a gate when facing a snake. In just 1 minute. Kimura Takaya had unleashed over 1,000 fiery punches. He exited the Sage 8 Gates mode, turning to Guy with a playful complaint. Before sending Tintin and Niji to safety and refocusing on the battlefield, Scorpion was left dumbfounded by Might Guy's sudden eruption of power. Impossible. Is there truly a second individual capable of such an aura? Ha ha ha. I shall acquire a new specimen. Scorpion ceased his chatter, producing scrolls from his person and summoning all his puppets. Red secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Hundreds of human puppets floated in the air like a dense cloud. Each puppet exuded a presence rivaling that of elite Jainin, with many even comparable to Kaga-level ninjas. The combined pressure of this puppet legion was formidable, rivaling that of tailed beasts. The puppet army surged towards Might Guy with immense force. Though Takaya was present, Guy could not maintain the gate of shock indefinitely. Thus, he resolved to finish this swiftly. What a joke. This was the foundation upon which I would conquer a nation, become my possession. Go. Daytime tiger. Boom. The ferocious wind was compressed into the shape of a tiger, racing towards Scorpion's puppet army. It swiftly expanded, and the seemingly powerful legion of puppets crumbled upon contact, vanishing into thin air. Not good. We must retreat. The powerful shockwave unleashed by the daytime tiger surged in all directions, catching Kimura Takaya off guard, who initially believed he was safely distanced from the battlefield. With no time to evade, he clasped his hands together and thrust them outward. Ninjutsu, spiral shield. Takano Kimura, with his formidable chakra, conjured a grand protective shield, encasing the trio within its embrace. A powerful shockwave erupted, nearly shattering Kimura's spiral shield. Although hastily activated, the tremors were merely the residual force of the day tiger. As the aftershocks dissipated, Kimura released the spiral barrier, surveying the chaotic surroundings with a hint of sarcasm. Well, the day tiger is truly terrifying? Haha. Takano, it seems you have lost, haven't you? At that moment, Might Guy, who had effortlessly dispatched the scorpion, approached the trio, adorned with an unyielding blue aura, giving them a thumbs up while striking a playful pose. Is it enough now? Could you please turn off that effect? If you keep this up, the injuries on site might become unmanageable. What? You should have mentioned it earlier, Takano. Might Guy hastily deactivated the effect and promptly sank to the ground, panting with exhaustion. Subsequently, Kimura employed a healing technique to restore Guy's condition. He refrained from utilizing the flesh regeneration technique, as he could only apply it to himself. However, for unfamiliar bodily structures, he would require genetically compatible flesh, representing a limitation of this technique. Takuya Kimura has conceived a method to transcend limitations. Yet he has not had the opportunity to experiment with it before being assigned this task. It is hardly appropriate to use Kai as a test subject on this battlefield. Is it? What if the experiment fails? Would it not resurrect the two who have just perished? However, were those two truly so easily dispatched? Orochimaru, it seems, is definitively dead, having been obliterated by Kimura's relentless barrage of punches and fiery kicks. As for Scorpion, his fate remains uncertain. Teacher Kai, the individual you battled seems to have a vulnerability at the core of his chest. Did you shatter it? Oh, is that so? I did indeed break his puppet body. So the core must have been destroyed as well, I presume. Alas, it appears not. Remnants of his human form were present. Yet the core fragment was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps we shall discuss this further another time. Upon hearing this, Takuno Kimura shook his head, dismissing the matter. After all, it was merely a scorpion, and its life or death held little significance. He had just activated the Sage Mode twice and summoned a rather chakra-consuming protective barrier. In addition to healing Guy for quite some time, his own chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and he had no desire to pursue further. Especially with Lee still in the hands of Kabuto, he needed to conserve his strength for a potential rescue. As he pondered, he began to observe Kabuto's situation through Lee. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, a cylindrical object the size of a chopstick holder emerged, with several strands of chakra extending from it, manipulating a heap of withered branches and leaves. This not only provided cover but also propelled itself forward with the swiftness of a centipede, resembling a broom sweeping across the ground. On the opposite side, a small snake stealthily slithered away from the shattered remains of Orochimaru. As it reached a distance, the snake glanced back at Kimura and his companions, its gaze filled with ferocity and a hint of human-like fear. The small serpent dared not linger, swiftly departing through the shadows of the battlefield's ruins. In the rear of the battlefield, Kabuto, accompanied by Lee, had just arrived and was struck by the grim spectacle before him. Orochimaru's body lay in ruins, and all that remained of the scorpion was a litter of scattered parts. Impossible! Lord Orochimaru cannot have perished so easily. And the scorpion has fallen as well? This cannot be. In the midst of Kabuto's mental unraveling, it was Kimura who took notice. Takuno Kimura directly roused Xiao Li, who, adhering to the plan, awakened to deliver a devastating knee elbow strike upon Do's shoulder. Caught entirely off guard, Do was swiftly incapacitated by a mere knee. Overwhelmed by a blend of astonishment, trepidation, and utter bewilderment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. It stands to reason that he would think twice before underestimating a Konoha nin in the future. However, whether there will be a future for him remains uncertain. Despite being a victim of the Root organization, he has, over the years, committed numerous heinous acts under Orochimaru's influence, ensnaring countless individuals for inhumane experiments. During his infiltration of Konoha, he ruthlessly eliminated several Umbu operatives, assuming the identities of those he had slain to conceal his presence. Indeed, Konoha owes much to Orochimaru. Yet the lives taken by him are not debts owed to him. In the later stages of the original narrative, Orochimaru audaciously uses Konoha's shinobi as sacrifices for his forbidden jutsu, the impure world reincarnation. Such a villain, despite possessing a tragic past, cannot be easily absolved of his misdeeds. It is perplexing that he ultimately returns to Konoha alongside Orochimaru. One wonders if the families of the Konoha shinobi slain by them would ever find it in their hearts to forgive the two. Regarding Naruto and Itachi's boundless compassion, Takuya Kimura expresses utter bewilderment. As for the notion of grievances being resolved, when will it ever come to pass? Takuya Kimura merely wishes to express, I am indifferent to when you conclude, it shall not be from me. Chapter 53. This master is quite fearsome. Nevertheless, despite this assertion, Takuya Kimura held a deep admiration for the abilities of Orochimaru and Kabuto, but he harbored disdain for their character. Accompanied by Guy and Tenten, he sought out Rock Lee, who had successfully restrained Kabuto with steel wires. The others, unaware of the situation, arrived only to witness Lee single-handedly subduing Orochimaru's subordinate. Well done, Lee. You have truly become a man capable of standing on your own, exclaimed Niji, astonished as he glanced at the bound Kabuto. Is it possible? An elite Jonin was defeated by you alone? Niji's disbelief was palpable, yet he could not deny the evidence before him. Even a surprise attack seemed beyond his own capabilities. Lee had laid his triumph bare before Niji's eyes, further bruising Niji's pride. This was not the first time. Previously, Lee had opened the first gate, and even before that, he had mastered the silent technique before Niji. The only occasion they had been evenly matched was at the inception of their team. For Niji, who had always been at the top, even a tie was a bitter pill to swallow. He resolved to train harder, vowing never to be on equal footing with Lee again. Yet, he had not triumphed since. Today, while Kimura and Guy battled, Niji found himself unable to assist anyone, becoming a burden alongside Tenten, which distracted Kimura from his fight. If not for their presence, the puppeteer would likely have escaped. Damn it! Niji clenched his fists, lowering his head in self-loathing. Even Tenten had found a new direction, while he remained stagnant, trailing behind Lee, a reality he found intolerable. Lee, a mere underclassman, had now outperformed him repeatedly. The thought brought him to the brink of tears. He had not cried since the death of his father. No matter how grueling the training, he had persevered, mastering the gentle fist and discovering his own path. Yet now, he felt a resurgence of helplessness. With a heavy heart, Niji glanced up to find Kimura smiling at him. He quickly turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Kimura approached, stating, Niji, you've made a significant mistake this time. What do you mean? Niji replied, defensive. It's not about being a hindrance. I should have positioned you too farther away. Rather, you failed to fulfill your utmost role in this battle. What could I have done? Niji began to argue, but paused, realizing the implications of the restrained Kabuto on the ground. Is it him? I noticed his absence early on but became too focused on your battle with Guy-sensei, neglecting the potential threat from behind. I see now, it was my fault. When I couldn't intervene in your fight, I should have taken Tenten and guarded the rear. Correct. Everyone has their own path to follow. A temporary setback does not define you. At that moment, Lee recounted the details of his victory over Kabuto, revealing that he had coordinated with Kimura to exploit the enemy's moment of distraction, which had allowed him to strike successfully. Niji realized that the gap between him and Lee was not as vast as he had believed. It was the result of Kimura's assistance. Without Kimura, Lee might have fallen into a trap. Niji's mind found a semblance of balance. So it was Takuya's contribution? Such is human nature, when someone is only slightly superior, one feels envious, but when faced with a far stronger opponent, acceptance comes easier. However, Niji's newfound composure did not mean he would resign himself to complacency. Lee, regardless of the circumstances, you performed admirably. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Guy-sensei. I will strive to improve, Lee replied, turning to Kimura with sincere gratitude. Kimura merely waved his hand, shaking his head. Why thank me? Ah, my apologies, haha, Lee stammered, recalling Kimura's aversion to apologies, leaving him awkwardly chuckling. Might Guy, noticing Lee's discomfort, swiftly redirected the conversation. We dismantled an enemy stronghold and captured a prisoner. It's not far from the village. Let us return. News of Orochimaru's defeat must be reported immediately. However, Kimura felt an inexplicable doubt regarding Orochimaru's demise. After all, he was notoriously resilient. Though his physical form had been decimated, Kimura suspected that he could return once more. Nevertheless, having defeated him once, Kimura felt confident in his ability to do so again. Thus, the group hastily cleared the battlefield and made their way back to the village, arriving in Konoha by afternoon. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade gazed at the figure of Kabuto Yakushi while listening to the mission report delivered by Might Guy. Upon hearing about Takaya Mukimura's audacious confrontation with Orochimaru and Sasori, which unleashed a power reminiscent of a miniature-tailed beast bomb, Tsunade appeared to ponder for a moment. Her lips twitched as she turned to Mukimura and inquired, "Are you capable of manually creating a tailed beast bomb?" No, it's not as difficult to conjure as a tailed beast bomb. I merely raised my hand and released it," he replied nonchalantly. "Baka, are you being modest?" Tsunade observed Mukimura wearing a facade of humility, though his words did not quite match the gravity of the situation. "What do you mean it's not as hard as a tailed beast bomb? After spending more than half a month together, I've come to realize that this fellow is simply a theatrical little prankster." Tsunade chose not to dwell on it and motioned for Might Guy to continue with the report. As the tale unfolded, her jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This young lad not only obliterated a small hill with a single blast, but also executed the 8 Gates formation in conjunction with Sage Mode, ultimately delivering a lethal blow to Orochimaru. Can you believe that? You just graduated. Orochimaru, for heaven's sake. Not some mere cabbage. A faint crack echoed through the room. It was the sound of someone dislocating their jaw. Given that everyone present was a taijutsu ninja, their keen senses immediately turned to the source of the noise. Hokage-sama, your jaw has dropped. Enough. Refrain from dropping your jaws. Tsunade swiftly caught her own jaw and waved her hand, instructing the others to mind their own business. She took a deep breath to regain her composure. "So, Mukimura, the massive explosion near the Forest of Death yesterday was your doing? You even used Earth Release to cover up the traces of the explosion?" "Yes," he replied. Yes. Indeed? You little rascal, why conceal the truth? You made me think there were other enemies lurking in the leaf." Tsunade swiftly appeared before Takaya Mukimura, clenching her fists and fiercely jabbing him in the temple until he could no longer endure it and blood began to flow from his nose. "Scared now? You little brat. Don't play the victim. Hurry and treat yourself. With such a frail body, you still managed to open the 8 gates. I barely exerted myself. And yet you're bleeding. All right. You are quite formidable," he retorted. Chapter 54. Mission stopped. Tsunade's complexion flushed slightly. As a top-tier medical ninja, she had certainly discerned the reason behind Mukimura's nosebleed. Typically, she might tease a young boy going through puberty, but now she was the Hokage. Cough. After clearing her throat, she declared, "Since Orochimaru has been dealt with by you, and the explosion in the Forest of Death was also your doing, this mission shall be temporarily cancelled. You will remain in the village to counter any probing actions from other nations." In the Hidden Leaf Village, significant events unfold, inevitably attracting not only the Akatsuki organization, but also the attention of various other nations. Among them, the ambitious Hidden Cloud Village is particularly watchful. They are unlikely to overlook the turbulent transition of Hokage and Konoha, making Tsunade's strategy quite reasonable. "Master, Orochimaru is not one to perish so easily. I am well aware of that. Your reminder is unnecessary. Having teamed up with him for many years, I am fully cognizant of his resilience. However, you have at least inflicted considerable injuries upon him this time. Although he possesses forbidden techniques for resurrection, regaining his former strength will undoubtedly prove challenging. I have my own plans moving forward." "Ah, I see. Then I shall defer to your arrangements, Master." Takuya Kimura remained non-committal, as long as his master was prepared. That sufficed. His expressed concerns were merely a gentle reminder to avoid being caught off guard should Orochimaru truly resurrect. In truth, Tsunade had yet to voice a crucial point. The Hidden Leaf Village was initially confronted with two significant threats. The first, Orochimaru, had been temporarily subdued. The other, a previously speculated hidden master, turned out to be his own disciple. Not only was the danger averted, but they had also gained an exceptionally skilled ninja capable of vanquishing Orochimaru. At this juncture, to dismiss Takuya Kimura and send him away would indeed be questionable. Thus, the mission was subsequently rescinded. Nevertheless, the group succeeded in eliminating Orochimaru and capturing one of his subordinates, marking a substantial accomplishment. They were all credited with an S-rank mission completion. As for the rewards, while there was no monetary compensation, they received points that could be exchanged for standard consumable ninja tools, such as kunai and explosive tags. However, if that were all, it would be quite disheartening. Fortunately, there were indeed some valuable items, particularly advanced ninjutsu, which were challenging for common ninjas to obtain. Aside from the basic D-rank techniques, acquiring a C-rank ninjutsu was no easy feat for a civilian ninja, let alone A-rank or S-rank techniques. Advanced ninjutsu were strictly prohibited from being shared, and even self-developed techniques could not be freely imparted to others. Of course, one's family members could learn without restriction, but the disciples' learning would depend on their performance, and outsiders were absolutely forbidden from receiving such teachings. This is akin to the export restrictions on cutting-edge technology among nations in the real world. This world mirrors that dynamic. Otherwise, various secretive clans would not have emerged. Even without explicit prohibitions, no one would willingly divulge their unique techniques. A well-guarded secret technique is the foundation of a clan's survival in the ninja world. Disclosing it not only yields no advantage, but also makes it susceptible to countermeasures. This reality, while understandable, posed a hindrance to the development of ninjutsu, as Takuya Kimura perceived. However, given the competitive landscape among the major nations, he found himself powerless to change the situation. Perhaps, he mused, once unity was achieved, such troubles would dissipate. After all, unifying the ninja world was not an insurmountable task. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages in the Land of Iron totaled merely over 80,000. Considering the recruitment ratios from the Second World War of 10:1, the populations of the 5 great ninja villages in the Land of Iron would not exceed 800,000. This figure pertains solely to ninjas and samurai. Given Konoha's population of 100,000, it can be deduced that the other major villages were similarly populated. Thus, the 5 great ninja villages collectively housed only about 5 to 600,000 people, if we account for the 5 great nations, each boasting 100 cities with populations of approximately 100,000. The total for the 5 nations would be around 50 million. Smaller nations might consist of just a single city, yet still claim to be a nation. For instance, during the Warring States period in the Land of the Rising Sun, there were continuous conflicts among nations. However, in reality, the scale of those battles was dwarfed by the clan skirmishes of ancient China, where disputes over land and water could easily involve thousands. The private retainers of wealthy families alone could number in the hundreds or thousands, whereas battles in the Land of the Rising Sun during that period rarely exceeded a few hundred participants, let alone 1,000. Given the limited territory that fragmented into 68 nations, while the ninja world is significantly larger, it still exhibits a certain parochialism at its core. Additionally, the now-defunct Land of Whirlpools comprised merely 36 nations. Besides the 5 great nations and the Land of Iron, the rest were city-states, each city constituting a nation. The population primarily concentrated in the 5 great nations and the Land of Iron suggests that the total population of the ninja world likely does not exceed 60 million. Given such a modest population, Takuya Kimura found the prospect of unifying them into a single nation somewhat lacking. However, that discussion is premature at this stage. Several individuals, including Takuya Kimura, exited the Hokage building. Suddenly, I felt as though I had overlooked something. Where is Danzo? Where's my pick? At that moment, I unleashed a powerful attack that shattered the small hill. However, Orochimaru's lair is situated underground. Takuya Kimura can no longer perceive even his own soul's energy. How peculiar. Could it be that he was killed by the residual waves and has ascended to the heavens? What a fortunate turn for him, indeed. Takuya Kimura clandestinely berated Danzo, referring to him as an old dog fortunate beyond measure, lamenting that he had merely experienced the basic offerings of the heavenly bliss package, which amounted to nothing more than a meager swine-s banquet, hardly fulfilling even half of its promise. It was a wasted opportunity for the brilliant idea conceived by our talented member of the Spark Society. Nevertheless, it matters little, for his corporeal form remains firmly within my grasp. Once I complete the enhanced version of the impure world reincarnation, I shall have my way with him at my leisure. As Takuya Kimura pondered these thoughts and was about to turn onto the path leading home, he was unexpectedly collided with at the corner. To his surprise, it was Sasuke Uchiha. Why have you returned? Were you not supposed to be searching for that man? Or has he already come back? Sasuke, having been knocked back, rose from the ground with a grim expression, clearly aware of Takuno's previous mission. His eyes were fierce, and before Takuno could respond, he turned and dashed towards the Hokage building. Hold on, you little brat. You collide with someone and fail to apologize. And now you intend to force your way into the Hokage's office? Is the Uchiha clan truly this rude? No wonder they are. Enough of this prattle. With a surge of emotions, Sasuke, already eager to confront his brother, was provoked further by Takuno's taunts. He raised his hand and hurled 3 shurikens towards Takuno's vital points. However, Takuno remained unmoved, startling the previously aggressive Sasuke. Regret washed over Sasuke as soon as he made his move. He wished he had only aimed to injure rather than kill. Yet, there are no remedies for regret, and even if there were, it would be too late to take them now. He could only hope that this person was not utterly inept, as they were both genin and should be capable of evading the attack. But just as that thought crossed his mind, he saw Takuno standing still, seemingly unable to react. Oh no, I've stunned him. Chapter 55, Training the Second Pillar, Get Out of the Way. Sasuke shouted in desperation. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shurikens struck Takuno. But instead of the expected sound of piercing flesh, only the dull thud of a hammer hitting a chopping board resonated. The iron shurikens fell to the ground, producing a crisp clatter. Attacking a leaf ninja? That is undoubtedly an act of betrayal, just like Itachi Uchiha. No, that is not true. My brother did not betray the village. Did you not express disbelief? Why then do you defend him? Takuya Kimura observed Sasuke's troubled expression and raised an eyebrow, revealing a playful smile. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, addressing Sasuke over his shoulder. The mission has been interrupted. If you wish to know more, follow me. The Hokage is quite occupied and has no time to coddle children. With that, Takumi's figure flickered and swiftly vanished from the view of the Uchiha. Just as Sasuke was about to retort, he was taken aback by the sheer speed. If he did not keep up, he would lose sight of him entirely. Reluctantly, he followed, yet the figure ahead resembled a distant mountain, seemingly close, yet utterly unattainable. Thus, they arrived atop the Hokage rock. What have you brought me here for? What was the true reason for the mission's interruption? Before I answer that question, young one, shouldn't you express an apology? Enough. I have no time to waste with you here. You are hardly older than I am. Tell me quickly, has that man returned? Otherwise, I shall no longer be courteous. Well, the 3 fatal attacks, and you call that courtesy? It appears you are in dire need of guidance. Shuriken are not meant to harm fellow villagers. Humph. Takumi Kimura let out a cold snort, releasing a hint of his own chakra aura. Sasuke, initially intent on brandishing a kunai to interrogate, found himself overwhelmed by Kimura's imposing presence, causing him to kneel in fear. Was it merely an aura, or perhaps a murderous intent? The original text referred to it as killing intent, yet in truth, it was the pressure resulting from the intensity of chakra, representing the crushing effect of high-level energy upon its lower counterpart. In the original narrative, a mere sliver of Orochimaru's killing intent rendered Sasuke immobile during the Chunin exams, instilling such dread that it even made Kakashi break into a cold sweat. Kakashi, in his audacity, had the temerity to claim he could perish alongside Orochimaru. Thus, it becomes evident that killing intent transcends mere psychological sensation. It is a tangible symbol of strength. Observing Sasuke nearly gasping for breath in terror, Kimura chuckled lightly and promptly withdrew. Hey, it's not too late to apologize now. If you dare to flee, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. I am sorry. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. The second pillar, trembling and pleading loudly, appeared pitiable in his desperate state, torn between the instinct to flee and the paralyzing fear that held him in place. Seeing the second pillar on the verge of breaking down, Kimura scratched his nose, pondering the situation. This shouldn't be the case. He hadn't exerted himself too fiercely, had he? Just a slight show of force, yet it had elicited such a reaction. Surely, the second pillar wasn't this cowardly. After some reflection, Kimura speculated that the fear might have unearthed childhood memories. It was during his youth that Itachi had used Tsukuyomi to inundate Sasuke with the memories of their family's slaughter, forcing him to relive those harrowing moments for an entire day and night. Though Sasuke's Sharingan had awakened during that ordeal, he was too young to wield its power. Therefore, the current Sasuke had indeed awakened his eyes, albeit unbeknownst to him and untrained in their usage. Very well, allow me to assist you, Kimura resolved, extending a hand towards Sasuke's head. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed through the air from a distance. You foolish brat. Run, quickly. How dare you rely on me for rescue? A blonde youth materialized unexpectedly. Upon witnessing the failure of his attack and realizing he could not rouse Sasuke, he launched another assault, but Kimura gracefully evaded, retreating a few steps. The blonde youth, finally catching sight of Sasuke's expression, was taken aback to find him helplessly weeping. Caught off guard, he instinctively positioned himself in front of Sasuke. You scoundrel! Who are you, and what have you done to Sasuke? Naruto! Hurry, run! Sasuke, breaking free from his reverie, grasped Naruto's hand and attempted to flee, but it was already too late. With a swift and silent technique, Takuno Kimura effortlessly positioned himself between the two, seizing each of them by the arm. Uchiha Sasuke, did I not warn you that should you attempt to flee, I would take your life? Both individuals found themselves utterly subdued by Kimura's imposing presence, rendered immobile and powerless. Kimura Takuyo released Sasuke, seizing Naruto with one hand while slowly thrusting a kunai towards him with the other. Is this brat your friend? Then let us entertain ourselves by eliminating him first. No. Please, don't. As Sasuke desperately shouted to apply pressure on his pulse, Kimura Takuyo smirked wickedly and turned to obstruct his line of sight. With a sudden, forceful motion, he thrust the kunai forward, swiftly retracting it afterward. Splatter. Blood sprayed like rain. No, please, stop. Ignoring the horrific cries of his companion, Kimura Takuyo abruptly twisted his head. His face was drenched in blood, and he extended his tongue to taste the droplets at the corner of his mouth. Now it's your turn, Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils dilated in terror before rapidly constricting, his eyes transforming from black to red, each adorned with a comma. As he activated his Sharingan, he coughed up blood. Miraculously, he managed to recalibrate his mindset in an instant, biting his own tongue to escape the oppressive aura emanating from Kimura Takuyo. You bastard. Sasuke brandished a kunai and lunged at Kimura Takuyo, who evaded the attack by turning away. However, Sasuke's offensive was relentless. He spun around, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick. Although Kimura Takuyo sidestepped again, Sasuke seized the opportunity to position himself beside Naruto. Yet, upon reaching Naruto's side, he was struck dumb with disbelief. There was Naruto, unharmed, with Kimura Takuyo covering his mouth, while his own arm was drenched in blood. It turned out that the blade had pierced Kimura Takuyo's own arm. Sasuke stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation, while Kimura Takuyo chuckled lightly. Haha, do you understand now? Little brat, sometimes what you see with your eyes is not the truth, but merely what others wish for you to perceive. Takuya Kimura regained his composure, instantly healing the injury on his arm. Meanwhile, Naruto, having escaped his predicament, was furious. Bakayaru. You madman. Why do you treat me this way? I was paralyzed by just a glance from you. How am I supposed to become Hokage after this? Unbelievable. I shall treat you to ramen. Huh? I, Naruto Uzumaki, am not so easily appeased. Unlimited. Deal. I'm off to Ichiraku. Sasuke, you should join me too. Takuya Okamura gazed at Sasuke, who was contemplating the intricacies of life, and extended an invitation to him. Indeed, Sasuke, your eyes are all red from crying. Why not join us for some ramen? Ichiraku ramen is absolutely delightful, whenever I find myself in a gloomy mood. A bowl of Ichiraku's ramen never fails to uplift my spirits. Although Naruto did not fully comprehend the situation, he recognized that this individual posed no threat to either himself or Sasuke. Rather, he seemed to be offering solace to Sasuke while inviting Naruto to indulge in ramen as well. This assured him that he was certainly not a villain. To be honest, Naruto had long harbored the desire to befriend Sasuke, particularly after learning of the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan, alongside his profound sympathy for the victims. A flicker of joy ignited within him, an inexplicable delight at finally discovering a kindred spirit at the Ninja Academy. While he yearned to approach Sasuke, the latter's consistent excellence and perpetual spotlight cast a daunting shadow, making Naruto hesitant. Yet today presented a unique opportunity to draw closer to Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and without uttering a word of rejection, he silently followed. Chapter 56. Ichiraku Ramen Night enveloped the scene, with the evening breeze gently stirring the warm curtains at the entrance of the shop. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, the trio savored their meal with unrestrained joy. Naruto, in particular, devoured bowl after bowl, leaving one to wonder where he had stowed such an insatiable appetite. Perhaps it was a sneaky contribution from the Nine Tails. In the depths of his heart, Takumi Kimura silently lamented when he heard Sasuke beside him utter, "So, was it to impart this lesson to me that you acted thus? Ah, that is but one reason. The other is to assist you in awakening your Sharingan." At this moment, Sasuke naturally realized that he had indeed opened his eyes. Eagerly, he inquired of Takumi, Why do you wish to help me? Moreover, until now, I remain unaware of your identity. As for me, I am Takumi Kimura, merely a talented commoner who fortuitously learned of Itachi Uchiha's exploits. I graduated as a Genin at the age of 7, awakened my Sharingan at 8, ascended to CH Nin by 10, and became a squad leader in the Umbu by 13. Such a prodigious individual commands my utmost admiration, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. Thus, I hold your brother in great reverence, with his name now cleared. I merely seized the opportunity to lend you a hand. Takuya Kimura savored a sip of the delicious noodle soup. In response to the inquiries from his companion, he casually spun a web of nonsense. Meanwhile, Sasuke fell into a profound silence. He was intimately familiar with his brother's past. Whenever others spoke of it, he would swiftly interject, proudly recounting the tales time and again. In those moments, his elder brother was the epitome of admiration for him, eclipsing even the stature of their father. However, it was their father and mother whom his brother had slain. Regardless of the justifications, this irrefutable truth remained unchanged. He found himself at a loss on how to confront his brother now. Takuya Kimura observed Sasuke's silence, sensing the complexity of his emotions. You know, death can actually be reversed, he remarked. What? Takuya, what do you mean? Can people really come back to life? Sasuke, still processing the revelation, was taken aback, while Naruto, who had been voraciously devouring his meal, was filled with excitement. He set down his chopsticks, hastily swallowed the noodles in his mouth, and looked at Takuya with eager anticipation. Sasuke, too, felt a surge of emotions and turned his gaze toward Takuya, attentively waiting for more information. However, Takuya, maintaining an air of mystery, glanced at the number of bowls on the table and delayed his response. We'll discuss that later, but Sasuke, did you bring any money? Sasuke was taken aback. On the street, Sasuke patted his empty wallet and shot a resentful glance at Naruto, who sheepishly scratched his head, unable to withstand the intensity of Sasuke's gaze. Ah, Takuya said he would treat us. Indeed, I shall pay, but Sasuke will cover the bill. After all, I helped him awaken his Sharingan. Do you have any idea how much a pair of Sharingan is worth on the black market? Takino Kimura strolled at the forefront, a toothpick perched between his lips, having indulged to the point of satiety, leisurely walking to aid digestion. Can we speak of resurrection now? He inquired. Once a life has departed, it cannot return. It is merely perceived as an immutable law because no one has truly achieved it. Yet, in this world, there exists no such absolute, provided one's prowess is sufficiently formidable. Even the most steadfast of laws may be shattered. What is deemed an absolute is merely awaiting the individual bold enough to transcend it. Once such a law is broken, it transforms into mere convention. Conventions, when breached by more, evolve into the norm. The so-called absolutes you perceive have long since devolved into conventions. Henceforth, I shall convert them into the norm. It is as simple as that. Conventions? Norms? What do they mean? I don't understand. Naruto exclaimed, expressing his confusion. However, upon turning to see the glimmer of tears in Sasuke's eyes, he grasped the truth. Sasuke surely comprehended, and the answer lay in the possibility of resurrection. Otherwise, Sasuke would not wear such an expression. In this regard, Naruto proved astute, as he possessed an innate ability to empathize with others. This might be the source of his persuasive eloquence, effortlessly discerning the emotions of those around him, thus enabling him to break down their defenses with mere words. Upon comprehending Takino's implication, Naruto began to feel a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if he could solicit Takino's assistance. After all, people often referred to him as the nine-tailed fox. And weren't the fox's parents also foxes? At times, he would encounter wild foxes in the forest and yearn to draw near, yet those creatures, like other beasts of the mountain, recoiled in fear. For reasons unknown, they all seemed to fear and despise him. Consequently, upon learning that the Hokage was the most beloved individual in Konoha, he vowed to become Hokage himself, even though he was yet unaware of the true implications of such a title. In those days, his singular desire was to be liked, even if by just one person. Yet that wish remained unfulfilled. Takuya Kimura noticed Naruto's despondent mood and gently patted his shoulder. It's all right. However, we must wait a while longer. Some preparations are necessary. Wah. Thank you, Takuya, Sasuke exclaimed, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. The group made their way home together, and coincidentally, Naruto's residence was also located in the civilian district, albeit in a prime area with a spacious house and an expansive view. The advantageous location allowed for concealment among the populace, while the wide vista facilitated surveillance. It must be said that the third Hokage had indeed chosen well. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan's territory was originally a special autonomous region, arguably even more secluded than the civilian district, making it a convenient route for the two. Once bustling with life, it was now desolate, with only Sasuke remaining. Moreover, when pain attacked Konoha, he had carried away an entire sack of rice. And the area remained uninhabited since, resulting in no reconstruction. This led to Sakura living alone, struggling to manage a life filled with hardships while raising Sarada and repaying the mortgage. As they walked together, Takuya suddenly turned his head towards a shadowy corner by the street, but found nothing amiss. What's wrong, Takuya? Oh, it's nothing. It just felt as though someone was watching us. It's probably just some retired old man, he reassured. Takuya Kimura contemplated the situation, which also explained why he had never previously engaged with Naruto and Sasuke. He harbored numerous secrets. Prior to acquiring power, he would deliberately avoid Naruto, exhibiting the same aloofness as others. However, that was no longer necessary. After a few moments, from a shadowy corner, a figure emerged from the ground, resembling a Venus flytrap. With one side of his face dark and the other pale, a true yin-yang person. It was Zetsu. His perceptive abilities were indeed remarkable. Merely approaching a little closer had led to his discovery. Truly, he was worthy of being the one who could vanquish Orochimaru. Yet, it seemed he had stumbled upon some astonishing information. Was Itachi an undercover agent? This could jeopardize the plan. Longing for Nagato to eliminate him was a pity. Furthermore, Takuya Kimura had managed to grasp the means of truly reviving others. Such knowledge must not be revealed to those two fools. With a cold smirk, Zetsu sank back into the ground, oblivious to the unusual darkness beneath. After a considerable time, Kimura Takuno returned to this place, reaching out to touch the ground before departing. Inside the Akatsuki base, Ju found Nagato, who was still engaged in the creation of the Six Paths puppets. After a brief wait, Konan led Ju into Nagato's presence. At that moment, Nagato's face appeared haggard. His Rinnegan was nearing maturity. Ju felt a surge of delight within, as the plan to rescue Mother was drawing closer to fruition. However, he concealed his emotions entirely. Nagato, Itachi is an undercover agent, he stated. After a period of contemplation, Nagato absorbed the news Ju had brought. I understand. In that case, dispose of him. We are merely one puppet short for the Six Paths. The plan is about to commence, and no one shall impede my realization of it. Chapter 57, Itachi's undercover life the next day, on the outskirts of an unnamed town. Mr. Itachi. There is still no sign of him. Could the Four-Tails Jinchuriki have already sensed that we are tracking him? That seems unlikely. From his movements, he appears to be aimlessly wandering wherever he pleases. The Four-Tails, Old Purple, hails from the Yawagakure village and has been the Jinchuriki for over 40 years. However, he has had a discord with the Tsuchikage, using the excuse of traveling to become a wandering monk. He roams freely without any indication of being pursued. Given his formidable lava release ability, if he sensed that he was being tracked, he would likely confront us rather than flee. I see now. No wonder you didn't want me to eliminate him, Mr. Itachi. You intend for the Four-Tails to realize we are pursuing him, prompting him to stay and engage. I had thought you were merely being merciful, Mr. Itachi. Kisame Hashigaki, carrying Samehada, glanced at Itachi Uchiha. The two had just departed the town where their search had yielded no results. He had initially intended to eliminate anyone who might divulge information but had once again been thwarted by Itachi. Did he misjudge Itachi's intentions? Let us move. Analyzing his location, the Four-Tails should not be far. We only need to gather intelligence, as the leader does not seem eager to apprehend him yet. I'm curious about the leader's thoughts. The Four-Tails is wandering freely. Why not capture him directly? Why wait for the other tail beasts? Without the three tails revived, capturing the other tailed beasts prematurely would only alert the 5 great ninja villages. Ah, indeed. Speaking of which, a remarkable figure has emerged from Konoha. Kisame quickened his pace to walk alongside Itachi, turning to continue speaking with him. It seems they have eliminated both Orochimaru and Sasori. Sasori is left with only a core. All his puppets have been destroyed, and even if he recovers, his strength will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. As for Orochimaru, he met a grisly end, his remains shattered, and even his ring was lost. When I first heard from Sasori, I found it hard to believe until Ju went to Konoha and uncovered the truth. Who would have thought? In the Hidden Leaf Village, the prowess of powerful Jonin is well known, but what is more astounding is that even the Chunin could vanquish Orochimaru. However, he is merely Orochimaru, which is hardly surprising. Speaking of the leaf, has Mr. Itachi lost interest? It reminds me of the Hidden Mist, which is equally disheartening. Suddenly, both individuals found their spirits dampened, and silence enveloped them as they continued on their path. Then, a sudden surge of energy locked onto the two, prompting them to immediately adopt a defensive stance. A figure emerged before them, eliciting astonishment from both. The leader, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. His piercing Rinnegan eyes bore down upon them, and his body was punctuated with black rods, emanating an overwhelming aura. Indeed, it was Pain of the Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi, you have betrayed the organization, Pain declared, shocking both individuals anew. The Shark Man, Kisame, wore a look of disbelief, yet Pain, as the leader, was not one to jest. What? Mr. Itachi has betrayed the organization? It seems you are unaware, Kisame. Thus, you may stand aside. From the shadows, 4 additional figures emerged, all possessing Rinnegan eyes and similarly adorned with black rods. Wait, leader, could there be a misunderstanding? Kisame questioned. There is no need for further discussion, Kisame. It would be wise for you to remain on the sidelines, or you too shall be implicated. I shall keep my eyes on you. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a flurry of paper that swiftly coalesced into a human form. Moments later, the figure revealed herself to be Conan. With the leader and Conan present, Kisame realized that Mr. Itachi's betrayal was indeed genuine. This was not merely a matter of doubt. It appeared that they intended to eliminate Mr. Itachi right then and there. Confused, Kisame stepped back, while Uchiha Itachi remained composed, pondering what he might have overlooked if his identity had been exposed. It was unrelated to his side. Was there an issue with the leaf? Yet, aside from the third Hokage and Danzo, no one else was privy to his undercover status, and he had never relayed any information to the leaf. Itachi's undercover role was less about espionage and more akin to being a double agent, one who acted of his own volition. Should the leaf uphold their agreement to protect Sasuke, he would keep watch over the Akatsuki, potentially providing intelligence at critical moments. Conversely, if the leaf failed to honor their pact, Itachi would not hesitate to truly join the Akatsuki and annihilate the leaf. Due to Itachi's agreement with the leaf, Danzo dared not even glance at Sasuke. It was not that Danzo coveted the genius, but rather that he feared the return of Uchiha Itachi. Snapping back to reality, Itachi realized there was no time for contemplation. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan without a moment's hesitation, forgoing any superfluous words and launching into his Genjutsu. Tsukuyami. He cast the technique upon the 5 figures in rapid succession, and yet, to his astonishment, it proved ineffective. His strongest illusion had never failed him before. Yet now it faltered. Was it the eyes? The 5 possessed the legendary Rinnegan, eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths useless Uchiha Itachi. Your eyes are but worthless debris in the presence of a god. Surrender quietly. I have no desire to shatter you, as I will require your body later. Come to terms with your fate. The ineffectiveness of Tsukuyami signaled that his other illusions would similarly lack impact. The notion of escaping through Genjutsu seemed increasingly impractical. Undeterred by Pain's taunts, Itachi resolved to employ another tactic. Amaterasu. A surge of black flames materialized within his line of sight, racing towards Pain. Yet, a figure stepped forth to intercept. Useless. Amaterasu could neither be evaded nor obstructed. For a fleeting moment, Itachi felt a sense of triumph. However, his elation was short-lived as he watched in disbelief. Amaterasu was not merely blocked, it was absorbed. The one shielding Pain was none other than the Predapath, capable of absorbing ninjutsu. I have warned you, your eyes are insignificant before a god. If you refuse to surrender, prepare to endure suffering. Pain advanced, sidestepping the Predapath, raising his hand with a thunderous command. Shinra Tensei. A powerful force erupted from his palm, simultaneously projecting a sharp black rod toward Itachi. Sensing danger, Itachi instantly employed the body flicker technique to evade, moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained. However, the gravitational pull was overwhelming and sudden, drawing him in. With a sickening sound, Pain's black rod pierced through Itachi. Was this the end for him? Certainly not, for as the rod penetrated, Itachi's form exploded into a cloud of white mist, revealing that he had merely created a shadow clone. Chapter 58. A deadly predicament thinking of fleeing? Pain, though perplexed as to when Itachi had cast the ninjutsu, quickly realized that he had already used the body flicker technique. Itachi had cleverly utilized the body flicker technique to create an afterimage while simultaneously employing the stealth technique, conjuring a shadow clone. This orchestration allowed his true self to vanish while the clone was drawn in, creating the illusion of a mere afterimage. As the shadow clone was ensnared, Itachi's true self, cloaked in invisibility, seized the opportunity to escape the encirclement. However, the Rinnegan's prowess was formidable. It was not easily deceived. The false body flicker technique had momentarily fooled Pain, but it was a lapse in judgment on Nagato's part. Yet, the stealth aspect of Itachi's technique left much to be desired. Footprints, air currents, and even body scent would betray his position. Although Itachi's stealth was commendable, he held his breath and controlled his heartbeat. Had he encountered any other member of the Akatsuki, he might have successfully evaded capture. Unfortunately, he faced the Rinnegan. In an instant, Itachi's presence was detected by the other Pains, who shared their vision. The Azura Path was the first to react, unleashing a barrage of missiles and a relentless assault on Itachi's location. Boom. The sound of violent explosions echoed as the blast radius exceeded the limits of the substitution technique. At this point, even if he had any tricks left, they would prove futile. Before a god, the Uchiha were but mortals. Pain's imposing demeanor was evident as he raised his hand with a commanding gesture, unleashing a powerful force that swept away the smoke and debris from the explosion. This cannot be. This is no ordinary explosion. It is a high-intensity missile strike. Can he truly withstand this? In the midst of the explosion, a surge of crimson energy ascended, revealing a colossal skeleton, within which Itachi stood unscathed. The expression on Nagato's face shifted, his initial astonishment giving way to a composed demeanor. Yet, the transformations within the explosion-ridden arena were far from over. From the enormous skeleton emerged thick, yellow-black lines that entwined around it, swiftly coalescing into muscle and armor. Susanoo. Itachi's Susanoo wielded the Tenseigan in one hand and the Yata mirror in the other, advancing menacingly towards the onlookers. Konan and Kisame recoiled in horror. Nearby, Zetsu, who had been observing, murmured in disbelief. Is that the technique? Such a terrifying talent, to manifest a semi-complete form at such a young age? He cannot be allowed to live. Even Madara could not summon such a Susanoo at this age. Zetsu's astonishment went unnoticed as the battlefield shifted once more. Upon witnessing the mighty Susanoo, Nagato's expression grew serious. The animal path promptly summoned an array of gigantic summoned beasts. As the summoned creatures appeared, they ensnared Itachi's Susanoo. Despite Itachi's fearlessness in the face of these beasts, the sheer number summoned by the animal path seemed inexhaustible. Any adversary pierced by Itachi's Tenseigan would be sealed away. Typically, dealing with such summoned beasts would require only a single strike each. However, the number of summoned beasts on the battlefield had not diminished. Rather, it had increased. Itachi quickly comprehended the situation. The individual utilizing the summoning technique likely did not need to form contracts with the beasts, being able to summon them directly. The control displayed was not akin to typical communication. It was direct, likely a manifestation of the power of those eyes. The ability to summon and control beasts without contracts? With such a summoning technique, one could single-handedly overturn an entire nation. What an alarming ability, capable of invoking such a high caliber of summoning technique. Could this be the Rinnegan? Itachi marveled at the Rinnegan's fearsome potential. If Takuya Mukamura were present, he would undoubtedly clarify to Itachi that this was not summoning, but rather a form of invocation. That individual should not be referred to as the animal path, but as a summoner. As fatigue began to seep into Itachi, he realized that even the most formidable strength could not withstand such relentless consumption. Although he wielded divine tools, the more powerful they were, the greater the toll they exacted. He needed to eliminate the animal path first. Itachi slowly retracted the Tenseigan, channeling energy into one hand while raising the Yata mirror for defense, finally completing his build-up. The Yasaka Magatama, a golden sword beam erupted forth, rapidly slicing toward the animal path. The hungry ghost path attempted to absorb it, but the speed of the attack was overwhelming, rendering it unable to react in time. The animal path was instantly slain. The remaining Pain members were momentarily stunned, while the summoned beasts entangling Itachi regained their senses and revealed vulnerabilities. Itachi seized the opportunity to break free, advancing toward the hungry ghost path. The Tenseigan thrust forward. With a splatter, the hungry ghost path was sealed. In that fleeting moment, 2 of the 5 Pains were eliminated. However, Itachi's physical condition had reached its limits. He found himself burdened by the frailties of the flesh. After consecutively unleashing Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, summoning Susanoo, and contending with the relentless summoned beasts, his energy reserves were critically depleted. After all, he was not in the infinite chakra state of the reanimated corpses. Itachi felt his vision blurring further, blood tears streaming from his eyes. The Tenseigan could no longer be summoned. Reluctantly, he withdrew the Tenseigan, and Susanoo began to revert to its skeletal form, rendering him incapable of utilizing the Yasaka Magatama. As the Pains regained their composure, Nagato unleashed Shinra Tensei. He charged directly at Itachi, delivering a powerful blow that sent him sprawling. Raising his hand, he utilized Bansho Tenin to hurl the deceased animal path toward the hell path, with hands clasped in prayer. He then unleashed a miniature black hole, directing it at the airborne Itachi, proclaiming, "With such achievements, you may take pride, however. The power of a god is beyond your comprehension. It ends here. Deara." The black hole rapidly expanded above Itachi, unleashing a formidable gravitational force. It began to draw both Itachi and the ground beneath him into the sky. At that moment, Itachi's Susanoo, already reduced to mere skeletal remains, was further assaulted by Shinra Tensei, causing it to disintegrate. Itachi, understanding the catastrophic nature of the technique that could absorb the very ground beneath him, mustered his remaining strength to maintain a skeletal arm, desperately clinging to the earth. Yet, the gravitational pull intensified, and soon there was no solid ground left to grasp. The technique had completely vacated the earth beneath Itachi's feet. He coughed up blood, relinquishing the last remnants of Susanoo, collapsing helplessly upon a large boulder as he was drawn skyward. The celestial body finally took shape, and Nagato raised his hand once more, causing the now-formed celestial body to compress violently inward, reducing Itachi to mere pulp. Itachi. Kisame gazed at the astonishing battle between Pain and Itachi, unable to suppress a lump in his throat, recognizing that yet another understanding soul had been lost. Was this truly the end of Uchiha Itachi's life? Chapter 59. The rescue team time rewinds to the previous night. Zetsu had just departed from Konoha, eagerly intending to inform Nagato. Unbeknownst to him, a faint trace of spiritual energy lingered within him. He should have realized, for he was, in essence, a being of spiritual energy. The black portions of his body were his true form, while the white was merely the vessel he inhabited, one of the foolish and comedic white Zetsu. The true Zetsu was the black one. Yet, he simply went by Zetsu. Without Zetsu, there could be no white Zetsu. Typically, Zetsu paid little heed to the white Zetsu he inhabited, suppressing its consciousness relentlessly. He never communicated with it. Who would wish to share awareness with a fool? This negligence presented an opportunity for Takuya Mukimura, who had detected a dark spiritual energy lurking in the distance while aiding the second pillar in awakening his eyes. Takuno Kimura immediately realized that such a formidable energy, coupled with a penchant for voyeurism, could only belong to Akatsuki's Zetsu within the entire ninja realm. The revelation was triggered by Zetsu's astonishment upon learning of Itachi's undercover status, which inadvertently led to his exposure. Subsequently, Takuno employed his stationary shadow clones throughout the village to lay a trap of spiritual energy along their return route. Should Zetsu appear in the vicinity of this energy, he would unwittingly become ensnared by a trace of it. To further obfuscate his intentions, Takuno feigned awareness of being watched by abruptly turning around at the moment Zetsu activated the spiritual energy, thereby disrupting Zetsu's perception and allowing him to depart unnoticed. In this manner, the trace of spiritual energy swiftly amalgamated within white Zetsu's being. At last, Takuno succeeded in implanting his surveillance within the Akatsuki stronghold. What followed was the observation of Zetsu reporting to Nagato, who resolved to personally intervene and cleanse the organization. Upon learning of this, although Takuno had once been an admirer of Itachi in his previous life, he understood all too well that Itachi's body had likely succumbed to the affliction of the bloodline disease. Confronting the peak prowess of Nagato, the situation appeared dire. There was a grave possibility that Itachi could be transformed into a mere pawn of pain. Takuya Kimura promptly sought out Tsunade. At 2 a.m. Within the confines of the Senja residence, Tsunade felt a considerable lightness in her heart after the cancellation of the recall mission. After all, not only had she resolved the issue with Orochimaru, but Konoha had also gained a formidable ally capable of vanquishing him, an ally who happened to be her own disciple. Although she feigned reproach towards Takuya for his concealment, inwardly, she was elated. Upon returning home that evening, she indulged in a fair amount of alcohol, and Shizen partook in a generous share as well. Takuno Kimura knocked on the door for quite some time without receiving any response, which indicated that both individuals inside were inebriated. Fortunately, today the umbu consisted mainly of familiar faces, allowing Takuno to forcefully enter the premises. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of 2 women in disarray, their garments askew, clearly under the influence of alcohol. Without pausing to assist them in reordering themselves, he swiftly employed medical ninjutsu to rouse them from their stupor. Subsequently, Takuno proceeded to relay the intelligence he had gathered to Tsunade, including a wealth of information regarding the Akatsuki organization, while deliberately omitting the names of Nagato and Konan, as well as the yet-to-be-introduced Obito. As Tsunade and the other woman regained their senses, still somewhat dazed, they were bombarded with a torrent of information from Takuno. It took them a moment to process the revelations. So, Orochimaru and that puppeteer are both affiliated with an organization known as Akatsuki? And this is indeed the organization where Uchiha Itachi is an undercover agent, with one of their members capable of freely infiltrating underground? That individual has already discovered Itachi as true allegiance, and now the leader of this organization has set out to personally deal with him? Indeed. The leader of Akatsuki has mobilized the 5 pain bodies and is accompanied by a woman who wields paper techniques. Furthermore, Itachi is flanked by an S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist, Kisame Hashigaki, and a reconnaissance agent known as J-Bai will also be in attendance. Takuya Kimura further supplemented the information, gazing at Tsunade as she pondered her decision. The latter was weighing the pros and cons. Had Uchiha Itachi remained undisclosed, a small elite team could have been dispatched to retrieve him with minimal risk. However, with Itachi now exposed and on the verge of being besieged by at least 8 individuals of potentially elite caliber, a sense of helplessness surged within her. Even if she wished to intervene, given the current combat capabilities of the village, even with her leading the charge, they could muster no more than 5 elite shinobi. Noticing the hopeful gaze of her disciple, she let out a sigh, but before she could utter a word, the response came. Leave the rescue to me. I can confront Pain single-handedly. As for Kisame Hashigaki, let him be dealt with by Gai-sensei. and the ever-mentioned Kakashi Hitaki should prove competent, likely able to match that paper manipulator evenly. As for Zetsu, he's merely an intelligence operative. With a mere disruption of my soul energy, I could easily eliminate him. Additionally, let us not forget that Uchiha Itachi is not a helpless hostage. His combat prowess within the Akatsuki is formidable. Moreover, we possess an undeniable advantage in intelligence. As Takuno Kimura observed Tsunade's hesitation, he discerned her concerns regarding the formidable enemy they faced, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He proactively devised a strategy without waiting for Tsunade to reach a decision. He proposed a team of 3, including himself, thereby reducing the number of participants by 1 compared to the previous recall mission. At first, Tsunade found his rationale somewhat convincing, but upon further reflection, she sensed something amiss. Hey, you arrogant brat, have you grown overly confident after defeating Orochimaru just once? You intend to confront 6 adversaries alone? To be precise, it's 1.5, as the 5 pain bodies count as 1, thus only half a person. Moreover, with Itachi Uchiha's assistance, it effectively becomes a 2 against 1.5 scenario, which guarantees victory. Tsunade-sama, I have faith in Takuno. Ino Yamanaka, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward with unwavering resolve to support Takuno, admiring his willingness to risk everything for the sake of his comrades. Despite his youthful stature, Ino was determined to stand firmly by his side. Witnessing this, Tsunade acquiesced, promptly dispatching Umbu to urgently inform Guy and Kakashi. However, alongside them, another figure arrived unexpectedly. Tsunade, I came on my own accord. I was restless last night and did not wish to encounter this situation. The matter concerning Itachi's undercover status was known only to me and Danzo had I not disclosed it. There would have been no risk of Orochimaru discovering it. Now that Itachi is in peril, I cannot remain idle. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in battle attire, entered with a resolute expression. The others in attendance were taken aback, but before Tsunade could respond, another voice echoed from outside. Old man, stop joking around. At your age, how can you withstand such a battle? Guy and Kakashi exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who dared to address the 3rd Hokage in such a manner, akin to Tsunade. Suddenly, Tsunade's voice boomed. Jiraiya, you fool, stop playing tricks and get your rear in here. Chapter 60, Jiraiya, this I know well. Tsunade, long time no see. Jiraiya leaped down from a tree outside and entered the room. Upon seeing Tsunade, who looked as vibrant as ever despite the years, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, Tsunade was unrelenting, delivering a swift punch. Bang! You idiot Jiraiya, you claim to be tracking Orochimaru. Yet he has returned to Konoha causing chaos, and where were you? Cough. Tsunade, are you trying to kill me? Jiraiya coughed up a mouthful of blood. Having expected a warm embrace upon his arrival rather than a swift blow, he wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling a surge of anger. Tsunade, you dare criticize me? Haven't you also gone missing? I have been tracking Orochimaru all along and managed to follow him back to Konoha. What about you? Sending the old man to rescue Itachi Uchiha. This is how you conduct yourself as Hokage? My disciple has slain Orochimaru. Tsunade retorted. What do you mean, slain who? Orochimaru killed whom? Jiraiya, taken aback, angrily accused Tsunade of her irresponsible behavior. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, he was momentarily stunned, misinterpreting her statement to mean that Orochimaru had returned and killed someone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he prepared to comfort Tsunade, only to hear her smirk and declare, my disciple just killed Orochimaru. Nanny? Are you insane, or am I? Jiraiya was astounded, observing that the others present exhibited no surprise. Just then, a young shinobi with black hair and eyes, clad in a tank top and shorts, approached him barefoot. Jiraiya-sama, I am Takuno Kimura, Tsunade-sama's newly accepted disciple. Orochimaru has indeed been killed by me, although it remains uncertain whether he will come back to life. Allow me to administer treatment to you. Without waiting for the astonished Jiraiya to regain his composure, Taken Kimura immediately employed the flesh rebirth technique, instantaneously healing Jiraiya. What? This? Initially incredulous, Jiraiya found himself even more astounded after receiving Kimura's treatment, although he had merely coughed up a bit of blood. It was far less severe than when Tsunade had once broken his ribs. Yet, such an injury was not something that could be mended with a mere flick of the wrist, was it? Even if Tsunade herself were to intervene, it would take considerable time for him to recover. Yet, this young man managed to heal him with a mere gesture, and astonishingly, even alleviated the fatigue he had accumulated during his journey. How utterly incredible. Jiraiya found himself grappling with the implications. Had this youth surpassed Tsunade in medical prowess and in strength? And could he possibly eliminate Orochimaru? Such an exceptional disciple. It inevitably reminded him of his most distinguished student, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He also recalled the 3 disciples he had taken in during his time in the Land of Rain. He had only recently heard that Kakashi had been summoned to combat a female member of the Akatsuki who employed paper as her weapon. Over the years, he had been searching for the prophesied child of the sage, while simultaneously tracking Orochimaru, allowing him to gather some knowledge about the Akatsuki. He was aware that Orochimaru had been forcefully recruited by this organization. However, the core members of the Akatsuki were exceedingly few and shrouded in mystery, leaving the peripheral members with scant information about them. Thus, he had been unable to uncover the truth. The news of this organization, particularly with an enemy who wielded paper as a weapon, stirred memories within Jiraiya. One of the girls among the 3 disciples he had taken in the Land of Rain had also used paper as her weapon. Therefore, he had decided to follow this matter closely, not anticipating that it would also disturb the old man. This led to the earlier scene. Ah, youth truly possesses great potential. Taken Kimura, is it? Very well, I shall remember you. I will take it upon myself to confront that paper-wielding foe. I might excel in such a task. Jiraiya collected his thoughts and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, Old man, just rest at home. You are retired now, so do not tire yourself further. We wouldn't want our enemies to believe that Konoha has no capable fighters left, forcing you back into the fray, which would only cast a shadow over our strength. The third Hokage, upon hearing this reasoning, agreed to Jiraiya's request. Meanwhile, Taken Kimura had no objections to Jiraiya's participation. Thus, they set their plans in motion and prepared to depart. Yet, there remained a pressing issue. They had no knowledge of Itachi's whereabouts. Without knowing where he was, how could they mount a rescue? They would have to follow the position of Zetsu to ascertain where to go for the rescue. Nagato had pinpointed Itachi's location through his ring, but had not revealed where Itachi truly was, rendering the rescue team somewhat at a loss. They could only determine the battlefield based on Zetsu's position. However, Zetsu was underground and moved with remarkable speed, making it impossible to ascertain his exact location. Thus, when Zetsu was underground, Taken Kimura's soul energy perception could only grasp a general direction. Even if Zetsu surfaced, he might not even know where he was, leaving Taken Kimura even more in the dark. Consequently, Taken Kimura could only lead the group in pursuit of Zetsu's direction. This necessitated a skilled individual capable of rapid movement to guide the rescue team. Sai is up and ready for action. Sai, who had been quite idle these days, was not truly without occupation. In fact, most ninjas spent their time either on missions or in training. Although Sai had a penchant for drawing, he was not merely doodling. He often devoted his time to refining his artistic skills to enhance his secret technique, super beast imitation. He frequently worked late into the night, and today, he had hardly slept before being roused by Taken Kimura. Nonetheless, he felt no discomfort. As an elite nurtured by root, he remained perpetually alert. For one never knew when a training instructor might strike. Those who survived were far from ordinary. So, if Taken is uncertain of his location, where shall we pursue him? You need not concern yourself with that. Just draw that thing. But won't that make it hard to track without revealing our position? Just fly a bit higher. Sai ceased his objections, accepting the oversized scroll handed to him by Taken Kimura, spreading it out on the ground, and taking up a brush the size of a mop to begin his artwork. The others present were well-versed in such techniques and recognized that this was the preparation for the Umbu's secret technique, super beast imitation. Was he to conjure flying birds? Producing 5 flying creatures simultaneously might be a bit too ambitious for someone of Sai's stature. The group expressed concern over his chakra reserves. However, they soon realized their worries were unfounded. Sai had no intention of creating flying birds. A dragonfly? A large dragonfly. Jiraiya remarked, Ah, I'm very familiar with this. Isn't it just a dragonfly? The toads of Mount Maiboku adore them. After Sai completed his drawing and performed the necessary hand seals, he unleashed the technique, secret technique, super beast imitation, Black Hawk helicopter. Chapter 61. The Konoha pilot is ready. Until both Sai and Taken Kimura took their positions in the cockpit, Jiraiya and the others remained utterly bewildered. A Black Hawk? You call this an eagle? While it is certainly dark, where's the eagle? And what of the chicken? Can a chicken even fly? Although they found it somewhat hard to accept, they had no choice but to believe. They all entered the cockpit, and Taken Kimura handed out noise-canceling headphones to protect their ears from the helicopter's din. As for communication, Taken Kimura channeled a bit of soul energy to each person and employed a communication technique he had developed, combining the research of the second Hokage on the Yamanaka clan's techniques with his own unique spiritual characteristics. This resulted in a communication method capable of instantaneous contact across vast distances, known as the Mind Network. We are now testing the Mind Network. Please respond in order of proximity to me upon receiving this message. Received, said Sai. Huh. Incredible, Taken. Oh, Guy has received. Telepathic communication? How does it relate to the Yamanaka clan's techniques? This is Kakashi. Hey, little Taken, why are we communicating this way when we are so close? Well, this is the Konoha armed helicopter. I am the co-pilot, Taken Kimura, and the power unit is ready. Konoha pilot Sai is ready. The cockpit is prepared, and the power unit is activated. Acknowledged, power activated. As Takanori Kimura raised his hand, he unleashed a long-range giant spiral sphere towards the connection point of the aircraft's upper propeller. Subsequently, he directed a smaller long-range spiral sphere towards the tail propeller. This startled Kai, who momentarily feared that Kimura intended to ascend into the sky with everyone in a spiral fashion. However, it soon became apparent that this spiral sphere was somewhat unconventional. The chakra within it felt dense rather than delicate, exuding an aura devoid of destructive power. Moreover, Takanori was intricately linked to the chakra threads, skillfully manipulating the spiral sphere. As the unique spiral sphere spun, it set the propellers into a rapid motion. The Konoha aircraft. The Black Hawk helicopter ascended into the sky, heading towards the direction indicated by Takuya Kimura. This machine, is it truly powered in such a manner? Jiraiya was profoundly astonished, subsequently exclaiming, I can also perform the Rasengan. I too desire to pilot an aircraft. Takumi Kimura, feeling quite exasperated, eventually acquiesced to teach after being pestered. To his surprise, Kakashi also raised his hand, expressing his desire to learn, not to pilot a plane, but to master the long-range Rasengan. The Rasengan, a ninjutsu conceived by the fourth Hokage, is naturally within Kakashi's repertoire as one of his disciples. Kakashi had previously attempted to infuse the Rasengan with lightning nature transformation, only to discover the formidable challenge it posed, leading him to instead develop his own Raikiri. However, Kimura's approach offered Kakashi a new perspective, controlling the Rasengan and launching it as a powerful long-range offensive technique. This would effectively compensate for Kakashi's weaknesses in long-range combat. Thus, Kakashi humbly sought Kimura's guidance. The latter, recognizing that both Jiraiya and Kakashi were already familiar with the Rasengan, willingly shared his knowledge of manipulating the long-range Rasengan with chakra threads. It was clear to them both, given their expertise, that they respected Kimura as the innovator of this technique and wished to receive his teachings rather than use it surreptitiously, even if they understood it intuitively. Of course, this respect was reserved for fellow villagers. Outsiders would simply appropriate the technique without hesitation. Kakashi remarked that he did not charge for his ninjutsu, having even copied numerous techniques from other villages and contributed them to Konoha for substantial rewards. Consequently, Kimura began elucidating the methodology behind the long-range Rasengan. There are 3 methods to release the long-range Rasengan. The first, suitable for novices, involves controlling the Rasengan with chakra threads, akin to a puppeteer guiding a puppet. Its drawbacks include slower speed and relatively diminished power, but it excels in long-distance control, allowing the user to dictate the direction and detonation timing, and even to cancel the technique if necessary. The second method, the superspeed Rasengan, eschews chakra threads for a rapid manifestation of the technique, which I frequently employ. It is well known that chakra is more easily controlled within the body than externally. Achieving a stable, potent Rasengan that can maintain its integrity upon launch is immensely challenging when attempting to do so from the palm. Thus, I began to manipulate the chakra within my chakra pathways to execute a refined spiral motion. This approach greatly accelerated the formation and stability of the Rasengan, significantly enhancing its launch speed. The advantages are numerous: rapid formation, swift initial velocity, considerable power, and the capability for rapid fire. However, there are 2 drawbacks. First, it can only perform straight-line attacks. Altering the trajectory necessitates prior adjustments to the chakra's deflection coefficient, which limits it to arc-shaped strikes, and even then, the alterations are not particularly useful. Additionally, those lacking sufficient chakra control risk damaging their chakra pathways. The third method involves incorporating nature transformation. Due to my relatively low attribute strength, I have not conducted extensive research in this area. Thus concludes the explanation of the long-range Rasengan's usage. Have you all grasped it? Takuya Kimura, while skillfully managing the helicopter's power source, cast a glance back at the others. Might Guy lamented, I feel utterly defeated. Kakashi remarked, the first option suits me just fine. Severing one's chakra pathways is no trivial matter. Jiraiya boasted, I can control even a single strand of hair. The second option would be a piece of cake. Sai inquired, what is the Rasengan? I merely wish to pilot the aircraft in peace. Suddenly, a voice cried out, Takuya, come save me. My hand is incapacitated. Astonished, another exclaimed, for heaven's sake, do not conduct experiments on the way to a fight. Takumi Kimura harnessed the energy of the soul, channeling Jiraiya's chakra to restore him to health. After issuing a warning, he advised everyone to return to Konoha for further training. Fortunately, aside from Jiraiya, the rest proved to be quite dependable. Jiraiya had merely been overly confident for a moment. Thus, the group settled into a quietude. They pursued their path, crossing the borders of the hidden leaf. Suddenly, Takumi pointed towards the southeast. There, Akatsuki had detected Itachi, and the enemy was about to encounter him. Hurry, Sai, let us proceed. The distance was considerable, and they hoped to arrive in time. The previously relaxed atmosphere within the aircraft shifted abruptly to one of tension. As Takuya Kimura gazed at the crowd, he began to recount the circumstances surrounding Itachi. When he mentioned that 5 individuals possessing the Rinnegan had encircled Itachi, Jiraiya was visibly taken aback. When did the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths become so commonplace? Could it be that the Akatsuki had mastered the technique to replicate the Rinnegan? Jiraiya then heard Pain instruct Konan to keep an eye on Kisame Hashigaki. What, Konan? The kunoichi who specializes in paper techniques is named Konan? Takuya, can you describe her appearance? With her light lavender hair, pale orange eyes, and adorned with a paper flower atop her head, there could be no mistake. That is indeed her. Konan is alive. So, the Rinnegan wielded by the Akatsuki originates from Nagato? They have replicated Nagato's Rinnegan. What about Yahiko? In Chapter 62, Itachi's Resurrection, the miraculous power of Izanagi, while Jiraiya was in a state of bewilderment on another battlefield. Itachi had just been crushed into a pulp by the planetary devastation technique. Regrettably, the force was excessive. The Deva Path of Pain shook his head in disappointment and promptly released the technique. However, as soon as it was lifted, a figure suddenly emerged. It was Uchiha Itachi. Hadn't I reduced him to nothing? Not far away, Nagato wore a look of astonishment. Before Nagato could react, Itachi, with one eye closed, swiftly summoned a special raven endowed with the Sharingan, Kodoame Tsukumi. The gathered individuals, including Konan, Kisame, and the Pains, were enveloped by the raven's Sharingan. Unfortunately, the Pains were entirely unaffected, and the Konan present was merely a paper clone. Evidently, her true form was safeguarding Nagato. Although Itachi was unaware of Konan's whereabouts, he surmised that the Konan before him was but a mere clone. Thus, only one unsuspecting individual fell under the influence of Kodoame Tsukumi. Itachi swiftly moved before Kisame. Kisame, let us break through together. Under the sway of Kodoame Tsukumi, Kisame eagerly wished to escape with Itachi. Naturally, the Pains and Konan would not permit this and attempted to intervene. In response, Itachi summoned his Susanoo with a single eye, striking down Konan's paper clone, and as she began to reconstitute her form, he deftly plucked out his remaining eye. He then entrusted the eye to Kisame. Kisame, deliver this to my brother. Now go. Under the influence of Kodoame Tsukumi, Kisame did not hesitate in the slightest, taking the eye and departing. Itachi, now blinded, saw his Susanoo dissipate. He then extracted Shirsue's eye and inserted it into his empty eye socket. While Kodoame Tsukumi could no longer be used, this eye could still activate Susanoo. The yang-released chakra instantly fused with Shirsue's eye. Susanoo, activate. On the battlefield, Susanoo awakened once more, transformed into a verdant hue, yet still wielding the Totsuka blade in one hand and the Yata mirror in the other. It turned out these two divine artifacts were spiritual entities, deeply embedded within Itachi's soul. No wonder in the original narrative, when Sasuke merged Itachi's eyes, he awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but failed to inherit these two divine treasures. Through an absolute perspective, Takano Kimura observed the live broadcast of the fierce battle. Internally, he mused that the Uchiha's eyes resembled Lego bricks. Then, with a composed demeanor, he addressed the individuals within the cockpit, urging them to feel the intensity of the moment. The battlefield lies ahead. Accelerate and prepare for combat. On the battlefield, Konan's paper clones ensnared Kisame once more, while Itachi faced off against Pain and his comrades. The Hungry Ghost path had been sealed, but the previously vanquished Beast path was resurrected, summoning countless summoned beasts anew. Awaken, Uchiha Itachi. You cannot kill a god. Even sealing is merely temporary. Temporary, you say? Just as Itachi sensed the situation growing dire, a rapid disturbance in the air resonated from above, as if something was approaching at great speed. In the distance, a peculiar, gigantic dragonfly was flying towards them. Another summoned beast? Itachi was taken aback, as was the beast path Pain, who gazed at the sky with confusion. The dragonfly rapidly neared the battlefield, bursting into a cloud of ink upon impact. From within that inky mass, 5 figures emerged. One of them, standing atop a black and white bird, did not descend but instead circled above, searching for something. The other 4 landed steadily in the center of the battlefield. Itachi Uchiha, it has been a while. Sasuke has sent me to rescue you. Takuya Kimura flashed a smile as he observed Itachi with one eye closed. Clearly, in his attempt to evade the Daidar's explosive technique, Itachi had invoked Izanagi using his eye. Although he had managed to activate Susanoo once more thanks to Shirsue's eye, he was already at the brink of exhaustion. Izanagi is one of the ultimate secret techniques of the Uchiha clan, capable of recording the user's physical state with the Sharingan. When this technique is unleashed, the user can revert any inflicted damage, even that of death, to the state recorded by the Sharingan. However, the chakra consumed is irrecoverable, and the eye used in the technique will suffer permanent blindness. Thus, Itachi's current condition was one of superficial health, yet he was gravely ill. He strained to maintain Shirsue's Susanoo, hoping to use the dual divine tools to block Pain, while sending Kisame to retrieve his eyes for Sasuke. How did my intelligence get leaked? Itachi did not inquire about Kimura Takuya's identity, but rather questioned the matter of his own intelligence. The members of the Akatsuki rarely convened, and mission assignments were typically commanded by Nagato through Pain, connecting with each group remotely. Therefore, Itachi was unaware that he had nearly been exposed when Orochimaru and Sasori ventured into Konoha. Naturally, he was oblivious to Tsunade's fear of his exposure, which led her to send someone to recall him. The result was that the dispatched individual directly killed Orochimaru and Sasori, even if they had not been slain. They were unaware of Itachi's undercover status. Ironically, the recall mission led to Zetsu's journey to Konoha, ultimately revealing his undercover identity. It was quite absurd. Kimura Takuya was at a loss for words on how to communicate with Itachi. This was not the moment for such discussions. What was the situation with that honest-looking man resembling a shark? He has been swayed by me. His trustworthiness is beyond doubt. Oh, I see. Just as Kimura Takuya intended to continue speaking, the Pain members were incensed. Silence. Mortal, do you dare to interrupt the battle of gods? Yahiko, how could you have become like this? And Conan, so you did not perish. Is that you, Yahiko? Jiraiya roared in fury at the Deva Path of Pain, recognizing him. Do not speak such nonsense. Where did you acquire those Rinnegan eyes? What has become of Nagato? Who are you truly? We are gods. The four Pains surged towards the crowd. The Deva Path confronted Jiraiya. The Naraka Path, capable of reviving other Pains, faced Guy. The Shura Path, the master of destruction in the ninja realm, engaged Kakashi. The remaining Beast Path, a summoner in the ninja world, clashed with Kimura Takuya. The situation had devolved into chaos. Initially an enemy, Kisame had been swayed by the Kodoame Tsukumi and was now entangled with Conan, resulting in this dramatic shift on the battlefield. Takayuki Kimura was somewhat displeased. Lustful sage, let us switch opponents. Mine lacks any significance. Jiraiya, still lost in the sorrow of losing his beloved disciple, was irked by Kimura's remark. Damn brat. Do not call me lustful sage. Furthermore, this is a matter between my pupil and me. You need not meddle. Upon hearing these words, Takaya Kimura felt displeased. Who is the protagonist of this episode? Shouldn't the person of the highest caliber be my opponent? He immediately sought to seize the rival of Jiraiya. Mortal, your strength pales in comparison to that of the divine. You are unworthy to select your adversary. Yet, it was the beast path that obstructed Takaya's path. At that moment, the male beast path summoned forth countless colossal summoning beasts. Itachi, wielding Susanoo, attempted to intervene but was loudly halted by Takaya Kimura. Itachi, this is my foe. Chapter 63. Takaya's laughter, the Eye of Rebirth, also known as the Divine with a swift blink. Takaya Kimura's eyes widened, and he bellowed. Sage mode activated. Sage art, summoning technique. Boom. In an instant, the battlefield was enveloped in a mist of white vapor, infused with the chakra of sage arts. Kimura Takuya wielded the art of summoning through his chakra, producing an awe-inspiring spectacle. However, the animal realm Pain regarded him with disdain, his expression seemingly mocking. Although he remained silent, his demeanor spoke volumes, as if to say, flaunting your prowess before a master of summoning is akin to brandishing a sword before Guangong. Yet, in the very next moment, as the mist on the battlefield dissipated, the summoned beast that revealed itself struck fear into the heart of the animal realm. Before them stood a creature of colossal proportions, dwarfing all other summoned beasts by an astounding hundredfold, dominating the battlefield with its sheer size. Not only was Pain left speechless, but Takuya's comrades were equally astonished. Even Jiraiya, who was most familiar with the slug, gasped in disbelief. Is that a slug? Wasn't it supposed to be about the same size as the toad boss? How did this one grow to such an immense scale? This was indeed the 1/10th form of the Sage of Slugs that Tsunade and Sakura had summoned during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Great Sage, please show this deity a taste of your power. Takuya, please refrain from such grand titles. I am merely a manifestation of the Sage of Slugs, the slug replied. Takuya nodded, internally scoffing at the notion of a mere manifestation being anything but a portion of the sage, devoid of a true body. Nonetheless, he maintained a respectful demeanor, acknowledging the slug's peculiarities without objection. The slug, sensing his attitude, nodded and released a stream of viscous liquid toward Pain of the animal realm. Pain summoned forth a flying beast for defense, yet the slug's seemingly modest spittle, relative to its massive form, overwhelmed the summoned creature, dissolving it instantaneously. More of the corrosive liquid splattered from the gaping hole, heading straight for Pain. From a distance, Nagato attempted to summon the hungry ghost realm to absorb the acid, only to realize that it had just been sealed by Itachi's Tsukuyami. By the time Pain sought to evade, it was too late, and he was swiftly eliminated by the slug's potent discharge. Regrettably, only remnants of his body remained, rendering even the Hell Realm unable to resurrect him. Is this it? The Sage of Six Paths refers to himself merely as a sage. What audacity do you possess to call yourself a deity, possessing only his eyes? After dispatching his opponent, Takuya chuckled dismissively, observing the unfolding battle without the intent to intervene, yet clearly remaining vigilant. With the loss of another member, only 3 of Pain's forces remained. Nagato cursed his previous miscalculation, underestimating the damage of the acid, fueling his animosity toward Takuya. Meanwhile, the other members of Konoha marveled at the slug's overwhelming strike. We've only just begun, and Takuya has already eliminated his foe? Is this how it's going to be? Kakashi, how about a race to see who is faster? Why must 2 men compete in speed? I refuse. Besides, my adversary is a master of long-range missile bombardment and close-quarters combat, Kakashi replied, dodging missiles with his signature body flicker technique while dismissing Guy's challenge. However, Guy paid no heed to Kakashi's refusal, evading an attack from the Hell Realm. If I lose, I'll stand on a propeller on my way home. You fool, green-clad youth, you could very well lose your life. Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, unable to restrain his critique. Kakashi, however, was unfazed. The customary self-imposed rules have returned. Just be cautious not to be caught by your opponent. I'm well aware of that. This guy is utterly incapable against Konoha's taijutsu. With the enhancement of Konoha's taijutsu, Guy had only opened the 3rd gate. Yet the Hell Realm had not even grazed him during their encounters thus far. Leaf Style, Heavy Impact 3 Kick Combo. Leaf Style, Explosive Knee Strike. Guy unleashed a barrage of heavy chakra-infused kicks, sending the Hell Realm soaring through the air, landing on its back. In an instant, he appeared behind it, executing a rapid spin akin to Li's prelude to the lotus, but not utilizing the lotus itself. Instead, he rapidly rotated in midair, then delivered a devastating chakra-infused knee strike to the Hell Realm's back. The impact was profound. The explosive chakra knee strike propelled the airborne Hell Realm forcefully into the ground, creating a massive crater as if struck by artillery. The Hell Realm's body was obliterated into fragments. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving Guy suspended in the air. Resembling a majestic bird in flight, Guy landed gracefully, pointing at Kakashi in the distance. "I've won." 36-35. Kakashi remained composed and silent, yet within, he was astounded. Such incredible power! Is this what you refer to as Konoha's taijutsu? Did its founder collaborate with Takuya? In such youth, to possess such mastery in ninjutsu and taijutsu alike, it utterly eclipses Itachi's abilities at the same age. Truly, he was deserving of the title miracle. While Kakashi pondered, a moment of vulnerability emerged, allowing the Azura Realm's missile to knock him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the Azura Realm lunged forward to deliver a finishing blow. Guy gasped, but it was too late to intervene. The Hell Realm struck with a blade, piercing Kakashi through. With a soft thud, Kakashi transformed into white mist, a mere shadow clone. Yet beneath this clone lay a Rasengan, a trap the Azura Realm could not evade. The explosion resonated powerfully, leaving only a semicircular crater in its wake. The Azura Realm was obliterated. Emerging from the depths of the crater was Kakashi, revealing that he had intentionally exposed himself to create an opening, allowing the missile to temporarily incapacitate him. Concealed in the smoke of the explosion, he had utilized a shadow clone, which executed the Rasengan, while his true form had burrowed underground, connecting with the Rasengan through chakra threads. Just as the Azura Realm approached for the finishing blow, he detonated the Rasengan. This clever combination of three ninjutsu seamlessly dispatched the enemy, a testament to Kakashi's strategic prowess. He relied not on brute force, but on tactical cunning, embodying the essence of a true strategist. Kakashi had anticipated the Azura Realm's close-range assault, knowing that while the missile barrage appeared advantageous, it surely consumed substantial resources. Faced with a dwindling number of allies, he deduced that the enemy would soon conserve their energy, a strategy that Kakashi adeptly exploited. This was the hallmark of Kakashi's tactical ingenuity, securing victory through psychological warfare. Chapter 64. The emergence of Tobi and the initial display of divine might on the other side. Amidst the internecine conflict between master and disciple, Jiraiya found himself increasingly exasperated. Why was this adversary, who bore a striking resemblance to Yahiko, growing stronger by the moment? It appeared that with each enemy eliminated from Konoha's ranks, this foe became a little more formidable. Now, following Kakashi's defeat of the Azura Path, this feeling was especially pronounced. The one who called himself Pain had transformed into a being several times more powerful than before. As the spectators watched Jiraiya being sent flying once more, landing dozens of meters away, concern arose. "Lord Jiraiya, do you need assistance?" "Enough," he retorted. "Do not underestimate me. I am the sage of Mount Maiboku." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiraiya gasped for breath, feeling a twinge of frustration. The previous day, before returning to the village, he had exhausted too much energy in that establishment, coupled with a restless night. Early this morning, he had endured a noisy flight. Age was catching up with him. He could no longer indulge in frivolous games of chance. Though Takaya possessed remarkable medical skills, he seemed oblivious to the nuances of treating fatigue. Poor rating. Jiraiya mused inwardly, unaware that Takaya was blissfully unaware of his critique, still enjoying the spectacle. "Lord Jiraiya, are you capable?" "What? Am I capable? When I roamed the pleasure districts, you were but a tadpole." "Then hurry up. I'm on a tight schedule to return for a meal. If I miss it, there will be no food left." Jiraiya felt his irritation mount. They were in the midst of battle. This was serious. Lives were at stake. While he grappled with the gravity of the situation, Takaya seemed distracted, contemplating dinner while picking his nose. Despite being aware of the opponent's abilities and the 5-second interval between Pain's techniques, Jiraiya noticed that the one who identified himself as Pain was growing increasingly powerful, not just in ninjutsu, but in physical prowess as well. The black rods emanating from him were exceptionally hard, capable of disrupting chakra and immobilizing anyone struck. One moment of inattention could lead to injury. Ranged ninjutsu would be deflected, while close combat posed a grave danger. To end this swiftly, he would need to employ a series of high-damage ninjutsu. "Curse it! Will you not reveal Nagato's whereabouts?" "There is no need for the divine to explain himself to mortals. Your companions have perished. Do you not feel a shred of sorrow? I have stated before, it was merely temporary, and now I shall reveal the true power of the divine." Arrogance. Jiraiya resolved to get serious. He began to draw strange patterns on his face with his own blood and clasped his hands together for an extended period, the purpose of which remained unclear. Suddenly, he shouted and slammed his hands down onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. Two peculiar old toads appeared, Fukasaku and Shima, the sages of Mount Maiboku. Meanwhile, Kisame, who was engaged in a lackadaisical battle with Conan's paper clones, was utterly bewildered. "Damn it. Is there not a single person here who can form hand seals? I cannot let them distract me. It affects my resolve. Hand seals bring me joy, and ninjutsu derived from them is stronger. With determination, he began to chant the incantation for his jutsu. Water style, Great Water Wall. Kisame unleashed a colossal wave, successfully inundating the battlefield and capturing attention with his grand display. Laughing heartily. Haha. Conan, how will your paper techniques fare now? My task today was merely to counter you. Did you not notice that all my paper clones are waterproof? No wonder I couldn't soak you after all this time. Just as Kisame finished speaking, he was suddenly bombarded by a flurry of explosive tags from Conan, rendering him momentarily dazed. Originally, Conan had merely intended to use her paper clone as a distraction against Kisame, but his inability to counter her waterproof paper had made their skirmish prolonged. Additionally, she was well aware of his abilities and tactics, choosing to evade direct confrontation and simply hinder him. Kisame, frustrated and seeking to create a favorable environment for himself while disadvantaging his opponent, was caught off guard when Conan unexpectedly unleashed a secret explosive tag, landing a hefty blow. Thankfully, his Samahata provided some protection, or he would have faced disaster. After all, as an S-rank rogue ninja from the mist, being defeated by a mere paper clone would be utterly disgraceful. Angered, Kisame gripped his Samahata, preparing to retaliate. Hey, you there. Shark-faced one. Have you no sense of decency? It's just a clone. Must you spit so much water? Shima, positioned on Jiraiya's left shoulder, scolded him, while Fukasaku stood on his right. Clearly, Jiraiya had entered sage mode. Kid, prepare the oil. Your father shall summon the wind. Sage art. 5 right gate. The two toads and Jiraiya simultaneously unleashed chakra-infused fire, oil, and wind techniques, merging them into a single, formidable attack. In an instant, they created a vast sea of flaming oil that floated atop Kisame's water. Like an offshore drilling platform spilling oil, the surface blazed with flames, thick smoke obscuring the sun. The temperature of this inferno was exceedingly high. Unable to evade, Conan's paper clone was engulfed in the fiery deluge. However, this grand display was not solely intended to eliminate a paper clone. The extensive area of effect enveloped Pain as well. Within the smoke, Pain murmured, a bag of rice. How heavy it is to carry, a bag of rice. Why must I wash it? Let us witness the power of the divine. Super, almighty push. Boom. With Pain at the epicenter, all matter within a several-kilometer radius was instantly repelled. What remained was a gargantuan pit, its walls smooth and polished as if crafted from marble. In the battlefield, Pain stood suspended above the massive crater, surveying the desolation around him. Is it over? Pain mused. Of course not. Sage art, supergiant Rasengan. Suddenly, the previously vanished Jiraiya reappeared, clutching a Rasengan the size of several meters in diameter, thrusting it toward Pain. Thud. The impact sent Pain crashing into the hardened base of the pit, which had been compressed into marble-like material, fracturing it across hundreds of meters. Pain met his demise. As others suddenly appeared with a thud, it was revealed that in this moment of urgency, Takuya Kimura had enveloped everyone within the body of a slug sage. Employing the reverse summoning technique collectively, Jiraiya, possessing the same ability, rejected Takuya's reverse summoning within the mental network and instead executed the technique solo. Thus, he returned first, swiftly defeating the Devapath Pain. I must discern who you truly are. Jiraiya advanced, intent on inspecting the corpse of Devapath Pain. Suddenly, a ripple in space materialized beneath him, prompting him to evade with agility. To his astonishment, the ground where he had just stood vanished into thin air. Chapter 65, The Eighth Gate of Sage, a startling revelation. A one-eyed man adorned with a mask materialized within the vast pit. This masked figure was none other than Obito Uchiha, yet Takuya had previously withheld his intelligence from Konoha. Consequently, Jiraiya and the others remained oblivious, merely assuming he was the puppet master behind it all. Masked man, are you the leader of the Akatsuki? Upon his appearance, Obito paid no heed to Jiraiya, casting a fleeting glance at the group instead, as he stood beside Devapath Pain, seemingly intent on retrieving the latter's corpse. Given Obito's peculiar emergence, Jiraiya refrained from launching an immediate assault. However, the audacity of this masked man was staggering. He displayed an utter lack of defense, bending down to lift Devapath Pain's body. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Jiraiya seized the opportunity, recognizing the glaring opening in Obito's posture. Sage art, hair needle 1,000 needles. Jiraiya's hair transformed into countless needles, shooting forth with great velocity. The hair, imbued with sage chakra, rained down upon the masked man like a tempest. These needles, fortified by sage chakra, possessed greater potency than ordinary iron needles, and their numbers were overwhelming. Countless hair needles pierced through Obito's form. Yet, astonishingly, the masked man exhibited no reaction whatsoever. What is happening? Jiraiya gasped in shock. He immediately unleashed a fire technique, but it too failed to inflict any harm upon the masked figure. At this moment, the onlookers finally discerned the masked man's singular exposed eye, the Sharingan. The previously silent Itachi finally spoke. Be cautious. His ocular technique is a space-time ninjutsu, and physical attacks are ineffective against him. Itachi, do you recognize him? Kakashi inquired, sensing a familiarity yet unable to pinpoint it, turning towards Itachi for clarification. Meanwhile, the silent Obito cast a glance in their direction, proclaiming, "I am Uchiha Madara." Before he could finish, the group had yet to process the revelation. Suddenly, Takuno Kimura spoke up, loudly inquiring of Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, you've been covering one eye. Have you sustained an injury? Allow me to treat you. It will be mended in no time." Kakashi replied, "No, thank you. More pressing is the arrival of a formidable adversary. Uchiha Obito, the former leader of the Uchiha clan, if this is indeed true, is a figure from the same era as the legendary first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi." A rare seriousness crossed Kakashi's face as he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. This drew the attention of everyone present, including Obito, who was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by Takuno Kimura. "Huh, another Sharingan? But Kakashi-senpai, yours appears quite different from Itachi-senpai's, almost inferior. Whose transplant is this? The medical ninjutsu of this individual seems terribly lacking. They couldn't even address the scar around your eye? Such incompetence to be a medical ninja." In an instant, two distinct chakra signatures erupted. One belonged to Kakashi, who intended to reprimand this promising junior, but was momentarily startled by the more potent chakra emanating from the masked figure opposite him. Why does this chakra feel so familiar? Who could it be? As Kakashi pondered, Obito charged towards them with remarkable speed. "Come forth." Kimurataku's heart swelled with secret delight. This surge of animosity had reached its zenith, and Obito would likely not escape easily. With a decisive closing of his eyes, he reopened them, and his entire aura transformed dramatically as he activated the Sage Mode once more. The Eighth Gate, the Gate of Shock, had been unleashed. In an instant, Kimurataku opened all 7 gates, unleashing a torrent of vibrant green chakra that surged skyward with fervor. The sheer volume of chakra erupted forth, forcefully dispersing the air around him, sending Kakashi hurtling away in the process. What? Taku has directly opened 7 gates? How is that possible? It has only been a few days since he unlocked the 6th gate. Nearly one night, perhaps. My guy stood astonished at Kimurataku's rapid enhancement. Even more so at the overwhelming presence of his 7th gate. Is this truly the 7th gate? I can't help but feel that you surpass my 8th gate. The crowd was left in sheer disbelief. Yet, amidst the astonishment, only one individual remained unfazed, the swiftly approaching Obito. In a fleeting moment, all these events transpired. The onlookers barely had time to react before the masked man stood before Kimurataku, who appeared to have anticipated this encounter. This Sage Mode, the 8 Gates formation, was explicitly prepared for the masked man. Takuno Kimura swiftly evaded and delivered a punch. The Celestial Shockwave, Daylight Fist, a beam of light, seemingly capable of piercing through the void, abruptly manifested before Obito, enveloping him entirely. There was no shockwave dispersing the air around it, because the air within this luminous column had been instantaneously compressed to a singular point. Much like a stone shattering glass upon impact, a bullet, propelled by tremendous force and speed, merely leaves a puncture without shattering the entirety. The speed and power of this punch were so extraordinary that it achieved an effect akin to a bullet penetrating glass. Before the astonished crowd, a hollow, transparent pathway of martial prowess was forcefully established. Impossible. Is this the evening elephant? My guy stared intently at the martial path suspended in the air, his expression filled with sheer terror. This technique had only existed in his imagination until now. He had never spoken of it to anyone, nor had he ever executed it himself, though he had envisioned this move countless times. This technique could only be performed in the recesses of his mind. To truly manifest it, one must fully unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates of opening, culminating in the perilous Death Gate. In essence, unleashing it would guarantee one's demise. This was a technique that he could only achieve at the cost of his own life. No, this is not merely the evening elephant. This is a strike even more potent. Guy observed that Takuno Kimura's martial path lingered in the air, leaving not a trace of impact on anyone nearby. His face a portrait of astonishment. What an exquisitely refined punch. The force of this blow was distilled to its utmost, with not a shred of energy escaping. Such a terrifying display of physical prowess had likely never been witnessed before in this world. Every muscle in Might Guy trembled uncontrollably. This was the strike he had always dreamed of. Yet, within the arena, the masked man remained utterly unscathed. Indeed, physical attacks seemed utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon him, even with this unprecedented display of martial strength. Guy gazed at the masked figure, seemingly unaffected by the martial path. A surge of anguish and fury erupted within him. Could the pinnacle of physical prowess truly be eclipsed by the ocular techniques of the Uchiha? A commendable strike, capable of slightly affecting the spatial realm, had even compelled my ocular techniques to falter, forcing me to slow my pace. Boy, you have every reason to take pride. Obito finally emerged from the martial path, his demeanor now calm. He spoke with a tone of understated admiration towards Takuno Kimura, akin to a superior bestowing a reward upon an inferior. Yet, the latter regarded him with disdain, dismissing the vile individual who had perpetrated such heinous acts against the innocent. The aura surrounding Takuno Kimura surged dramatically, enveloping him in a mist of crimson. With a sudden, forceful step, he unleashed the technique known as Celestial Shocking Step, a thunderous impact akin to a bolt from the blue. In that moment, a dark flash illuminated the air, not merely a flash of lightning, but a rift. A fracture in the very fabric of space itself. This singular step shattered the dimensional barrier. Chapter 66. Obito's Defeat. The unyielding divine might in retreat flee. The imperative surge within Obito, his previously impervious demeanor shattered. The indifference with which he had disregarded the attacks of others evaporated in an instant. At this juncture, all he desired was to escape, but the blow had already struck him squarely in the face. The speed was so overwhelming that it transcended the limits of his physical reflexes. Even with the ocular prowess of the Sharingan, he could discern Kimura's movements. Yet it was far too late to evade. All that remained was to escape. Activating his ultimate technique, he conjured a spatial vortex that twisted and engulfed his body, transporting him into the realm of Kamui. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito lay upon a massive stone platform, gasping for breath in sheer terror. The oppressive force of Kimura's astonishing strike evoked memories of his previous encounters with Uchiha Madara. In those moments, Obito felt as insignificant as an insect before a titan. That sensation remained etched in his memory. His once invincible Kamui, had he not fled with haste, would have surely claimed his life. Was there truly a form of martial arts capable of fracturing space itself? The notion seemed unfathomable to him. He gingerly touched his left arm, now entirely absent. The severed remnants were as smooth as a mirror, reminiscent of the areas he had previously attacked with Kamui. This was a wound inflicted on a spatial level. Had he hesitated for even an instant, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. After a considerable time, as the blood surrounding his severed limb congealed, Obito began to regain his composure. Why did that young ninja harbor such animosity towards him? Surely, that attack must have taken a toll on the boy as well. Reflecting on the moment the boy unleashed his technique, a cloud of blood mist enveloping him, Obito found himself perplexed. What deep-seated grudge could provoke such a powerful display? It seemed that the boy's words had been deliberately crafted to incite him. Could he possibly be aware of Obito's true identity? No, that was implausible. His identity was a closely guarded secret. Uchiha Obito had perished many years ago. Now, he was Uchiha Madara. Summoning his resolve, Obito returned to his hidden base, a sanctuary known solely to Black Zetsu within the Akatsuki. The interior was vast, dominated by a colossal statue, the outer path deity, serving as Madara's former refuge. Beneath this statue, a considerable number of white Zetsu had gathered. While their numbers were not yet in the hundreds of thousands, they were substantial. Once he captured the chakra of the tailed beasts, he anticipated an even greater influx. Obito procured an unconscious white Zetsu and enlisted the aid of a conscious one to hastily fashion a replacement for his lost left arm. And prior to this, on the battlefield, the villagers of Konoha were astounded by Takaya Mukimura's recent strike. Initially, they believed that this blow lacked the grandeur of the daylight fist, presenting merely as a solitary flash of black lightning. However, to their astonishment, this black lightning proved to be enduring, persisting in its presence. Upon closer inspection, they finally discerned the truth. These were the remnants of a shattered space. It was inconceivable that a physical technique could rupture the fabric of space itself. The crowd was left utterly speechless. Yet, amidst the awe, one individual remained unfazed by the extraordinary spectacle of the fractured space, boldly questioning Takaya Mukimura. Why Takaya? Your words just now were intentionally provocative, were they not? Were you attempting to incite my ire? No. You seek to provoke not me, but that masked man. Why would that masked figure be stirred by such words? Who is he truly? Kakashi pondered, the realization dawning on him, and the more he thought, the more disconcerting it became. With keen eyes, he scrutinized Takaya Mukimura, still enveloped in his explosive state, unperturbed by the astonishing chakra fluctuations radiating from him. The latter glanced at Kakashi's Sharingan, choosing not to elaborate further. Summoning his strength, he turned toward the fissure in space. He retrieved a scroll, taking advantage of his Sage Mode. Sage Art, Space Sealing Technique. A surge of spatial energy erupted from the scroll. This energy gradually intensified, beginning to affect the rift in space. The fissure was calmed by the waves of energy, initiating its healing process. Before long, the tear in space had finally mended itself. Just as Takaya Mukimura's Sage energy was nearing depletion, Sage Mode dissipated, and the 8 Gates release was also closed before the sealing technique could be completed. Takahiro Kimura knelt on the ground, taking a moment to rest. His physical condition gradually improved due to his immortality. The 7 Gates, though formidable, were not insurmountable. However, the activation of the 7 Gates had caused most of his capillaries to rupture and left his entire skeletal structure riddled with fine cracks. This was precisely why Kimura had preemptively severed his pain receptors. Others would have succumbed to unbearable agony. Yet, this was evidently the price of forcibly opening the 7 Gates. Given Kimura's current physical resilience, he was not truly equipped to unlock all 7. Nevertheless, relying on the strength of his soul, he bypassed the constraints of his brain and forcibly activated the 7 Gates. Such a feat would have been fatal for anyone else attempting the same. After a brief respite, he continued to recover. It would be fortunate if Takaya Kimura could avoid the blood and flesh replacement technique. It is not that he is unwilling to use it. Rather, he has exhausted his chakra. Nevertheless, this is not a grave issue. A brief respite would suffice, especially since he possesses passive healing abilities, does he not? However, the onlookers were taken aback by Takaya's fearsome appearance, drenched in blood with a crimson complexion and bloodshot eyes, prompting them to express their concern. Takaya, are you all right? Mike Guy, well aware of the after-effects of the 8 Gates technique, understood that even opening 7 gates was an ordeal beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Takaya waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, merely in need of a moment's rest. After regaining some chakra, he seated himself on the ground. He picked up Obito's severed arm from the earth and sealed it within a scroll, his gaze momentarily cold and piercing. At the same time, he retrieved another scroll to encapsulate the corpse of pain from the Akatsuki. Now, can you tell me? Kakashi, observing Takaya's repeated use of the sealing technique, felt reassured that he was out of danger and pressed him for answers. A nagging sensation hinted that this matter bore significant weight and was likely intertwined with his own fate, compelling him to seek clarity. At this juncture, Itachi interjected. That man claims to be Uchiha Madara, yet I find it hard to believe. I have always harbored doubts about his words. However, it seems you possess some knowledge. It is not appropriate to discuss this here, especially with enemies lurking nearby. Let us converse later. Takuya Kimura chose to disregard them, summoning Sai in his mind. Has Sai been located? Regrettably, the enemy's disguise was impeccable, and I was unable to find him. No matter, the mission is accomplished. Prepare for our return. Come down. Understood. Thus, Sai descended from the sky aboard the Black and White Bird, once more releasing the Black Hawk helicopter. Itachi exhibited only a fleeting surprise at the aircraft before accepting it. It was merely a mechanical flying apparatus, hardly worthy of astonishment. Takuya, leave the propulsion for our journey back to me. Jiraiya, noticing that Takuya Kimura was in a less than optimal state and aware that his chakra was nearly depleted, recognized that while he could still utilize the Rasengan, he, like the others, was eager to uncover the identity of the masked man. Takuya clearly possessed more intelligence about the Akatsuki organization that he had not disclosed. Therefore, Jiraiya took the initiative to assume responsibility for the flight propulsion, allowing Takuya to focus on relaying the information. Takuya had no objections. Controlling the power source was quite straightforward, particularly for Jiraiya. After a brief trial, Jiraiya quickly mastered it. Consequently, the Konoha ship ascended once more into the skies. While Itachi was also drawn into the Heart Network group chat, Takumi Kimura began to recount his experiences with Obito. Chapter 67, A Brother's Reunion. Sasuke and Itachi stood in silence. Throughout their journey, they encountered no further dangers. Takuya Kimura gradually revealed the information regarding Obito. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. Yet he is not Uchiha Madara. Rather, he is Uchiha Obito, who, in the past, was present at the Kanabi Bridge. The intelligence I obtained from that white Zetsu is precisely this. As for the reason behind my anger, Takuya Kimura paused slightly, casting a glance at Kakashi, who was covering his Sharingan, utterly shocked by his words. Takuya continued, I have had memories since a very young age. I could recall events from the age of 11 years ago, on that fateful night, the night of the Nine Tails. I remember it vividly. My family was awakened by a tremendous noise. My parents held me close. And then, with a single strike, the Nine Tails collapsed our home. The ceiling came crashing down, and my parents perished just like that. The Nine Tails attack was not even directed specifically at our home. It was merely a byproduct of its rampage. I lay amidst my parents' lifeless bodies, gazing through the debris at the Nine Tails, and I distinctly remember its pupils. Later, I learned that those were the eyes manipulated by the Sharingan. The appearance of the Nine Tails' pupils mirrored those of the one controlling it. As I matured, I initially thought to seek out my enemy and bide my time for revenge. But soon after, the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Until just now, when I finally saw that eye again. Wait. Are you suggesting that Obito is the true culprit behind the Night of the Nine Tails? The fourth Hokage and his wife were his mentors. Kakashi, already skeptical about the masked man being Obito, found it even more difficult to accept Takuya's assertion that Obito was responsible for the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Obito was the kind-hearted individual who often arrived late to school for helping others. How could he possibly commit such atrocities? Then why do you think he only possesses one eye? And why do you feel such a sense of familiarity with him? Upon hearing these words, Kakashi's pupils widened in shock, leaving him speechless. Takuya seized the moment to press on. Your Sharingan should match the DNA of the arm I severed. Are you willing to test it? Conducting a DNA comparison through ninjutsu is rather simple. After all, even ninjas fear being deceived in this scientifically advanced ninja world. DNA had long been discovered, and testing was quite uncomplicated. At this revelation, Kakashi finally began to believe. His mental image of Obito as a good teammate shattered. Obito was the leader of the Akatsuki. Obito had caused the deaths of countless villagers. Obito was responsible for the demise of his mentors. A surge of negative emotions erupted within Kakashi's mind, which his left eye's Sharingan absorbed and transformed into negative energy. Ah! Kakashi cried out, covering his left eye, only to release his hand moments later. His Manjiki Sharingan had finally awakened completely. Upon witnessing this, Takanori Kimura retrieved a small mirror, allowing Kakashi to gaze upon his own kaleidoscope. Indeed, it resembled that of the masked man. The masked man was truly Obito. Kakashi, overwhelmed with despair, rose to his feet and approached Takanori. I am sorry, Takanori. Huh. I require no apologies from anyone. Obito, a man who inflicts his own suffering upon those uninvolved, is the very root of turmoil in this world. I shall slay him. With a cold smirk, Takanori Kimura recalled the events of that fateful night. On the night of the Nine Tails, the Kimura family did not perish instantaneously. The original soul of this body had already met its demise, while Kimura's parents, in their desperation, fought valiantly to save their child. They cried out and struggled. The young father's back was contorted from the blows. Yet he still endeavored to create a sanctuary of life for his wife and child. The young mother, her mouth filled with blood, relentlessly performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on her child. Subsequently, he found himself inhabiting that tiny body. He felt everything, their anguish, their love. Yet, as his body began to warm with the immortality of his soul, the warmth had long since departed from his parents' forms. Nevertheless, they wore smiles upon their lips, perhaps, in their final moments. They sensed the revival of their child's warmth. In his previous life, he had been utterly alone, but in this existence, he was fortunate to merge with that small soul. The memories of that soul were fleeting, yet they bestowed upon him the comforting sensation of home. He experienced, even if just for a fleeting minute, the feeling of having parents. When he finally opened his eyes, his parents had long since closed theirs. He gazed out the window, etching the sight of the Nine Tails into his memory. In that moment, he understood he had entered the world of ninjas. In that moment, he realized he had once experienced the care of parents. In that moment, he had never felt such a desire to kill. Obito Uchiha. If I do not end your life, I shall find no peace in this one. In the piercing gaze of Takuno Kimura, an unsettling chill permeated the atmosphere, rendering those present speechless. Kakashi, too, sat despondently, no longer daring to meet Kimura's eyes. The truth of the Nine Tails night had been laid bare, and it was lamentable that the Uchiha clan was compelled to rebel, leading to their tragic annihilation. Itachi Uchiha, upon hearing the final revelation, stood frozen in disbelief. The typically placid expression on his face finally succumbed to a semblance of regret. How could he have invited that individual to assist in the clan's extermination? The very root of this calamity lay with that person. Cursed be this fate. Itachi was suddenly engulfed by a powerful surge of negative emotions, directed towards the transplanted Shirsue's eyes. The eyes began to undergo a dramatic transformation, shifting from their ordinary state to activate the kaleidoscope, subsequently evolving into something far more intricate. Itachi had inadvertently awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Was there a blood connection between Itachi and Shirsue? Perhaps not. No, while they belonged to the same clan, they were not direct relatives, thus the upgrade did not occur immediately. Would another emotional upheaval be necessary? Perhaps Shirsue's other eye should be returned to Itachi. After all, that eye was no longer of use. Its activation would require replenishment, and Itachi found himself depleted of negative energy. Moreover, Takuno was confident that the power of his pseudo-Daikokutten would, with time, rival that of the true Daikokutten. Takuno Kimura contemplated this, and, with a flicker of inspiration, devised a method involving the eyes. Could it be the eternal kaleidoscope? Takuno, are you aware of this? In the present day, Itachi has lowered his guard around Takuno, as they now share a common adversary. Having fought alongside one another as comrades, Itachi's demeanor towards Takuno has grown considerably closer. Indeed, I have heard whispers that the eternal eye can only be awakened through the transplantation of a brother's eyes, though regrettably, only one eye remains. With Danzo's demise, the Uchiha clan may finally attain vindication. There are numerous Sharingan in Danzo's possession. Perhaps a pair could be fashioned for you. Lady Tsunade previously returned all of these to your brother, but they fell under the watchful gaze of Orochimaru. Fortunately, no calamity ensued to deter other ambitious individuals from prying. Those Sharingan have once again been entrusted to the care of Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes flickered with intensity. Wasn't Shirsue's eye taken by Danzo? Yet, Itachi refrained from speaking hastily, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Takuya Kimura chose not to elaborate further, and thus, the journey continued in silence. Consequently, everyone returned to Konoha. At the entrance of Konoha village, Sasuke and Naruto awaited together. Sasuke, who are you waiting for? Let us go to the back mountain and hunt some rabbits for a barbecue. No, I shall wait for that man to return. Takuya has gone to find him, and he will be back shortly. Ah, Sasuke, look over there. What a large dragonfly. Suddenly, the sound of propellers echoed in the air, growing louder as it approached. It was the Konoha Black Hawk helicopter. With a thud, the helicopter landed as Sai dispelled the jutsu, and the others descended from the cabin. This is how it is. Landing is rather tricky, and to descend quickly, one must leap out, Takuya explained with a smile to Itachi, who remained unresponsive. His gaze fixed intently on Sasuke at the village entrance. The two brothers exchanged silent glances, words unspoken between them. Chapter 68. I heard you two are an item? Observing the brothers in their silent reunion, Takuya Kimura raised an eyebrow and jested with Itachi. Ah, Itachi, it seems you have matters to attend to. We shall proceed to complete our mission first. Yet, Itachi remained unfazed, accompanying Takuya as they continued onward. As their group passed by Sasuke, the latter, feeling disregarded by Itachi, could no longer contain his frustration and sought an explanation. Nisan, I knew you had something to discuss. Please, enlighten Sasuke about Obito. Thus, they decided to depart, instructing Sasuke to wait for them at the Hokage building. I shall join you shortly. Itachi finally paused, leading Sasuke aside. He recounted the events of that fateful year, revealing the truth to Sasuke, including the reasons behind Obito's betrayal of the Uchiha clan and the choices Itachi had made. At last, the entire truth was unveiled. Sasuke was left in tears. Meanwhile, Naruto observed from a distance, enviously noting that Sasuke still had an elder brother alive. He returned home, enveloped in solitude, his expression reminiscent of his childhood when he watched his friends leave with their families at sunset, a blend of envy tinged with melancholy. On another front, at the Hokage building, Tsunade learned that the rescue team, which had departed in the early hours, had returned. She summoned them immediately, only to find Itachi's absence. With a look of disappointment, she remarked, how could they return so soon? Did they fail the mission? Did we arrive too late? With me here. Failure is not an option, came the reply. Not only did we bring Itachi back, but we also uncovered significant news concerning the Uchiha clan and the circumstances surrounding Obito. Takuya Kimura stepped forward, elucidating everything and informing Tsunade about Obito. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression was one of profound shock. She could hardly fathom that the mastermind behind the calamity of the Nine-Tails incident years ago was merely a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Not only had he orchestrated such malevolence, but he had also personally participated in the annihilation of his own clan. What a nefarious villain he was! He had slain his master's wife, who had just given birth, and even sought to manipulate the Nine-Tails to obliterate Konohagakure. After being thwarted by the fourth Hokage at the cost of his life, he conspired with the Root organization to orchestrate the massacre of his own kin. Such heinous acts, regardless of any sympathetic circumstances, are utterly unforgivable. Unforgivable. A person like Obito Uchiha is truly abhorrent. Shizen designated him as an S-rank rogue ninja and immediately dispatched intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization to other nations. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizen swiftly complied with Tsunade's orders, beginning to draft a bounty notice to be sent to various countries. Meanwhile, Takuya Kimura spoke up, Master, regarding the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, now that Itachi has returned. Should they be returned to him? Of course. I had previously returned those Sharingan to Sasuke, but when Orochimaru appeared, I took them back for safekeeping. Since Uchiha Itachi has returned, you may retrieve them. I will formally return them to Uchiha Itachi later. Understood. The Sharingan would not be carelessly placed. Instead, they were kept in Tsunade's private laboratory. This was not because Tsunade intended to study the Sharingan, but rather because it was fortuitously a secure location capable of long-term storage for the eyes. Takuya Kimura was well aware of the location. Nestled beneath the very residence of Tsunade, Takino Kimura made his way to Tsunade's residence, skillfully entering the laboratory to retrieve the Sharingan. He then placed his own Shurisui's eye within it before returning to the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Itachi Uchiha remarked that the rectification of the Uchiha clan's reputation could only transpire among the higher echelons, as the populace had been oblivious to the truth at the time. Regarding the matter of Obito Uchiha, I intend to disclose everything entirely. The tragedy that befell the Uchiha clan shall be shared by Danzo and Obito alike. I shall assert that the information regarding Obito and the Akatsuki organization was obtained through your infiltration, as Takino's abilities must remain unknown to the other villages. As for Takino himself, I wholeheartedly concur. Takuya Kimura entered through the door, holding a box aloft. With a smile, he addressed the gathering, remarking, however, the magnitude of my contribution makes this favor quite burdensome to repay. Upon hearing this, Itachi Uchiha immediately adopted a serious demeanor and replied, Takuya, the Uchiha clan will remember this kindness. Itachi's desire to return to Konoha was not merely a matter of re-entry. If he aspired to revive the Uchiha clan, he required a suitable status and identity. This ambition could not be fulfilled solely through strength. It necessitated corresponding achievements as well. Currently, the truth about Obito as the true culprit behind the events of the Night of the Nine-Tails had come to light. Although the village's higher-ups felt remorse over the tragedy that befell the Uchiha clan due to one individual, the other true mastermind, Danzo, had already met his end. Thus, the village would not provide any substantial compensation to the Uchiha clan. After all, it was a fact that the Uchiha clan had once plotted rebellion for power, a point that Itachi's proactive annihilation of his clan had effectively nullified. However, if Itachi wished to rejuvenate the Uchiha and even penetrate the core of Konoha, he needed to accumulate relevant merits. What Tsunade had just mentioned was not merely a protective measure for Takuya, but also hinted at some form of compensation for the Uchiha. Yet, given Itachi's character, he would not simply accept this merit without reciprocation. Currently, both Uchiha brothers found themselves in a position devoid of resources, leaving them with no means to repay Takuya's kindness. Thus, they could only remember this favor in their hearts. Let us set aside favors for now. However, if you do not mind, I would like to investigate your condition, Itachi stated. This is no ordinary ailment. It pertains to the bloodline disease. I am quite familiar with such matters. Uchiha Itachi, we at Takaya possess the ability to cure terminal illnesses. Shizen interjected proudly, her head held high. Noticing the attention of the crowd, particularly Tsunade's amused expression, Shizun feigned calmness and resumed drafting the wanted notice. Fortunately, aside from Tsunade, no one else detected any irregularities. Seeing this, Itachi nodded in agreement to Takuya's proposition, and the group continued deliberating on the matters concerning the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade turned her gaze toward Kisame Hashigaki, who had returned alongside Itachi. Kisame, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist Village, had been persuaded by Itachi to join Konoha. Tsunade tapped the surface of her desk, feeling a bit of a headache. Accepting a rogue ninja from another nation could potentially sour relations between the two villages. Yet, upon reflection, he was a rogue ninja from the Land of Water. That posed no issue. During the Third Great Ninja War, they had fought against each other. And the Hyuga clan had even lost a Byakugan to a ninja from the Mist Village, which was the only one to have leaked outside. Now, accepting an S-rank rogue ninja from the opposing side would be a fitting tit for tat. Kisame Hashigaki, I hereby appoint you as an elite jonin of Konoha. What say you? Tsunade proposed. It matters not. As long as I can protect Mr. Itachi's brother, that is sufficient for me, Kisame replied. A smile creeping onto his face as he looked at Itachi, although his visage was somewhat unsettling. His tone evoked an indescribable feeling in Tsunade. Could it be? Is there some sort of relationship between Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha? Tsunade exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Wow, what did that statement just imply? How thrilling. Please, elaborate. In an instant, Tsunade seemed to awaken her inner fangirl, casting a whimsical glance at Itachi and Kisame, a hint of an enigmatic smile dancing on her lips. Itachi felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Lady Tsunade. It's nothing. I harbor no prejudices against you. I have heard you two were an item in the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade's inquiry left Itachi perplexed. Hadn't they just discussed intelligence? Why the sudden question? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and simply nodded in affirmation. Oh my, they have admitted it. How bold. Tsunade's expression instantly transformed into one of excitement. Kimura Takuno could easily discern that his master was thinking along the wrong lines. Master, there's nothing pressing. We shall take our leave. With the additional cases of Itachi, I believe the research on the bloodline disease will soon reach a breakthrough. Oh, very well. Off you go. Tsunade waved her hand, indicating there was no further matter at hand. As the others took their leave, she did not forget to encourage Itachi and Kisame, saying, do your best. I have high hopes for you. Chapter 69, Treating Itachi's Bloodline Disease, Konoha Hospital. After Takumi Kimura drew some blood from Itachi for testing, he informed him. Given your physical condition, it is unlikely you shall live beyond 5 years. What? Itachi, you cannot survive for 5 years? Itachi, aware of his own fate, maintained an impassive expression. However, his companion, Kisame Hashigaki, was taken aback. Itachi-san, no wonder you asked me to protect your brother. I never imagined that even if you managed to escape, your time would be so limited. So, you were entrusting me with your legacy? Rest assured, Itachi-san. I shall take good care of your brother. From this day forth, he shall be as my own brother. You may depart with peace of mind. In that moment, tears streamed down Kisame's face. Is this what it feels like to be trusted by someone? How moving. Observing Kisame's emotional display, Itachi wondered if perhaps he had been a bit too forceful. Had he invoked the divine too fiercely? How had Kisame become so sentimental? I still have 5 years left. I am not dead yet. Why must I be so easily relinquished? However, Takuno Kimura continued. Although it has been less than 5 years, I possess a solution. Standing at a towering height of 195 meters, nearly 2 meters when clad in shoes, the weeping Kisame Hashigaki was a sight to behold. After absorbing Kimura's words and remaining in a daze for a moment, he exclaimed, you have a solution? Why didn't you mention it sooner? You made me cry for so long. You didn't ask, did you? Kimura retorted. Now, let's dispense with the trivialities. I shall first assist you in fitting your eyes, and then aid in your physical recovery. Despite the peculiar choice of words from Kimura, Itachi acquiesced. From the Sharingan retrieved from Lord Hokage, Itachi swiftly identified Shirsue's eye. This particular eye bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had embedded in his own eye socket. Both dim and lifeless, as if its core power had been entirely depleted. Indeed, Danzo had used it, but fortunately, it had been successfully reclaimed. Itachi initially intended to obliterate Shirsue's eye. However, now that he had returned to Konoha, he aspired to rejuvenate the Uchiha clan. His own vision had diminished to a solitary eye, and his eyesight continued to weaken. Thus, Itachi contemplated bequeathing his remaining eye to Sasuke, enabling him to unlock the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. By a twist of fate, having transplanted Shirsue's eye, he had unexpectedly activated the eternal Meijiki Sharingan as well. In light of this, it would be prudent to fully inherit Shirsue's eye. Bear with it, he murmured. Takuya Kimura, swift and agile, deftly extracted Itachi's blind eyeball with a mere flick of his hand, without the administration of any anesthetic. Itachi, resolute and unyielding, remained completely still. Having previously undergone the procedure himself, he was unfazed by the intervention of another. In fact, Itachi perceived the sudden assault as less painful than his own prior experience, finding a strange comfort in the unexpectedness of it all. With a decisive crunch, Takuya inserted the new eyeball into place. Before Takuya could take further action, Itachi Utilizing his yang release chakra, attempted to connect the eye. However, before he could establish the connection, thud. Kimura Takuya has taken it down again. My apologies. I reversed it. With an air of calm, Takaya Kimura meticulously wiped the eyeball in his hand with saline solution and continued, let us try once more. Do not attempt to heal yourself, lest it become askew, requiring further adjustments. The one you had installed is already slightly misaligned. I shall assist you with the correction soon. Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, grappling with profound doubt regarding the authenticity of Kimura's claims. Can any terminal illness truly be cured? Can gravely injured patients be mended in mere moments? Is it possible to install an eye incorrectly, and to suggest that I misaligned it myself? I, Itachi Uchiha, could manage this with my eyes closed. Tilting his head, he focused intently on the individual before him. Do not move. Turn your head. Before long, Takaya had successfully reinstalled the eye. This time, Itachi had learned his lesson and refrained from attempting to heal himself, allowing Takaya to manipulate the eyeball within its socket. Eventually, it was correctly positioned. And the other misaligned eye was adjusted as well, including the proper alignment of their pupils. All done. The next step is the simplest, restoring your physical condition. Itachi wore an expression of incredulity. Lady Tsunade could not remedy my bloodline disease. While I am inclined to believe that you can assist me. You took an eternity to fit an eyeball, then claimed that restoring my health is a trivial matter? How can I find that credible? Extend your hand, Takaya instructed. As he too reached out, slicing his palm with a kunai. In a moment of bewilderment, Itachi watched as Takaya inflicted a similar wound upon his own hand. Then, Takaya connected the wounds of both palms, invoking the technique of real transformation. Their injuries fused seamlessly, creating an astonishing unity. Itachi was left in a state of shock. After all this time, you intend for us to merge? Takaya rolled his eyes in exasperation, acknowledging that their bodies were now interconnected, essentially forming one entity. In an instant, Takunio Kimura discerned Itachi's thoughts. To his surprise, the seemingly taciturn Itachi turned out to be a rather repressed individual. No, that's not true. Please don't say such things. Itachi exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror at the realization that his innermost thoughts had been so easily perceived by Kimura. Although the mind link had not been activated, the two were now united as one entity with dual souls. He implored Kimura not to disturb him with errant thoughts. The technique of flesh and blood regeneration, when employed by Kimura on himself, could be regarded as an active invocation of his own immortality. Thus, it did not necessitate the consumption of flesh and blood for its application. However, when utilized on others, it required the technique to be performed within the recipient's body. Consequently, it could only draw upon immortality as a catalyst, subsequently calling upon other cells to replace or replenish those that were lost. This limitation meant that, in the absence of homologous cells, the technique might be rendered ineffective. One could either utilize adipose tissue or hair from the recipient. If neither were available, one would have to resort to dissolving a small amount of muscle tissue. Therefore, in previous instances when Kimura treated patients in the hospital, he would encourage them to consume high-calorie foods to gain weight before employing the technique. If time was of the essence, he would first dissolve muscle tissue to save a life, and then, after the patient had gained sufficient weight, he would once again perform the technique to restore their muscular integrity. This led to several occasions where Kimura's interventions left already frail patients appearing as mere skin and bones, causing their families to fear that he was siphoning off their flesh and blood. By establishing a connection through flesh and blood, he achieved the effect of a united dual soul. Consequently, the patient's body could be regarded as an extension of Kimura's own. At this juncture, employing the flesh and blood regeneration technique would essentially be akin to applying it to himself, thus negating the need to expend his own flesh and blood. However, Kimura speculated that this process might consume his soul energy. Yet, this was merely conjecture. When he had previously applied it to himself, he had not sensed any depletion of soul energy. In contrast, when he had monitored others, he had distinctly felt a reduction in his soul energy. Hence, aside from those deemed significant, he had refrained from infusing everyone with soul energy. This instance marked the first time he had utilized the flesh and blood regeneration technique in such a manner. Thus, while it was a possibility, it remained uncertain. The technique of flesh and blood regeneration. Takuya Kimura closed his eyes, channeling his energy. Itachi could only perceive his body enveloped by a formidable spirit. Miraculously, his body began to heal. He was restored to perfect health at an astonishing speed, almost instantaneously upon the conclusion of Kimura Takuya's words. It was utterly incredible. Is this what one calls a miracle? Indeed, you may refer to me as Miracle Boy. Takuno Kimura mentally addressed Itachi's inquiry. Without awaiting a response, he severed the connection between their hands. Subsequently, he utilized a healing technique to restore the wounds on their palms. All done, he proclaimed. Is that it? You took ages to treat an eye, yet now, with a mere handshake and a shout, you've cured the entire body? Hisame, standing nearby, had anticipated witnessing Kimura's extraordinary abilities, especially in curing the terminal affliction that even the renowned medical ninja Tsunade could not remedy. Was this truly the conclusion? Are you jesting? It was not entirely a complete cure. Only the present physical condition had been addressed, and the same ailment would inevitably resurface. While a comprehensive solution was currently unattainable, A subsequent treatment could be administered when the time arose. Takuya Kimura expressed great satisfaction with the recent experiment, as previous conjectures had proven to be inaccurate. After merging with another's flesh and blood, he employed the technique of flesh and blood substitution, yielding results with absolutely no consumption. While this outcome filled him with joy, it also left him somewhat perplexed. Why was it that his own soul energy remained unspent when he utilized it? This seemed to defy the laws of science. Chapter 70. Research on the synchronization tuning of the eternal kaleidoscope. Itachi, why not activate your Sharingan and give it a try? Takuya Kimura rubbed his palm. Having forgotten to suppress the sensation of pain earlier, the direct cut to his hand was rather painful. He turned to set down the scalpel, allowing Itachi to open his eyes for a test. Open. Before him, one eye revealed a more intricate eternal Mangeki Sharingan, while the other remained a conventional Sharingan. Itachi could perceive the disparity in ocular prowess. One was overwhelmingly potent, while the other not only appeared feeble in the present but, even at its zenith, could not be compared to the former. Was this the true might of the Eternal Eye? Not only did it evade exhaustion and blindness, but it also contained the illusion of Kodo Amatsukami, which boasted an astonishingly brief cooldown period. If the previous ordinary Mangeki's cooldown was a decade, then the Eternal Mangeki's cooldown was effectively non-existent. It possessed no cooldown at all. This was the essence of infinite eternal ocular power. In other words, this eye was currently devoid of a resource limitation. This did not imply an infinite energy source, but rather an unceasing flow of energy without end. This also elucidated why Uchiha Madara could contend with Shinja Hashirama, who had attained the perfect sage mode and possessed an inexhaustible supply of sage chakra, for 300 rounds. Both were champions without resource constraints. This further explains how Sasuke, in later encounters, could engage in endless battles with Naruto, who was perpetually equipped with a portable charger. Takuya Kimura perceived the soul energy within Itachi, and after a moment of observation, he spoke. Itachi, I sense a subtle difference in the energy frequencies of your two eyes. Perhaps this distinction holds the profound secret of the eternal kaleidoscope. Would you mind if I studied it? Itachi fell into silence for a moment, aware that the Sharingan was a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, which was fundamental to any clan possessing such a bloodline. Allowing an outsider to research it would never be consented to by any bloodline ninja. Merely proposing such a request could lead to enmity. In the Warring States period, it could have ignited an outright conflict. Even now, amongst comrades from the same village, such words would be considered exceedingly rude. However, the individual before him was different. Not only had he just saved Itachi, but he had also helped Sasuke awaken his eyes and treated his bloodline illness. After a brief contemplation, Itachi nodded in agreement. After all, if the mystery of the eternal Sharingan could truly be unraveled, not only would Itachi's own strength advance, but Sasuke would also benefit. Itachi recalled that he had only one eye left to bequeath to Sasuke. He could not allow his beloved brother to be left with only a single eternal Sharingan while he possessed two. Very well, Itachi. Open your mind. Do not resist my will, and maintain the activation of the eternal kaleidoscope. I shall take control of your other eye. Upon receiving Itachi's nod, Takuya closed his eyes and began to draw upon the soul energy residing within Itachi, taking command of the recently transferred ordinary Sharingan. He sensed the energy frequency of the eye Itachi controlled, swift and laden with negative energy. He infused his own soul energy's negative essence into the eye he governed, aligning it with the energy of Itachi's eye. This was a task of remarkable ease for Takuya, who possessed exceptional control over energy, and he completed it in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Itachi felt the eye he had relinquished to Takuya brim with energy. However, this merely restored the ordinary Sharingan's cooldown, allowing it to unleash the Kodo Amatsukami once more. It had not evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope. Itachi, surrender both eyes to me, and do not interfere. Understood. As Itachi transferred the eternal eye to Takuya, he connected the two eyes through his soul energy, enabling their negative energies to resonate in harmony. Gradually, their frequencies began to assimilate into that of the eternal eye. The moment the ordinary eye's frequency was assimilated, its patterns underwent a significant transformation, becoming more intricate. The ordinary kaleidoscope evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope. In a flash, the energy between the two surged and amplified each other. Itachi felt a warmth in his eyes and instantly realized that success had been achieved. He could clearly sense that his Susanoo was on the verge of reaching its complete form. Itachi, do not move. It is not yet stable. At Takuya's words, Itachi suppressed his excitement and focused intently on cooperating. Meanwhile, Takuya was fervently absorbing the negative energy. The current situation resembled an infinite water source in a game. Takuya's soul energy resided between Itachi's two eyes, which acted like two abundant springs. In the central space occupied by Takuya Kimura, there exists the potential for infinite water extraction, an unending capacity to absorb negative energy. While the efficiency may not be optimal, this gentle and continuous flow does not adversely affect Itachi's physical condition. The utilization of ocular power does inflict harm upon the body. Despite the current eternal Mangeki Sharingan exhibiting low consumption, it is not devoid of repercussions. However, producing ocular power alone does not inflict bodily harm, as ocular power equates to negative energy, which is derived from the transformation of one's own negative emotions through the Sharingan. These negative emotions stem from adverse memories, The generation of emotions from memories is boundless, thus providing an inexhaustible source of ocular power. In contrast, the ordinary Mangeki Sharingan possesses a low conversion efficiency, leading to significant self-damage. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan, however, is characterized by its high conversion efficiency, enabling transformation without detriment to oneself. It can be likened to a coarse gear that not only performs poorly but also causes severe wear among the gears, ultimately leading to its quick demise. Conversely, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan acts as a flawless gear, boasting superior transmission efficacy without self-wear, allowing for perpetual use. Hence, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan does not lead to blindness. It possesses infinite ocular power. It dawns on me that the infinite generation of my own soul energy is also rooted in my memories. When enhancing my soul energy, it is through the absorption of others' negative energy, derived from their memories, that I can elevate my soul energy threshold. It is no wonder that during my last encounter, while absorbing the monster from Yakumo, I also assimilated a portion of her memories, which did not diminish her own. This reveals that negative energy originates from negative memories. Currently, as I absorb Itachi's negative energy, I can distinctly sense his negative memories. After a prolonged period of absorption, Takuyo finally perceives that his soul energy limit has ceased to expand. This time, it has increased by approximately 1/3. A scar, which typically takes over 6 hours to heal naturally, can now be mended in just 4 hours. Moreover, his energy control capabilities have significantly improved. Consequently, the stability of his Sage Chakra will also see considerable enhancement. This venture has proven immensely profitable. Not only has he unraveled the mysteries of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but he has also clarified the source of the negative energy that has long troubled him. Regrettably, Itachi's energy cannot be absorbed indefinitely, as his negative memories are finite. The negative energy generated from these memories can only enhance Takuyo's soul energy threshold to a certain extent. Continuous absorption to gain strength is not feasible. Only negative energy arising from different negative memories can further elevate his soul energy limit. Energy produced from identical memories can be enhanced only once. Subsequent absorption yields no benefit. Thus, it is essential to seek out the negative energies of different individuals to continue advancing his own power. Kimura Takuya, fully aware of his ambition, opened his eyes and inquired of Itachi, "Are you feeling any discomfort?" Chapter 71, The Ceremony. Takuya probed into Itachi's sensations. While Itachi was already entranced by the overwhelming shock of activating the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, given that the eternal eye can be awakened without the eyes of a close relative, and even an outsider can activate it through deliberate control. Why does the family monument state that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan must be awakened through the slaughter of kin and friends to evolve into the Mangeki? When I initially activated my Mangeki, I did not commit murder. It simply awakened when Shursui entrusted me with his eyes. Moreover, my father's Mangeki was not born of bloodshed either. And what of the Uchiha clan's ultimate power, the Rinnegan? Must one usurp the Senju clan's strength to unlock it? Is this truly accurate? Or have our predecessors misunderstood the nature of the Sharingan? Furthermore, what is the true purpose of the infinite peace promised by the ninjutsu, infinite Tsukuyami? Itachi, are you alright? Takuya Kimura waved his hand in front of Itachi, concerned that he might have absorbed too much energy. Could it have caused some trouble? Fortunately, Itachi merely paused for a moment before regaining his composure. "Oh, it's nothing. I feel quite well, especially when you helped stabilize my eyes." It felt as though my mind had been greatly relieved. Itachi shook his head to indicate he felt no discomfort, then hesitated. But what?" I inquired. As this pertained to the secrets of the Uchiha clan, it was something I should not divulge to you, however. Now that you have unraveled the enigma of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, that secret may not remain concealed from you for much longer. What secret? Kimura Takuya feigned ignorance, clearly alluding to the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Yet, like an inquisitive child, he could not resist posing a question. "Takuya, since you possess the ability to awaken Sasuke's eyes, you must surely be aware of the conditions required to unlock the Sharingan, correct?" Negative emotional fluctuations ensued. Indeed, it is true. However, within the shrine of the Uchiha clan lies an ancient stone tablet that chronicles the clan's powers, from the Sharingan to the Mangeki, and then to the eternal Mangeki, even extending to the Sage's Eye and the Rinnegan. These are the manifestations of the Uchiha's might. Yet, the methods inscribed upon that tablet convey but a singular path: slaughter, to sever bonds, to slay friends, and even to extinguish the lives of one's closest kin. Ultimately, one must annihilate the Senju clan and seize their power to awaken the Sage's Eye. However, I have always harbored doubts regarding this account. Now that you have enabled me to fully awaken the eternal Mangeki, I have at last concluded that the stone tablet was erroneous. So, it appears that Itachi harbored skepticism towards the inscriptions upon that tablet. Upon witnessing this, Takuya Kimura felt an overwhelming urge to expose the hidden truths of Kurizetsu. However, to utter such revelations at this moment would undoubtedly be too shocking. "How about this? Leave me to see," he proposed. "Very well, let us go," Itachi replied without hesitation. Guiding Takuya away from the hospital towards the Uchiha clan grounds, a group of them pried open the tatami in the shrine. Entering the clandestine meeting place of the Uchiha clan. Nissan, it is understandable for Takuya to be here, but why is this shark face individual present? Sasuke questioned, perplexed by the presence of the person referred to as shark face. The one addressed as Kisame Hashigaki merely regarded Sasuke with a benign expression, though his visage, regardless of how gentle his gaze might be, bore an undeniably menacing countenance. The ungraduated Sasuke, startled, instinctively hid behind his brother, only to observe Takuya enjoying the spectacle. He mustered his courage to step forward, baring his teeth in a show of bravado, asserting that he was not afraid, merely employing a tactical retreat. Itachi extended a finger, tapping Sasuke's forehead rather firmly, leaving a noticeable red mark. No need to be rude. Kisame's presence is by my invitation. You shall witness the proceedings alongside us. Ignoring Sasuke's confusion regarding the term witness, Itachi led everyone to stand before the Uchiha clan's monument. Kisame Hashigaki, today I represent the Uchiha clan in forging an alliance with you. From this day forth, our clans shall share both honor and disgrace, united in purpose. Do you accept? Mr. Itachi, although it feels somewhat unusual, I am willing, Kisame replied. This alliance was indeed Itachi's intention. Previously, he had altered Kisame's thoughts using Tsukuyomi, persuading him to defect and protect Sasuke and Konoha. However, through his observations, Itachi discerned that Kisame was not malevolent. He had joined the Akatsuki out of genuine belief in Obito's vision of infinite Tsukuyomi, yearning to create a world of everlasting peace. Itachi recognized Kisame's earnest efforts and sought to bestow upon him a rightful identity, rather than relegating him to the role of an incongruous protector of his younger brother. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan began to rotate, unleashing a power greater than before, enveloping the previous Tsukuyomi. When Kisame opened his eyes again, his gaze towards Sasuke no longer evoked dread, but rather felt entirely normal. The alliance between the Uchiha and Hashigaki clans was now witnessed by me, Takuya Kimura. With this covenant established, as long as I exist, neither party may easily forsake the other. At this juncture, Takuya wore a peculiar smile, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing the curious stares of those around him, he cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor. Ahem, the alliance is complete. Now, let us examine the inscriptions upon this stone tablet, shall we? Takuya, can you see it too? Isn't this stone tablet only visible to those who have awakened their Sharingan? Sasuke turned to inquire of Takuya. Kisame displayed a face of confusion as well. Are there words on this tablet? Indeed, there are words inscribed upon it, along with numerous secrets. The revelations visible vary according to one's ocular prowess. The greater the ability, the more secrets one can perceive. Takano Kimura approached the stone tablet and reached out to touch its surface. A smile graced his lips, accompanied by a glint of disdain in his eyes. Itachi, do you harbor doubts about the authenticity of the inscriptions on this stone? Indeed, it is a fabrication, altered by someone, he replied. How could that be? Protested Sasuke, interjecting before Itachi could respond. This is a relic left by our Uchiha ancestors. It is beyond destruction or alteration. How could it possibly be false? Sasuke, in his fervor, brandished a kunai and struck the stone tablet repeatedly. Remarkably, after several blows, the tablet remained unscathed. Itachi, bewildered, suddenly had an epiphany. Susanoo. An ethereal arm of Susanoo materialized, startling Sasuke. Upon realization, Sasuke's admiration reignited, as if he had forgotten all else, and was transported back to a time of innocence. Yet, could they truly return to the past? He glanced at Takano Kimura, who awaited Itachi's attack on the stone with eager anticipation. With a thunderous crash, the stone tablet was sent crashing into the wall by Itachi's single-arm Susanoo. This underground location, surrounded by rocky soil, felt the tremors of the impact. Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. The power. However, as the dust settled, the stone tablet was merely embedded in the wall, utterly unblemished. The crowd gasped in shock, but Takano had anticipated this outcome. The letter from the Sage of Six Paths to his sons was not easily destroyed. As for how Kagaya's son could alter it, the answer was straightforward. He could not. Though he claimed lineage from Kagaya Otsutsuki, he was merely a negative energy entity birthed during the sealing of Kagaya by her two sons. Much like the creature known as Kurama, except with greater intelligence and strength. Thus, the letter left by the Sage of Six Paths could not be modified by him. He merely masked the original text with his own energy and inscribed his alterations atop it. Unless one's energy surpassed Kagaya's, even the Rinnegan would fail to discern the truth of the tablet. Even with the Rinnegan's unparalleled power, Madara had long departed from Konoha and had not returned to examine the stone tablet. Who would return daily to scrutinize it? Sasuke was awestruck by his brother's earlier display of power and equally astounded by the stone tablet's resilience against such an assault. Takano, who could possibly alter such a stone? I can. Takano stepped forward to the tablet and waved his hand, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that erased the inscriptions entirely. Sasuke gasped in horror. What have you done? You've wiped our family's stone tablet clean. Do not panic, Takano reassured, lifting his hand again. A simple sketch materialized, depicting a classroom scene. A dark-haired boy leaned on his desk, exuding an air of arrogance. Surprisingly, perched atop the desk was a boy with a pineapple hairstyle. Locking eyes with the dark-haired youth, Sasuke leaned closer, feeling a sense of familiarity with both the dark-haired boy and the pineapple-haired one. Just as he approached, the image on the tablet shifted. A student in the front row suddenly stood, colliding with the pineapple-haired boy, who then shared a kiss with the dark-haired boy. What does this mean? That dark-haired boy looks just like me. Huh. That's you, Sasuke. And the pineapple-haired one is your friend from the village, isn't it? I didn't know you had such experiences. Kisame laughed heartily, clutching his stomach in amusement. Itachi, however, turned away slightly, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. That's not true. We've never done such a thing. How could something like this appear on our family's stone tablet? Takano, is this your doing? Sasuke's face flushed with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Takano. But Takano wore a rare, serious expression. I didn't do anything. How could I be so trivial? I merely erased the tampered content to reveal the tablet's original form. I had no idea this would emerge. I understand. Perhaps it is some sort of prophecy? Really? That's not important. What matters is that you now know this, and surely you will prevent it from happening again. Let us continue examining the tablet. It seems new content has appeared. Absolutely, that will not happen, Sasuke declared with a resolute expression, though no one noticed his seriousness as they were captivated by the new content on the tablet. Meanwhile, Takano had absorbed the energy that covered the original text, revealing the actual letter from the Sage of Six Paths to his reincarnated son. The ancient script differed from modern language yet was not insurmountable to decipher. However, the archaic grammar posed challenges to understanding. Indra, my son, the essence of true strength is not born of hatred. Though hatred may endure, it cannot persist indefinitely. Likewise, love, despite its depth, cannot exist in isolation. Therefore, the world cannot exist in extremes, strength cannot exist in extremes, but must maintain a balance of yin and yang. What does that mean? Essentially, it conveyed a message to Indra not to adopt an extreme path. I see. But why did you emphasize that when speaking to me? In response to Sasuke's inquiry, Takano shook his head vigorously, addressing both brothers. No, it wasn't solely directed at you. It was a message for both of you. Itachi appeared contemplative, while Sasuke remained perplexed. At that moment, Takano detected an unfamiliar spiritual fluctuation emanating from Sasuke. Indra. Is it? Well concealed, indeed. I hadn't noticed before. This dark chakra is quite enticing. Takuya Kimura's gaze sharpened momentarily before softening. It is not yet the opportune moment. Although alluring, invoking the Sage of the Six Paths is a rather daunting prospect. The chakra emanating from this entity strikes Takuya as not only enticing but also comparable to the strength of his own soul. This suggests that the spiritual essence of the Sage of the Six Paths is likely far superior to that of Takuya at present. Should he consume the essence of the sage's progeny, it would undoubtedly summon the old man himself. This cunning elder permits the souls of his two sons to endlessly reincarnate within the ninja realm, resulting in a tumultuous existence. Countless individuals have been ensnared in this turmoil, culminating in the conflicts involving Madara, Hashirama, and their contemporaries. The repercussions have escalated to an unmanageable extent, compelling him to intervene and resolve the chaos. Without the Sage of the Six Paths and his lineage, many of these tribulations would not have transpired. Nevertheless, were it not for Kagaya Otsutsuki, the very essence of ninjutsu would not have come into being. The ninja realm would simply be an inconspicuous world, utilized by the Otsutsuki clan as mere sustenance for cultivating the divine tree, ultimately succumbing to extinction due to the depletion of natural energy, becoming a lifeless realm. Speaking of which, Takuya Kimura witnessed the alliance between Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. The Uchiha clan needs no further elaboration. However, the Hashigaki clan of the Hidden Mist remained shrouded in mystery, with only Kisame making an appearance in Naruto, Shippuden. In Boruto, another member named Shizuma Hashigaki appears, inheriting the same unique abilities as Kisame. While Shizuma's appearance and powers bear a resemblance to those of Kisame, his prowess is, regrettably, lacking. Overall, Shizuma is merely average in the grand scheme of things. Thus, when viewed as a whole, the Hashigaki clan is akin to the Uzumaki clan, both possessing unique physical traits. Yet, they are not classified as a bloodline limit clan, and the Hashigaki clan lacks the secret sealing techniques that the Uzumaki clan has inherited. Consequently, despite being a clan with special physical attributes, they have not fully developed their unique capabilities. Unlike the Uzumaki, who, due to their high chakra stability, have extensively researched sealing techniques, the majority of the sealing arts practiced in the five great nations stem from the heritage of the Land of Whirlpools. In comparison, the Hashigaki clan's contributions seem rather unimpressive. All right, your matters are settled. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Itachi had come to comprehend the original significance of the family monument. Realizing that previous events were merely the result of malicious intent that had driven the Uchiha clan to extreme and violent actions. Consequently, Takuya Kimura felt no need to linger any longer. He turned to depart but paused halfway, returning. Kisame, are you human? Huh? What do you mean, am I human? Remove the question mark. Let me tell you, just because you think you're formidable doesn't give you the right to insult me. Chapter 73. Research on the Hashigaki clan's bloodline you misunderstand. I am simply curious. I wonder if you would be interested in joining my laboratory. Absolutely not. A laboratory sounds like anything but a pleasant place. You can't possibly be considering me as a researcher. Are you suggesting you wish to study me? Not a chance. Kisame Hoshigaki firmly rejected the proposition. Since childhood, his appearance had made him the target of disdain and exclusion. The concept of bloodline became a shadow from his past, although he eventually came to terms with it and silenced those who belittled him through sheer strength. He still did not reach a point where he could allow others to study him at will. Takuya Kimura shook his head and turned to leave, muttering strange phrases like "so fragrant." Half a month later, at the underground base of the Spark Society. How delightful. I never imagined your culinary skills would be so exceptional. Takuya, this hot pot is exquisite. Kisame Hoshigaki, along with Takuya and several researchers from the Spark Society, gathered around a hot pot. The others erupted into laughter at Kisame's naive demeanor. Unperturbed, he continued to devour the food, and by the time the others realized what was happening, he had polished off all the meat. The rest could only stare in bewilderment as they fished for vegetables, prompting Takuya to exclaim in frustration. Haha, what can I say? I'm merely a test subject. If I'm not well fed, how can I muster the strength for research? Kisame pulled out a toothpick and, finding a nearby experimental table, reclined on it nonchalantly, his legs crossed comfortably. The cold surface of the table somehow became a canvas for his leisure, reflecting on his recent experiences. Kisame noted the transformation from initial resistance to reluctant compliance, and now to a sense of freedom, as if the laboratory were his own home. The reason for this shift was simple. Takuya had provided him with an abundance. It wasn't merely a matter of monetary compensation. He had been given a place to stay. Although the Uchiha clan had many vacant houses, they remained the property of the Uchiha. The Hoshigaki clan was allied with the Uchiha but was not meant to serve as their vassals. Temporary accommodation was acceptable, but eventually, a move would be necessary. It was wiser to find a suitable residence in advance. Takumi Kimura inherited the legacy of Danzo, and, through his affiliation with the Umbu's Spark Society, submitted a portion to Konoha. However, the majority was intercepted by the Spark Society for developmental funding. They were not lacking in real estate. Furthermore, they proposed 3 exceedingly enticing offers. The first was to assist the Kisame clan in developing techniques suited to them. The second was to enhance their abilities. The third was the alteration of appearance. The first 2 seemed indistinguishable, and Kisame was not particularly concerned about them. His primary focus lay on the third proposal. Although he had come to terms with his own appearance, he harbored a desire for any future offspring to be spared the label of monster. This concern, albeit unfounded given his current solitude, lingered in his thoughts. Having resolved to settle in Konoha and allied himself with the Uchiha clan, he anticipated a future of growth and expansion within the village. Who would wish to remain unattractive if the opportunity to become handsome was within reach? Presently, Kisame's complexion remained unchanged, yet the distinct features of his shark-like visage had faded. Even his once prominent fangs now appeared as pristine and flawless. After finishing his dental hygiene, he grimaced slightly. Since his appearance had transformed, he had not ventured out much, thus he remained indifferent to it. While his teeth were indeed aesthetically pleasing, they felt somewhat foreign and prone to catching food particles. Kisame disposed of his toothpick responsibly, recalling the last time he carelessly littered in the laboratory, which led Takumi to forget the anesthetic and conduct a vivisection experiment on him. The memory sent a shiver down his spine. Hey, Takumi, could you eat a bit faster? I'll administer the anesthetic myself. It'll kick in just as you finish, Kisame remarked, not waiting for a response as he prepared to inject himself. Wait a moment. No anesthetic today. What? Do you think me foolish? I just devoured a substantial meal. You would undoubtedly forget the anesthetic again, seizing the chance for revenge. If you want to let me have it, I'll take it anyway. Upon hearing Takumi's protest, Kisame hastened to inject the anesthetic, flooding his system with enough to incapacitate a bull. The others stood in stunned silence. Takumi, I warned you, excessive anesthetic can be detrimental to the mind. Moreover, to ensure his incapacitation, the dosage had been significantly increased, and after such a prolonged period, it was inevitable that his cognitive faculties would be affected. Just yesterday, it had been stated that today would be the final day for a comprehensive examination of his physical condition, with no need for dissection. Thus, amidst the banter and jest of his companions, Kisame reluctantly succumbed to the effects of the anesthetic, drifting into a deep slumber. Takuno Kimura couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern regarding whether Kisame's mind had indeed been compromised by the anesthetic. In recent days, Takuno had relied on his exceptional medical ninjutsu, treating Kisame as a mere specimen for dissection. He engaged in this practice multiple times each day, and it could be said that the individuals who understood Kisame's physiology best were not Kisame himself, but rather Takuno Kimura and the members of the Spark Society research team. The initial intention behind studying Kisame's body stemmed from a curiosity about the abundant chakra possessed by the Hoshigaki clan and to validate some knowledge acquired in his previous life. In a previous life, Takuno Kimura heard that sharks have the ability to excrete urine through their skin, which is why shark meat contains a significant amount of uric acid and is deemed inedible. However, the prowess of shark skin extends beyond mere excretion. It can also absorb and filter seawater to obtain fresh water. This concept parallels the phenomenon of respiration through the skin, which allows cells to gradually accumulate natural energy, thereby enhancing cellular strength and yielding a greater abundance of chakra. Consequently, the water-absorbing capabilities of shark skin could similarly facilitate this process. It is precisely this realization that prompted Takuno Kimura, who initially held little interest in Kisame, to extend an invitation for him to join the laboratory. It is noteworthy that the location of the laboratory, belonging to the Spark Society, remains known only to its core members. Other participants are merely obscured in their perception during their transformation, aware of the existence of such a place but oblivious to its precise whereabouts. Upon uncovering the secretive influence of Takuno Kimura, Kisame found himself in awe and developed a desire to form an alliance. Previously, he regarded Kimura as merely a rising star. Despite having a powerful mentor in the form of the Hokage, Kisame believed this was solely due to enhanced combat prowess and a formidable backing. Such factors were insufficient to instill fear in him. However, now there was a palpable sense of apprehension. This trepidation is understandable, as individuals in the world of Hokage often revere power and status, sometimes even more than raw strength. This is evident in the influence that feudal lords wield over the ninja villages. The succession of Hokage must involve negotiation with the feudal lords. Following the Third Great Ninja War, Danzo even attempted to leverage the feudal lords to eliminate the third Hokage and promote Orochimaru, who had already made a deal with him. Ultimately, the third Hokage managed to recommend Minato Namikaze instead. Initially, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire sought to support Danzo, but the other attendees recognized Minato's contributions, each harboring their own agendas, leading to a vote that resulted in Minato becoming the fourth Hokage. Thus, Danzo's dream of indirectly seizing the Hokage position was shattered. This scenario underscores the considerable influence that the feudal lords hold over the ninja villages. The hasty ascension of Tsunade to the Hokage position was primarily due to the third Hokage's fear of her potential departure, leading to a decision that ensured immediate security before informing the feudal lords. The third Hokage was, in essence, serving as a temporary Hokage until the fifth was appointed. It is only natural that Konoha would nominate Tsunade as the fifth Hokage, especially since the village reached a consensus and collectively endorsed her. However, it is rumored that the feudal lord is quite displeased with this decision and is considering reducing Konoha's funding. Takuno Kimura shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He awakened Kisame and commenced the final experiment. Chapter 74. The Hunt at the Starfire Society's base. The experiments were progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, on the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass, a fierce chase was unfolding. The ninja world was abundant in natural energy, with towering trees and colossal plants. Even the ferocious beasts were of immense size. Any single one of them, if encountered in the real world, would be regarded as a mythical creature, sparking considerable commotion online. Yet, in the realm of ninjas, such creatures were commonplace, typically classified as ninja beasts. While ninja might inflict harm upon civilians, ninja beasts were even more menacing. In large nations, the presence of powerful ninja villages offered protection. These beasts were usually subdued and bound as contract summoning beasts, or, if they were wild and unruly, they would end up on the dining table. However, smaller nations faced a more precarious situation. They were unable to contend with formidable beasts and had to summon ninjas from larger nations, who, of course, demanded payment for their services. Ninja beasts generally refrained from antagonizing ninjas, choosing instead to prey upon the innocent. Thus, when civilian villages were besieged by these beasts, they either had to pay for a ninja's assistance or endure the onslaught. After all, the ninjas of small villages were unlikely to intervene voluntarily. This led to a disaster of rampant wild ninja beasts in some small nations, where the populace not only suffered under the oppression of bandits and the exploitation of ninjas, but also endured attacks from these beasts. One village on the border of the Land of Grass had suffered an invasion from a ninja boar the previous night. This boar was peculiar, towering several meters high. Yet its head was only the size of a human's. Some keen-eyed individuals even swore that the boar's head was indeed that of a human. The village chief, terrified, rushed to the hidden grass village for assistance. Even if it meant being exploited by the rogue ninjas there, he had no choice. After all, a creature that resembled a human-headed pig could very well be a man-eater. While the chief sought help from the hidden grass village, in the forest surrounding the village, a massive wolf was tracking a pig with a human head. This pig was none other than Danzo. At this moment, Danzo's physique had transformed dramatically from a mere piglet to a size comparable to that of an ordinary elephant. Remarkably, his head had seemingly reverted to that of a normal human. The exquisite, feminine face that Takino had once crafted for him had been partially restored by Kabuto. But given Kabuto's limited skills, Danzo merely appeared somewhat human. Yet, astonishingly, Danzo had managed to regain his human appearance on his own. If Takuno Kimura were present, he would surely be astounded. What was happening? Had the transformation technique failed? Certainly not. Danzo was swiftly navigating the obstacles of deadwood, albeit his bulk hindered his agility. He had overestimated his jumping capability and stumbled, causing his speed to diminish. The massive wolf, merely toying with its prey, had not been serious in its pursuit. However, as Danzo slowed, the wolf took the opportunity to swipe at him or gnaw at his flesh, leaving multiple wounds on Danzo's body. "You beast! You are more savage than Takino Kimura. I shall feast upon you." The wolf, understanding the human tongue, regarded Danzo's words with derision, continuing its playful chase. Danzo fled further until he reached a narrow gorge, where he leapt several times before collapsing onto the ground, panting as if he could run no more. The wolf, seeing this, grinned maliciously. Its prey was finally exhausted. It had played enough, and it was time to conclude the hunt with a delectable feast. The wolf dashed forward eagerly. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the wolf's front legs collapsed, causing it to plunge halfway into the pit. As it struggled to escape, Danzo, who had appeared utterly fatigued, suddenly sprang up and kicked the wolf into the deep hole. Without pausing, Danzo circled around the gorge and pushed several massive boulders down upon the wolf. The boulders fell, crashing into the pit below with a resounding roar. The wolf was crushed to death. Danzo cackled in delight, approaching to consume his meal in a rather peculiar manner. He moved the boulders aside and sat atop the wolf's carcass, aligning his own wounds with those of the wolf. After a long moment of stillness, as if preparing for something, he suddenly bellowed, "Ninjutsu, flesh rebirth technique." The wolf's body rapidly shrank, while Danzo's form swelled significantly. In an instant, the wolf's cells were absorbed by Danzo. He had learned the flesh rebirth technique. It was a skill beyond the capabilities of even Tsunade and Shizen. What was happening? "Takino Kimura, you could never have imagined this turn of events. I shall make you repay every torment I endured." Danzo gritted his teeth, recalling the horrors he had faced. It was during his time in Orochimaru's laboratory that the negative energy Takino had intentionally released weakened the soul energy residing within Danzo. While this was not initially a concern, this diminished energy could still monitor Danzo and even disrupt his soul. What proved disastrous was that Takino had toyed with Danzo far too many times. During his time in the root, Takino and the Starfire Society members had subjected Danzo to countless tortures, resurrecting him again and again with the flesh rebirth technique. They had repeatedly pulled his soul back into his body at the moment of death, conditioning his soul to adapt to death itself, so that even after departing, Danzo's soul could engage with Takino's energy. When Takino was present, Danzo could do nothing. But what transpired when he was absent? That day, Takino had unleashed a sage art, Raisin Shuriken upon Orochimaru and Sasori, devastating these two formidable figures, nearly killing them. And what of Danzo, who was merely an ordinary pig at that time? Toanzo was instantly obliterated by the explosion. Fortunately, Orochimaru's base was underground, sparing Toanzo from being shattered like a small hill. Instead, he succumbed to the shockwave. Upon his death, as soon as his soul departed, he became aware of his surroundings. Initially, he intended to flee, but this time, Kimura Takuya's soul energy did not emerge to impede him, as Kimura was preoccupied unleashing a powerful technique against Orochimaru. Realizing Kimura was too occupied to notice him, Toanzo was filled with ecstatic relief. He was finally on the verge of liberation, eager to escape. He soon discovered that the further his soul strayed from his body, the weaker he became. It felt as though his essence was being drawn towards another realm, a place of spiritual purity, the ultimate sanctuary for souls. He resisted vehemently. He did not wish to depart just yet. He still had ambitions unfulfilled and a great humiliation to avenge. In a flash, Toanzo turned and rushed towards the pig body that had brought him such disgrace. For the first time, he voluntarily merged with the swine form. He recalled how Kimura had brutally bound his soul to this pig, and after much struggle, Kimura had ultimately succeeded. However, this time, his integration was remarkably swift, even though the pig was already dying and could not endure much longer. In this dire moment, Toanzo recalled Kimura's technique of flesh regeneration. He attempted to replicate it, but it was futile. Just as despair began to envelop him and his soul threatened to separate once more, he discovered the residual soul energy Kimura had left within the pig. This soul energy had previously been drained of its negative essence, rendering it quite feeble. Now, further weakened by the explosion of spiral energy, it could no longer interfere with Toanzo's spirit. Upon this revelation, a torrent of old grievances surged within him. Toanzo's soul, disregarding all caution, surged towards the soul energy. Without Kimura's control, the energy was gradually consumed by Toanzo. Although the process was slow, he ultimately succeeded in absorbing it. Afterward, Toanzo realized he could use the technique of flesh regeneration. He immediately employed it, drawing from the remaining living cells of the pig. He became noticeably leaner. Yet he was resurrected. He had mastered the art of flesh regeneration, though he could not utilize it without cost, as Kimura Takuya did. It was undeniable that Toanzo had acquired this miraculous ninjutsu. He resolved to escape and sought to join the Akatsuki organization, crossing the borders of the Land of Fire. He traversed the Land of Grass. Originally, he would have reached the Land of Rain through the Land of Grass, but his repeated attempts to seize a new body were thwarted by the absence of suitable hosts, merely worthless peasants incapable of yielding chakra, occasionally encountering ninjas. He sorrowfully recognized that he was merely a pig and could not compete. Thus, he began hunting beasts, gradually augmenting his form. At last, Toanzo, having refined the meager chakra from the pig's body, utilized a simple, formless earth technique to create traps. He successfully hunted his first giant wolf beast. Upon absorption, he felt a significant increase in his chakra. Were it not for the pig's hooves preventing him from forming hand seals, he sensed his strength could have been fully restored. After all, the chakra of a colossal beast surpassed that of most humans. This was the miraculous technique of flesh regeneration that Toanzo had covertly learned. Had Kimura Takuya personally imparted it, Toanzo would undoubtedly have understood that the essence of flesh regeneration was true transformation, to revert to human form. He need not master flesh regeneration, akin to the members of the Starfire Society. He could simply grasp the formless transformation technique to revert using the flesh of his own head as a foundation. Regrettably, he remained unaware. Thus, even with the so-called miraculous healing ninjutsu, he could not revert to his human form. This illustrates the awkwardness of pilfered knowledge, understanding the outcome without grasping the underlying principle. Many things unfold in this way. Knowing how to achieve something does not guarantee success if the nuances elude you, akin to certain magic tricks where the principle is simple, yet the method remains elusive. After absorbing the flesh of the giant wolf, Toanzo shook off the excess fat, marveling as his scars healed instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Truly miraculous, he exclaimed. Just then, a figure emerged from the dense forest. In an instant, the figure transitioned from the thicket to stand before Toanzo. Upon closer inspection, Toanzo beheld a figure clad in a white high-collared robe, with bandages wrapped around both hands and face. The individual's hair was white, and even the skin visible on their forehead was snow white. After the figure settled before Toanzo, they spoke. I never anticipated the illustrious Toanzo of the Hidden Leaf would also master the Gyro technique. Who are you? Toanzo inquired. I am Beirut, merely an unnamed individual. I doubt Lord Toanzo would remember me. Beirut? Toanzo gasped. How could he not remember Beirut? He had once deemed him a talent. Back when the route was newly established. It was a time of great growth, desperately in need of capable individuals. Toanzo had intended to safeguard Beirut, yet at that time, Root was not yet formidable. Saratobi Hiruzen was still in his prime, and even his disciples, the legendary three ninjas, had just gained fame in the Third Great Ninja War. Consequently, Toanzo held little sway. His status akin to that of the other two advisors to the Hokage, and thus failed to protect Beirut. Unexpectedly, this Beirut had managed to elude the pursuit of the now famous legendary three ninjas and had become a rogue ninja, disappearing without a trace. Later, Toanzo had sent people to search for Beirut, but without making a significant effort, they failed to find him, and the matter was left unresolved. The techniques Toanzo acquired from Orochimaru regarding arm transplantation were derived from the Gyro technique that Beirut had left behind. At this thought, Toanzo could not help but curse Saratobi Hiruzen internally. That old man allowed his disciples to utilize Beirut's data for inhumane experiments on fellow villagers while deliberately letting him escape. Beirut's plight was tragic, as it coincided with the Third Great Ninja War. Witnessing his contemporaries, the legendary three, not only endowed with exceptional talents but also experiencing fortuitous opportunities to enhance their strength, he became frantic to attain similar power. Lacking his own opportunities, he sought to seize that of others, leading to the development of the Gyro technique, allowing him to merge with other beings. Initially, he only fused with various ninja beasts. However, when a young man named Kakashi acquired a Sharingan from a fallen comrade on the battlefield, his strength surged. Beirut became obsessed. This was precisely how his Gyro technique should be utilized. He commenced his research on human anatomy, initially focusing on the corpses of enemy ninjas from the battlefield. However, as the war subsided and the bodies of rival ninjas became scarce, he, much like Orochimaru, turned his attention to capturing ninja prisoners. Unfortunately, his luck was poor. He was soon discovered and, lacking any support, was swiftly issued a death order by the third Hokage, who dispatched the legendary Sannin to hunt him down. How absurd. At that very moment, Orochimaru was engaged in similar activities. Eventually, Orochimaru's heinous acts of slaughtering fellow villagers came to light, yet he was released by the third Hokage himself. If Takaya Kimura were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly affirm the wisdom of his previous decision to remain hidden. When lacking power and allies, it is indeed prudent to adopt a strategy of survival. However, Takaya Kimura no longer needed to conceal himself, whereas Beirut still awaited the opportune moment to arrive. 10 years had passed since he escaped from Konoha. Beirut had perfected the study of the Kiara technique, identifying all the sacrificial candidates and placing them under puppet spells. He had also selected the mystical Mount Sumeru, imbued with unique energy fields, awaiting the celestial event of a solar eclipse in the coming years. At that time, with heaven, earth, and humanity in alignment, 5 different bloodline ninjas, whose abilities complemented one another, would form a harmonious formation of the 5 elements. Utilizing the Kiara technique to mediate, Beirut would achieve the perfect human embodiment of the 5 elements. The positive energy would emerge from the harmonious flow of the elements, while the negative energy would arise in opposition. The union of yin and yang would give rise to Tai Chi, whose rotation would lead to the rebirth of Wuji. The path of Wuji is timeless and boundless. This would truly embody the essence of an immortal being. Should such a vision come to fruition, it is possible that the ninja world would witness the birth of a being of 6 paths caliber. Yet, Beirut has now discovered a technique even more exquisite than the Kiara. Having dedicated a decade to the study of the Kiara, how could he not discern whether Danzo was employing it? His inquiry was merely a test. Ah, yes, I am indeed using the Kiara technique. Due to certain circumstances, my physical condition has deteriorated, and I have had to switch bodies. Oh, it seems Lord Danzo has rather unique tastes. Your new form resembles that of a sow? What do you want? Danzo's irritation was palpable, but having just witnessed Bairuhu's formidable strength, he knew this was not the moment to confront him. He merely suppressed his anger, for enduring such indignities was trivial compared to what he had previously faced. Haha, I merely wish to inquire about Lord Danzo's secret techniques, though I suppose you will not divulge them. I can only ask for your understanding. Danzo turned to flee, but he was no match for the swift Bairuhu. In an instant, he was captured. Bairuhu summoned a colossal beast resembling a dragon tortoise, carrying Danzo away toward Mount Sumeru. This location was also where the land of earth met the land of grass, a convergence seemingly fated. After several days of research within Mount Sumeru, Bairuhu marveled at Danzo on the experimental table. He had confirmed that Danzo possessed a technique that could flawlessly rectify the Kiara's flaws. However, no amount of torment could compel Danzo to speak, much to Bairuhu's frustration. If all else failed, there remained one method: to merge Danzo with the Kiara technique, thereby subduing his soul and controlling him to unleash that ninjutsu. This was the true power of the Kiara, capable of not only seizing bloodlines but also merging and controlling others. Bairuhu had previously dismissed Danzo's Sao form, but he resolved to proceed with his plan. Ninjutsu, Kiara technique. A multitude of blue-gray tentacles surged forth from Bairuhu's body, enveloping Danzo and merging them together. Bairuhu erupted into laughter, preparing to suppress Danzo's soul. Aha! Become a part of me. Your ninjutsu shall serve my purpose. Submit to my control. Yet, inexplicably, Bairuhu suddenly cried out in agony. The tentacles formed from the Kiara technique writhed violently. Bairuhu, now fused with Danzo, trembled uncontrollably, as if two souls were battling for dominion over the body. After a prolonged struggle, Bairuhu's body finally stilled. Fool, with such weak soul strength, not even a fraction of Kimura Dekeya's, you dare to devour me? He scoffed. Or perhaps it was Danzo who laughed. Having endured Bairuhu's torturous interrogations, Danzo found them rather tedious and even amusing. He had experienced death in countless forms and was hardly intimidated by these methods. Not only was he unfazed, but he had also gleaned significant information regarding the Kiara technique from Bairuhu's rants, perhaps due to Bairuhu's foolish boasting or overconfidence. Bairuhu had unwittingly revealed his entire plan for immortality. An immortal body? Truly a genius. What a pity that I now detest geniuses. You and Kimura Dekeya are alike, both overly confident in your victories. Now you can only regret revealing your ability to suppress souls and steal my ninjutsu. And Kimura Dekeya will surely lament resurrecting me hundreds of times. Danzo seethed, yearning to return to Konoha and exact revenge on Kimura. Yet he understood the formidable strength of Kimura. Just a sliver of unconscious soul energy had taken him half a day to consume. In contrast, Bairuhu's soul was weak and pitiable. With only a few efforts, he devoured Bairuhu's essence entirely. However, since this was Danzo's first experience consuming a conscious soul, he could not yet erase its consciousness. Nevertheless, it posed no significant issue. With the entire soul consumed, could a mere awareness devoid of energy continue to resist? Danzo effortlessly suppressed Bairuhu's consciousness. The tentacles of the Kiara technique were retracted into Danzo's own body. Now, Danzo had fully claimed Bairuhu's form. Though he was no longer the frail child he once was, he incorporated aspects of his own pig-like body into Bairuhu's, transforming it into a figure of immense strength. Towering over 3 meters and weighing over 300 kilograms, muscles bulging yet still possessing remarkable speed. With a thunderous crash, Danzo unleashed his speed, smashing through a wall and creating a sizable crater. Haha, this is power, but it is not enough. I must complete the ultimate form of the Kiara technique. At that moment, Kimura Dekeya, I shall demand 1,000-fold retribution. The resounding noise attracted the attention of Bairuhu's subordinates outside. Lord Bairuhu? They were mistaken. He was no longer Bairuhu. Tuanzong instantaneously transported himself, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated the head of one of his adversaries. He swiftly repeated the act, shattering the skull of another. In an instant, the air was thick with the mist of blood, and the metallic scent was overwhelming. Among the 3 subordinates of Bairuhu, only a female ninja remained. Haha, this is true power, sheer power. Tuanzong cackled, reveling in the strength unleashed by his swift movements and formidable physique. Suddenly, he turned to gaze upon the petrified female ninja. A thought struck him, and he lunged forward, pinning her to the ground. Shameless creature, clad in such revealing attire. Are you akin to a sow? Do you comprehend what fate befalls a sow? With a ripping sound, her garments were torn asunder. Tuanzong's primal instincts surged forth. A day later, Tuanzong finally emerged from his frenzy, only to find the female ninja beneath him had long since succumbed to the chill of death. Upon closer inspection, her abdomen appeared to have been violently torn apart, a sight so gruesome it was utterly appalling. Tuanzong rose, casting a dispassionate glance at the horrific scene, and began to contemplate the matter of Gue Yaluo. Initially, he had intended to await several years until the solar eclipse for the completion of Gue Yaluo's perfect form. However, with the advent of the flesh and blood replacement technique, this limitation could now be circumvented, allowing him to activate the plan directly. The explosive escape technique, utilized by the rock ninjas, could lead to the formation of steel release after absorption. The bloodline sensory ninja from the land of water, after consumption, could yield the formation of nether release. The magnetic release from the cloud ninjas, once devoured, could generate storm release. Lastly, the scorch release from the sand ninjas could result in swift release. The scorch release user, Yi Tsong, had perished during the Third Great Ninja War, having been unearthed and consumed by Baloo over a decade ago. This was the reason Baloo had previously demonstrated the swift release technique. Next came the most crucial element, Kakashi Ataki Sharingan. Kakashi possessed the Sharingan and also wielded chakra with 5 elemental attributes. By amalgamating the chakra of the previous 4, along with Baloo's own, he could forge a powerful 5-elemental bloodline. Yet, even at this stage of potency, it would merely be a pseudo 5-elemental form, as the elements remained disparate and could not coalesce perfectly. To achieve this, it was essential to absorb Kakashi's innate 5 elements as a foundation, thus creating a formidable natural 5-elemental structure. Once the 5 elements flowed harmoniously, he would attain true immortality. With this in mind, Tuanzong closed his eyes and activated the puppet curse that Baloo had previously concealed within these individuals. One by one, he would proceed, careful to avoid drawing the attention of the 5 great nations, beginning with the explosive escape technique. Just as Tuanzong commenced his hunt for the bloodline ninja, the narrative unfolds. Takumi Kimura remains utterly oblivious to all that lies within the realm of Mount Sumeru, Konoha Village, Hokage Tower. Takino Kimura was unexpectedly summoned by Tsunade. The subordinate of Orochimaru, known as Kabuto, who had been captured earlier, had revealed the location of Orochimaru's lair from his memories. This scoundrel had actually ventured into a small nation to establish a hidden village. What kind of hidden village is this? Kimura Takumi feigned ignorance. The Sound Ninja Village. Chapter 77, The Sound Ninja Village. So, am I to eliminate the Sound Ninja Village? Indeed, the Land of Rice, fully aware that Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha, still permits him to establish a ninja village within their territory. This is a provocation against Konoha. As Hokage, I command you to lead the Umbu to eradicate the Sound Ninja Village. However, did not the daimyo's residents previously meddle in your role as Hokage, expressing dissatisfaction with Konoha's unilateral decision to appoint you as the 5th Hokage without prior consultation? The daimyo's residents even reduced Konoha's funding. This reckless assault on a foreign ninja village may very well provoke the daimyo once again. Takuya Kimura expressed his concerns, only to be met with a stern reprimand from Tsunade. It is precisely for this reason that action must be taken. The annihilation of the small ninja village is essential to foster a sense of dependence from the feudal lords towards the Hidden Leaf Village, ensuring it stems from reliance rather than fear, and subsequently continuing the reduction of funding. Thus, the Umbu must be deployed. This operation must leave no trace. The destruction of the Sound Ninja Village is imperative. Shizuki and Black Panther will accompany 2 teams of Umbu in this endeavor. I see now. I understand. Takuya Kimura nodded in agreement and stepped outside to find Shizuki and Black Panther, only to discover that the 2 had been waiting outside for quite some time. They bowed respectfully to Takuya, not merely due to his status as a disciple of the Hokage, but rather because of his formidable prowess. Initially, their respect stemmed from a wounded person's gratitude towards a healer, and they often jested with Takuya once they became familiar with his character. However, following the revelation of Takuya's defeat of Orochimaru, their regard for him deepened significantly, albeit with a certain degree of formality that had crept in. Takuya glanced at the Umbu operatives behind them. Although they wore masks, the familiar chakra of the ninja tiger could not be concealed from him. After all, it was Takuya who had assisted them in obscuring their presence with sealing techniques. Realizing they were all allies, he decided to drop the pretense. Let us proceed, he declared. Haha, Takuya. Captain Shizuki's hair is too conspicuous, yet you still recognized me even with a mask. Black Panther removed his mask, revealing himself to be Oda R, who had previously received Takuya's assistance in healing his injuries. Oda R was now thriving, having encountered Tsunade shortly after his recovery, which significantly enhanced his abilities. He had been longing for an opportunity to prove himself when Tsunade, now the Hokage, sought to establish her own Umbu. After a lengthy absence from Konoha, Tsunade immediately thought of Oda R, requesting the 3rd Hokage to transfer him, and even recommended his captain to Tsunade. Thus, the 2 became Umbu leaders together. Following Danzo's demise, their ranks swelled with formidable individuals from the root, placing both Oda R and his captain in a period of flourishing careers. They were both doing quite well. Don't change the subject. I still remember those 2 barbecues. Oda R exclaimed. Takuya, ever since that day, we've been quite busy and Haven T had the chance to find you. Whenever we had time, you were often nowhere to be found. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. First, let us settle your meal. After the mission is complete, we can enjoy Sister Yuin's cooking. Takuya Kimura secured Oda Ryo's arm and guided him towards the barbecue restaurant, followed closely by a group eager to indulge without cost. Inside the restaurant, as the group feasted, Kimura's gaze frequently drifted towards Yuzuki Yuin, who was coughing discreetly. Her attire was so tightly fitted that it concealed much, prompting him to serve her additional portions of meat. This action could hardly escape the notice of an ordinary woman, let alone a perceptive kunoichi. Yuzuki Yuin stifled a laugh, reflecting on how her figure had returned to its former state, having regained her former shape through nourishment. Yet, she nostalgically reminisced about the days when her chest was less pronounced. Now, like before, she had to wrap herself tightly before every mission, otherwise, the movement would compromise her balance during combat. In the world of skilled fighters, even the slightest miscalculation could spell the difference between life and death. She had even contemplated seeking Kimura's assistance and reducing her size, but quickly dismissed the thought, feeling too embarrassed. When Kimura had treated her in the past, she had been oblivious, not pondering the implications at the time. Recently, she had learned that during his healing sessions in the hospital, Kimura's shadow clones needed to touch the afflicted areas with both hands. This raised questions in her mind. When he transferred flesh to the afflicted area, did he also need to use both hands? Had she, on that day, unwittingly allowed this young man to take advantage of her? As this realization dawned on her, her cheeks flushed, and she cast a sharp glance at Kimura, who mistakenly believed he had been caught stealing glances. Little did he know, Yuin was lost in these thoughts. If Kimura were to learn of her musings, he would surely deny it vehemently. After all, the shadow clones did not possess separate souls. Their awareness was merely an extension of the primary consciousness, incapable of utilizing the flesh regeneration technique directly. They relied on the soul energy Kimura provided, utilizing others' chakra to conserve their own. Thus, the need for prolonged contact with the patients was essential. The misunderstanding, however, seemed destined to remain unresolved. After their meal, the group gathered their gear and supplies before setting off towards the land of rice. With Sai absent, they could not fly, so the ninjas resorted to running, journeying for several days until they finally reached their destination. This was Kimura's first experience traversing such a distance on foot, and he silently vowed to promote the use of flying devices upon their return. The challenges of being a ninja were daunting. Each mission seemed to demand relentless physical exertion. Despite the myriad of aerial jutsu available, their widespread application remained elusive. Takuya Kimura added another task to his memorandum, nestled within the forest that houses the village of Sound, known as the Land of Rice Fields. The inhabitants of Konoha lay in ambush at the exit of the Sound Ninja village. Oda are transformed into a leopard-like form, his nose twitching as he communicated through the mind net. The scent of serpents is quite potent here. This must be the location. The intelligence is accurate, not a deliberate fabrication of false memories. Speaking of which, Takuno, your abilities are remarkably useful, akin to those of the Umbu. It is a pity you are not part of their ranks. Oda refrained from inquiring about Takuno's techniques. Prying into the jutsu of others is a grave taboo within the ninja realm, much like the surreptitious acquisition of martial arts in a world of chivalry. Nevertheless, Takuno discerned the yearning within Oda's heart. I apologize, but I cannot impart this skill to you. The mind net can only be activated with me as its focal point. Haha, Takuno, I recognize your uniqueness. Even your medical ninjutsu is beyond Lady Tsunade's grasp. I imagine the mind net is similarly a distinctive technique, so do not take my words to heart. That was not my intention. Regardless of Oda's true intent, several members within the Spark Society expressed a desire to learn the mind net. After all, even though the roots have been severed, each exchange remains shrouded in obscurity. Please make a note of this matter as well. On Takaya Kimura's notebook, yet another task was added. A casual flip-through revealed an overwhelming array of tasks, none of which had been completed. Sweat dripped down his brow. Suddenly, someone approached. Chapter 78, The Wind Demon Clan at the entrance of the Sound Ninja Village's underground palace. The ninjas of Konoha lay in ambush a distance away, uncertain of the strength within the Sound Ninja Village. Thus, Takaya refrained from a hasty assault, instead joining his comrades and observing the entrance while sensing the situation of the ninjas inside. Out of nowhere, a frail ninja, clad in a hood and sporting vibrant orange hair, dashed towards the entrance, only to be ensnared by a trap hidden on the ground, hanging helplessly in midair. In an instant, 3 figures appeared. How reckless! Lord Orochimaru is currently merging bodies. I am curious to see who dares to disturb him. One stepped forward and removed the hood, revealing a cute girl with purple eyes and orange hair. Sasami? Hatsu? Tombo? Where is brother Erashur? Where has he gone? The weak Sasami, suspended in the air, soon felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Yet, disregarding her peril, she pressed the 3 in front of her for answers. These 3 were her kin, members of the Wind Demon clan, and her true objective lay with another, Erashur, the talented youth of their clan. Days prior, some clan members claimed they had finally established a connection with a certain lord, securing a chance to join the Sound Ninja Village. They believed that by bringing the genius of the Wind Demon clan, that lord would assist in reviving their clan. Thus, these 3, alongside Sasami's brother, Erashur, had joined the Sound Ninja Village. Sasami pondered deeply, sensing something amiss. After all, that lord was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a rogue ninja of S rank. When that lord first arrived in the Land of Rice and established the Sound Ninja Village, he had no interest in the Wind Demon clan. This sudden acceptance, particularly calling for Erashur, felt utterly suspicious. Rumors hinted that Orochimaru had become a rogue ninja after using fellow villagers as subjects for his experiments, only to be discovered. If he could experiment on his own kin, what might he do to others? The sudden interest in Erasure, was he to be another test subject? Thus, Sasami stepped forward, determined to protect her brother, who had always shielded her since childhood. It was her turn to safeguard him, leading to her audacious venture into the Sound Ninja Village alone. Orochimaru needs Arashi's body. He has willingly offered himself. In return, Orochimaru promised to aid our clan's revival. Impossible. What revival demands the sacrifice of a comrade? I must speak with Brother Erasure. Whether you believe it or not, you cannot enter. Out of respect for our kin, I shall let you leave. Do not test my patience. The male ninja named Hatsu waved his oversized scissor-like weapon, lowering Sasami to the ground and warning her to depart, threatening her life if she dared return. Seeing no other option, Sasami complied, though her eyes reflected her unwillingness to surrender. She limped away, seeking refuge in a dilapidated temple. Alone, she tended to her trapped ankle, lacking any medicinal salve. She scavenged some familiar herbs outside, crushing them and applying them haphazardly to her injury. Yet, she had no knowledge of herbal identification. She simply recognized them as herbs, unaware they were unsuitable for her ailment. That was bulrush, meant for treating blood in the stool. And the medicinal part was the root, not the leaves. Who's there? A young ninja descended from the roof. Upon seeing a ninja, Sasami quickly grasped a kunai. Who are you? What do you want? Do not be alarmed. I am Takaya Kimura, a medical ninja. I merely wish to inform you that bulrush will not cure your sprain. Who is treating a sprain? You are the one with a sprain. Your entire family has sprains. Oh? Then you were hoping to use that for your injury? You don't recognize that herb, do you? Haha. Enough. It's none of your business. Clang. Angered. The orange-haired girl hurled her kunai. Yet, her strength was insufficient. Takaya effortlessly caught the weapon between two fingers. Child, throwing kunai at a ninja could result in dire consequences. Swish, swish, swish. Several kunai flew towards her. Ah, Sasami, believing she had met her end, cried out, only to realize she was unscathed. The kunai merely pinned her clothes to the wooden floor. When she regained her senses, she saw Takaya using medical ninjutsu to treat her injury. In a short while, her bruises vanished, and she felt her ankle regain mobility. Remarkable. He appears to be my age, yet he wields medical ninjutsu with a skill that even many adults lack. You, who are you really? Haha, I'm a ninja from Konoha, here to pursue Orochimaru. You seem to possess some knowledge about the Sound Ninja Village. Could you share it with me? Do not jest. Though you are impressive, you appear merely to be a medical ninja. Do you truly believe you can pursue that lord? Do you understand he is an S-rank rogue ninja? Is Konoha so cruel as to send low-rank ninjas to their deaths? Sasami, upon hearing Takaya's true intentions, was left speechless. Realizing the pervasive darkness within the ninja world, even in the 5 great villages, Takaya merely scratched his nose and replied with a hint of jest. I wouldn't say it's a death sentence. While I may be just a lowly ninja, I am quite formidable. How formidable can a lowly ninja be? At the entrance of the Sound Ninja Village, there are 3 elite jonin guarding it. I advise you against attempting to enter. Those 3 are elite jonin of my clan. They spared me only because I am one of them. If you go there and are captured, you will surely be killed. In the shadows. The Umbu members from Konoha trembled at her words. The life of a ninja was indeed arduous. Haha, my apologies. I have undergone professional training and generally do not laugh so heartily. Oda Ryo emerged from the shadows, laughing so hard his hands resembled claws. Seeing this, the others also revealed themselves, joining Takaya Kimura. Well then, I suppose you need not worry about me being captured now? Why are there so many of you? Sasami gasped, before finally divulging all she knew regarding the Sound Ninja Village. The 5 Sound Ninja? Perhaps there are other ninjas among them? Indeed, besides the Wind Demon clan. There are other clans and some wandering ninjas. Takuya, let us defer these matters for later. It appears a few friends have arrived outside. Chapter 79, The Transformation of the Beautiful Maiden. No sooner had the perceptive ninja spoken than the entire dilapidated temple began to tremble violently. The structure itself started to crumble and collapse. Earth release, ant hell technique. Outside, a hunchbacked and unsightly figure was executing a ninjutsu. He was indeed one of the 3 individuals who had earlier appeared at the entrance of the Sound Ninja Village's underground palace. An echoing voice resonated from all around. Sasami, you traitor, how dare you divulge Lord Orochimaru's affairs to outsiders? We spared your life, yet you conspire with these outsiders to thwart the resurgence of the Wind Demon clan. You shall meet your demise here alongside these leaf ninjas. How absurd. I had yet to seek you out, and yet you come rushing to your own demise. Takuya Kimura cradled Sasami in his arms, swiftly escaping the house that had already succumbed to the earth. Setting the blushing girl aside, he prepared to confront their adversaries. However, behind him, Oda intervened with a word of restraint. Takuya, they are merely a few petty ninjas from the village. You need not involve yourself. Allow me to handle this. Takuya replied, very well, let me witness your progress over these past few days. Oda retorted, your words give the impression that you are the senior here. With a smile, Takuno Kimura was about to speak when suddenly, an adversary emerged, brandishing a pair of large scissors with a sharp snap, lunging towards him. How infuriating. Must you converse in the presence of the enemy, you leaf ninjas? Bang. Takuya Kimura deftly evaded the attack, yet a large hole was left behind in his wake. The wind demon, brandishing an odd weapon, cackled gleefully as he pursued with oversized scissors in hand. Ha! Do the ninjas of Konoha only know how to flee? Have you ever heard the saying? The stranger the weapon, the swifter the demise. A resounding clang echoed through the air as Yuyuki, witnessing Takuya being taunted and prodded, could no longer contain herself. With a fierce determination, she charged forth, her blade gleaming as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating a cascade of sparks that lit up the battlefield. TSK, Sister Yuyuki, this won't do. Even against a mere special jonin. It seems this skirmish could drag on indefinitely. Meanwhile, members of the Spark Society had yet to reveal their beastly forms. Yet they had thoroughly dispatched the individual known as the Earth Spider. Upon returning, perhaps she could be promoted. Should she choose a tiger or something else? Oh, an idea strikes. The Uchiha clan appears to have a close relationship with a certain feline ninja clan, providing veterinary care and perhaps even a leg replacement. Should not pose a problem, right? It wouldn't be crippling. They could simply regenerate the arm, albeit perhaps a tad slimmer. Alternatively, might they attach the replaced arm to the feline ninja? Wait, could this not lead to double the delight? Hey. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed through the air towards them. Behind Takuno Kimura, the Umbu swiftly launched an attack. A mere genin, lost in a daze on the battlefield. Had fear rendered him senseless? And what of you middle-rank shinobi? Does sheer numbers grant you any advantage? The Earth Spider regarded Takuno Kimura, shielded by a throng of Umbu middle-rank shinobi, with disdain. The Umbu, uninterested in idle chatter, dispatched one of their own to confront him directly. The three members of the Fma clan seemed either overly confident or simply oblivious, perhaps believing they possessed the strength of 3 Jonin. On the side of Konoha, although they had a larger force, only 2 were Jonin, the rest were middle-ranked, and perhaps even a genin among them. Yet, despite this numerical advantage, the elite Jonin of a great ninja village are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, these middle-ranked shinobi were not ordinary. They had been nurtured by the root. Akin to Sai, having ascended through brutality at the tender ages of 12 or 13. This was merely the visible strength, covertly. They were bolstered by the beast warriors of the Starfire Society, their prowess rivaling that of elite Jonin. Although their beast forms remained hidden, their chakra reserves surpassed those of typical Jonin. The white tiger's arm was merely compressed to a standard size. Yet the augmentation of cellular quantity was not exclusive to their beast forms, it had been a constant enhancement. Thus, even without transformation, their chakra levels could reach several times that of an ordinary Jonin, approaching the threshold of a Kage's might. Indeed, it was not long before the individual whom the Earth Spider had derided, a mere middle-rank shinobi, subdued him. This so-called Earth Spider, claiming the rank of Jonin, was nothing more than a reconnaissance specialist with a penchant for spiders, hardly qualifying for such a title in Konoha. Meanwhile, Yuyaka had also managed to subdue her opponent. However, the enigmatic Black Panther was still at a standstill, claiming he needed to demonstrate his abilities but failing to resolve the situation for quite some time. Hey, are you capable of this? Quiet. He.S. hiding underground. I can sense his position. One could see Oda are fully transformed into the Black Panther, resembling a pet dog clad in a tight suit. Crouching low, he listened intently and sniffed about. A sight so pitiful it was hard to believe he was a Jonin of Konoha. Takumi Kimura stood in silence as he approached the other 2 members of the Wind Demon clan, drawing a kunai and pressing it against one man's throat. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a loud bang, and from the fissure emerged a figure, none other than the grotesque Torin. Upon his appearance, Torin attempted a surprise attack to reclaim his comrades. However, the 2 Umbu holding the captives were not about to grant him such an opportunity. They swiftly evaded the assault, leaping aside with the captive in tow. Meanwhile, the Black Panther launched a fierce charge, colliding forcefully with Torin and sending him hurtling away before transforming into a human form. Intent on capturing him, life, in its fleeting nature, resembles the ephemeral existence of a mayfly, born in the morning and perishing by night. The mayfly larvae emerge from the earth, only to break free beneath the sun's radiant light and take flight in a dazzling spectacle, only to vanish in an instant. This epitomizes the fate of the mayfly. Torin's body began to undergo a transformation, morphing into a form reminiscent of a large silkworm chrysalis. Moments later, the chrysalis burst open, releasing a surge of potent chakra that radiated brilliantly. Once the brilliance faded, a luminous chakra silhouette remained. The radiant chakra unfurled, forming 2 pairs of wings resembling those of a dragonfly, manifesting behind the figure. At last, the figure revealed itself to be a stunning girl with azure hair. Her eyes opened, revealing violet irises that sparkled like meticulously polished amethyst. It was almost unfathomable that the hideous creature before had transformed into such an enchanting maiden. The girl parted her lips slightly, and her previously coarse voice had transformed into a melodious and captivating tone. I shall restore the Wind Demon clan to the warmth of the sun's embrace. This is a promise made by Lord Orochimaru himself. For this, I am willing to expend a forbidden jutsu that can be used but once in a lifetime. Upon finishing her declaration, the girl began to swiftly form hand seals. Dragonfly Ninja Art, Bubbles. The chakra wings behind her erupted with 4 powerful streams of chakra, which circumvented the Wind Demon clan members and surged toward the others nearby. But that was not the end. The 4 streams converged into a singular, even more potent force. As the energy intensified, the quality of the chakra escalated, its radiance blinding, compelling those present to shield their eyes. With a deafening explosion, the Leaf Village ninjas were struck, enveloped in a brilliant white light, their fates uncertain. Just before the blinding light erupted, Torin had anticipated this outcome, bowing her head and closing her eyes to evade the flash. When she opened them again, the dazzling light had dissipated, revealing a massive hemispherical chakra shield. To her astonishment, the chakra quality of the shield was nearly on par with her own unleashed chakra. The girl, now appearing as Torin, was left in awe. This was a jutsu birthed from her very essence, the ultimate culmination of the Wind Demon clan's research into chakra. How could it be so easily countered? As the chakra shield dissipated, the Leaf Village ninjas, who had been engulfed in her attack, emerged unscathed. Your Mayfly metamorphosis technique bears a striking resemblance to the butterfly secret art of my Akimichi clan. However, your technique lacks the aid of medicinal enhancements and exerts a more thorough strain on the body, rendering it inferior to our methods, one of the Leaf ninjas remarked. I presume that should you attempt another strike, it would lead to your demise, yes? Is it worth it? Torin felt a pang of despair at these words. Years of research had culminated in this moment, only to be deemed inadequate by the village's formidable ninjas. The 2 pairs of chakra wings behind her showed signs of damage from the previous attack. Indeed, as the opponent had stated, while she still possessed the strength for another strike, the failure of her previous attack left her with little hope for success. Should she launch another attack, her death would be inevitable, and even if she managed to defeat her foes, escape would be impossible. Glancing at the Black Panther, who had evaded the assault, and the other 2 who had avoided the attack, Torin realized that her chances of victory had vanished. The only option left was to flee. In a flash, the girl transformed into a stream of white energy, racing swiftly toward her 2 companions in an attempt to escape with them. Her speed was extraordinary, catching the 2 Leaf ninjas holding the captives off guard. However, Takumi Kimura had anticipated her move and would not allow her to succeed. Activating his silent instant technique, he appeared before the captives in the blink of an eye. Kimura Dakuya's chakra flowed in reverse through his meridians, creating a suction force from the spiraling rotation of chakra within his body. This was indeed the reverse spiral chakra absorption technique. He extended his hands, resting them upon the 2 companions of Tanbo. Simultaneously, the chakra-transformed Tanbo seized hold of her companions. In an instant, Tanbo's chakra was drawn toward Kimura Takuya with an overwhelming force. A scream erupted as Tanbo abruptly reverted from her chakra form, collapsing to the ground. This was a manifestation of her chakra being instantaneously drained. Her 2 companions, initially rendered unconscious, awakened due to their brief role as chakra conduits, only to be subsequently drained of their chakra and fall unconscious once more. However, their situation differed from Tanbo's. She had expended a vast amount of bodily energy in a short span, unleashing a superior quality of high-energy chakra at the cost of her life force. In contrast, their depletion was merely akin to that of ordinary chakra. Nearby, Sasamori observed Kimura Takuya approaching the barely conscious Tanbo. After all, she was one of her kin, and he had spared her once before. Takuya, I implore you, spare my kin. They merely seek to revive the Fma clan, she pleaded, dropping to her knees. Yet, Kimura Takuya paid her no heed, casting a glance at Sasamori before drawing a kunai. There are numerous ways to restore a clan. Aligning oneself with powerful figures is among the swiftest, yet it carries the greatest risks, inviting considerable trouble. In such moments, individuals like you are easily cast aside as cannon fodder. With a swift motion, he plunged the kunai into Tanbo's abdomen as if to execute her on the spot. Sasamori gasped, no. However, she then witnessed Kimura Takuya grip the kunai with his hand, inflicting a wound upon his own palm. He subsequently pressed his injured hand against the freshly made wound on Tanbo's abdomen. Miraculously, the 2 wounds began to merge and heal together instantaneously. The soul of Takuno Kimura brushed against the body of Tanbo. Realizing that her spirit had begun to gradually detach from her corporeal form in such a short span of time, it was evident that this was Tanbo's own will. Having relinquished her existence, perhaps the battle was never her desire. Did she think she could depart without my consent? With a faint smirk, Takunobu Kimura summoned forth a torrent of potent spiritual energy, enveloping the soul of the dragonfly and gently guiding it back into its corporeal form, simultaneously restoring the complete union of body and soul. The entire process was executed with a tenderness that was meticulous and considerate, continuing until the essence of the dragonfly seamlessly fused with every inch of her physical being. This experience was 1,000 times more gentle than the resurrection of a certain one-eyed old man. The disparity in client experiences was stark. The latter was akin to a frenzied dance on a grave, where the deceased was forced back to life, consumed by hatred and a thirst for vengeance. In contrast, the former resembled the gentle caress of spring rain, nurturing life in a quiet, unassuming manner, evoking a profound appreciation for the majesty of existence. The dragonfly slowly opened her eyes, gazing upon the youth who had only moments ago been her adversary. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson for reasons unknown. Meanwhile, Takunobu Kimura hastily severed the connection, clearing his throat. Ahem. I wasn't thinking of anything just now. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not that kind of person. I only have an affinity for older sisters. Takino Kimura swiftly elucidated the situation while simultaneously healing the wounds of both individuals. Beside him, Sasami began to comprehend that Toru seemed to have been saved. You startled me. I thought you were going to kill Toru. Why would I do that? To be frank, I hold a certain admiration for individuals like you, who, undeterred by hardships, are willing to sacrifice even their lives for the revival of your clan. I recall a similar group of people. Really? Takino, do you also know of a ninja clan like mine, the Fma clan, that seeks to resurrect itself? Not a ninja clan, but that clan's revival is fraught with challenges as well, constantly facing exclusion and defamation. To the extent that even partaking in a meal could be deemed a grievous sin by malicious individuals. How can such wicked people exist? What concern is it of theirs if others eat meat? Indeed, that clan is on the brink of revival, yet I fear I may never witness it. However, from their struggles, I have learned that relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. Following the strong can expedite revival. Yet true resurgence ultimately depends on one's own efforts. Leaning on mountains may lead to their collapse, and depending on people may result in their desertion. Lying on the ground, Toru naturally grasped the wisdom in these words. Yet, without the support of that esteemed individual, what path remains for the Fma clan? Takuya Kimura keenly observed Tsubame's performance and recognized her confusion. If one must seek a pillar of support, it should ideally be a reliable one. Do you know why Orochimaru suddenly fled back to the Sound Village? Sasami assisted Tsubame in rising, and the two women turned their gaze towards Takuya, who remained enigmatic. After a prolonged silence, Black Panther could no longer contain himself. All right, let me enlighten you. We are here to deal with Orochimaru's Sound Village. Both my team and Shizuki's are here to confront you insignificant ones. Takuya is the true powerhouse, having single-handedly driven Orochimaru back to this village. If Takuya could vanquish Orochimaru once, he certainly can do so again. You have aligned yourselves with the wrong individuals, do you understand? Oda R, having transformed back into human form, expressed his irritation. After battling foes for a considerable time only to be swiftly defeated by Takuya, he called out to him with a tone lacking respect, even rolling his eyes in disdain. So many women are infatuated with him, and he still seeks more two at once. No less. Bah. What is he, after all, so utterly non-committal? I cannot fathom what the captain sees in him. Is it his youth? Envy, jealousy, and resentment abound. Chapter 81. Here we go again. Indeed, you have allied with the wrong individuals. Takuya Kimura paid no heed to Oda-R's resentment. He merely fixed his gaze upon Oda's arm, then shifted to his eyes, his expression a silent warning. Speak carelessly again, and I shall render you legless. Yuzuki Waika smiled without uttering a word, pondering what Takuya truly intended to do. However, Takano Kimura did not respond in his mind. He simply spoke to Tsubame, inviting her to his room, or rather, to his laboratory, where he was in need of researchers for the foundational studies on chakra. The talents of the Kazekage clan might be more suited for the laboratory, after all. Surely, you would not wish for your kin to become mere fodder for Orochimaru, would you? Upon hearing this, Tsubame gazed at her two comrades lying unconscious on the ground. Since childhood, she had been ostracized for her unattractive appearance and peculiar physique, often referred to as a monster. In contrast, the two individuals, Hake and Jabari, had recognized her worth from a young age. I understand now. I sincerely apologize for my previous actions, Tsubame replied, nodding in agreement to Kimura's proposal, and she pleaded for him to revive her teammates. Subsequently, she divulged intelligence regarding the Sound Village. It appeared that Orochimaru's body had suffered some affliction, transforming him into a serpent, and he sought to possess the body of the young prodigy, Erashur, from the Kazekage clan. In a bid for the revival of her clan, Erashur had willingly consented. At this moment, it was feared that Orochimaru had successfully taken control of Arashi's physical form. Upon hearing this, Takuya Kimura let out a soft chuckle. The technique of Edo Tensei has a 3-year cooldown. It seems that Orochimaru, when he was initially defeated, summoned a small snake through extreme summoning and subsequently utilized Edo Tensei to transfer his soul into the serpent. Now, in his quest to possess Arashi's body, it appears he cannot resort to Edo Tensei once more. Thus, it is likely that he has employed the technique of Gakiero. In the original narrative, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sakura journeyed to the Sound Village in search of Sasuke, only to be thwarted by the trio from the Fma clan. After expending her last ounce of strength, Tsubame managed to escape with her comrades, only to succumb thereafter. Her two companions, in desperation, knelt and pleaded with Orochimaru to save Tsubame, yet were met with his cold refusal. Orochimaru unabashedly declared that the Fma clan was worthless and had the audacity to seek his aid after failing to protect their own against the enemy. Upon hearing these words, the two members of the Fma clan rose in defiance, attempting to coerce Orochimaru into intervening. The outcome, of course, was their swift demise. Moreover, Orochimaru fused the two of them with Tsubaime using the Gaki Yero technique, transforming them into a grotesque amalgamation intended to further obstruct Jiraiya and his companions. This illustrates the considerable proficiency Orochimaru possesses in the Gaki Yero technique. After all, he is a seeker of all ninjutsu, relentlessly pursuing the truths of the art, and is well-versed in a plethora of unusual techniques. He even performed a ritual to deceive the Shinigami, lifting the Reaper Death Seal and reclaiming his hands. A feat akin to performing a celebratory dance for the Death God, who, in return, graciously rewarded him with a pair of hands. Returning to the matter at hand, those two members of the Fma clan, in their quest for revival, chose to align themselves with Orochimaru. Their willingness to confront him in order to save Tsubaime speaks volumes of their loyalty and righteousness. In this murky and dark world of shinobi, such qualities are indeed rare. While they may appear marginally more appealing than Tsubaime in her pre-transformation state, their character is deserving of the utmost admiration. Takuya Kimura returned the chakra of the two individuals, and before long, they awoke. Upon seeing the current state of Tori, they were utterly astonished. Tori, did you employ that technique? How infuriating. We must flee. There is still a chance for healing. That esteemed individual must possess a remedy. Let us go, Tori. Tori merely smiled faintly, observing the two as she calmly shook her head and spoke. With my abilities, escape is utterly impossible. That esteemed individual will not come to my aid. I attempted to lead you to safety earlier, but failed. Fortunately, I did not succeed, for it allowed me to be rescued by Lord Takuya. What nonsense are you spouting? Why do you refer to this boy as Lord? Do you not comprehend the consequences of betraying Lord Orochimaru? He will annihilate us. He will also eliminate this boy. Fash glared fiercely at Takuya Kimura, still recalling the moment when he was rendered unconscious after having his chakra drained by him. Fash, do not be disrespectful. I have sought Lord Takuya's forgiveness, and you too have been revived by him. As for the Lord Orochimaru you speak of, it was indeed Lord Takuya who incapacitated him to such an extent, which is why he requires Arashi's body. It is evident that he does not need our Wind Demon clan, and I have now resolved to follow Lord Takuya. What? How can this be? Indeed, he's merely a lowly genin. How could he possibly be a match for Lord Orochimaru? Fash and the Earth Spider were left speechless, their faces a canvas of disbelief. This was utterly absurd. Given Tori's strength, how could she have used that technique without inflicting a scratch upon the enemy, and furthermore, not even managed to escape? It had hardly been a short while since then. After employing that technique, it was widely assumed she was as good as dead. The two had previously sought Orochimaru's assistance merely to avoid abandoning their comrade. Yet now, to their astonishment, Tori appeared unscathed. Was such a grave condition, with cellular deterioration throughout her body, truly so easily remedied? Their skepticism lingered. Takumi Kimura was unconcerned and led the group towards the entrance of the Anin village's underground palace. Although the two members of the Fuma clan harbored doubts, the prevailing circumstances compelled them to follow suit. According to the intelligence provided by Tanbo, aside from Orochimaru and Erashur, there was only another female member of their clan present in Anin village. No one else was included. Even the 5 members of the Anin were absent. How lamentable it is. In times of injury, can one not even trust their most loyal subordinates? TSK. In his heart, Takumi Kimura mocked Orochimaru as he led everyone once more to the entrance of the Sound Ninja Village's underground palace. The entrance to the underground palace of the Sound Ninja Village. Kimura Takuya turned to the Earth Spider and said, "Use your spider to summon your companions. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon hearing this, the Earth Spider glanced at the Dragonfly, who merely nodded without further comment. Reluctantly, the Earth Spider released its spider minions to enter the underground palace in search of its companions, and through their unique means of communication, summoned the female ninja. After a while, a long-haired kunoichi in a palace attire appeared. Upon seeing the multitude outside, she assumed it was a trap and immediately turned to flee. Yet, she could not escape the grasp of Kimura Takuya, who swiftly captured and securely bound her. He then handed her over to the Dragonfly for reassurance. Once calmed, the kunoichi recounted the situation within the Sound Ninja Village, revealing that aside from Orochimaru and Erashur, there were no others left. Moreover, Orochimaru had already fused with Erashur. Consequently, Kimura Takuya stretched his limbs, preparing to conclude this matter. However, Sabu, crying out, expressed her desire to enter the Sound Ninja Village to rescue her cousin. "Leave it to me. I will ensure he is brought back. I have already rescued the Dragonfly, and even if your cousin is deceased, I can still save him. Now, be obedient and step back a bit." The Dragonfly stepped forward to soothe Sabu and led her away. Thus, the members of the Kazama clan eagerly anticipated Kimura Takuya's entrance to rescue the captive. Only the Leaf Village members seemed to sense impending danger, pulling the Kazama clan members back several hundred meters. Senjutsu, Spiraling Heaven Cannon. A colossal Rasengan, conjured from Senjutsu Chakra, rapidly penetrated the underground palace of the Sound Ninja Village. Boom. The ground shook violently as a tremendous explosion reverberated from below, causing the entire underground structure to begin collapsing. In an instant, the earth trembled, and the ground within a 1,000-meter radius caved in. The vast underground palace of the Sound Ninja Village was obliterated. Once again, Kimura Takuya had dismantled Orochimaru's abode. Constructing such an expansive underground palace would take considerable time, even for a ninja skilled in earth techniques. It was evident that Orochimaru had invested significant effort during its construction. As this was more than just a laboratory, it was his village, a foundation for his aspiration to attain the position of Hokage. Unfortunately, he could not compete with Minato and thus never achieved it. Furthermore, this Sound Ninja village belonged not solely to Orochimaru but was a collective endeavor of the 5 Sound Ninja, including Kabuto. They had together established this village, a shared home. Now, that home lay in ruins, leaving only a vast pit in its place. Although the people of Konoha had long heard of Takaya Mukimura's formidable jutsu, comparable to the tailed beast bomb, they were utterly astounded by its sheer magnitude. Was this truly the power of a mere 12-year-old graduate? A genin? Oda was so frightened that he transformed into his leopard form, his tail raised in alarm. Yuzuki Waikon nearly threw away the short sword she held. Why should I toil over swordsmanship when I could just cling to a powerful ally? Isn't that a quicker path to advancement? The other members of the Umbu were inwardly exclaiming. Thankfully, this individual was their own leader. Clinging to one's own leader's leg hardly counts as mere flattery. It is the astute utilization of available resources. Had they perhaps been too casual with leader Takaya in the past? It was not too late to study his preferences. Was it? From this moment forth, I shall become his devoted admirer, while those at home who remain oblivious may continue to treat him with indifference. The group exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to keep this revelation among themselves, pledging to support their leader together. Surely, this method of enhancing their strength would outpace that of others. Takumi Kimura was unaware that his bold action had garnered him a host of admirers. He turned to reassure the stunned Sasam. Do not fret. Even if we incapacitate Erashur, I possess the means to revive him. Now, let us search for individuals above this cavern. As long as we locate someone, I can restore him. If we fail to find anyone, we shall take our leave from this place. Erashur has already been fused with Orochimaru, and should we confront him directly, I cannot guarantee that we will be able to preserve his remains. After all, he is Orochimaru. Ignoring the equally dazed members of the Wind Demon clan, Takano Kimura instructed Oda Ryo to assume his leopard form and commence the search for bodies amidst the collapsed pit. Before long, Oda Ryo discovered an area saturated with an intense aura of blood. Turning to Kimura not far away, his tone transformed to one of utmost reverence. My lord Takano, it seems that there may be hundreds buried here, though the scent of blood is not fresh. Very well, let us begin the excavation. Understood. At the command of Takano Kimura, the panther-like Oda obediently began to dig at the ground with his front paws, resembling a loyal hound. His demeanor towards Kimura had transformed dramatically compared to before. One might question whether he was truly a panther, for he appeared more akin to an obsequious follower. Kimura, observing this, could only shake his head in disbelief. You foolish creature, are you not capable of earth manipulation? How long do you intend to dig with your paws? Upon hearing this, the black ninja panther paused in his frenzied excavation and, under the gaze of many, reverted to his human form. I thought I might conserve some chakra. After all, there is quite a large area to cover. If you are in a hurry, Lord Takano, I shall resort to ninjutsu. In an awkward moment, Oda swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing an earth technique that caused the ground to fracture. Had it not been for the presence of corpses within, he would have gladly burrowed into the earth to collect his thoughts. Soon, the ground split entirely, revealing the decayed remains beneath. The bodies had long since rotted, indicating they were not recent deaths. They belonged to individuals previously recruited by Orochimaru, members of other fallen clans akin to the Kazekage clan, most of whom possessed unique bloodlines. It became evident that Orochimaru's intentions were not to amass followers, but rather to seek experimental subjects. Was his initial disregard for the Kazekage clan due to her lack of a special bloodline? How infuriating. A female ninja from the Kazekage clan recognized the garments of the corpses. After a futile search for Erashur's body, she finally felt a measure of relief. She then cast a glance at Takano Kimura, seemingly hoping to save these people. The recently deceased still bore vitality, their souls not having departed for long. They were relatively easier to rescue. However, the others had been dead for far too long. It was not that I was incapable of saving them, but rather that I was unwilling to expend such considerable effort for those who no longer mattered. Takuya Kimura discerned the young girl's intentions and directly declined her request. He did not deceive her by claiming that it was impossible to save them. Rather, he candidly informed her that those individuals did not wish to be saved. This approach could avert a multitude of complications. At times, being overly evasive can be less effective than being straightforward, a lesson that Kimura was only beginning to grasp. Upon hearing his words, Sasamori felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why? Takuya, you are undeniably powerful and could save them. Why choose not to? If I possess such abilities, I would undoubtedly intervene. Very well, there are 138 corpses in total. Go find 138 offerings, and I shall assist you in saving them, he replied. Offerings? What offerings? Sasamori's face reflected astonishment, as she seemed to realize something, yet still clung to a flicker of hopeful fantasy. Takano Kimura observed keenly and, with a ruthless tone, shattered the young girl's illusions. Of course, they are living beings. 138 corpses require 138 living souls as sacrifices for resurrection. Go and find them. Remember, you must also seek out ninjas. Ordinary people cannot restore their powers. Takano, are you jesting? This cannot be true. When we saved Tombo earlier, there were clearly no sacrifices involved. The kind-hearted girl clung to a glimmer of hope. The deceased have lingered too long. Their souls have ascended to the Pure Land. To resurrect them, one must retrieve their souls from that realm, and it can only be done one for one. Tombo has only just passed. Her soul hasn't fully separated yet, so no sacrifices are necessary. Quickly find Erishur. If we delay, it may be too late. Upon hearing these words, Sasami relinquished her unrealistic notions. She promptly sought the Earth Spider, enlisting its assistance to search for individuals, albeit the spider's utility in locating the deceased was minimal. Yet, any effort was better than none. Thus, the group joined the search. Regrettably, aside from the aforementioned corpses, they stumbled upon only a few remains of ninja beasts. Nothing else was found, signifying that Orochimaru had once again slipped away. Sasami's cousin had evidently become Orochimaru's living steed. The prospect of finding him now seemed daunting, leaving Sasami with a sense of discontent. However, despite her reluctance, there was no choice but to cease the search. With the destruction of the Sound Ninja Village, the mission of the Kimura group was deemed complete. Consequently, they made their way back to the village. On their return journey, in his heart, Takumi Kimura secretly lamented, Orochimaru is truly as slippery as a serpent. Little did he know, a looming crisis was approaching him. Chapter 83, on the fundamental research of chakra. In the Hidden Leaf Village, a week has elapsed since returning from the Sound Ninja Village. Several members of the Wind Demon clan have joined Takano Mukimura's laboratory. In an effort to rescue his cousin, Sasami has also returned with Takano Mukimura. At the Mukimura residence, Sasami has completed his grooming and is now dressed neatly. Takano, rise and shine. The sun is already up. No, I'm too exhausted from yesterday. I too require rest. I wonder who promised to accompany me in my training. Is this how you intend to support me? Just a few days and you've already given up? My shadow clones have to oversee the hospital, conduct various research, and reserve some natural energy. Recently, I also need to accompany you in your training. I truly have too much on my plate. Takuya Kimura lay with his head buried in a pillow, yet was still roused by Sakamoto. After a simple morning wash, the two shared breakfast before releasing their shadow clones to embark on their respective tasks. The main body, accompanied by Sakamoto, arrived at the training grounds. Since returning from the Sound Ninja Village, the likes of Torian had been assigned to the laboratory, engaged in fundamental research on chakra. Although Sakamoto was originally scheduled for the same, her proficiency in basic ninjutsu was lacking. In fact, if placed in the Konoha Ninja Academy, she would barely meet the standards for graduation, equivalent to that of a 4th or 5th grader. She was of no assistance to the laboratory. Consequently, for the past few days, Takuya Kimura had been absorbing ninjutsu from the Fma clan in the laboratory while simultaneously imparting his newfound knowledge to Sakamoto. This young girl seemed transformed. She was not previously one to embrace training. Faced with Orochimaru at the Sound Ninja Village, she experienced a profound sense of powerlessness. Even her formidable clansmen, whom she perceived as insurmountable, were deemed mere cannon fodder by Orochimaru. Remarkably, even Orochimaru, a titan, was overpowered by her peer, Takuya. Not only was he severely injured, requiring another's physical form to recuperate, but upon recovery, he fled in disarray when encountering Takuya again. This was Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a formidable figure capable of establishing a ninja village. Toryun and others had once placed their unwavering faith in his ability to aid the Fma clan's resurgence. Yet, such a prominent figure was reduced to retreating in disgrace before Takuya. Sakamoto understood how rare it was to receive Takuya's guidance, and thus she cherished these days immensely. The Fma clan excelled in chakra control, though not possessing a unique bloodline. However, their specialized chakra refining techniques birthed various secret arts suited to the clan. For example, they could weave chakra threads of extraordinary strength that were nearly impossible to sever, as well as energy confinement jutsu formed from intense chakra. Additionally, there was a female ninja who wielded hair for binding and offensive techniques. It is noteworthy that similar techniques resemble Jiraiya's hair of the lion's mane. By hardening her hair to shield her body and, supplemented with Senjutsu chakra, she could launch it as Senbon for large-scale ranged attacks. This was undeniably one of Jiraiya's signature techniques. Yet, that female ninja achieved similar effects through her exquisite chakra control and formidable intensity. Furthermore, Torian's transformation technique could be regarded as an even more extreme version than the Akimichi clan's butterfly technique, possessing comparable might. Just the two of them possessed these two secret arts. Not to mention another clan member who utilized a ninja blade for a trick in the Land of Rice's entertainment district. It could be said that the mere display of these abilities by the Fma clan would suffice to establish a clan of secret arts. Not to mention the Fma shuriken, their emblematic weapon. Hence, the Fma clan truly was on the path to revival, with no exaggeration. They merely lacked a central figure to unify these elements into a cohesive system. Torian could be considered the pinnacle of the Fma clan at present. In recent days, Takuya Kimura and Torian had collaboratively established a fundamental research topic on chakra. Chakra itself manifests in myriad forms. Ordinary chakra can transform into wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, which are the 5 elemental origins constituting the material realm of the ninja world. These 5 elemental origins represent the very essence of the ninja realm. Therefore, conducting fundamental research on chakra holds significance akin to foundational scientific research in the real world. Indeed, basic science is the true primary productive force. Just the innate chakra attribute of a ninja alone, if thoroughly researched, could lead to the realization of universal mastery over all 5 elements. Coupled with the study of the Kisame clan's characteristics, breaking through the limitations of the ordinary human body, it would not be far-fetched to envision a ninja world where everyone is as formidable as dragons. Should one inquire why Takuya Kimura undertakes such endeavors? It is because the ninja world is far from tranquil. Even if Takuya is confident in his ability to unify the ninja world, what lies ahead? Takuya Kimura is indeed remarkable, standing as a formidable figure among the elite. This places him above all within the realm of shinobi. However, it is crucial to remember that the shinobi world is not the sole domain of power. The Tsutsuki clan harbors countless individuals who covet the shinobi world. Kagaya, having consumed the fruit of the god tree, was initially invincible within the shinobi realm. Yet, she lived in constant trepidation, resorting to suspending her subjects upon the tree to transform them into white zetsu, in hopes that these beings could fend off the impending assaults from the Tsutsuki clan. Ultimately, before her plans could come to fruition, she was sealed away by her own sons. These half-finished white zetsu were, in many respects, intellectually impaired and lacked significant combat prowess. Nevertheless, some among them possessed considerable intelligence and strength, all sharing a physiology akin to that of Hashirama's cells. Hashirama's sage body was inherited from the sage of 6 paths. The original white zetsu, however, were directly transformed by the god tree, and their perfected constitution could very well be akin to that of Hashirama himself. This does not align with Kagaya's intent when she created the initial white zetsu. Imagine if Kagaya had not been sealed away and the god tree continued to absorb natural energy, channeling it through its roots to those suspended upon the tree for transformation into white zetsu. Gradually, this process would enhance the physical capabilities of the white zetsu. Thousands of years later, when Tsutsuki Momoshiki and others invaded the shinobi world, what would they confront? Regardless of what it might be, it would certainly not resemble the mere fodder of white zetsu encountered during the 4th Great Ninja War. The Tsutsuki clan is not to be trifled with. The god tree, or rather the 10 tails, serves as the biological weapon of the Tsutsuki clan. In truth, it is merely their crop. Furthermore, Kagaya's status is not as exalted as many presume. The title of Kagayaheim stems solely from her marriage to a human lord after her arrival in the shinobi realm. In reality, Kagaya is merely a servant of Ishiki Tsutsuki. The relationship between Kagaya and Ishiki parallels that of Kinshiki and Momoshiki, with the former providing critical sustenance for the latter during pivotal moments. Ishiki and Momoshiki stand only slightly above their servants. Beyond them lie even greater powers, including the deity of the Tsutsuki clan itself. Thus, while the ambitious figures within the shinobi world contemplate their conquests, they remain blissfully unaware of the true scale of the forces they face. Takuya Kimura's gaze had long since been fixed upon the stars and the vast oceans beyond. Such an aspiration could not be realized solely through individual effort. It necessitated a leap of existence for all humanity. Only then could one hope to contend with cosmic races such as the Otsutsuki. Chapter 84. Kakashi in trouble. As Takuya Kimura was busy training his companions and delving into the mysteries of chakra, an urgent message reached the Hokage's office. Kakashi received alarming news. Bloodline ninjas from various nations had gone missing, while Konoha remained untouched. This led many to suspect Orochimaru, the rogue ninja from Konoha, as the perpetrator, an issue that should rightfully be resolved by Konoha itself. Yet, Kakashi harbored doubts about the simplicity of the matter. During the last encounter, when Takuya had obliterated the Sound Ninja village, it had been confirmed that Orochimaru was still gravely injured. How could he possibly orchestrate attacks on bloodline ninjas across the nations? Kakashi suspected the involvement of the Akatsuki organization, particularly the matter concerning Obito. In the previous battle, the Akatsuki had lost their puppets embedded with black rods. It was highly probable that they sought to recreate those puppets. Take a squad of elite Umbu to investigate, but do not engage in prolonged combat. With your newfound abilities, you can retreat immediately after reconnaissance, Tsunade instructed. Upon hearing the mention of the Akatsuki, Kakashi's expression flickered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, concealing his emotions as he accepted the mission scroll from Tsunade. Following the rescue mission for Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi had awakened his Meijiki Sharingan. Though he was still not entirely accustomed to its power and had remained in Konoha for an extended period without undertaking missions, he had been focused on stabilizing his new abilities and had only just adapted to the ocular techniques of the Meijiki. Now tasked with investigating the Akatsuki, Kakashi felt an uneasy premonition, sensing that trouble was on the horizon. Nonetheless, he did not hesitate and promptly set off with a team of Umbu. Kakashi understood why the Hokage had entrusted him with this mission. It was a matter that needed resolution between him and Obito. After gathering supplies, He and his team made their way toward the Land of Rain, where Jiraiya's intelligence suggested that the Akatsuki's base might be located. Information from the route also indicated prior interactions between Root and the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. The locations where ninjas had vanished were in close proximity to the Land of Rain, near the borders of the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth, where they had completely disappeared. It was evident that they had been ambushed by the Akatsuki not far from the Land of Rain, leading to their disappearance. Thus, Kakashi and his team hastened toward the Land of Rain. Within a few days, they reached the borders of Konoha, where the territories of the Land of Grass, Land of Rain, and Land of Fire converged. After orienting themselves, they proceeded toward the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, in the mountains at the border of the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth, Danzo's eyes snapped open. Aha, at last. Kakashi, you have finally taken on a mission. Danzo's lips curled into a smile, and his demeanor was no longer as violently exposed as before. Instead, he emanated a peculiar calm. However, any beast with sharpened senses would undoubtedly perceive this as the calm before a tempest, for beneath this tranquility lay a tempestuous energy waiting to erupt. Danzo had successfully employed puppet jutsu to lure bloodline ninjas from various villages, completing the process of consumption. He had now acquired 4 bloodlines, granting him an unprecedented strength. Danzo felt an overwhelming power surging within him, so formidable that he could easily obliterate the very mountains surrounding him if he so desired. The sheer magnitude of chakra coursing through him left him feeling somewhat disoriented, a sensation he had only experienced long ago when facing the first Hokage. Should the first Hokage reappear, Danzo felt emboldened enough to engage him in a contest of strength. Yet, that was not the pinnacle of his power. Once he absorbed Kakashi, he would attain an even greater strength, achieving what he deemed the ultimate form. For days, Danzo had been seeking an opportunity, but Kakashi seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Remaining within Konoha, this led to the leak of information, prompting various nations to dispatch personnel to investigate the vicinity of the Golden Wheel Mountains. Thankfully, this leak had compelled Kakashi to emerge, coincidentally arriving at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire, a mere half-day's journey from the mountains. Danzo's grin widened at this fortune. He promptly closed his eyes and began to weave hand signs. Puppet Jutsu, activate. Instantly, hundreds of kilometers away, Kakashi bore the mark of a red puppet seal upon his forehead, his body moving uncontrollably toward the Land of Grass. The Umbu trailing Kakashi sensed something amiss and immediately reacted, suspecting an enemy had employed Jinjutsu. One Umbu swiftly approached, attempting to break the illusion. To their shock, Kakashi spun around and struck, wounding the approaching Umbu grievously. The remaining 2 Umbu joined forces, creating an opening for one of them to touch Kakashi, attempting to dispel the jutsu. But Kakashi, unfazed, stabbed the Umbu who had touched him, piercing through their body. The Umbu clung desperately to Kakashi's blade. Realizing it was no illusion, the last Umbu, sensing the dire situation, ceased holding back and hurled shuriken at Kakashi's vital points in an effort to subdue him and save their comrade. However, Kakashi did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The shuriken that should have struck him vanished mid-air. The Umbu who had thrown the shuriken was left dumbfounded, only to be met with Kakashi's fist, which struck him down. After dispatching the Umbu team, Kakashi wasted no time and departed, heading toward the location of the mountains. In the mountains, Danzo laughed triumphantly. Haha. So Kakashi has awakened the Mangeki as well? Truly, fate is on my side. This Mangeki possesses space-time techniques. Once I merge with Kakashi, not only will I gain the power of 5 elements, but also formidable space-time abilities. What unparalleled strength that would be. Even the first Hokage would pale in comparison. Not to mention that little brat Takuya. I can hardly wait to hear his cries. As Kakashi was being controlled, making his way toward the mountains, not long after, the last Umbu who had been struck down by Kakashi slowly rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Kakashi.